part of my story. I'm going hard for that trophy. It's why they all been on me. No guts, no glory. There's no need to go begin. I don't comprehend and I do not pretend, cause when I'm coming is to win. You either got it or you don't. You either bought it or you won't. You either wanna give it everything or you wanna cry about a soul. I'ma say it from the jump. Mama ain't raised a chump. My mama raised me to persevere if I'm ever here in a slum. Cause nobody starts at the top. You do your part and you better buy. Working hard each and every day, even though some days it get hard to watch. But you gotta trust the process. Grind hard, don't you ever quit. It's a must, you see the progress. Got a ball till you get it hit. They can never do what I could do, cause they on the same stuff. If you doubt me, then I'm coming to show them what I'm made of. Yeah, always showing your integrity. Yeah, if you want it, I'ma let them see. No guts, no glory, not a part of my story. I'm going hard for that trophy. It's why they all been on me. No guts, no glory. There's no need to go begin. I don't comprehend and I do not pretend, cause when I'm coming is to win. No guts, no glory, not a part of my story. I'm going hard for that trophy. It's why they all been on me. No guts, no glory. There's no need to go begin. I don't comprehend and I do not pretend, cause when I'm coming is to win.
Wake up, put the work in, that's the only way it's gonna work out. Hard work and dedication, no time for procrastination. Takes a lot of time, a lot of patience, a lot of heart mixed with motivation. On the days that you feeling down, look in the mirror for your inspiration. Like, woo, just notice, never stop, never quit. People wanna see you doing good, but never better than them. Gotta push yourself to the limits. You cannot lose if you are not in it. You gotta lose, sometimes it's to win it. Don't get discouraged, it's just the beginning. Yeah, turn up. Don't end up a Timmy Turner. Don't get caught up in the streets. Don't get caught up with a burner. Don't be a slow learner. Oh no, you only get one shot, one chance. Talking March Madness at the big dance. Talking big man on campus. Like
no guts, no glory, not a part of my story. I'm going hard for that trophy. It's why they all been on me. No guts, no glory. There's no need to go begin. I don't comprehend and I do not pretend, cause when I'm coming is to win. No guts, no glory, not a part of my story. I'm going hard for that trophy. It's why they all been on me. No guts, no glory. There's no need to go begin. I don't comprehend and I do not pretend, cause when I'm coming is to win.
All right, so on one hand, we have an experienced, battle-hardened, and maybe even sometimes battle-scarred warrior in Vitality, and on the other, a simple shepherd.
You guys have been trying to keep it going. Didn't start great against Heroic, but I don't want to dwell on that too much. So tell me what's going on with Bad News Bears. Obviously, you guys are looking for an org, and you're the man behind all this in terms of in-game leading.
I mean, we're pretty much coming over here and just trying to use as much practice as we can over here and just get as much experience as we can. Things in NA obviously aren't as good as it could be right now, and especially with teams like Liquid and EG, kind of like the tier 1 teams that usually you get practice against. They're pretty much over here most of the time, so practice over in NA is hard, especially coming off a player break. Like Extra Salt wasn't playing. The only kind of mid to top tier team that was playing was Party Astronaut, so we didn't have a lot of good practice coming into this event, and so we're just going to try to use this event to kind of propel and get ready for kind of what's going to come next, or you know what I mean?
I think no matter what map they pick and where they go, I mean, they pick Inferno, which is a standard map that everyone's going to be, comfortable and happy with. It's going to be a tough ask either way. Overpass for Vitality is picked. That can be a difficult map for a new team coming together. Yeah, so this will be a tough series.
Well, 1xBet odds at the top of your screen. They might be the wrong way around there, ladies and gentlemen. I tell you a lot that it probably should be favoring Vitality in this one. So, hey, those with a grain of salt for the time being. And watching Masuda get pressure towards top banana here. Flash ball with thrust forward. It gets a frag completely blind.
Yeah, he's got a chance for some more here. Shox does find one elsewhere. It's ZywOo just welcoming them in. That's how the sentence could have gone. Poor old Swisher and Sheikh Zula still there with the corpses of their former teammates. Kyojin into the site. 30 seconds as they dump Util. This is a 2v1 now, Chad.
Yeah, this isn't a bad position here. Kyojin, okay, never mind. Two crispy little taps, and away they go. You can see here Bad News Bears maybe trying to target this map. That has been a weakness for Vitality in the past, but Jason mentioned it. When you're playing the Infernos, the Mirages, and the Dust 2s of the world, everybody's pretty handy on those. And okay, that's an opening. John G kicks things off.
And that does put a weapon into John G's hands.
There's 3 here, Alex. There's 3 here.
Yeah, Zywoo's rotated in and shouldn't have too many issues. Oh, that's 3 frags out of the Woo. A 4th on the cards as well. Not quite going to be. It'll be Apex trying to wrap it up. Esports Monopoly.
Yes,
game.
you can flip it over.
Have you played?
No, I haven't.
It kind of could be fun. That's the opposite of fun for Sheikh Zula as he catches the nade. But more importantly, Junior's hero AK has been chunked down to 25. So this is a quick round, ladies and gentlemen. Strap in. Oh, nice find from Junior.
The low HP on Junior, you know, you don't want to give up that AK all for nothing. If everybody was still alive, understandable. I think Spongy right now is just trying to delay and soak some time off the clock. Being whittled away out here and somehow still alive. Can't land their shot and eventually does.
They're actually kind of
Are they not going to kill him?
Yeah.
Oh,
they'll have to kill him.
They have to now.
Got the bomb in his hands. Good choice. Good choice out of Spongy.
Well, Junior gets to keep onto the AK.
And that's some great utility damage. They could find a frag here. Apex kept honest. That's big from Swisher. I think advantage actually here for BNB to take their first here. Smoke CT. Swisher to swing the pool. Oh, and that's textbook. It's Zywoo next.
The A bomb site, a very, very long rotation and probably not worth risking this AWP. Zywoo spams through, damage done, bomb down now. There's an opportunity to go for a round like this.
I don't think they were going to go for it though until Zywoo finds that wallbang. Yeah, Shox and Kyojin are on their way and Zywoo wants more. 2 in fact before he shut down. And now suddenly alarm bells ring. Spongy and Swisher realize this is not going to be the freebie it could have been. Nades are in to place it. Will Kyojin go for a clear? He's made it very clear where he's coming from and Swisher flashed in. Oh, baits the barrel. Kyojin knows where you are. Shox will peek. And now running out of chances. They've got a smoke, Chad. This is going to fall apart for BNB.
Kyojin has a kid as well. He can just sit it.
It should be over. Shox is holding the line. Oh, just as he looks away. Good strike from Spongy. But now on the defuse.
Just sit it, mate.
He's even got a flashbang. The spray would have to be perfect on the clock. And there it is. Robbed.
The North American side to break the bank, but aggressive. Straight down middle. Shox goes.
Oh my goodness. They weren't expecting that, but nor was Shox. And a quick return to 4v4.
Inferno is one of the maps where the CT side aggression can be very stifling.
Masuta and Apex taking some liberties. A good chance from Swisher for the double. It's Apex that pulls and emerges. No smoke to lock him out, but the incendiary, a well-timed incendiary, would be irritating for Spongy.
They're about to creep mid with this AWP. Oh, not even looking the right direction. The re-aggression from Vitality here. Just as they think they get a bit of breathing room, Bad News Bears just get owned. This one should be done.
Got no vision. Tucks into the site safely, but they're committing to this. Long through the smoke. Shox should be traded, and he is. Swisher equipped now with the M4. The upgrade short-lived. It's Zywoo to shut it down, and now chances starting to dwindle. Spongy kept busy by Kyojin, unable to find impact in the apps. You see that underhand smoke from Kyojin just completely removed that prong from their 3-pronged assault.
Oh, completely blind as well there. Perfect stuff from Zywoo.
They'd heard that. They know Masuta's going to get hunted down. Zywoo will make it 11, and Junior will at least keep him honest. Only Apex now to defend the site. Apex going to need to find more than one here. He's locking down at least onto Swisher. Not far off on taking down Junior. B-site's open for business. This could be the Bad News Bears first. Masuta, Apex, and Zywoo. If you are ever killing out of those 3 names, chances are the B-site's going to be under-defended. Oh, John G feeling a bit frisky, straight up on the half wall and tries to take a pot shot. Oh, confirms Masuta's close, and oh, the spray. Too good. Masuta takes 2 heads on that. Sheikh Zula completely commits behind all of your util, and then you've just somehow need Junior to win the duel against Zywoo. Never mind, Junior's dead. Sheikh Zula's got his nades out and pants around the ankles for Spongy. Grabs himself a chance on the AWP. A good tag. It's the die, and another chance now. Is he pushing the smoke? If only he could have dipped into the boiler.
Unless you beat them all.
Yeah, but true. Zywoo, usually good for 1 here. Masuta somehow trying to force the issue over the smoke. John G burning.
They're just going to head straight up lane towards A and out apartments. This could be into the blender.
Yeah, it's Kyojin and Shoxy as well. Just
nice
Shoxy. Nice delivery. Swisher's Tech 9 looking rather sharp. And now the bomb's going down, and it will be the round. So Bad News Bears don't even have to use all of their resources. It's just about actually being given a pick and letting the action settle down.
You see people doing the jump over here to show they're stylish with movement.
So he flashes top banana from the same position.
Okay.
Makes it feel like they're heading, taking B control.
Smoke.
And it's a moto smoke.
Do they double smoke? They just double smoke moto? I think they just double smoke moto.
2 very quickly, and they'll be wrapping on through. Chad.
Yeah. Well, it was cool.
Yeah, drop it. 30-second mark. They're going to have to go through it. Drop the incendiary instead. Oh, they're burning to a crisp. 5 HP. John G 30. Shock starts to unload his mag. That will draw attention away from Apex. If he can deny the bomb, too many men. Great spray, doubles them. And even Junior walks in. Apex has got 4. Make it 5. That's a quick ace. The quickest we've seen. 4, in fact. It was stolen. Someone snatched it.
But Masuda, with all this control, they know high alert on A.
Yeah, Zywoo knows he's been overrun. Holds the line and still takes 1. Good trades. Junior's even got 1 on the clock. Maybe there is something to be said about this round. Swisher recovering an AWP. It's already back on the floor. Junior has a little window that he seems aware of. Drop the smoke and you'll have the sight. Apex, what's your opportunity to respond? He opts for a knife-out walk.
Well, this is a winnable round now.
Spongy picking up a weapon and a frag on A. If he can just disappear now.
Junior's going to get this one down. They are a little bit worried, so I guess they don't know where Apex is. Oh dear, this one's really fallen apart here for Vitality.
But Spongy, I mean, he just has to be careful with his head. If they don't hit that first bullet, you've got a real distinct advantage on the walk-up, and it's his bullet that connects. 1 more required. Apex thinks better of it. There's an AWP around here to be recovered. Well, they've got all their weapons now, Bad News Bears. That usually seems to be an indicator of the other result.
Here we go.
Now Junior putting his name in the feed right out of the gate. That's something new. And that's something quite spicy, taking top banana control early as well. Masuda will likely be looking for help somewhere. Apex walks down mid. Oh, Swish is going to be furious. He's just walked down mid, boys. Spongy will shut him down. And will it cost them? And he gets both of them. Kyojin delivers immediately, turning a 4v2 straight back into an even keel. Jonji walking up B. Bomb will join him. Masuda's on Swedeway. There is an indication given. He just wants to fight, though. And his timing's pretty good. AWP's posted up. That's big from Junior. And that should very well translate into a 1v2 for Kyojin. Will he go for it?
Does look like Junior's now got the AWP posted on his position.
Only 13 bullets as well. He doesn't even got full reload.
And there it is. Good stuff from Junior. About 40 seconds left.
They can commit either side, right? Like, they're both going to have a look.
But B's going to be the problem, right? Because B has the stack right now from Vitality. So if Shakespeare keeps going without resistance, if he goes down here, okay, that's it. Now just call everybody back over. A's clear. They can just call everybody back. There's no dramas. That was it, right? If Shakespeare goes down, and he doesn't get more information than the fact he just died, they might go into the B stack, right? They might have gone into that B stack knowing that there was a play towards pit, knowing that there's now an AK in pit. So a big kill to make it. Here's your chance, my friend. Easy one. Spam the body, let him know. And get
I thought that would have been a double knife kill, actually, John.
Come on now, let's not take any crazy risks.
Zywoo has to react. There's only 2 of them here. And these boys are coming knocking. Fast wrap into the site. Make sure your smokes are down, and they are. It's just Zywoo and Kyojin. Great play from them so far for Bad News Bears, but they have to convert. And there is the first name in the feed. Kyojin standing strong. Does manage to take 1 with him, but it's looking great for the Bad News Bears here as Shock's just pushing in 1 by 1, trying to contest that plant. Apex arriving short. Masuda a little late behind him as well. Just going to poke and prod as best they can. Yeah, Masuda. So many unanswered questions. The bomb ticking away. Final round, you will go for it. Apex is aiming all the right places. And Spongy, oh, another victim. This is getting close now. Clock favors the Bears, but a 1v1 at the end of it. And just hiding on the site is Junior. No time indeed, but trotting the clock as best they could. Masuda would have loved an extra 10 seconds. 9-6. How B&B handle the rush B. Junior first to be taking a couple of shots, and he has knocked some heads off the shoulders. The second follow-up was so swift. Jonji does well to post another, and Zywoo's head is a little too small, enables him to start clicking heads of his own. Holy moly. What a hero, AK. You're probably going to look forward to... Suits just left to the wolves. Apex is his next victim. Jonji's got them both in. Oh, not quite. His teammate swings in nicely. Swisher will enable that to happen. If Swisher's not careful. Oh, Zywoo and Shocks could happen, and that's a round losing double.
Oh no, I know. It had to be Shakespeare and Swisher, right? So yeah, because they both had swung on out. These Bears are in with a shot to keep the force by wars going.
Going ahead of it. I love this. Ballsy from Jonji, and it nearly translates into 2. More damage inflicted, and that enables some util. Swisher locked behind the smoke. Don't forget, there is a slight health discrepancy for the boys from Vitality. They're so vulnerable to scouts, MP9s, even Deagle body shots are a threat. And there's the aforementioned scout onto Apex. CT Smoke gone, as is the in-game leader of Vitality. Yeah, and allowed him to retreat as well somehow. Kyojin lives on. Shox, what are you up to? So many players pushing in, and they will finish it quite easy and quick. Yeah, and what's going to be that go sign? Masuta and Kyojin going to make it feel like a full AX egg. They want to push the bomb B. Masuta does get those frags. I'm worried about Swisher and Jonji, though. He's already starting to rotate. Swisher already in a spot of bother. The CT wraps coming in. Jonji's been commanded to defend that side. This is brutal. They're against the whole team, just the two of them. They can make it if they try. Jonji, Misuta's his first chance. Kyojin jumping through for the frag.
He's your arch side player, especially if he's playing from that position. He's hanging around though. I think he knows he has to do damage. Good flash, good tag. And keeps his life, so good start here.
Ooh, the woo. He knows where you are. That doesn't seem to matter. Swisher, though, does immediately demand respect on the B site. Double kill on his spray. Yeah, ShakeZula's got you'd expect, a real opportunity onto Masuta here, and that could be round winning. Kyojin as well. Oh, they clear him. Close corner clear. Shox with the bomb. Huge opportunity here. Still can't finish his meal. They're losing it. Pulled away from them in the last second. So much damage. Don't you dare save. No, you have no idea.
This time round, it can actually tell a very good story. So, Bad News Bears have bottomed out in terms of the bank balance. When you have the Force by Wars, things stay very even because both teams are fully investing every time. Loss bonus doesn't get a chance to build for either team because it is those back and forth rounds. But now, that's all over. Now, it is 2 rifles saved.
Everything actually in the bedroom, and nice adjustment. Junior will take first blood for his squad. He's delivered multiple times, and Swisher continues to impress here. He's been wide swung by the Apex, and unfortunately, it is only Jonji's USP. So Apex taking all these liberties on B means that Jonji's completely naked investment. I have very little to say about this one. Just jiggling through, walks into the Apex spray. No one able to contest. It is Junior's AK arriving late on the scene.
Flash, they're going to go through.
Flash and chance. Masuta removes it, as does Shox. So 13 for Vitality.
Where he's hiding. Masuta chipping in here, and there it is. The headshot comes in. Junior goes down. 13 on the board.
They're just looking for some space here, and does seem like the smoke from Jonji will buy more time. Oh, time. Not much of it left for Spongy, and actually takes Shox down from the grave. Let's see. Jonji, 3 players have crossed here. Right place, starts to unload his mag. It's only the good for 1, but it might have been enough to buy time for Swisher. Unusual, unorthodox plant spot does remove the opportunity to catch the spray. 3v3 for this retake, and kits are present. You've got to give it all she's got, Captain. You surely have to give it everything. ZywOo's a threat, Wishes on notice, and he's got Kyojin to contend with as well. 2 on the coffin side. Junior doesn't seem committed to this. Just waiting for the FAMAS, and not far off from ShakeZula. Double, it is a 1v1. Junior might want to go for this. He has the kit. ZywOo peeks in as he closes the gap. That's just his game brain. He knows.
Let's see what the half purchase can bring on out here as they've gone for a 4-man mid setup.
Yeah, I love this kind of setup. Deagles and Mag 7s are incredibly scary in this range. Swisher demonstrates perfectly. Trying to get the weapon across as well. That's not bad at all. AKs to be recovered, maybe even a round to be recovered. 3 bodies dropped.
Mag 7 in the back of things. A flash to assist the peak. He steps on out. 2 shots taken. The third won't land. But they still should convert this one. Hold up a second.
Why does it feel like it's about to be the 2v5 to break their backs already chipped away at? You know there's no kit. And ZywOo has already started to land some shots. 2 frags to the good already. Shox with the AWP. It's the perfect weapon for the job. And this one falls completely away from the Bad News Bears. A heartbreaking end.
Oh, no.
And a 15th for Vitality. I've never casted quite so much with a grimace on my face. Did go down at a very inopportune moment there. He's not going to enjoy that one. Getting caught around the corner. And the Bears feel like they had the round in their palm of their hands. Jonji's mad as hell.
Oh, no. It's the 1G. Yeah. It's his own molly.
His own molly. He was just furious, holding W into the sight.
Look away, kids. Look away. They've got 2 on B.
Okay, Chad, yeah, you're right, you're right. What happens? Swisher, been their shining light, the only beacon of hope, but he continues to present it. Swisher with 4 mows down the entire Vitality squad, and if anyone was going to ignite some hope, it would be Swisher. There it is, takes the ace against Vitality.
All right, well, they couldn't convert the Deagle round, but that's a nice one, and might get him going. Oh. I guess Shox is doing a lot of the AWPing duties here on Inferno, because on the T side he's wielding it. On the CT side we saw him bring it out a couple times. So the number advantage for Vitality again. Didn't help him last round.
Swisher's still alive though, so I'm not worried.
Well, it's a 3-on-3, all things considered.
Zula walking in onto Shox. This is AWP, and another one for Shox on the AWP. Now that's an interesting one from Spongy. He's actually just walking through his own smoke, and only 3 for Shox on the AWP. He wants to finish it right here and now. Swisher, you got anything left in the tank, bro? Doesn't want to back up too far, otherwise Shoxy will take a pot shot, and there it is, 16-9. Inferno, the Bears pick. Unable to break the double digit.
Ooh, this was a good look from Bad News Bears, and it's interesting. We kind of talked about some of the teams they might be able to have a chance of taking on yesterday. ENCE is obviously going to be a big one. They have their eye on towards the end of the group stage. But Vitality, oddly enough, you wouldn't think that way, but Vitality does have some swings up and down in terms of their play. Here was a pretty comfortable victory, but there were some dangerous elements.
Vitality choose to push through it. The utility implies they will. Flash is coming through. Chance now, back to turn. An immediate disintegration. Spongy, Swisher, Spongy with 3. And only Apex remaining. He's got a chance to fire off one more shot, but Spongy will make a full 4.
Yeah, I'm sure we can do something with that.
Oh.
Look at Swisher. He's always smiling. He's always having a good time.
I mean, I would be too, wouldn't you? I mean, when you find yourself not only playing CS professionally, it's just an over-pushing. Jonji has gone looking. And that's what they were waiting for. Now they have 2-man advantage for this conversion. Sheikh Zula, a lot to do here. Needed that onto Kyojin. And maybe Spongy just asked way too much of.
Only 1 to profit. Bomb goes off. We sit at 1-1.
Judge Apex, can you imagine having another chance at exactly the same fight, and he hits the same person. Junior, this time lucky to be alive, eats a scout bullet for his breakfast, and oh, they're dead. Oh, John G, you got to do something rather magical here, brother. Yeah, flames arrive, as does bullets. Sheikh Zula, in the meantime, did catch that pesky scouter, and Sheikh Zula again onto Kyojin. A hugely impactful round here from Mr. Zula. On Sheikh Zula, this first bullet has to be good. It has to be 100%.
Has to stay calm. Has to be good. Stay calm.
Stay calm. Stay calm. Stay calm. Tags him up to 50. Bomb will go down, and this round falls apart. 3 versus 4 quickly becomes 3 versus 2. Junior does not have the HP to contest. Spongy does not have anything more than a deagle to his name.
But Junior has to get the hell out of there to hold on to that scout. Spongy can stay much closer, see if he can try and find himself a gun. We saw Spongy have a bit of an odd one with the bomb going off yesterday on Nuka Junior. Well, he didn't get far enough away. He's gone down. Had a fun time versus Doto yesterday, or maybe not such a fun time.
They're going to go hunting. They want Shox. UFBs, and he's got multiple targets.
TK.
Swisher, so keen to find the head of Shox. He's actually taken one of his teammates down in the process.
Through that monster tunnel, come up short through the sandbag position. Here we go. Well, Jonji was watching behind a little bit. It's just too little too late.
There's no way Shox turns this. Full blind, but he still has his crosshair in the right place. And another follow-up potentially on the card. The flash is there. This needs to be Jonji. Great movement and follow-up flash from Swish. But more importantly, will they be ready to rotate through? Masuta caught out as well. Big finds from Swisher. Double kill for the impact. It was Jonji, for the first. It was Swisher's flash that had that impact. Flash for the boosted AWP. And they confirm long is theirs. But the rotates in from the CTs as well. Chad, this bodes quite well for the Bears.
Yeah, it did. It definitely did.
20 though. And Zywoo's posted up. He will not miss his chance. Junior will. And that's the end of the round. Just like that, it falls apart. 4v3. Converting on Inferno. Good angle. Good find. Gets one. Junior has an opportunity to fill the void, and they're not clearing him. Zywoo's not going to be expecting this. Oh, he didn't see him.
What?
He didn't. How? Oh, man, that could have been a free
real chance.
Yeah.
And look, it's in the first map, competitive. In the second map, for a good 20 bomb. So And it's definitely, I got to just 5-0 the group. Now I'm no longer on that thought process.
Oh, Swisher, high impact previously, this time forced to watch as the rest of our 7th round plays out. 3 nades thrown out from Vitality Monster side, and they don't even plan to commit, so that's not bad. They show enough evidence that there's going to be 3 of them there. Shox, however, caught out on his advance through short pipe. Oh, caught out. Molly. Junior knows he has to stick around, and that was the bomb as well. Smoke's not bad, enables him to play around it. Fast, Apex now. John G, good chance and a good frag. 3 versus 2, he seized the advantage. It's on to Junior, and it's on to Masuta with the bomb for Vitality.
20 seconds.
If he gets this frag, though, John G's just rotting so much time off the clock, and it's June in the meantime. The rest of his teammates have fallen for Masuta. Junior wraps in one up, and a solid defense there, this time getting to see the first 3 frags out of Junior's AWP.
A little bit cleaner and easier, but here we go, back into the rifle rounds. Junior forward, flashed off again. Every time there's a flash or a molly, isn't there?
Oh, you're brave, very brave from Swisher. Nearly takes 2 members of Vitality down on the aggress. Apex chunked down to 16, a double setup here for the aggressive CTs in towards underpass, and the door's blown off.
Bad News Bears getting forward. Jonji's having a look right now. He might catch them off guard here, you know, he will. This should be a free frag every day of the week. Shox goes.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Gaming Malta, Intel, US Air Force, 1xBet, DHL, Monster Energy, Coinbase, Raid Shadow Legends, and CSGO Hub, powered by Coil.
These are those moments I don't think anybody else is going to forget.
Welcome back, everybody. ESL Pro League's season of 14. We are ready to get things back underway here with day number 3. Of course, Group A coming down to the wire here for a couple of these teams. And by that, I don't mean the Bad News Bears yet, because they got to straw us first, and, well, we don't know what's going to happen there. And when I say we, I'm talking about Yanko, I'm talking about myself. Yanko, what's up, dude?
Sure we don't know what's going to happen there, Trace? What, you have some high hopes for your NA boys?
Maybe. You know, I just want to...
I'll take that as a no.
Yeah, well, okay, it is what it is. For regards of Bad News Bears, this has been an up and down battle for them across the entirety of their venture here at Pro League.
Yes, unfortunately, I mean, you talk about this team and I don't know, like they have been at a couple of tournaments now, right? Obviously, they have Junior coming in full-time as well. You're looking at that as an upgrade, but they haven't really shown too much, right? Like, it's similar as Renegades in the past season of Pro League. We were saying they're not going to make the playoffs, that's fine, but, you know, win a map here and there, you know, maybe push someone all the way, right? Show us something that you're growing as a team, that we can have some expectations from you in the future. Bad News Bears are kind of in a similar position at this point in time, and you're really just hoping to see a spark for them, to see some good results, good performances.
And I'm thinking that's what they're hoping for as well. At least that's what they've made known to the rest of us out here. For us, I need to tell you what games we've got coming up here on our stream. You can see Astralis Bad News Bears to start things off, Spirit Ints thereafter, and then we're rounding out the day with some heroic and vitality action, which does pack the most punch at this point.
Yeah, I think that's a very interesting one. 2 undefeated teams in the group, right? And we were talking about it briefly last night. Whoever wins that game, you know, not still mathematically a lock, but probably have secured themselves a spot in the playoffs, and also 2 of the teams that have played the best Counter-Strike so far in the group. So definitely an exciting game to look forward to.
It is that, and it's all ready for the taking. Of course, we need to talk a little bit about some of the things that we've seen so far. Vitality and Heroic leading the group going into the second half of the round robin. Astralis with Lucky looking a little bit like a fresh fawn in moments. Very tender almost, dare I say, Yanko. And a little bit further on, a few missed opportunities by BNB in their match versus Vitality yesterday. That did catch them another L. Remember that whole Vitality Heroic thing going on at the top of the group? Well, we've got that one going down tonight. They're getting down to business at 8 p.m. CEST, Yanko.
Yes, indeed, Trace. And, you know, for Bad News Bears as well, talking about it, they had two, I mean, tough games, right? You're not going to have any easy games, so to speak, but perhaps, you know, now that they get a little bit back into the swing of things, I mean, they were on a break too, and just the competitive aspect of it, we might be able to see something more.
So here was a matchup that it happened. I mean, on paper, it definitely happened.
I mean,
versus Bad News Bears.
If you didn't tune in on time, you would have probably missed it because of how how quickly it happened as well.
Yeah, most certainly. Of course, when we look at Bad News Bears, we did say coming into this event that, you know, they weren't going to be going into many, if any, of their matchups as favorites. However, what they're trying to do in the server, is it something where time might tell us more, or might give them more, rather?
I think the problem is just, especially lately in NA, right? It's been hard. We had, you know, teams kind of folding, not as many competitive teams in the region, and obviously COVID with the region locking, right? You don't have the opportunity. There's not as many, I mean, any tournaments in North America. If anything, you have teams from NA going to Europe, so it becomes more difficult for you to practice, and that's why the gap has kind of widened in this last year and a half.
That it has. Astralis versus Spirit was up on the cards. Really one of the only 3-map series so far in Open.
The only one, yes.
The only one. Spirit win Dust 2, but then get bodied on Inferno and Ancient. Totally different storyline in the next 2 maps of the series.
And that's why we learn with each game that happens in this group, right? You were thinking, well, Spirit, probably the favorite. For them and Astralis, that was the battle for that third place that leads to the playoffs, right? And Astralis, after that map 1 loss, a pretty comfortable win on the remaining 2 maps, right? And then you see Spirit kind of fold completely yesterday against Heroic. Astralis also lost to ENCE yesterday, and now that makes you think, well, these teams are actually probably performing below the expectations so far, especially Spirit. You know, they were so good at the start of the year. You really felt that, you know, as they keep getting better and better, they can become one of the contenders, you know, as one of the best teams in the world, but they've sort of regressed after that, and I think if they don't start playing better, they're going to have an identity crisis. Obviously, no teams are probably going to make any changes before the major and the RMR circuit finishes, but I think it's just they're close to being in dire straits.
You know, it feels like it's been forever since we've seen a major. You know, and I'm thinking
it has.
Pretty weird.
2 years.
Super weird to think about. Almost as weird as this. If you would have told me this matchup would end this way at one of the last majors we saw, where ENCE 2-0 Astralis, maybe it would have been a different storyline going into this part of the year. But of course, ENCE beating Astralis right here. And is it fair to call this an upset, Yanko? Because Device left Astralis April 21, okay? And then obviously Glaive has this whole paternity thing going on. Is this really an upset?
I think it's still fair to call it an upset. Not a huge one, perhaps, especially considering how ENCE performed at last season of Pro League. So they've shown us, you know, when it comes to playing Tier 1 opposition, they're able to get some wins under their belt. And I think they just played a really solid game yesterday. Not, you know, like good game plan. Tactically, they were doing things that make sense, so to speak, right? And the execution was really good. Also, the players stepping up individually. Hades, Spinks, Diha, that's kind of the leading trio. When you look at that team, the guys who have the most firepower as well, right? And I think they just had Astralis' number yesterday in that series.
They definitely did. You could see some of the quickness, almost the pace at which they were putting fire down ranges, enough to shut Astralis down. And it kind of showed right there. Of course, we're still looking at the building blocks for Astralis, just like the building blocks for the Coinbase Crypto Challenge. A new one for us all, I'd have to say. I think that's the pretty easiest way to put it. During ESL Pro League Season 14, we are working with Coinbase to learn a little bit about buying and selling cryptocurrencies on their platform in general. And let me tell you, these mad lads have entrusted us, the 4 of us, you, me, Alex, and Chad, with $2K apiece to buy and sell cryptocurrency. Now, on the outset of the entire event, we're going to have to take that amount and also give it away to charity. So it's matching by Coinbase. There's a whole thing going on.
I don't know if you have to, Trace, but it would be nice to donate to someone. Are you not getting paid enough? Is that what it is?
No, I think we're cool up here, you know? Like, we got catering in the back, we got Coinbase in the front, and that's where the party is. So, Yanko, right off the top, you know, there's a lot of questions I could have about Coinbase and cryptocurrencies. What do you think about crypto?
I think it's a very interesting new thing. Obviously, a lot of hype around cryptocurrency for those who are completely oblivious to what's been going on the last couple of years. Cryptocurrency is basically decentralized digital money designed to be used over the internet, right? So you get rid of the middleman, so to speak. It's a faster process, right, to just transfer basically the assets over the internet, lower transaction fees, if any, the time as well. Like, you can also do it virtually anywhere in the globe. So it definitely has a lot of benefits to it. Down at the end, it comes down to, you know, what do you feel about it? Do you think it's like going to be here to stay? And there's a lot of different ways that, if you're interested in it, that you can trade cryptocurrencies.
Yeah, if you are interested in it, www.coinbase.com/partner/ESL/ okay, this isn't really part of the thing here. I was just going to go, let's go ahead and slash that out and get in Chad and Alex, who are all the way in Cologne, who are going to be joining us in our crypto challenge. Guys, what are you going to do with your 2K apiece? You put it all in Doge?
Doge. Yeah, no, I think Henry would be upset if I put it all on Doge.
You don't like the fun logos? I'm looking at a bunch right now.
I remember when it was the first, like one of the first coins that was brought out, and I remember it was sponsored like a race car or something.
Okay.
There was a big Doge head on a NASCAR of some description.
I want to invest in whatever Elon's going to pump and dump, right? That's where I'm going to be keeping my eyes. Also, there's one here called Full Send. So that could be one to get involved in. But I don't know. Am I just going to invest it all in watch? Am I going to day trade? Let's see how much time I have on my hands.
I'm going to go for anything that's like either in the Ethereum blockchain, like related to the Ethereum blockchain.
You've heard something about a fork in London?
Yeah, maybe. But something Ethereum, something chain-linky, and I reckon my charity is going to benefit. It's Mind. I'm going for Mind, which is support for mental health across the UK.
I go for Movember because it's an easy one, right? It's an easy one, and we've supported them year after year, so here's another way to get involved with that. So yeah, I think I'll go with Movember, Alex.
Okay, cool. So we've got our choices. We'll be doing more steps towards this over the course of the season. Of course, 4 weeks of Counter-Strike, and we're just dipping our toes in with this Coinbase segment.
Absolutely. Thank you, gentlemen. I don't think we sort of talked about what charities we're going to go to. What do you got, Yanko?
I'm going to go for a Serbian charity, Be Humane. Well, it's in Serbian, budihuman.rs, which is for...
Oh, that one. Why don't you just say so?
Yeah, it's for children with, you know, rare diseases or injuries, and you just donate to help them get the medication they need, or the surgeries they need. So yeah, that's going to be mine.
I'm going to look at the Wounded Warrior program because a lot of my brothers and sisters over there in the States right now, there's a whole lot of weird shit happening, to be completely honest. So they'll figure that out in due time, but that's where I'm going to be pushing all my proceeds toward.
Hopefully there's something left at the end of this for all of us.
Yeah, hopefully, you know, we don't just put 2K in something and then it just goes away. That would be pretty unfortunate. Nonetheless, yeah, we do have a full day of matches coming your way, and that ultimately leads us into a break, which is where I think we're going to be going next. So, Yanko, anything else that you can think of? No Doge, maybe an Ethereum?
Hey, a little bit in some of those coins, right? Because they're very cheap to buy, right? So you can get a high yield on it. But yeah, just maybe diversify it a little bit, Trace.
Diversify. Now that is the word of the day. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to switch things up here and go to a break so that we can come back and look at Bad News Bears beating Astralis. Well, that's scripted. I didn't mean to say that. We'll be right back after this.
Yes, nice shot, my friend.
Cheaters ruining your plays?
I have eyes on the enemy.
Bad servers stopping your shots? What you need is ESEA. Advanced anti-cheat to stop cheaters. And the best servers around, all with 128 tick rate. ESEA, the best way to play CSGO.
Group A is considered as one of the toughest groups, as it not only contains Spirit, ENDS, and Bad News Bears, but also Vitality and both of Denmark's best teams. After Device departed Astralis, the lineup struggled to achieve the same results they used to have back in the last 3 years. But with the addition of Bubsky, they managed to reach 4th place at IEM Cologne. Heroic, on the other hand, showed us how strong the Danish Counter-Strike scene could be, being the champion of ESL Pro League Season 13, DreamHack Open Fall 2020, and ESL 1 Cologne 2020. Vitality proved to us how effective new young talents could be with their addition of Kyojin. Will Bubsky become the better device for Astralis? Will Heroic be able to make their comeback at ESL Pro League Season 14 and defend their ESL Pro League title? Is Kyojin Vitality's missing key for winning a title? ESL Pro League will reveal these secrets.
Oh boy, a clash of titans of sort. Well, okay, so we got Bad News Bears versus Astralis. I was going to try to church it up, make it look and sound pretty to begin things. Because truth is, this could very well not be very pretty whatsoever. Bad News Bears not starting off on the right foot, and Astralis kind of doing a little bit of a hopscotch here all the way to the end. So talk to me a little bit about what we're looking at right off the top. Surface level, it's hard to say anything other than Astralis are a favorite.
Yeah, I mean, but that's also a fair thing to say. They've also shown that they're a favorite, but not, you know, they're not unbeatable, so to speak, right? Bad News Bears on a good day, right? There is upset potential there for sure, right? You add all the things, all the cliches, the player break, right? The new, young, inexperienced stopper, and so on and so on. But the ball is in Astralis' court simply because, as we talked about, just the inability for Bad News Bears to even just practice, let alone compete against Tier 1, Tier 2 European teams on a consistent level. There's just so many bad habits and so many things that they can get away with in the NA region that they're going to get punished for here. And it's like, even if you're aware of it, you're just programmed, in a sense, to play that way. So that's something that they're learning the hard way, that things can't go that way here.
And I'm pretty sure Chad said this yesterday during the game, which was, you know, for Bad News Bears to, oh yeah, weirdly enough, the Bad News Bears, they get to come to Europe and they get 5 officials that are all best of 3s. That's got to be part of the growing process. Of course, you have to wonder how the Bad News Bears got here to begin with, and that would be over at ESEA Premier. So let's take a look and start to talk about what it would mean to come up through the ranks here. When you start thinking about North American Counter-Strike and you look at this list, you're like, what the heck? What's going on here?
Yeah, but you also have, Extra Salt. We've seen them at a couple of tournaments already in Europe. They were here for an extended period of time. Another pretty solid team, right? So just the fact that they were able to place above them tells you that there's definitely there's potential there.
Sapphire to Cologne. Wow. SKDC still around. I didn't know that. That's pretty crazy. Nonetheless, here's the brackets for Premier Playoffs, season of 36. You're going to see Bad News Bears beating Triumph in that grand final 3-2. Triumph, another one of those teams that found themselves in the Pro League of last season. And then there's Mythic all the way at the back. We know a couple of Mythic guys, right? Like Flom, Davey, any of those dudes.
What about them?
They're Mythic. I mean, they're in the way in the back there in the upper bracket quarters, but...
Yeah, and also, I mean, the interesting thing about the Bad News Bears beating Triumph is that Shaq Azula used to play for Triumph. So yeah, that was also the... Wow, I just said it. Yeah, but I think for them, as I said, like just having more time here, being able to...
being able to do what exactly?
Being able to play against European teams on a consistent basis. The thing is, Trace, it's not just about, they're probably going to lose every single game here, right? But they're going to learn from it. They're going to see the mistakes. They're going to be very obvious individually and as a team, right? So the important thing is you keeping that knowledge with you, even when you go back to NA, even if you stay in Europe, right? And understanding that no matter what the score is, what the result is in practice, how the other team is playing, you need to start on a consistent level creating good habits instead of bad habits.
Yeah, adapting, because again, we talked a little bit about this yesterday. The difference between those good and those better teams, those best teams, is being able to adapt on the fly. And, sometimes it's just not there for some of these lower echelon teams that are trying to work their way up and trying to grind their way through. Op kills per round. That might be a good talking point right here, because we got to talk about Astralis and their AWP. You think about Lucky, he came in, he picked it up, and he's doing stuff with it. And in comparison, what were they relying on before?
Device. No, but after that, obviously, it was Dupree initially picking it up. Then it was Glaive on some maps, so Dupree could still execute his role, which is also very important. And here you can see at IEM Cologne, Dupree and Glaive shared responsibilities, and combined they have 0.35 op kills per round. You can see already Lucky has more than that. So that just tells you the difference between having a dedicated opper on your team and having guys who are not really natural operators having to split the duties.
So you mean Zip picking up an op is not normal?
Hey, that one time, Trace, he did amazing with it. So
absolutely
say what you will.
Yeah, so I don't know if they're going to have to go to those great lengths, but it is nice, I would think, for Astralis to be able to start to restructure around. We heard about, how big of a hole or a void it left when Device, was not on this lineup anymore.
You know what's crazy for me, Trace, is like those news came out about ZipX, and I'm reading through that. I'm like, the 25-year-old Dane. I'm like, what? He's only 25? I thought he was like 29, 28. I don't know. Still not old, but right? So those guys, even they're as veteran as they can get, right, in our scene. So much success, major wins, blah, 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 blah. Lucky is 18, right? Yep. So that's what you also take into account. They made the team younger, and, he has a lot to learn from these guys, but probably a sign of them thinking for the future.
So the future holds what for our map vetoes?
Well, here Astralis can go for an Ancient pick if they really want to go for the Punish, because Bad News Bears don't really play Vertigo is their permaban, but they don't really play Ancient either. We see them going for the Inferno pick. That has been their most played map, so no surprises there. They picked it against Vitality, I believe, as well earlier in the tournament. So Astralis not really wanting to go. The first tournament we had with Ancients was IEM Summer, and Astralis in the opening game against FPX, they allowed it to go in a best-of-1 to Ancient. They got punished, and I think they have that still in the back of their heads. If you're playing an underdog team, don't try to do anything too fancy, right? You don't need to necessarily punish them in the map veto, just the better team. We see Astralis going for Nuke there. And yeah, so they're just going for what they're comfortable with and considering like, hey, we're by far the better team. Let's not go for that. Some iffy stuff on Ancient might happen. Let's just go to Nuke.
Yeah, and some of that iffiness might just be on the back of, like, what if they did go to play Ancient and then Bad News Bears have been working on this since before it was released in the pool or something outrageous like that. You don't want, Astralis probably do not want to have to go into their pocket and use some of the stuff they would use later on in the tournaments if they, you know, they're saving strats. There we go.
Well, I think also what's important to say is no team is going into the game. You know, Astralis is a team that's going to be like, hey, this win is not for granted. Sure, we're favorites and everything, but, you know, let's not go to Asian just to practice it and then somehow things go terribly wrong. Maybe the first map of the day, right, you're kind of slow, you lose the first map and then you're going to Ancient, yada, yada, yada. But I think also in a sense of you're looking at Lucky, I think it's very difficult to talk about him because he hasn't done anything necessarily amazing, but he hasn't been bad either. So it just depends what your expectations were from him coming into Astralis and playing here. So for me, like if I'm looking at that thing, I think he's doing great, all those things considering, right? So you maybe want to get him more games, just more experience on some of these maps that you're going to be playing in the future a lot as well, right? Against probably even better teams and so on, so that he gets more adjusted. Some of the things become natural. Right now, he's probably still in the phase where he needs to remember, like, when X happens, I need to do Y. But the more maps you play, he's not going to think about it. It's just going to be natural. Outside smokes fall. Okay, in this setup, I have to go take ramp. The ramp guy is going to go secret. Yeah. Whatever. And
protocols.
In tier protocols, in tier 1 CS, a couple of seconds is all it takes, right, for a good rotation to be a terrible rotation, for a good call to become a terrible call. So the timing of the even little moves and also the rotations you make as a team are very, very important.
So is there a way that Bad News Bears put up their first dub and it being over Astralis?
There's always a way, Trace. I'm just not sure what that way will be.
That way. Let's go into the game, ladies and gentlemen. It's time to jump into the first map of this series. A little bit of Inferno action, a little bit of Astralis, a little bit of Bad News Bears, and a whole lot of Chad and Alex.
A whole lot of us, Chad.
Tune out now.
Yeah, get away, run away. We'll try and be digestible. We certainly hope the Counter-Strike will deliver as well. As Astralis up against Bad News Bears. We've been getting a lot of the Bears in action. I liked the interview we had, a little replay with him. Sheikh Zula talking to Sadakist and just outlining that this is an opportunity to learn. And the desk, of course, have reiterated that in terms of what was available, even suggesting that with Liquid and EG over in Europe, your only practice was with the party astronauts or whatever they're called.
Yeah, so it's rough out there. It's definitely rough out there. But let's see. Yesterday, there were some glimmers.
And Astralis losing to ENCE in a 2-0 fashion, more of a statement about ENCE, sure, but they've shown that they can bleed, and they've shown that there is still some cracks in the system that perhaps the Bad News Bears, on a good day, can exploit.
Yeah, there's one expert odds at the top of your screen, not favouring the Bears by any means here out the gates. We'll see how much further those odds can fall. Decoy to bait out the half-wall flash there. It did a lot. It actually forced Mad just completely off the line. Back to that CT angle. And 4-player mid-stack right here from Astralis. How long are they going to hold on to this? Putting a lot of faith in that smoke, so that's down now. We'll give them to about 55 seconds before that's fading, but setting up behind it are all 5 members of the Bad News Bears. This will be a B execute.
Nice. The fact that they haven't been deterred by that smoke implies very solid nerve. Glaive's going to be rotating through. Nade from Magis will do some damage. Here's the commit. Good flashes, good util in general. Jonji does lose his life on the advance 2-tree. Fast flank from Dupree and Lucky as well. They're pushing the smoke on the reload. That's a big punish onto Magisk. If they could just find Bubsky, it's Glock v USP. Spongy trades, Dupree doubles, and bomb's ticking. Chance for Spongy, needs 2 more though, and would love to have isolated one of these 2 duels. Lucky's so low, but it doesn't seem to matter as he finds that final bullet. And Astralis successfully retake that B site.
Yeah, got dicey for a minute there. You can see Bad News Bears identifying if they're able to clear out that Ruins position, and they could alleviate a lot of pressure. Magic's job in that kind of situation is just to play that retake scenario like he did. You just want to stay alive, hold on to that real estate. If the Ts are stuck in the back of the bomb site, you can whittle away and take some good duels at range with the USPs. I think Dupree coming in clutch there through Banana was everything. We get to see these again.
Dude, I played a solo matchmaking game last night.
No, you didn't.
I did.
Why?
And we talked. We communicated.
Oh, okay.
We played Vertigo.
Oh.
I was the in-game leader.
How'd that go?
Really well. We won. It was a close 16-13.
All right, they're always worth the stress.
Clutches, stress.
If you win and at 16-13, you feel like you've had a good day at the office. If
Arguments. You know, someone's got a bit mouthy at Orange because he was struggling. And I was like, look, dude.
It's not going to help, is it?
We had a redemption arc for Orange. He actually clutched up. We had to build him back up.
I think a huge part of Counter-Strike is actually managing the personalities, especially when solo queuing or queuing and you're with some strangers, right? So many different cultures, different languages. It's always fun.
But also, we all know when someone just chats smack to you early, you lose your interest in playing the game.
Yeah, you just want to...
You're like, oh, I almost want to spitefully run through this Molotov. I want to fail. I want you to fail.
We will lose as a team.
Yeah. Either way, sidebar aside, back to the top banana test. Now, Magis, so far, he's good for it. He's already delivered that pistol round through playing for the retake, buying time,
this
surviving,
looks good.
Double nades off the half wall. Swish has done very well, as has John G. They are low. Lucky could finish it all with the FAMAS, but he's kept honest. And now the site is theirs, likely the round as well.
Yeah, it should just be, well, maybe exits. I was going to say the save here. These SMGs, MP9 for Dupree, UMP for Bubsky, sure, they're going to be great to carry through next round as opposed to just the 1,400 loss bonus, but would love to do some damage to the economy. I don't think the retake is on the cards there. Having a look in there.
Little flash though. Yeah, Dupree could have been set up for success there. The deep smoke will deter.
Yeah, that right there signals this should just be the round for Bad News Bears.
Though? So Spongy's probably not getting out with this Galil if Dupree does stick around.
Yeah, they are very low, aren't they?
Like he's got to exit Banana. He's got to get a wiggle on. Dupree hears this. Oh, that was his...
Still has a chance here.
That's the AK, that's yikes. They'll have to recover that from the bomb blast.
Which way is it going to blow? Because it might actually go towards Dupree here. So he might net himself an AK-47.
Didn't
Can we
catch
follow
it.
that one? How far did it go? He's going to lose it in all of the action. I think it actually went past him, maybe. I'm not certain.
Great extra contribution, though, from Dupree. And the point I wanted to make while these replays are on is just how close this was to being the opposite for Bad News Bears. You can see two players, super low HP. They got double naded, dinked. That FAMAS could have found 3.
That timing right there, I'm sure we've all had it. You know, you're walking down the street and someone's coming in your direction. You both step the same direction. Like, it's with dire consequences, of course, because you just lose the round. But that's the awkwardness that you feel just there. It will be the bounce back, so they didn't find that AK-47, but they've held onto the SMGs. Another MP9 brought in, a couple of Deagles and some utility deep. John G on the receiving end, down to 21, but they have banana control. Astralis have basically receded now. 2 players quickly rotating back over towards A to bolster it with a 4-man defense, and it will just be Magisk again left on that side.
Now, I'm sure they've been studying the demos. I'm sure you've at least, you've done your due diligence. You know how the Astralis CT side likes to maneuver around a lighter buy. Stacking over to the B side for nades, regrouping onto A, trying to channel you into the numbers. You can see Glaive's very active. He's looking to continue to be rotating around this map. Now, they are gathering resources for the mid-take. Will they do it quietly, or will there be an announcement of it? Flash on short side. It does pull utility out of Bubsky.
That's a good balcony molly as well. They know that they're working here against the low buy, right? So you want to molly balcony, force players back towards pit. And they're advancing, they're wrapping here.
Like the wrap's coming in. Swish is going to give it all he's got. Good molly for the pit side. Will
this is great.
Remove some opportunities. And they're all taking contact at different points. This is great start. Lucky with the Deagle. There is a threat. Nice find from Junior. It's Dupree with the MP9. He needs another frag. He does well to tag up Sheikh Zula, but the bodies have dropped in favor of the Bears, and with 20 seconds left, Spongy does need to prioritize the plant. It's Glaive up short trying to contest and make that difficult. Sheikh Zula could make a meal of this. He's so low, he can't afford to go down. It's the swing and trade. Spongy, brave to go in for the combat to finish it. His 4th frag, but it's a highly impactful one. Bad News Bears take it too, and they will break Astralis.
Yeah, it's a really important trade, right? It obviously secures the round, but the fact that they've communicated to fight together, that's important. And the details that I like there, a lot of teams, you know, they might get a little bit lazy in their utility usage here. I like the balcony molly. I like the fact that they've wrapped around. They've used their util from that long side to help clear out pit and make the fights easier. So a close one, but they've broken Astralis here, and they will have to take a step back and go for the eco. 2 Deagles, 3 USPs. Glaive towards B on his own. He's already been flashed off the line. Very fast control here. Sheikh Zula with a lot of information. Well, they could even just execute straight towards B here if they'd like.
With a CT smoke down, like, why not? I like the way they're communicating. I like the way they're thinking. This is positive. The Bears are in, and there's nothing Astralis will be able to say or do about this. The only real threat is that Deagle, and he's already been spotted out, catching a little bit of flack from the nade as well. And they're not rushing the plant, Chad, which I'm sure also is a nice sign of the things to come here. Bad News Bears not flustered in any capacity.
Yeah, we know Astralis are the team that do enjoy a good nade stack, you know, so maybe you get a fake plant in or you take your time in case they want to flash and pop through the smoke. So just making sure everything's looking honky-dory, and, well, it will remain that way because everybody from Astralis, we can see, dipping on back towards spawn. Lucky and Bubsky down towards T-stairs in the bottom of Banana here to go for a couple of exits. So if the Bears want, right, they can hold on to everything. They can just stay alive. They could all try and exit towards spawn. Another smoke towards CT probably says that they will be trying to hold on towards their Banana. This is going to get messy. Jonji with 2, going to continue the fight here.
Oh, they could lose 2 AKs here. Come on now. Come on now. Oh, and Sheikh Zula does go down to the blast as well. At least one of those AKs should be retrievable. They don't get either. So that's 3 AKs that have essentially burnt into the ether. But of course, in the grand scheme, not a big deal. Bad News Bears happy to be posting a 3rd here, starting off their T-side campaign with some consistency. And they're going to be having the big green on Junior this time. So we get to see that T-side AWP.
Yeah, going to be hard, right? So for those people who haven't been paying a huge amount of attention, Bad News Bears recently made the change where Junior is as a stand-in on loan from Furia right now, but it's in replacement of PTR, or Dirty Peak Pete, as some of you may affectionately know him as. He's been part of the Counter-Strike community in North America for a very, very long time, so play to lose, but he's gone over there to play poker. Why the hell not? A lot of Counter-Strike players have taken that route before. And, ooh, Lucky Zorb strikes first. Flash shakes Zula down. And, well, they're going to continue forward here. Straight into the AWP again. Lucky, blind as you like.
Yeah, but it's Crosshair clearly in the right place, though. Every time he loses his vision, he's pulling a trigger and destroying the Bears. This one's fallen apart. Solid from Astralis. Spongie's added to Bubsky's list. Jumping out of that balcony. It's not always a favorable fight for that player underneath.
I don't know how Junior's going to get out of this here. He probably won't even get to stay away with his life. So keeping scoped in as to not give away a sound cue. Hopefully, for his sake, he can find a frag or 2 on the way out the door because that door is being closed. Magiska's pushed all the way down Banana. And if it is going to be the save, we saw Junior do something similar yesterday with an AK against a lower buy. Oh, invisible AWP. The ghost AWP in the hands of Junior.
It's actually, the bullet comes out of his fingertip.
Pew, 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 pew.
Pew, finger gun.
Has to make sound effects every time he clicks mouse 1.
Yeah, I do that, and I don't even need to.
I wanted to ask, how was your pour over coffee today?
It just tasted like coffee. I tried really hard to like savor it, and I was like smacking my lips together and like wiggling my tongue a bit to
gargling it.
Yeah, I don't know, whatever the sommelier of the coffee world would do. It was good.
Oh, this could get bad if they want to throw bodies at him here. Just a side, but
he's got 10 seconds and he doesn't even get another chance. Okay.
Yeah, the only worst case scenario was if they waited and then they killed him after time, and not only did they take the AWP, but then he had no loss bonus. So it could have got worse for Junior, but it's still pretty bad right now for the Bears because they lost a lot of guns in those last few rounds.
Well, in-game leader machine from yesterday, Chad, he'd be calling something a bit light.
Okay.
Would be prioritizing a plant.
All right.
Would be looking to bait some utility out of Astralis first, I reckon. Throw a Tech 9s in.
Not a bad call. Yeah, definitely wait out that early util.
Give me an apps
Try and equalize the util disparity here. But Lucky there, right? The reason they ran him down, he's not meant to get the first, let alone the second, right? So I understand why they accelerated after that first kill. You're meant to be able to catch the AWP off guard.
So you got 3 flashbangs after the initial proceedings, and they've got their nice little double middle setup. There is a gap in that smoke, and they can play around this. They are in trouble. One has slipped the net. There is one man, Jonji, on a wild mission, but Glaive will catch him. He was well too aware of it. I think he heard a couple of steps behind him as Jonji tried to slip through. Okay, so 3-3. Eco does go the way of Astralis, or anti-Eco in their framing.
Oh, see, this is the thing. Jonji into a Galil, right? Then he doesn't have a lot of utility behind this. Got Swisher there. He can invest in a little bit. I guess the conversation right now is what type of a take are they looking for?
And this is a product of those extra few exits, and Astralis kind of keeping the lid on Bad News Bears, even in the face of defeat.
Yeah, even though we do the whole round at a time type thing, they definitely have ramifications from one to the other, and that was quick.
You don't see players go for that one all too often. Audacious from the Bubsky. Jonji's in trouble as well. Doesn't choose to unload his mag. He's hoping for a slight gap to exploit. Nothing to report. And there's 3 Astralis members ready to receive you if you were to go all in on B.
Lucky needs to be careful here.
Chopping and changing. Missed shot from Lucky. Fires off the AWP. What is that from Swisher? Tried to catch him on the bolt. And it just results in a larger discrepancy now. 3v5.
You almost feel committed to this B site now. You have banana control, but what else do you have? The flashed in, flashed off, back and forth. The util slowly running out. You don't want to say save, but if it was Gambit, it probably would be a save, right? So
he's going for it. He's doing it all himself. An underhand smoke, an underhand flash, and a chance onto Magis. Claves there to deny the first. Sheikh Zula catching a lot of flack as well. So this one should just peter out into nothingness. He's got the bomb as well, so if he gets caught here on the CT duel, as he will, Junior in an all too familiar turf of overcommitted with an AWP and far too much time to try and save, surrounded by enemies no less as well. Lucky baited the shot nicely. Junior has a chance onto new box, and that was it. Whistles past the ear of Magisk and makes it 4 for Astralis. How many of those are in consecutive fashion? That is going to be 3 in a row.
yeah, that was after the pistol win, right? So they lost the force bus. That's good signs. But remember yesterday, if you guys were tuning in and the Bears on Inferno, they were actually having, in their first half, more success on the lower buys. We had a couple going in their favor through some impact kills of Spongy and Swisher within that first half of play. And then we moved on to the second half. Well, they did their best to keep their head above water. Swisher had that nice ace on the big bomb site. It's going to be hard against Astralis on a map like this, however. Down but under their barrel. John G gone already. So they really want to take the fight. Last round, Bubsky flash, picks second mid. This round, Dupree just running all the way down banana, demands respect, drops the smoke, and what's another round here, even with the Deagles, that should just likely peter out. Where does that term come from, peter out? And it's not spelled like Peter Pan, is it?
It's not Peter, the person. Peter Piper, who picked pickled peppers.
Mm. Is it Peter, like maybe there's an A in the mix there?
I couldn't, is it
Or with an I?
P-E-T-R-E?
I don't know.
Petra. Oof!
I speak the language, but not very well, and spelling was never a strong suit of mine. Oh, lucky just farming a couple here. That's a nice shot from Sheikh Zula.
It's spelled like the name.
Oh, it is?
Yeah.
Okay. We're learning today together, guys.
And I'm sure there's some etymology.
If your name's Peter, let us know why you're out.
It's miners in the US.
Ah.
To become exhausted, either from St. Peter, from the sense of rock, or French, Peter, to fart.
Okay, well.
I didn't know the French call farting petering. That's new.
We can use that when Vitality are playing later.
Yeah.
Well, there's that lovely deep mid smoke. I know that Rush Lee has a bit of a pro tip on that one. You can see how isolating it is. If the Ts want to push up, they have to pop flash from a more shallow position.
Look at this from Lucky. He's supported by Bubsky, but I do wonder how Spongy's going to feel about this. Like, you're on your T default, you're the apps player. You know occasionally, once a round, once a half, you have to contend with that. For now, though, up mid, they're not really accepting that Bubsky could be there. There goes Spongy.
Evacuate.
Dupree ahead of his own smoke, which does eliminate Sheikh Zula. That's very aggressive. Astralis definitely throwing caution to the wind a little here. Swisher is in, and he's out. We'll see if Astralis plan to shake anything about. Very strong. Love the setup. Well adjusted, and seeing the synergy between Lucky and Bubsky, and then this Dupree and Glaive pairing just seems very reactive.
Oh, yeah, well, they knew what real estate they didn't have, and that was the majority of the sites. So not just running in with his knife out, Dupree able to mop up the mess. And now it's just Jonji to try and use this Krieg to his darndest. But the bigger scope wins. Lucky finishes the round off. Scoreline now 6-3, and things are going as most would have forecast for today. The Des touched on it. We've talked about it during the cast. I think the general sentiment at home, we're not expecting Bad News Bears to come in here and beat everybody. That's not the... Not on anybody's agenda, but to be competitive, show some positive signs, be able to showcase some of the individuals, what they've been working on, that's what we're looking for.
Now, something you've been working on, I'm sure, because you've been playing a lot of CS recently, is the jiggle. Just, you know, like you're an old man trying to play a young man's sport in the jiggle of Counter-Strike.
Very true.
So have you got to the point where you understand, like, because my understanding is that the real best jigglers out there have got to their understanding of their models' how much of their model's being exposed at all times.
Yes.
Have you got to the same point where you know, like, you're at a corner and you don't see anything, but you know you're baiting shots?
Yeah, look, it's because it's very tactile. But, oh, they've knocked us out of spawn. Very tactile on the keyboard. So for me, I'm not fantastic at it.
Yeah.
I think the biggest thing with jiggles first, before you get to that level of perfection you're talking about, is your crosshair placement with your jiggle. Right? So that right there is really important. But I think, okay, 1 for 1. They're going to accelerate.
Nothing to be panicking about. You can finish your point.
They're going in.
They actually are.
They are going in.
And he has got an M4, so maybe I'll give him a second here. Because Magisk is playing around his pillar smoke, trying to divide and conquer. Oh, so much util. They really want him. Still lives on for now, and the hunt from Swish. Oh, that's a shame. He slipped off the lip.
They're cooking again. Another molly.
It could even spread. Junior desperate for something away from the flames, and it will be corralled into the spray. They take a couple of heads. Not bad to bring 3 bodies down from Astralis, but no bomb plant.
Bears barbecue right in the perfect position right there. Now, what was I saying? With the jiggles and the crosshair placement.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think that's a very important part of it. But one of the things that I think you guys at home can maybe take into your gameplay is if you're worried about an angle and you don't have a flash for said angle, you either need to be jiggling, run boosting, or jumping to bait a shot or get yourself info, right? And I think some of the things is, if you ever assume in Counter-Strike, it really doesn't go well. So trying to be hyper aware of all the potential fights, it's not easy to do.
Here we go. Glaive wants to go aggressive, but the flash is great from Junior, completely cancels that. And a second AWP peek, taking a pot shot. Lucky will be Molotov'd on the retreat.
Oh, the double AWP set up on the CT side. Interesting to see it pulled out here. I think maybe Glaive enjoyed AWPing a little bit too much in lieu of a primary AWPer in the team. Let's see if he can make this one work. 11 kills to his name, scoped on in.
So if you're Junior, you're so familiar with this fight, right? The banana to CT angle, it's in his muscle memory. He's very familiar. He knows the advantages, the pits and the troughs of his peak as a T-side AWPer. Util's baited out. He'll just stick and await anyone that chooses to aggress. His responsibility now is to maintain top banana info. If any CTs go poking and prodding, he's the one to deter.
Looks like he's dropped off, so they're heading back towards A, and they would be committing A, because you're right. If they wanted to get back to B, they would have left the AWPer there for that real estate. So this is looking very heavily now like an A lean.
Yeah, Dupree will arrive in time. Astralis not often in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Drop that one now, Bubsky.
Yeah, good timing on that. Ready to mantle up. He'll have some vision. Junior responsible for this. Oof, and he does return fire. Okay, advantage Bears. 30 seconds. They're starting to converge on the site. It's Lucky on the site, standing strong with his own AWP. Tagged down heavy, but they haven't finished their job. And it is still Dupree being a real nuisance here. Jonji needs the double. Needs the double. Somebody kill him. Lucky gets another. Somebody needs to stop him. And he's done enough on the site. 3 frags from the new addition. Make it 4. Lucky does an awful lot for the Astralis boys there and puts 8 on the board.
Oh, that was ugly. You could see the panic there coming out of Jonji, knowing that they needed that kill desperately, but fluffing their lines. And,
and he got so much done.
It could have been a good round. Like, the fact that they were so isolated towards the site, and they'd also played the rotation here. After this shot, you desperately not wanting to give one away on a wild peak, but he's grabbed way more than he's worth right there. Got a rabbit's foot, 4-leaf, clover. Not a clother.
I remember looking for those very regularly as a child. Like, I thought that was a real lucky opportunity.
Yeah.
Like, it would, like, holy moly, like, I can keep this, laminate it, like, fry. Maybe.
Oh, that's right, isn't it? Yeah.
I think Futurama did it to me, yeah. But I would regularly just be inspecting the field. Everyone else is playing football. I'm just staring at the grass.
You're still out there enjoying
Alex,
the outside.
I'm clover hunting. Come on.
Yeah,
Join me
you weren't the
want.
luck.
Yeah.
Because then if you had it and you went and played the football, you're kicking all the goals.
That would be it. Nothing but net.
So the double AWPs right now could be susceptible to a faster play with these Tech 9. So let's keep our eyes and ears perked up for this one.
I will say at the moment, a bit of an absence from Swisher. He's been the most impressive player from the Bad News Bears on an individual level. Seems very, very comfortable with his mouse and keyboard in his hands, even against these top European opposition. Glaive's naded, slow and flashed and committed, and no one's going around that corner yet. Bubsky's already pushing middle to punish, and Jonji doesn't get a second look. That'll slow him down for sure. Bubsky evaporates, continues to be presence and pressure.
Good reposition as well here, because now they know that the mid gap is open, but Bubsky gets to work and flank and find more info, and he's even past Spongy, who Looks like he wanted to find out if there was any second mid pressure, but this is all over Red Rover already. They're not looking. The damage is already done. Junior's low. Swisher even lower. Well, there you go, through the smoke. So much pressure here, and they're being pushed towards A. Glaive's there on the arch side, however, and he is low on HP with that AWP. It does just feel like a matter of time, though.
Yeah.
Oh. Ah, there it is. All right, so AdApp's the last two. Perfect range for Glaive. One to find the bomb is down. Sheikh Zula smokes himself out, gets that pick control. His position noted, and, well, the cavalry is coming on over here. Everybody from Australia is rotating towards A. The B-Rush looked promising at the start with all that damage, but, oh, nades exchanged. All right, Glaive takes out Sheikh. Sheikh takes out Glaive. The round is done, 9-3. The score reads.
Like, because you got that 3-round start, Bad News Bears can still have a competitive half here, but it has to happen now.
Yeah.
You give me that 9-6, you're cooking with gas, and I can see a world where the CT side isn't as punishing. So let's see if there's any sort of any space for that to manifest. You do see a full buy out of the Bears. Let's see what the call is, and let's see if they can just stop taking such an early beatdown. We've seen Bubsky going for aggressive maneuvers, the Banana players finding early frags, and here's Banana again. A massacre from Magis. He's making burgers tonight out of Bear. And now Junior and Sheikh Zula, what are you supposed to do? This was supposed to be your round, and already your whole team's forced to watch as round 13 finishes off.
Oh, and you're right. It's about these early casualties, right? You can think about the Dupree push. You can think about this one we've just seen here from Magis. We can think about the Bubsky flash out to pick second mid. They've never been able to establish a default on a gun round. They've just been pushed, fought, destroyed. Now operating with very little. Bubsky takes down Sheikh Zula, and Junior last alive. We've seen an awful lot of this. T-side, Inferno, Orping. You're not going to be the first in. You're definitely going to be the last alive, and now we need to see a 1-on-5.
Oof, Magis is having absolutely none of that. He was the guy that was charged down Banana, and now he's in pit, just in case. Astral is looking very convincing here, and I just imagine, you know, if I put myself in the Bad News Bears, like, shoes, losing like this, it doesn't happen every day to you. You're fully blind, you're 3 players down in 3 seconds off the break of Inferno. Not many North Americans are getting away with that in their domestic scrims.
Yeah, they don't have the cohesion as an opponent, right? Back in North America, they definitely haven't worked out the details, and then the micro details on top of that, so...
Lucky, aggressive. There should be a world where, yeah, he gets caught out just in the nick of time. He dips.
Feels like that teammate's Molotov. I've done that a couple times to my AWPers. You're like, all right, you're done now. You've had your chance. Yeah. Here's the smoke. Here's the come on back.
Non-verbal communication. Now a T-smoke actually to maintain control. And with the half wall util being dropped, if he spams jump, he can almost confirm that that top Banana is still his, regardless of the retake utility. Astralis are walking through, though, for the clear off the flash. This is some nerdy stuff. And top Banana is still theirs.
Yeah, and normally in a lot of these takes here, while we have it on our screen, we are heading back towards A, but there's always the third man there flashing, right? These Banana takes, most people overlook that third man, but he's the most important part. The bodies are good. The util that they're throwing with the mollies and HE is fantastic, but those flashes is what allows these aggressive maneuvers.
Oh, so many men. Good tags as well from Glaive. And even Dupree's in a prime position. Every person we cut to on this ops team seems to be in the right place.
And they're all ready as well, right? Yeah. Their crosshairs in the right direction. They're not getting caught off guard. It doesn't even feel like they're flustered in these fights. And now they're even aware that Junior might be in the smoke. Last alive again. Last to fall once more. And 11-3, the score reads. But it's likely to be 12-3. It's just these T-sides. Now, the thing is, they've wanted to battle for banana control every time. An option that you could go for is give them banana control early. Think about how much utility they're dumping. Smoking deep banana, they're using multiple mollies, right? Allow them to use all that util. Just sit back and wait. Go a default. Watch for the apps push. Watch for the window push. Forgo banana control and go retake that a little bit later. But it's too late now, right, to be able to run that as your game plan with the scoreline 11-3. Let's see, what's the Hail Mary attempt? It's like a little bit less aggressive in banana. Okay, so they're going to allow that control taken early. They only have one individual watching the second mid push, so if Astralis really wanted to push apartments or play up close, they can. And here comes that retake util banana.
And Magic is ahead of it, changes his mind as he's flashed off the line. Will just about get away in time. But there you go, a little late arrival to banana, and you get it a whole lot quicker and a whole lot freer. 5 players still with full health. Look at the conversation they're having. because Glaive has util, it might be.
Yeah, that's bang on, right? You don't want to have a player boosted up who still has a full bag of util to use here. But they are coming.
Lucky, nice find on the pillar, expecting more. He's tagged up. Nice find from Swisher. Keeps it competitive. It could end here, though. Magiska's a problem. ShakeZula solves it, and they need to force this fight onto Nubox. Shake's going hunting. He knows if he could find Glaive now, that bomb can be planted. CT's an issue as well. Glaive down, but Junior falls. And so that CT presence, the retake's on its way. The bomb's not even down yet. Spongy will be there. It's a big hunt from ShakeZula. Ambitious, but finds it. 3 frags from the in-game leader, and oh, Bubsky. Oh, he hears it all. He knows what they're up to, and we'll get a first. Spongy's there to bodyguard, and they'll make it 4. Something to compete with and to hold on with. Astralis 11, though, and running to finish here on Inferno with a swift finish in the second half.
Hey Future Pros, back on Inferno, and I wanted to show you the deep mid smoke that G2 popularized. To throw the smoke, get into the corner next to this bench. Aim at the top right corner of this support beam and jump throw the smoke. This smoke will keep the T's a bit further back if they were planning on doing something fast in mid, and will also block some smoke setups the T's like to use. If you have a spare HE, you can use the cover of the smoke to get some really deep nades down mid. This one is too easy, so I don't think you Future Pros need any luck here.
Started strong and slowly returned to normalcy. Astralis up 11-4 for the Bears as we swap sides. It's time to see what the Danes can do on their attack, and if the Bad News Bears can make somewhat of a score of it. Favorites definitely in Astralis, and of course filling the void of the departing device, we find ourselves with Lucky on the AWP. The desk set the scene in terms of seeing he has made good on the AWP kills per round, in sync with that of Dupree and Glaive providing over at IEM Cologne. Well, here we are for ESL Pro League Season 14. They stagnated, he still wants to fight? That's ambitious, and Glocks max range from the Glocks against that USB, and there's still Sheikh Zula having a little look, but look at Jonji. There is some quirky approach here. I'll let Chad Birchall give us more.
Yeah, they've gone for an aggressive maneuver here. The fact that those nades came in, that just would be a counter to the usual info play where you cross boiler and just call how many a second, but they've gone all in on this, and now they've been able to divide the CTs 2-2. The flank's going to be really fast. Astralis might not be ready for this.
Yeah, and that smoke won't hold them at bay. They're already through, and so one by one they do jump through. Hard to keep your crosshair on them. Straight from Lucky's good. Taps
needs something.
Something from Swisher, yeah, and the flank from Jonji's very loud about it. Glaive's ready on the sandbags and ready for a second as well. Wow, great round, all things considered. And it would have to be a Swisher 1v3. He's not able to deliver. And yeah, I think that was just a great response from Astralis. Not only the long-range fight and the stack nades, but immediately realizing perhaps something fishy is afoot.
Yeah, that right there, the double nades. As I was mentioning, a lot of you at home, maybe you get a good mid spawn, you know, and somebody says, all right, you run across mid, you jump boiler, and there you can jump across boiler, and you get a lot of early info. Well, that is a perfect counter to a maneuver just like that. And we'll see Bad News back where they do some of their best work on the force buys. Now, they already won the second rounds in the first half after losing the pistol. Let's see if they can do it again. The smokes deployed to help slow down these pushes. 1 or 2 remaining. Damage done to Swisher. Not looking like the best of starts here.
Oh, he wasn't expecting that at all. Great find, Swisher. Stop things from spiraling out of control.
Yeah, now this is where Astralis can do their absolute best work, right? They can play with the rotations in this 4v4 environment. They still have full HP on all 4 of the remaining, where Swish is low and he's the only player over towards the B bomb site right now. Junior, Sheikh Zula, and Spongy all over towards A, hoping that they walk into this bear cave of a stack. Limping out util towards B. Really just feeling it out here. And Magisk is the man they're sending in on this mission. Another smoke towards spawn. Jump clear. No resistance so far. Head on over, boys. Get that bomb. B is clear. And it will be the double dip Deagles, because there's no way the Bears go for this one now. Keep your eyes on Dupree, though. He could ruin the day. He could ruin this party of the save. If they do push forward to try and save towards second mid and apartments, he could just destroy them. And he also has the early info on exactly where they may be. One spotted, good info. Do they want to hunt for this, right? Because sure, it'd be great to take away the armor, it'd be great to take away the Deagles, less to worry about next round. But if you lose your SMGs and you give them something to work with, maybe bigger problems.
Sheikh Zula jiggling like he knows he's being hunted, and Lucky somehow locked on. He will kill you. Oh, and there's one. Swisher's managed to at least keep himself alive. He was the one on 10 HP, so he's done very well to find Magisk on the exit there.
Swisher might get over there in time to get the MAC-10. He does. Okay, so there you go. This is one of the problems I was talking about. The MAC-10 can now be thrown across, given to either Jonji or Sheikh Zula. Looks like it will be Jonji. He's bought Kevlar with that. So now they can rock these Deagles again, but it will just be the headshots they're looking for here. Utility, you're not going to reinvest in that too heavily right now. There is 2 flashbangs for Swisher, so they can try and enable. I think he also bought in with a smoke there as well. So let's see, how far can they make this one go? They still have that kit carried through, so if we do get into a dicey situation, there's always a chance.
Ouch. Jonji going for some seriously ambitious MAC-10 play there. Off the flash. 2 very aggressive in the apartments. And does he wallbang him?
Yeah.
Just prior to Dupree's swing. The perfect wallbang.
Hearing me, all right. Well, they didn't make this go very far whatsoever. Not even a kill in a round like this. So there it is, 14 so far for the Danes. Only 2 more to find.
Now, if you're having as much fun as Astralis are right now, and you've got 2 bonus SMGs on your next T round, you're throwing them at their faces, right?
Well, maybe the spawns, they might juggle those guns around here to optimize the spawns. But yeah, if you want to go for some fast banana control again, right, you could do exactly that. You know you're not going to be up against head armor on the other side. There's the spam kill from Glaive. Perfectly timed with the peak.
Oh.
Sheikh Zula hating his life right there.
Yeah, so horrible. No worse way to die in a double aggressive app setup.
Oh, okay. So actually taking the SMGs over towards apartments. This is a nice flash from Dupree to help enable the peak off the back of that utility force up for the CTs, and they just want to go.
They really want to go, both of them considering the extinguish, and so trying to be pressure or apply pressure, bait some more utility out of the CTs.
Oh, pause button's being hit here. Normally when you see that extinguish, that's the intent, right? But it looks like Glaive wants to hold the troops at bay for a moment. They still have a lot of utility. They forced the CTs back quite passively. They have banana control. At this point, you could do anything you'd like. You can set up for an A set piece. You can use all your mollies, go back towards B, completely blanket the site with flames. Lots of options right now for the Danes.
Does seem like the crawl onto way is underway. Alongside, they don't know where they're coming from. Spongy hears a lot. Got a lot to contend with here. Tucks in, playing it passive. Sheikh Zula's going to have a lot to do here. Nice isolation of Glaive. Lucky trades. Weapons to be recovered. It's Sheikh Zula on the site, isolated completely. Junior trying to keep them busy. They're losing
dinks.
health. And it looks like they're losing bodies as well. Jonji with the rebuttal. That bomb does need to be going down, becoming a priority now as it is a 1v2. Good finds from Junior and Swisher respectively, and that bomb's on Graveyard. He's going to have to hurry up.
Oh, this is awkward now for Dupree.
He's going to get back across, and oh, wow, reacts in time. 9 seconds, and he's against the AWP. 10 HP, 5. Just in time. Just in time.
Oh, you're going to be kicking yourself right now if you're Junior. Welcome back. You've given up the line. Yep. Oh, no.
What's to do? Beats him with the UMP as well. Bullying. Oh, wow. And that 1v2, he was just ready for Jonji's fight. I mean, he's not even looking at the clock. It was all so close. The finest margins determining Dupree's success there.
Max loss bonus for the Bears now. One more round. They will have to force Scout, MP9, Famus. Spongy and Sheikh Zula picking their weapons of choice. A Famus of Spongy and MP9 for Sheikh Zula. They have some utility to work with. There's a defuse kit in play. How much longer can they extend exactly that?
Oh, just a little late on that nade. Could have killed Magisk. He's long gone now.
Oh, they're back in.
Jonji aggressing. Bubsky found. Big contribution as Sheikh Zula. Actually a little late on the extinguish. Goes
Got
down
hot in there, didn't it?
To a molly. Was that in the bedroom?
Yeah, he was up aggressively,
Yeah.
so they must have spotted him because he was trying to be cheeky with his positioning there. So that's probably not the trade they needed to give up after Jonji worked hard for that one in Banana. Bogdan's Law in play here, so like he's given over the AWP and, oh, stand up, I dare ya. There it is, in tandem. B given up, scout tag noted. They can really just play with the rotations now. They know one play over towards B, Spongy likely over towards A, and there's no rush here for Astralis. 50 seconds left, they can take their time.
What are you up to, Lucky? Just roaming in the smoke. They know Junior was last seen over towards B. So the Bears opted for Inferno.
Nuke next.
Nuke next. I was a bit remiss to not see him another Astralis Ancient, but they're happy to go to Nuke, and we will wrap up Inferno. 20 rounds of play. Astralis gets 16 under their belt quickly. The first opening game of another day of play goes the way of the Danes. We'll be seeing if this is as predicted and if Nuke is going to be as quick as Inferno when we do break it down at the desk first. See you in a second.
believe that I'm playing better now, and I also feel like throughout Cologne I started performing better. I'm a player that thrives when I'm having fun playing and when I feel motivated, and it's always like that when I come back from a vacation that I've had. I didn't touch my computer for 3 weeks, and sitting now and making new tactics and talking with the team and playing scrims and all this and having Pro League coming up just tomorrow is really great, and I'm really looking forward to it. And I feel like I wouldn't say I'm on top of my game, but I do believe that I'm playing at a solid state. And yeah, I think it's all about me being motivated and also feeling like the structure to the team and things are going well. And obviously it has been hard, like losing our alt player and now having to get a new one in, and then I've played the role and then someone else played the role and then someone else picks up the in-game leading role. I mean, it's just been a mess in some ways, and it's been hard to work with, but I've really tried to just keep my cool and just trying to enjoy the game. But the vacation has really done something for me, so I'm looking forward to play tomorrow.
The match was Inferno, or the map rather, Astralis versus Bad News Bears. Things went from pretty bad to even worse, as Bad News Bears still sub 40 rounds in the whole group total. Welcome back, everybody, to the ESL Pro League season of 14. My goodness, has this one started off with a crunch. It's Lucky and company that come out on top over Bad News Bears to kick off the series. We do turn our attention towards Nuke here really shortly, but for the time being, Yanko and I are going to put a bow on Inferno.
Yeah, it's just very difficult for Bad News Bears, right? Even initially the game kicks off well for them. After losing Pistol, they managed to win that force buy round. You think like, oh, they're getting some momentum now. Perhaps if they win the first gun round 2 after that, they can get rolling. But really, just as soon as Astralis shakes that off and gets the economy going their way, you could see how they were just outplaying them basically at every aspect of the game.
There's got to be examples of it.
There is, and that's what I want to talk about. Is we talked, in the pre-game about Bad News Bears and some of those bad habits and maybe unnecessary moves and things that they're getting punished for. And we have an example of just that here, jumping into round number 4. Right, this is an anti-eco round, so they already did the hard part of it to an extent. This is going to be a pretty easy round for them, as you can see. Early on, they're just going towards Banana with the most of their players, right? Glaive is there alone with just the Deagle. They decide to just go for a fast B take. That's going to work really well for them. I'm going to skip this a little bit to the part that actually matters more. You can see how in this situation, they have the site. The bomb is ticking down as well, right? 30 seconds. And it's at this point already that Astralis is just kind of obviously giving up on the round, but they're thinking, okay, let's at least try to get some guns out of it. They showed more presence towards CT spawn with the pistols. Now they leave Dupree there in case Bad News Bears want to evacuate through CT, right? But they're focusing on Banana to try at least either do economic damage, maybe pick up a couple of guns for themselves, right? And for Bad News Bears, they have Jonji here, who is keeping an eye on that flank. Spongy is a bit close, but they're also, at this point, look, it's already just 14 seconds left. Like, guys, at this point, they're not going for it, right? So you should think more about pulling out, saving the guns. And here, Jonji is going to have contact through Banana. He does that. He's going to get a kill or two. Basically, you can see Astralis is now going for their move. They hear that the bomb is close to taking down. Jonji gets 2 kills here now, right? Just hide in this corner. Like, don't peek. Don't try to peek. Don't try to get more kills. You have teammates coming in who can hold the angle for you, right? So that the CTs can't push you. But instead, what he's going to do, he's going to keep going for that, you know, jiggle peak. Like, he just dies because he's already low HP. Now his teammates are stuck in some awkward fights. Look, it's all 4 of them cramped up here. They have to try to go deeper down Banana because they're going to die to the bomb, and then they end up losing like 2 more players, I believe, and just so unnecessarily you lose basically 3 guns. Like, sure, one guy would have probably died, but if you go in together, you maximize your chances of getting out unscathed. And that's the thing, like these small things, like you lost 3 guns, people have to rebuy. You lose the next gun round, you probably have to go for a very low buy. Then the advantage is the ball is in Astralis' court. After that, you have to eco. So it's small things like that. You see it, but it all adds up. Look what Astralis did in the round. They just grouped up. You know, they know the round is lost, but they are playing for future rounds, right? So
the long game.
That's sort of a mindset. It has to change. After this tournament, what we talked about is like, those things, you can't do that. That jiggle peak cannot happen. If someone's going to come all the way and kill you and you die because of that, that's fine. Like, your teammate was probably supposed to cover you. He couldn't do it. But this way, you're just dying for no reason.
No reason. And maybe even to the bomb, too, because at the top of Banana... You know,
yeah, he might have even at that point. It depends, but yeah.
It's not ideal. We'll run the numbers in our Air Force aim head high to high... Or wait. Air Force head-to-head aim high. Yeah, I think I got that right. We got there in the end. Anyway,
those guys.
Let's talk about... Love them. Thank you so much for being a partner here. Of course, the U.S. Air Force now. We look at Lucky versus Junior. Now, obviously, the numbers are going to tell the story that Lucky and company did pick up the map. But one thing I did find interesting here was both Lucky and Dupree on 100% kill assist. Both of them.
Yeah, I mean, they've had a field day, and obviously for Junior, you know, it's harder on the T side to open this map. He didn't really get to play the CT side at all. And Lucky, yeah, another good performance for him, being pretty solid. I mean, actually more than good. He was leading the way for Astralis in this game, and I think that's what this is exactly everything you want to see if you're Zonic, for example, or if you're the guys over at Astralis. He was doing well against, you know, the good teams. He wasn't underperforming, so to speak, and then against a lower team, he's kind of farming them to an extent, right, and having a really, really good game. So that's all giving you good signs moving forward when it comes to Lucky as a part of Astralis.
Confidence building. It's the building blocks for Lucky. For us, those blocks are starting to be stacked towards the next map of the series. The pick of Astralis. The map is Nuke. Good tidings and good night to the Good News Bears.
Yes, nice shot, my friend.
Cheaters ruining your plays?
I have eyes on the enemy.
Bad servers stopping your shots? What you need is ESEA. Advanced anti-cheat to stop cheaters. And the best servers around, all with 128 tick rate. ESEA, the best way to play CSGO.
For Junior, this is both a huge release of pressure, but also a massive test. With PTR leaving Bad News Bears recently, there were big boots to fill, and Junior may not have lived up to expectations over in Furia, but now back under his countrymen and the banner of his old in-game leader of Shakezilla, Junior is going to be a lot more comfortable.
And now Junior to be the hero. Great predictive play. Oh! And good as well. Junior keeps Furia in it.
Bad News Bears, an unorgless team, this is going to be an important event. Going well here and getting through the group could push them through to the top 20 of the ESL World Ranking. So safe to say, Junior has got to perform.
I'll show you how it's done. There's no sight we go inside. The man, he is the one. You build your walls with faith in God. They never come around. Then wonder why we all defy the burden to be born. We're coming home with a mission to bring an end to a terrible land. We are here to your mission. We are many of one. We're coming home with a mission to tear you down from your undeserved throne. We can take your conviction. We are many of one. You may call it a virus, but we call it the antidote. It's an answer to silence. The future is here to revolt.
Welcome back. Hope you didn't go too far. We got another map coming up for you here, the Bad News Bears. Join you on the screen right now, taking on Astralis, the Giants of Denmark. Well, I guess they're still the Giants of Denmark. Couple of roster changes here, there, and everywhere. Zipac's on the bench, Lucky in the server, and, well, we're hopefully going to get this one underway for you any moment. Will be Nuke as the second map of play. And, look, I was spending my time having a little bit of a looky-loo at some bear facts, and I know Alex is a massive fan of bears, so I thought I'd let you guys know some of the good stuff too. But just as I say that, we're getting into games, so
let's do it.
Never mind, the bear facts will come.
Fun bear facts, or are they sad bear facts?
Serious bear facts.
Serious bear facts.
We'll start serious, then we'll get fun.
Okay, but then there's bad news, I assume, on the cards?
For the bears?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's your favourite bear? Everyone's got a favourite.
What was the one that he lived in the forest? He was kind of a ranger. It was a cartoon.
Smokey the bear.
I don't know.
The one that said,
Smokey.
don't do fires in the wilderness.
Don't think it was Smokey. Let me Google.
It was the Bernstein Bears?
It wasn't those bears. Bears cartoon.
The Bearstein or the Bernstein? There was a whole thing about that. Anyway, guys, Counter-Strike, that's the game. Bad News Bear, that's the name. Astralis on the T side, going to start off Nuke with an outside play. Glaven lobby to corral or across. Junior will call for help, and Spongie's caught the tail of the assault, so lobby's clear. And a lot of bodies down to the lower site now. It will come down to Spongie to actually adjust very nicely. He gets 2 out of that, so good contributions from Spongie here on the pistol. Now the bomb's on Lucky's back. They have access to the side. That's a nice little nerdy nade. It doesn't quite achieve its goal. It does remove the door, and a lovely angle for Jonji to adopt and find 2v2. They can pivot. Swisher was the one thing stopping them from accessing that top site. Now they can just charge on up the ladder. Lucky joining his teammate up there. Now Sheikh Zula's coming lobby side.
Oh, he was coming lobby side. Look at this. They've just absolutely toyed with the rotations and just through vent, right? I think we spoke about this a little bit earlier. Jonji needs to hit this shot, and he can't do pre-finishes off the round. But using that vent for mid to late round rotations can absolutely throw the CTs into a bit of a tailspin. But that was great stuff there from Dupree. 4 kills for him. Looking beautiful out the gates. And it was Yogi Bear. Philip, our producer, let me know. Yogi B. Bear. Now, I thought he was a ranger. He wasn't a ranger, was he? He was just trouble.
I wanted to say Sully from Monsters, Inc., but I think he's a monster.
Yeah, he's kind of
blue.
Looks a little bit like a bear.
He's bear-y.
Yeah.
He has bear-like qualities.
Big like a bear.
Yeah.
Well, we got a bad news bear. 4 spy. Junior on the scout.
Yeah, and he's going to be nullified by Wall of Smokes. That's a very easy way to make him feel pretty useless.
So who's the rotator? We already have 2 lower.
Junior's going to go ramp side.
Sheikh Zula's down here with Jonji, so they've dropped to smoke, and that's going to stall out Astralis right now, but they can pivot back and forth, and as the smoke wall fades, we can see Junior's had to go fill a gap elsewhere. So he's moving back and forth between Hell and ramp.
God, you already get a feel for how it is to play CT side against Astralis, isn't it? It's just a lot of guesswork, a lot of having your expectations subverted. Lucky this time heading up towards the Heaven side, so
much space right now.
They've got the whole world in their hands here. They can go anywhere they want. They've got 3 warehouse. Lucky's having a look. Heaven.
It's claustrophobic.
It's like it's like a question of like who's going to blink first. Like the Bears, they want info. And they'll get it, but from some very, very avant-garde positions. You can see Sheikh Zula more standard on main. And it's going to be a top take. Would it be lucky to take second contact or first? Oh, going looking, having a glance, and there goes Jonji. Sheikh Zula's going to be feeling the heat now from Heaven. This is all on Spongie to kind of contain this top take. Oh, what a shot. And there's another one to find just the tip of the dome. And oh, Spongie's Deagle's doing it all. Needed another head. Does well to find 3, and he did the same on the pistol as well. NS in the chat from Lucky, giving him some credit where it's due.
Yeah, definitely some lovely shots right there, and made that one costly, but problem is, and you guys all know the story, it's not likely to see the CTs go for another 4 spy here, regardless of the damage done.
And Dupree, 4 kills in the pistol, 3 kills in the second anti-force. And you'll see him finding his 7th there to finish it all off.
Nice bit of impact out of him. So we'll just be the eco with 5-7, the snapping turtle for Jonji, Deagles for Swisher and Spongie, and USPs for Junior and Sheikh Zula. Now, if you guys at home have an ESCA membership, you can go and use Nader, and you can use pre-fire, right, of refrag. Do the pre-fire on Nuke and come out of Heaven. There's so many angles you have to worry about. It is nasty, right? You got to like do a little peer over to the box, and then to the bomb box, and then over to Tetris, and then CT vent. It's just everywhere there's a fight. Good little tool, that one there. You can also do the Nader. Get all your grenades going.
I found the pre-fires coming in from main. You just realize just how exposed you are in all of the T approaches.
Remember when Hut used to have a window?
I do.
What a time that was. That was the majority of my life, actually.
Yeah, a very different dynamic. And there's a USP frag.
Oh, Dink! The USP's getting it done. All right.
Hello.
Now we're talking.
Yeah, there's something to be said about this one. It's not going to be easy, though.
There's no one lower. They've just gotten straight down for free here. So they can plant this bomb, and now they do start to fortify. AK's picked up. Bubsky with that vent rotation.
They got 2 recovered AKs here, bro.
Well, there's still no armor. Oh, Junior's down 2. This is all over.
Yeah. I'll go grab the rover. 3v5 for Astralis. They stabilize nicely, and I think it's better to keep hold of those. Like, you don't
for sure
feel very threatening now. Sheikh Zula loses his. Lucky is not letting them have anything, even jumping for info. Oh, well, that's punishing, to say the least, and Astralis will make it 3.
Lucky looks calm, you know? Looks like a calm kid. He's just chilling out, doing his thing, jumping around, back 10 in hand. Look, when you think about this individual, it's not like he's had a progression. He didn't, you know, go to the north diving board that, you know, a lot of teams get the opportunity to do so within Danish realms once upon a time. He's just, okay, yep, well, you're looking pretty good.
You're in Astralis.
Here you go. Come play for Astralis.
Yeah,
why
I mean,
not? Come on.
it's the dream of any Danish kid that's been on the grind for the last 3 years, right? To be getting that email, to be getting that phone call. And so he's just in the zone, in his flow state, looking to do what he's been doing semi-professionally for a while.
Couple of orgs coming out here. One for Shake-Zula, one for Jonji. You don't hate to see it, especially on a map like Nuke. Gives you a bit of a buff on some of those fights.
Well, that's no fun for Junior. He gets no info. Glaver's thrown that. They remain uncertain as to where this body of the assault is coming from. You see Swisher is paranoid about main. Astralis have regathered their resources. It does seem like they're going for something else. Now, they've got 3 smokes. Do they want to do a wall late?
Yeah, they could do any of the 3 walls right now.
They are going to do a very late wall. Now, Junior will be on the right side of this, so unless they have another Molotov thrown in before Junior takes his shot, he could punish this. Oh, there goes the molly.
Oh, it's been fluffed.
Bit of a fumble from Lucky there. We were just talking about that, and it does enable Junior to have an otherwise rather threatening position. Swisher, head on a swivel. So many targets could be walking through those smokes at any time. They are fading now. Go on, Swisher. First frag of Nuked provided. And Astralis, it's all smoke and mirrors. It will be ramped to finish things off. Jonji's aware that that's his possibility. And here they come. Very dangerous peaks. Using their utility very well to force fights. 20 seconds though, boys. You're going to have to make up a final game plan. It does seem like they'll descend lower.
They've had success here.
Yeah, big time, it's Junior. And he loses his head so quick. Dupree's into the site. Spongy the next to try and show some resistance. Turns the wrong way, and it does result in at least a death. It's the bomb lost, and the bomb will not have time to be planted now. Magic's just looking for survival. Doesn't want to be going down after time, and it will be BNB with their first.
Okay, thought maybe you'd want to pick up that AWP, see if they want to rock the T side with that, but with Astralis, right, even though they had Device was one of those AWPers who he was more than comfortable operating with a rifle, so you're going to have to see what type of AWPer Lucky is. He looked handy with AKs in his hands with the MAC-10, so not too many dramas. But here we see Astralis buying on in, and they've opted for 3 Galils, so they need that utility on the side there. Get a couple of AKs as well. Famas for Swisher, so he's operating not the most ideal of buys. Here's Glaive on a little bit of a fact-finding mission out towards Yard. The smokes are landing, and it's a bit of the diagonal to facilitate the cross to Secret.
He's not going Secret though, it's a top take. Spongy again with impact. He's doing everything he possibly can for the Bears. Shake-Zula kept very quiet. And that's the end of that.
Save. You see what that smoke wall does right there? Look, it does block off the vision, but it also offers many new avenues to peek through, right? Which part of the smoke is he coming through? Is he going to try and peel into warehouse, peel into main, go down Secret? So a lot more opportunities to peek and fight. And speaking of fight, Lucky did a great job with the MAC-10 on the chase against some of those picked up AKs. Now with the Galil having a little look in towards CT. Heaven about to be called clear. They're going to let the dog off the leash. Be a fitting name for a dog as well. Plenty of dogs out there probably called Lucky.
Lucky, Loki.
I reckon there's at least one individual at home right now watching whose dog's name is Lucky.
Yeah, you just have to really think about when naming your dog, what words you're comfortable shouting out in a public place.
That's true.
You know, like there's some names I always hear, I'm like, well, you just gotta feel like a bit of a pillock. Shouting it out, looking flustered, panicked.
My grandparents named their dog Fly.
Fly?
Yeah.
That's cute.
And I always like that because, well, there's like, and for me, it's not about, it doesn't, my brain, when I hear fly, doesn't go to flying. It goes to the very annoying fly.
Yeah, no, me too. That's where I jumped to straight away.
Okay, they made this one work. Buys back out, saved guns.
He's just going?
Yeah, full send.
Straight down the vent, uncontested. Dupree, he is going to be a very brutal object. Junior's not going to be expecting this flank. This is the quickest. 1 minute 35, and the T is coming up Secret Stairs. Junior will be tucking into main. Potentially, the element of surprise from Dupree will be nullified. There's nothing for him to report.
Oh, he's chasing something here.
Yeah, now he's looking for Dupree. Oh, a bit
around the rosy.
Junior, he's considered it. Oh, looking the wrong way. And Dupree catches him. There's the first blood in return. Very slither gap here held by Shake-Zula. He does spot one crossing on the walk.
It's just for info. You'd love to take the fight, wouldn't you?
Oh, executes him. Lucky's gone. And that's the bomb behind Red as well. They don't know that. Swisher is down to hunt the missing dupreeh. Spongey's joined him as well. Now he'd have to make a sound cue. He isn't coming. Real chance and bomb dropped. Blade needs this frag if he wants the chance and has delivered enough.
Oh, they're not going to expect another. There's no way.
Yeah, backs are turned. dupreeh with the flank. Spongey surely not going to be looking the right way. Ooh, slow reactions out of dupreeh. Does put BNB one frag away. 30 seconds to piece it all together, and he's got himself a fair few opportunities, whether it's going to be just walking it through towards heaven. Keep hold of his org.
I think keep hold of his org. I didn't want to say it, but yeah. When he was starting to leer closer towards CT instead of main, it was like, oh, okay, well, I guess he will be saving. He could find Junji here if he's not careful. Up the ladder he crawls silently and actually peering in the direction of Glaive. So bottom not spotted.
For considering what they conceded right out of the gate there of that buy round, which was like dupreeh down the vents and flanking on Junior, they recovered really nicely.
Yeah, the thing is, with them both slipping down through the vent here to cover off this lower site, right, with dupreeh, they knew that he was in secret. The fact that they've gone down through the vent, normally you don't want to rotate through the vent when you know there's a player lower, because there's a really high chance that he's watching the vent rotation, and that's a very easy kill for someone like dupreeh. So they didn't respect that. They've gone down, they've taken back some real estate, and that was the key factor into winning that round right there for the Bears. So keeping their head above water, and actually, they will have the better buy going into round number 7 here. A timeout called from Astralis. So as they're throwing this one together, you can see an AK being dropped. There's a Galil, a couple more being purchased on in. They can get a buy going. Deagle for Bubsky. No, he has a gun, so he's got a Deagle as well. So they're juggling it around. So we're getting it there. We're almost there, boys. We're there. Okay. Glaive, out of all that, got the Galil. Magic's got the Org. Bubsky with that Deagle, and the AKs for Lucky and dupreeh. All right, we sorted it out. They've had the discussion, and here we go. Plenty of smokes, plenty of mollies. What variation are we looking at here from the Danes? Seems to be the standard smoke wall here, yeah, looking likely. So straight down to Secret. Junior to deal with this again.
Oh. Big Zula, lot to do. And they do once again. Best in main gone, and they just immediately surge towards that hell position. Swisher needs to answer some questions, and oh, very hard pot shots. He just pushes out for the headshot. It's not all of them, but it's not a bad reaction. dupreeh still missing. Spongey onto Bubsky, just through the smoke. Here we go, now we're cooking. Now, dupreeh and Glaive are fully yard side. The bomb's lobby side. He's going to have to join them. He can't try and brave going on through the inner on his own.
Well, they do just cross back down Secret here. So if Lucky joins up with Glaive, lobby control for the Bears, but they've had a lot of dramas with this lower site. dupreeh can either push up heaven and get some rotators going down the vent, or apply pressure from ramp onto Jonji here, who you can see has to be aware of this hell position right here, right now. There's a flash for dupreeh and a molly, but he can't help his team out with that. He can help draw a bit of attention as Junior is clearing this out, information being relayed. The molly for Glaive. Well, where's he going to throw it exactly? Because they could be anywhere. Decon, dark spot, on the railing, up towards ramp, even in this window room. Time a problem now.
Jonji's starting to consider that lower site. Spongey as well. And just in the middle of time here, dupreeh is going to be able to at least catch them. Makes it clear where he's coming from. They need the plant. 8 seconds. Someone could destabilize this at any moment. Glaive, the bodyguard, keeping Lucky's plant body safe. Only for a second longer. Bomb down, but bad news Bears will close the gap to just a single round.
Yeah, dupreeh gets a kill there, flanking. Then maybe that one has changed because he can apply. They can sandwich a bit of pressure. Maybe the bomb gets a buffer and they can't just draw all the eyes towards that lower plate. But there you go. The Bears with another. That's going to be their third in the last 4. So they have the momentum in their favor right now, because the Charlottes will have to take an eco. Just going to see some upgraded pistols. That's about it. This was from round previous. This was crazy. Crazy from Swisher to go. He has his back completely turned to yards. So maybe having a good idea with some prep of what type of strategy to expect in a moment like that. But here we go. 5 Deagles. A little bit of util already being thrown on out. And not making it down the vent this time. So Sheikh Zula with another through the smoke. dupreeh gone as well.
Yeah, the bomb went down the vents as well, so it's going to be pretty unretrievable unless Lucky gets across on Yard.
You know those bear facts now?
Yeah, go on.
Because the Bears are getting something done. So I Googled, just so everybody could maybe find what I'm looking at, how many types of bears in North America?
Good start.
That's how I started. So I went to a couple of different websites. Where's the one that I ended up at? This isn't the one. Hold up a second. Let me get over here. Okay, types of bears in North America. Bear identification. American bear culture mirrors the general animal culture. We celebrate the strength of bears by naming sport teams after them.
That's true.
Here's a prime example, everybody.
There's
Just
one
thought
right there.
we would use this. We continue to fear bears, evidenced by popularity of media stories about bear attacks. Is it the popularity about, or is it that it's news that somebody got attacked by a bear?
I think it is a little column A, little column B.
Okay, all right, all right. Now, look, there's multiple different types of bears in North America. There are 3 native bear species: the American black bear, the brown bear, and the polar bear. Yeah, that's about it.
Okay, so one from each category.
Yeah. The polar bear from Lost, do you remember that? Our viewers won't. Probably about 3 of you were old enough to see Lost when it was out on television.
I remember there was the black smoke and there was a polar bear.
Yeah.
And
I think it had like a religious ending.
I stopped watching before I found out what the smoke was about.
I still don't remember what the polar bear was about. It was just there
And
somehow.
there was that old man who was wise and knew all of the island. He was
the old man that was wise and knew all the island.
He was bald.
Yeah,
he
but
disappeared for a while.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, I think maybe he got possessed by something. I also don't know.
But I also, yeah, I don't know how it finished. I just kind of gave up. Yeah. There's too much mystery.
There's a couple of shows I wish that I did that with, but like How I Met Your Mother, I finished that.
You did?
Yeah, they managed to ruin that one, but that's fine. They put
Does he ever actually explain how he met the mother? Like,
yeah.
We find out who it is?
Yeah, but he's basically in love with Robin the entire time.
Spoilers! Oh, Chad, you're going to upset someone.
Didn't it come out in like 2000?
I don't know.
So
it's Robin this whole time.
Well, it's not.
Oh.
Spoilers. Should I?
I don't know if we should.
Okay, we're going to get a couple of angry tweets and
yeah, like, dude, I've been progressing my way through How I Met Your Mother since 2003.
All right, I won't ruin it. But here we go. We're having the L block smokes. Was this the diagonal again? Looking pretty L blocky right now.
I reckon the Zula's got him covered here.
So it is the L block here. And Sheikh Zula's position, you're right. He has a lot of info. A minute on the clock. Oh, and that's great.
That's huge, dude. And now a flash for Sheikh Zula to confirm his suspicions on that close walk-up. Lucky's getting away with it, though. And the bomb's going ramp side, so if Lucky can just be a late arrival like Dupree was, this could suck. Sheikh Zula's calling it clear. Misinformation here if he doesn't check his warehouse, which he hasn't. It's too quiet on Yard.
It's 35 seconds left as well.
They're back to back with one another.
But they're going to have to... Are they going ramp? They're running out of time for this. It feels like they have to pinch the top.
Yeah.
This might even just be a save. I know that sounds crazy here, but 20 seconds left. All the kills need to come in now.
They need frags now. Wow, Lucky might spur them in. Main dead. Swish is on the chance for the return. There
15
it is.
seconds.
You're running out of time, boys. Yeah, you're going down the vents. I don't think you've got time for that.
Oh!
And the bomb is already loose. Astralis running out of options here. Bubsky charging in, and a solid defense from the Bears. Glaive's got nothing he can do. Down the vents without the bomb. And only keeping hold of a MAC-10 as well. So very punishing and a solid CT haul.
This is very... What is going on? Okay, I know he only had a MAC-10, but if he died, he doesn't get any loss bonus. Glaive is out of this world right now. Okay. That was uncharacteristic. You're not expecting that type of a fall off there from Astralis, and they're just running into top without any utility, without any idea where the players are. They didn't have much information whatsoever.
Do you think that was all based on Junior just catching the Dupree out of that two-man?
Not a very good strat then, is it? You know, one guy goes down. Like that's where you're meant to be able to make your mid-round calls, and then they still met resistance at ramp. Lucky gets the kill in main that spurs them into top, but they had their feet planted. The bad news Bears, and I think it's over Sheikh Zula's position, the fact that he was so forward in Yard, because Lucky's in warehouse, you're not going to expect anybody on that side, which means if nobody was facing, okay, we could have slipped secret, right? We could still be in warehouse, we could be coming main. Well, Sheikh Zula knew no one was down secret. He also knew nobody was close main. So a lot of information there, and this is starting to look good for the Bears. Now, if you tuned in yesterday, we saw a decent first half on Overpass against Vitality. You know, it was a decent first half.
It was.
The second half was where the real problems came in. So the Bears, I think they're going to need to get themselves 9 or 10 rounds here if they want to maintain any form of competitive nature to Nuke. to save Mac 10. Some upgraded pistols once again. And, well, there's the opening. Sheikh Zula onto Glaive. So this is, again, another great start from the Bears. I feel like I'm saying the Bears every time.
Yeah.
Shout out to Eric.
Jonji's giving him control. Junior will respect it as well. This is only pistols. You don't want to be caught out when you're so heavily invested into this round. They've only got $700 pistol to challenge. Armor alongside for it, and it's going to be a bait. And that's the frag. Junior pulls the trigger. Closing the gap is lucky. No one else can really bail him out of this one. He's hoping it's the second one. As I say that, some support from Swisher.
Just shy there of the headshot. So this one's been handled. This will be the 6th round for the Bears. And if they can keep this clean, make sure all 5 of their players maintain their lives, they can start working on a bit of a CT-sided bang. So another tick in the column. North Americans. Spongy almost caught off by the teammates' flash, but together they work. And well, that's both for Spongy. 6-4. And back into the guns we go. So what's the difference maker going to be for Astralis here? The smoke wall's outside. Haven't been working perfectly. You know, it could actually be just a... Oh, they brought out the T-side AWP. I was going to say, it could just be the classic case of, hey, let's just do the secret smokes and cross with 4 of us, right? And just get to lower, have a bit more utility to smoke off ramp, get into the site.
It did feel like the Bad News Bears were succumbing to that lower pressure. The rotates were forced, etc. Let's see if that's a product that they're interested in delivering. I am seeing some smoke sail through the air, CT and T alike. Junior's going to be on one side of it, Swisher on the other. I think the flash obscures the view, so chances as well. Not only Junior drawing attention, he's looking for a second as well. Knows the silo action as well. Just dips away before any more blood can be dealt. Bomb loose. And now Dupree already has to stomach a 2-man disadvantage.
This is really, really good. It's staying dynamic. They're getting aggressive now. They're taking some fights. Junior's won a couple of important kills towards this yard position early. And limping Astralis now. Didn't get the territory, used a lot of utility for that. Have no map control whatsoever here. They have lobby. Swisher being forced into a fight. There you go. Bubsky with 1. Sheikh Zula on the trade. This should be a Bears round. They knew the bomb was towards yard. Everything's being picked up now. Unless they present themselves to Lucky and give him a couple of easy AWP fights, it should be the 7th. And there you have it. Just one man standing here, Dupree, who's been on a bit of a hot streak so far. Gets his 12th kill.
He does just look deadly.
I think in the first 2 rounds he had 7 kills.
Yeah. And even just watching him like trade off of his teammates as well, he's just such a consistent thorn in anyone's side. Bomb's being held. It's an AWP as well, so his jiggle would have to have been absolutely perfect. Not going to happen. 7 for the Bears, and as outlined by our analysts, it's probably going to be 9 or 10 on the shopping list if you want to maintain a competitive nuke. This is Astralis' pick, and I mean, admittedly, this is T-side nuke, but a couple of oopsies along the way for the Danes so far.
Yeah, I remember once upon a time I would say, you know, you wanted to limit them to 6 or less on their T side here. So they're doing a great job of that. And it's not the same team by any means, but if I'm Astralis, I'm probably starting to get frustrated because they're not getting away with their maneuvers. They're not getting space, they're getting picked off. And Jonji's getting hyped, so here we go again. Well, here's the full send. Secret smokes, and we cross. Get everybody down there, use the bodies. Glaive has a leftover smoke.
You can't lose this one, though. Now, these are the rounds I've seen Astralis win. They've got a little bit of map control early. Doesn't matter about their weapons if the bomb goes down, so Jonji's going to have to stand and deliver here. Door open. And a chance for...
Oh, you can't be serious. That's premeditated.
So quick with the P250. They're even dinking another one. This is a horrible state of affairs for the Bears, and it gets worse. Astralis are hitting everything, and they'll get all those weapons for free as well. Ouch, a catastrophe strikes in round 12.
That was great. That was very, very good stuff right there. I wasn't sure exactly how Glaive wanted to use that smoke because there's a couple options, right? If you go decon, you can throw it out, you can get yourself across to the back of the bomb box, but dropping it so you're obscured from ramp, right, and throwing that flash and swinging with it, that was the opener they needed to attack that railings position. And that's the most important fight of all of this because Jonji is in a power position. He, in theory, if he gets the first kill, is probably worth 1 or 2 more after that. But the money's there. The Bears can buy again, and here we go. I'd just do the same. Just get down secret. Doesn't have to be the same quickness about it. Ooh, okay. Molly has caused an issue with the smoke wall. bit of panic as the smoke starts to fade.
They get there, they get across, and now Sheikh Zula's playing a standard jiggle incendiary fallback strap.
Going back up with the AWP yard, though, that's not going to be easy. So I think they are committed to going secret. Magisk will need to find a kill.
I wouldn't want to go through that crossfire for sure.
Oh, they're allowing Lucky to come and pick this. So Junior keeps these ants in his pants. He might get picked off here.
There's the frag. Lucky has bailed his team out. They can move. Freedom of movement returns. Go where you want to. Junior no longer overwatching on warehouse side, and they can hit top side should they desire. That's where they're coming. Spongy is in a power position. Swisher as well with the tight line on the squeaky clear. And Sheikh Zula to fly out of the vents on contact.
Oh, Spongy's in a lot of trouble here. Dupree's coming heaven. This is the fight.
Spongy's responsible for it. And Dupree already got him all onto Swisher. And yeah, Astralis just so diligent on their trades into the site. Angle management, everyone's watching something different. And results in a bomb plant.
It just became very hard for Spongy there, right? You know that he's committed to that heaven line. Bubsky will take down Jonji, but it really is the lucky kill onto Junior. Because as we're talking about here, to go back up secret against an AWP, he could be posted up a multitude of different angles just to get one cheeky kill and fall back. So Lucky getting that, as you said, the freedom of movement, it is really that, right? Because the AWPer is tasked with those long-range duels. As soon as that's open, the whole rotation has to change. And it's unlikely you're going to fill that area, especially with Junior so passive up towards that heaven position. So at that point, it's just about applying the pressure, trading out efficiently, and well, nobody even went down here for Astralis. All five staying alive. Sheikh Zula, the only member of the Bears to keep an M4. And now money is in question. They did build a little bit of a bank, but you can just see how quick the CT-sided weaponry forces you through that. Here it is. And you can see Junior was repositioning, right? He was repositioning a couple times, and that's one of the things. There's blind spots being left. You're re-peeking into lines. You're not sitting super comfy. Maybe your focus isn't completely there once you have just peeked on in. So great stuff from Lucky. Impact frag indeed. And here we go. Upgraded pistols around the saved M4. What tricks do the Bears have up their sleeves here? Might even be a lobby crunch, you know. They're quite close towards Hut and Squeaky. And there's a free AK-47 in the vent. Okay.
Yeah, there's something.
An AUG.
Yeah.
An AUG is maybe even better for this CT side.
And if there's still lobby, late smokes to be deployed. Your standard wall of smokes are out. And the Astralis are behind them. That's the angle. Oh. That's the result. Glaive, sharp as ever, ready with the AK. So there's no one down lower actively holding this. You'd think a little bit of a fact-finding mission would be taking place. I think Spongy might be pushing.
Yeah, they've lost a lot of real estate, haven't they? Spongy in towards lobby. That's the natural response when you do lose yard. They still have this smoke in the hands of Lucky here, and if they can grab window side as well as decon, they can clear out the railing above. They can molly off towards the dark spot.
Look how passive they are. Like, they're so scared of anything yard. Like, Junior, I think, is just holding the heaven push this whole time while the whole lower side is taken. Sheikh Zula would have to be quite the hero, unloading his mag as best he can. It's Magisk who gets the frag, and yeah, this one will fall away.
Hello.
Sound cue heard. They know Junior is on his way back out to save the M4. So you got a saved M4, a saved AUG for that last round of play. Well, Chad, I'm afraid they didn't keep Astralis under 6.
No. And look, again, it's looked good in patches, right? I loved the aggression they were getting away with, but this is one of the hardest things to do as an up-and-coming team, is adjust, especially when you're on the CT side and the ones who are being dictated to adjust, to know what's coming next, to be able to identify your own weaknesses. or even your strengths, which they're going to use against you, right? And be able to adapt off the top of that. But it has been, in the early stages for Astralis, with getting around to the board, a lot of vent drops, a lot of vent dives to play with those city side rotations. And now they seem to be just bullying their way down secret with the classic wall of smokes. So to go into this final round, the bank balance is pretty flush for Astralis. Makes sense with the last 3 rounds consecutive to get them to this point. Here we go. Bears would love 8 on the half. Junior's been great. Aggressive yard. He needs to do it again.
Glaive was very strong in his fight with John G. This time against an AWPer, and it's a very different result. Junior provides the opening kill in favor of the North American squad. Seems to have incited a bit of speed out of the util dump. It's Dupree. Stops another teammate. Ooh, good strafe around the corner, but it's nice from Sheikh Zula. 1 in the Constellation frag compartment. And lucky actually getting chipped away at by John G. He is a threat. However, rotating back into Bubsky, who just about punishes that rotation in.
Bomb's been found here.
Yeah, he's ready for it. Ooh, a miss.
A chance.
Swish. And there goes the opportunity. He's got the bomb at T-spawn, and it will be a B&B half at the very least, admittedly by the smallest margin. 8-7. Bad News Bears, is highlighted by Chad, have been very strong in patches individually. They've had rounds. And it's Bubsky walking into this beautiful setup. There should be no way he gets one hit. And we 8-7 on the half. Bad News Bears, a solid haul. 8 posted, and now it's their turn to bring the attack. See if they've got anything left in the tank, and whether we'll see a third, we'll find out. We'll continue in just a moment.
Hey Future Pros! Today I wanted to show you another method to take outside and find picks on the T side of Nuke. This execute will obstruct a lot of vision from the CTs and possibly force a warehouse player out into the open for a fairly easy pick. For this execute, you will need 4 Future Pros along with 3 smokes, 2 mollies and 2 HEs. Future Pro 1, you'll be throwing the bottom hell window smoke. To throw this smoke, hop into this corner. Aim at the top of this pipe vent and slightly to the right of the line. Run forward and jumping through the smoke as you get close to the wall in front. Save your molly as you can use this to block off secret as you spend more time outside. Future Pro number 2, you only have a warehouse smoke to throw, so don't mess it up. To throw the warehouse smoke, look into the center of this wall. Aim at the bracket on the silo. Then jump throw the smoke. After this, head into lobby and hold off any pushes. Future Pro number 3, you'll be throwing the A main smoke, mollying secret, and saving a HE for CT red. To throw your smoke, position yourself so half of this vent is cut off by the wall. Aim to the top of the cables, run forward and throw the smoke just before hitting the box. Then clear some close angles and hop onto this box. From here you can throw a molly to cover secret and hold the push. If you feel like it, throw your HE to CT red with Future Pro 4. Future Pro number 4, you'll be throwing the CT red molly along with a HE. To throw your molly, wait for the warehouse smoke to bloom, then make your way into this gap. Aim at the lower corner of the garage door and jump throw the molly. This will land behind CT red and possibly cause a counter-terrorist to rotate back towards the ladder area. After this, running throw your HE behind CT red as you could get some chip damage on the rotating player. Then have Future Pro 1 boost you behind T red, and if you're quick enough you should be able to catch any CT trying to get up from warehouse to ladder. And that's about it. This execute is a nice way to find a pick outside. If you have confidence in your aim, I have no doubt you should be able to catch CT player out.
Bad News Bears posting 8 on their defense of our second map. First game of the day, ESL Pro League. We're back with you for a full month, baby. So every day you get home from school, you get home from work, you get home from play area. What's the thing that comes before?
Play school.
Play school.
Pre-primary.
Pre-primary, if you've just been playing with your blocks. And now you're back for some Counter-Strike. We're here with you for the whole month. So whenever Play School's been getting you down, we're here to pick you back up again. And picking it back up in the second half, we shall. Will Astralis run this one down? And I think the pistol will be a key determining factor as to how quick this nuke will be. Astralis, though, likely going to be a bit of a brick wall for the Bad News Bears to mash their head against. Let's see, top take for the pistol. Glock's charging in, feeling frisky. And already popping some heads like fresh cherry tomatoes from Waitrose.
Now, don't let the 1x bet odds at the top of the screen fool you. If they grab this pistol, the Bears could really push this map. It's a 3-on-4. The bomb is down, already starting to tick, peppering towards heaven. Oh, trying to boost. Hello.
Kind of like the idea. Oh, quick from Dupree, and now Spongy's on the site worrying a little more than he was initially. Certainly now he's isolated on his own. He knows Hut's a problem. Glaive's found him out, can't stabilize, and it's lucky with 3 in total to pull it across the line for Astralis. I felt like the Bears had that one in the palm of their hand.
Yeah, I thought that little cheesy kill coming out of Dupree with the Glaive boost was probably about all we were going to see. The fact that they were able to isolate all of those fights and make them look so easy, yeah, problems now. And as I'm watching back some of the stuff we did yesterday with the Bears, a lot of what I'm saying is, oh no. Remember that 2-on-5 that they had, right? They had that 2-on-5 against Vitality, and then Zywoo and Shox roll into the B bomb side on Inferno, and they stripped that one back. It's these rounds that they really should be converting. Just can't quite get across the line here. And, well, here comes the force buy once more. Galil's AK, upgraded Pistolas with that util to try and make some magic happen. John G doing the classic. Shoot those Glocks. Let him think.
Suddenly Astralis like, oh, it's an eco, let's all rush.
Push, push. Get him.
I heard a Glock, guys. It's an eco, let's go.
You know someone's salivating at the thought of it.
Yeah.
No armor, the Glock, the dream.
You're holding an SMG as well. Like, it just takes so much self-control not to hold W. Well, hold W they shall into ramp.
Oh, they're chasing too. Quite quick on this.
Yeah, Magic's not interested. He does tuck himself in, and double frag available. He doesn't manage to put the bullets in the right place. Glaive having issues as well. So Spongy using that hero AK to great success. He's definitely been having a game here on Nuke, and it's his team acknowledging it.
Not another oh no.
It's an oh no.
Don't give me an
it's
oh no.
It's an oh no. Spongy is not expecting Bunsky here. Good reactions. Good God. And Sheikh Zula, what a lovely position from him. You wouldn't, though. You wouldn't.
Okay. Everyone calm down. Take a deep breath. It's mainly for myself.
I'm just happy that Spongy's having a good game. You know, I've only seen so far a Swisher performance. To see Spongy deliver as well, it adds him to my list. I still haven't had a junior pop off, even though this is the gameplay that he deems more appropriate for his role, which is an interesting conversation in itself.
Yeah, look, obviously Junior does have the most experience of this team in terms of playing against international opponents, but when you're in a team that runs like a weird double AWP setup with Art running in first as like an entry AWP, and then Junior isn't really used in that capacity, right? He's not used to open up rounds necessarily. There's a lot of odd things the Furia do. For example, on Nuke, they don't throw wall smokes yard, right? We've highlighted this before. They're a bit of an odd one. Bubsky, frustrated. He's not happy with the headphones. You know, just the headphones were just a little bit tight.
A bit uncomfortable.
Just take them off a bit. But this is a great response from Bad News Bears, and if they can win this round right here, maybe even better for them than winning that pistol. Yeah, because right now, if Astralis lose this force buy, we're already going to have the scoreline 10-8, and then Astralis will have to take an eco. They've actually haven't gone all in. Left about 500 schmackaroos for most. Lucky with a little bit extra. You know that he wants to get that AWP out, but Astralis aren't in the clear here, and as you can see, top right of your screen, Dust 2 is the third map. Wouldn't that be something wild? Bad News Bears come in, they get blown out of the server the first 2 days, and then they beat Astralis on day number 3. That's the story. We're sticking with it.
Yeah. Team Spirit did look very convincing on their Dust 2 against Astralis.
Yeah, that game was the only map that it looked like Spirit really had their act together. Otherwise, they've been blown out of the server since. I don't know what's going on with Spirit. You think with all that talent, they'd be able to crack through.
It's because they don't have Blade.
Oh, okay.
That's the secret. They need a bladed character.
I'm sure Certus will feel very offended, Alex. That
Well, he can come talk to me personally. Jonji's got this somehow.
Okay.
Yep, he's going for a nutmeg.
The Mac-10 in the fade.
He did hear the door, and that's his cue to start touching his W. Oh, and here we go. It's going to be a 1-for-1 so far. More to come. Those Deagles, pesky Deagles, putting pressure onto Sheikh Zula. This could get sketchy still.
Yeah, where's the end goal? It feels like Secret to go join up with Jonji would be the plan. He has the vent rotation. They're transitioning elsewhere right now. In limbo, indeed.
Oh, just as he looks away, Magis strikes. And now really quite a problematic scenario for the BNB boys.
Could be a heaven to top with these two coming through main. Dupree with the glue is the perfect weapon for this.
Yeah, and that CT vent criminally underchecked when attention's drawn towards the bomb site. Stand a bit more actively. In fact, he wants to bring the fight to the next time. He's right. Kid Spongy again with impact. Burning. Bubsky lives on at 50, and it's Magisk actually rotating in, leaves it all onto that scout, and they will just about handle themselves. It was a 3v4 at one point. Bail themselves out of trouble, and as you discussed, this is the scenario now where Bad News Bears are going to get some leg room.
Yeah, I wonder how much Astralis will invest knowing they left that extra 500 last round.
They went for double Mac-10, yo. They actually looking to farm some extra cash.
Wouldn't be too far out of the realms of possibility to just see a fast top here. You know, just blow open that squeaky door, get the util in towards main, a couple of flashes, and away you go. Just one Deagle upgraded in, and the smiles. Are they infectious over there when they're winning?
That used to be when we used to cut to the Renegades camps, Chad Birchall.
Oh, they smiled once upon a time.
They really did. Don't you go losing the silly ones now, boys.
Yeah, they're going to be all right. They'll be fine. Bit of extra towards main. Maybe they will still be fine.
Okay. You weren't worried for a second.
Not at all.
Didn't doubt them.
I didn't expect a double Deagle kill by any means. Clear your corners. Swisher does. More smokes towards main. More bullets. And this is going to be round number 11. This is the most rounds so far that the Bears have gotten in a map, right? Yesterday, I think it was 16-9, 16-9. The day before, 16-1 and 16-4. So this is their most competitive jaunt, foray, walk in the wilderness. Can keep that Mac-10 if they'd like. They do have the AWP on Junior, so I don't know if we'll necessarily see a fast play out the gates. They might want to try and drop a player down the vent with that in mind.
What do you think defines a hike? Is it the elevation? Like, are you walking until there's a consistent elevation, then you're hiking?
Jason is quite the avid hiker, isn't he?
Or is it just a weird extra American word for going for a walk?
No, I think it must have something about it.
Do you have to have like particular shoes, like a hiking pole?
You probably need at least a hat and or a backpack.
Sun cream and backpack.
Yeah.
One of those like ones with the water, like back.
The camel backpack?
Camel backpack. Yeah. Bad News Bears have lost too early, and they've actually struggled to make an impact on their opening gambit. It's not necessarily all over. It could be now, as Lucky blocks down their ramp of grass, and it's all too easy. One more to bait around. He's having fun with it. Taking notes, actually, as the kind of Lucky's maneuvers here. And the Junior 1v5, you remember that one?
Yeah, he has been last alive an awful lot, right? Inferno makes sense. Nuke is also another map where T-side AWPing has limited availability in terms of the peaks you can go for. Wait, what? Did he kill the hut? Wait, he killed the hut.
Oh my god, imagine.
He killed the hut player with that.
Oh my god, Junior, stop. No, I'm not even going to cast it. It's not real. I was joking, dude.
Calm down.
I was joking.
What, the first kill he got was absolutely insane.
I think
he was
tried to
flicking
flick up, but it
killed the hut player running away.
The wall, yeah.
So 30 seconds. I think he just wanted to save. They might actually let him just save now.
I think he's done enough to earn the save. Now, they've doubled up on the bomb, so if he does try and find it, he has to be quick. Whoa, nice off angle from Magis.
False sense of security right there.
Yeah.
I think he thought I hit the 3 bangers. Let's give this one a try. Because otherwise, it would have just been the save, right? Some lovely shots out of Junior there.
Through the power of magic and replays, let's see that one again. So it was over. It was over at this point. 1 minute 25, it was over. Junior decided it wasn't. Let's see this no scope again. So he flicks up.
Yeah, but he doesn't kill the guy on the railing at all.
Glaive is moving away.
Oh, he's not even peeking.
Yeah.
Oh, come on, mate. Give Glaive a chance.
If he hit
he's
that
trying
one,
to trade.
Imagine if he gets the head on the squeaky wallbang. My God, I'd have screamed. I'd have squealed.
Someone just left the server, guys. One of the bears. So give us a second. We'll get this sorted. We'll get back underway. So I looked up the definition of hike. A long walk or walking tour. That's the noun.
Okay.
The verb, walk for a long distance, especially across country.
Glaive typed in chat, did he see me? Question mark. And Swisher said yes, because I think Swisher thinks
he killed the guy on the top.
He killed the guy at the top. He has no idea.
Yeah.
I almost spit out water, says Coach Mad Cow.
Yeah, he didn't mean to do that, I don't think. But looks good.
Yeah, and I think he had so much fun, he actually disconnected from the server. Like, the adrenaline was pumping. He accidentally opens up dev console. He's just QI. Yep, that'll do.
What was the button you used to do that with? Was it F10?
What, the auto leave?
Is that the one?
By default? I don't know. Probably.
There was something, like, let me test.
You did.
Yeah, it was, F10.
You did do a good tweet though, Chad, that it is so silly that Shift Tab is default for Steam.
Yeah, I guess, right, and nobody hit me with this, but then, you know, like I say things and then I think about them.
Yeah.
Steam is for everybody, not just Counter-Strike players. So I'm sure in other games, the idea of Shift Tab is not a combo that is used as much as in Counter-Strike when you're walking and you want to check some information on the scoreboard.
My argument is that Shift is a very common modifier
You're
key
right, you
and
are right.
often used for both left and right-handed controls for any FPS and RTS title.
Okay. What about MOBAs?
I didn't want to get into it. Yeah, so I think you shift in MOBAs as well. I played a game of League of Legends last night, an ARAM no less.
Okay.
Really hard video game to play. Much easier to play the shoot-em-ups, as my grandma calls them.
It's an important round here for the Bears.
It is, and I do fear that John G... Oh, it's going to walk straight into Magic's domain. It wasn't the first victim, but he's done well to reposition. He can't deal with Swisher. So 11-9, and at this point in time, they've got 70 seconds with a very split-up T side. You can see Swisher's pushed up with the bomb. Now, I don't know if that was spotted. I would imagine so, with his frag onto Magisk. Oh, Swisher's in such a nasty spot of bother here.
Yeah, and they don't know where that
They've only got one
exactly.
smoke as well.
Yeah, I feel like they have to commit lower, and you can see they're trying to get to red and cross with him here. Spongy forcing pressure ramp, should get taken down. The shot doesn't land, and Glaive in the meantime towards Yard has been peppered, so they know it will be towards this lower site, and currently down there will be Dupree, joined by Lucky. They're in the right position to defend this here, Astralis, unless it's a zip up the vent to top.
If you can get across that opening line. Currently, Dupree's worried about ramp, so yeah, there is an open avenue to it. Junior going walkabouts, and now they've found Glaive. This changes things. To the top side they go.
Good molly.
Gallivanting towards them. A good dink. Wow, Swisher lays his life on the line for that. Time-sensitive mission, they're running out of it.
They don't have any, they went heaven. They can't plant.
10 seconds. They could if Spongy hadn't have fallen just there, and then it's Bubsky to ruin it all.
Oh, pull the trigger! Oh!
It's all good in the hood, and he will live on at 2 HP.
All right, hold on to that AWP again. And now the resources for his teammates are not there to help him in the purchase. So it's all on Junior for round number 22. Did get awkward there. Like when Dupree was jiggling and looking at the windows, it did feel like he could get swung on at any moment, but they actually pivoted back up. So good misdirection from the Bears. It did catch Astralis off guard, especially with the kill onto Glaive, but Bubsky saving the day. Now, even though you have this AWP in play, it should just be an eco round. Maybe, I don't know, a deagle, a couple of flashes, something to try and help him out. They get 2,400 in the next round of play. So Sheikh Zula can invest a little bit more, same as Swisher. Spongy and Jonji will have to keep their economy safe. Now, in these kind of scenarios, right, you either are going to send Junior out early to look for a pick, or you're just going to let all that protocol utility that mollies towards Squeaky and Hart, the early smokes, allow that all to drop on out, and then take your time and try and work some picks. They did invest in some pistols and some util here, so let's see how much they can set him up. This is really all on Junior to find the kill. This is where the pressure of being the primary AWPer and having that big green saved comes into play. It is a bit of a Junior go kill type scenario. But Astralis do know that this AWP is saved, so they could opt to play in a bit more of a passive stance. They don't need to go for those jiggles. They're giving up a lot of room here. You can see tucked in towards the other side of warehouse is Magisk. Quite a heavy top lean. Lucky with the AWP at ramp. And Junior doesn't find a single thing. So we've already bled almost a full 55 seconds off of the clock here, and they're heading back with nothing towards lobby.
You're going to be feeling a lot of pressure in these roles, in this role as Junior, when you feel like the whole team really is just depending on something out of your gun. And especially if they start talking about top side, what's he supposed to do with his AWP? It might have to be ramp.
Heads up duel here.
Heads up duel with Lucky. AWPer v AWPer action here. They don't opt for the boost, and there's the frag in the feed. Lucky pulls the ripcord, gets the hell out of dodge, and they'll just start playing hot potato with the AWP.
Yeah, and they need to make sure they die here, right? The Bad News Bears definitely need this loss bonus, so they might just run in towards this top side. And if somebody wants to save the AWP for Junior going forward, they don't get that loss bonus next round. And that was quick. So didn't feel like they had many options at the start of the round. Definitely didn't have many options at the end of the round. And there you have it, tied up, legs 11. And we will see not a great buy from the Bears. Junior should go into a Galil for util, the same for Spongy. It actually is going to be a half buy. This was the most important kill. Junior hits that. Okay, another gun to pick up. Ramp control taken, but doesn't land the shot. Lucky prevails. And it will just be a partial from Bad News Bears here. So Tech 9s for 4. There's util. This is a set piece right now.
I'd love to see a full set piece out of the Bad News Bears, see what they've been working on. So they've done the vent smoke. They forced the reload out of 2 members and go.
Double pump.
And there they had a real chance onto Dupree. It's bodyguarded nicely. 2 in the feed from Astralis. It gets worse for the Bears as well. Dupree double. It was actually Bubsky that found one of them. Now he's found his double.
So just the idea for people who may be wondering what they were doing there. So blow up and squeaky, throw the standard util, make it seem like you're going for either a default round where you're dropping down the vent or you're just trying to show some presence. You get all that CT util coming out early, but they have to respect it. They have to drop their own smokes and mollies. They spam through a little bit, and then on that timing, you're popping through. So you're having the second wave of util, and you're meant to be able to get that little glimpse into the side.
And it gave them a slight advantage. It did, because you saw there was an AK and an M4 both reloading as the push and the flashes came in. That was your window, just unable to find the frags and the headshots in time. Round 24. Oh. Junior onto Lucky this time. Yeah, it's been served up quickly. And that opens up a lot of opportunities. Do they want to go down the ramp, or are they just going to take it and fall back? We'll find out. Glaive has been pulled away. Aggression onto Sheikh Zula's position will be provided by Bubsky. And that's a real punish from Jonji. Damn, didn't finish it. The flash was there. But he's done very well to get Bubsky on notice. Like, there's a whole yard presence that Astralis have to consider now. And that will enable a couple more bodies to fall off of that lower site.
They're actually going to push up secret here with multiple members. So if Jonji just tucks in towards the back of warehouse, he's going to be in a very difficult spot for Glaive to clear. This comes down to timing, and the barrel spotted. Jonji does profit. And they still know that Bubsky's low.
Dupree. He's been having such a good game here. Barrel spotted, Jonji eliminated, and now 3v2 into the low site. There is a body down there. It is going to be Bubsky first to arrive. Doors are open. He can perhaps contest this plant. 40 seconds. They don't have to rush this, but what a shot out of Bubsky. A very quick one. This bomb plant could ruin things. Incendiary behind there will force him off the bomb and put it down in time. Swisher has to try and escape. It costs him his life, and all onto Junior. This is a big round of play. Looking for impact. The AWPer hunting, baits the shot. He's in trouble now. He knows there's 2 to find, and Dupree just toys with him with the doors, toys with his expectations, and he looks the wrong way.
Felt handled there for a moment, didn't I? I think that really Bubsky shot into the lower side just there with the door open. not an easy one to hit by any means, and on that low HP. So great shooting right there. This was Junior's opener. Would have needed the 1-on-2 clutch to close things out. So a good round from him. Jonji made a lot after that bit of a mare onto the initial fight. But then it was Bubsky, the guy he got down low, who ended up being an integral part in all of this. So yeah, when someone's close to the doors, they open like that. You know, why not?
Yeah.
Hinge goes in, Hinge
do you
goes
remember
out.
it was Cash where you'd have a teammate sit next close to the lock so you could open the door the other way around?
Yeah, and MIBR even worked something out where they could throw a decoy from the other side of the map to land at the door, so the door would open inwards, so that Fallen could AWP to the default box, as opposed to the door opening outwards, and you wouldn't have that line of sight. So that was pretty cool.
Decoys, they do have their uses. Who knew?
I think Zeus was credited with finding that one out, so shout out to Zeus.
Interesting to see how Lucky's positioned his crosshair. Perfect find. Nothing for Sheikh Zula to do. And Lobby, Lobby is safe. Spongy, happy to collect. Lucky, still being a nuisance on that EAWP. And as they crawl in, plays on that very tight line. Sheikh Zula's familiar with how it works, but he's just getting peppered. So dynamic, so mobile. They'll finish him off on the reload. And if they could find Lucky, which is easier said than done.
1-on-1.
Get a 1-on-1. Junior, 6 HP though. He has to win this through positioning and decision making. Oh, but Junior's ready. Here we go. Second time's the charm in the 1v2 for Junior.
Yeah, that's not bad. That is not bad at all. And I'm immediately drawn to look at the ramifications with the Cash here. Glaive may have maybe overcooking the pooch a little bit outside there, right? He contested, ran out of ammo, and that's how he went down. So Astralis, look, I don't want to say like just because they're playing Bad News Bears, they're more than happy to take a lot of fights. I think if anybody watched them play in Cologne, they were more than happy to fight. And that was one of their strengths, was having a lot of multi-kills, having those crazy rounds that we don't normally put with that Astralis name. It's more the strategical, well-disciplined, percentage-based Counter-Strike. Now, in a moment, you will see the buy. Here it is. They've been able to get everything they need, but now we're at the bottom of the barrel for Astralis, and their loss bonus is just going to start to build now. That was 1,400 off the back of that clutch round just there won by Junior, 1,900 into the next. So if Astralis loses sight early, this could be the type of round where they go for an early save with 3 or so players. So whatever Bad News Bears can pull out around number 26 could be very important to see how much play is extended. They're in this one.
Completely and totally in this one. It's the highest round haul we've seen out of the Bears. Their time in Pro League. Jonji just about down the ladder. And if he swings open that decon door, he'll have a lot of opportunities to flank and provide. Oh, Magisk spray is deadly. Results in the loss of 2. Spongy trading. Does cost him half of his health as well. Quick reactions out of Lucky. And the flank from Bubsky is swift as well. They don't really give the Bears a chance.
Yeah, they know Jonji's lower, but they didn't clear their corners. So Glaive's dead. Jonji with a 1-on-4. Bomb is in a very good spot to retrieve by any means. 2 players currently sitting on that, Lucky and Bubsky. Dupree above over towards that vent. But as the clock ticks down, they have to start worrying about, is he going to go outside to heaven? Does he want to go back through yard to lobby? Or is he going to peer up from ramp? Looks like they should have him pretty well covered here, especially with him on 34 HP. And, well, the blind grenade. Just the spidey senses there of Bubsky tingling. And that is it, 14-12. And the money situation for the Bears is now in question. They want to go for the force buy right here. Keep the pressure on Astralis. This spray down from Magisk was great. This flick from Lucky was pretty nice too. And yeah, just a blind nade. Just how you do it. Just lob that one in. Yeah, you don't expect that one any day of the weekend. Oh, shrugging it off with a bit of a smile.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it's just supposed to be so much fun for them to be playing at teams like Astralis, getting dunked by blind nades that just through game sense alone. When your goal individually and as a unit is to be the best, I mean, every team has that goal. It's always going to be at varying degrees of distance away from you. But yeah, playing against teams like Astralis with players who have been the best for so goddamn long is only going to be a good feeling, especially when you're making them work like you are here.
Yeah, they're definitely being put through their paces, right? It is going to be a bit of a hodgepodge buy. They do have an AK out for Jonji and some upgrades for the rest. Next round, they get 3,400 as the loss bonus, so they purchased knowing next round, round number 28, they'll have all the goodies they need. May as well make it as close as can be. Smokes towards Yard, they'll fall.
Glave's doing his one way on Yard. Don't think he's going to find anything. Swish is going to get caught out here. The pop flash is in.
Oh, no.
And the double
That's
is
naughty.
found. It's so mean from Astralis. And Jonji's got that hero AK in play. He doesn't even get to see anyone. Just finds Lucky in the end.
Another clutch attempt for Junior here. And that's what it'll stay. An attempt. 3 survive. 1 more round needed. And Astralis, well, even though the scoreline is close, they can still sweep this away. This will be yet another 2-0 series. So far within EPL's Group A for Season 14, only one of the series has gone all 3 maps. The rest of them have just been absolute 2-0 shebangs. Up next, we do have Spirit taking on Ents, and that's a game where I think it's going to be split quite down the middle. Ents did upset Astralis. Spirit haven't been off to the greatest of starts here within the group, and for both, a turning point. Spirit lose, they could be donezoed. Ents win, there's a chance they can make it to the top 3, but let's focus in on Junior's AWP as he's immediately smoked off ramp, and here's some more aggression. Dupree pushing. Oh, just adding the punishment here.
They're like throwing the rulebook out the window when they know B&B are going to try and hold on to it for dear life. 4 on 4. Great return. Junior's provided it. Jonji is kissing Bubsky in the smoke. That's a lethal one at that. Glave's down 2. Looks like the Bears have still got some bite. And now the top side's theirs. Dupree trying everything to delay.
They should save. So this should be a 13th right now for Bad News Bears. Lucky can drop a gun next round. Dupree can do the same. They need to hold on to these rifles. And just maybe getting a little bit too overzealous there. The aggressive maneuver initially was great, but then we had a push from Magisk. We had a push from Bubsky. Just trying to get this one over as quick as you like.
I think they saw Dupree pushing Yard and getting a frag. I'm like, oh, we've won.
Thanks, Dupree.
It's over.
He does almost have 30. 29 kills to Dupree. Been an absolute banger of a game from him.
I do think it's something's reignited within him upon the departure of Device. Just a feeling like, in the same way, actually, the sentiment was shared by Magisk in his interviews where he said, like, it made me want to win more. It was a motivating factor. I want to prove to Device. I believe Magisk's quote was, I want to prove that it was the wrong decision, which is a very, motivating factor for a lot of people. There's a reason there's the cliche of the frowny boy with the hood up in the gym, working out without headphones on after a heartbreak.
True. Yeah, it's one of these situations. We're obviously going to see NIP within this season, and I think NIP have come out and said they're going to use Linus, LNZ. For, it's LNZ, actually. I messaged him. He said LNZ.
LNZ?
Yeah, but...
Wait, is that the American one? Which one's the English one?
I'm not...
We say Z, they say Z.
I'm not even sure anymore. I'm like a hybrid of everything.
Oh, yeah,
so
we're global.
I just call it Linus.
Global citizens.
That's the one.
Yeah.
His name's Linus.
Linus.
So I call him Linus. We're friends like that. Last timeout used here from Astralis, and I think that's telling as well. I'll be interested to hear what Yanko has to say, if he thinks this has just been Astralis being a little bit sloppy around the edges, or if it's the Bears actually putting them through their paces. I think it's probably a little bit of both, but still, it's been a competitive affair and great to see. This is what we wanted to see from the Bad News Bears. Putting up a fight indeed, and, well, thereby coming into next round of play looking juicy, juicy, juicy. Glave's down to a Famus. They've got some defuse kits. There's Util as well. Lucky with that molly. It's a set piece to unravel the smoke wall Yard, and here we go.
It all hangs in the balance then. If you're a Bad News Bears player, you really do not want to be that first casualty.
Late secret smokes.
Yeah, why do they look so uncertain though? I
think they're working out who can throw what.
Hey man, Junior, do you know the second one in the wall? Okay. They sail through the air, and Lucky will have his vision removed if they have the cross smoke as well. If they have the cross smoke as well. Here comes Swisher and Junior. They're even pushing lobby. Clave and Magisk are off the way. No smoke on that cross, so already confirms there's action outside. Even a bit of a gap on that for Lucky to work with, a very slight, but prominent now. Ooh, Warehouse didn't get spotted out. That's an advantage for Jonji. He's crawling in on this AWP. The AWP flash forces him out of the line. Jonji's hunting a second flash.
Oh, good awareness.
Oh, he's so aware. Lucky with some huge impact. And the Bears are being flanked. They're not even considering it. This is a nasty way to lose your life. Junior caught. Sheikh Zula processing all this new information in the blink of an eye. The bomb is lost in yard. Bubsky's even coming up the flank through the vent. Spongy caught out. Quick from Bubsky. 1-on-3 for Sheikh Zula. Looking to lead by example, and it's finished off nicely. Astralis 16. The Bears close, but no cigar. 16-13 is the best haul they've seen in their group. Ents to be faced next for them. So far, 2-0s across the board, and not in a good way for the Bears. Astralis pick up another one.
Now Cirque has got to turn around. He's got players coming from every position but the Palace.
They didn't have anyone here, so they've got to bear it in mind. And now Cirque out with 2 is suddenly stripped this man advantage away. Carrigan. Oh, he is ready. I was going to say, oh my word, where's this come from? This was a 4-on-3. Nick Stacey trying to stand the test of time, and this thing's not going anywhere.
And here comes the B play. This is what it comes down to. KNG looks to try and be the defender of the site. The breaker of dreams!
Rattled, Dupree, he rattles right back through the smoke. Oh my goodness! No! Dupree!
Boomic moving back into middle, and surely they don't expect this play. Oh, he may have just brained them hard, Harry. Double molly zone, double flashes. They could check this corner, and they should be able to trade, you'd like to think, but do they check it? That's the question. One goes by, and Boomic playing it like an absolute beast. He finds them both.
JW, he's back on the shotgun again, and he's just going to be up for the chopping block. JW anymore. Oh, he's found his second. Pistols behind him, and JW, he's going to try his own. No knife for Stewie.
He's got it all to do, and he's stuck here. He's trying to play for time. Crims, the eyes of the world are watching, and this is where Crims might just do his best work. Shuts down everyone, just electronics still defined, and there we go.
Roland once more close on ramp, has got to do it all.
Yeah, flashed in. Roland trying to deliver, and Roland gets 3. Oh, he takes them all down with him. You thought Brolin's heroics might be enough, and indeed they are. The ace for Brolin. There's just 2 players left to get past. Carrigan, an unknown entity, an unknown factor, flicks on down. Carrigan drops the bomb. 7 seconds. And he's done it. He's stolen it from Fnatic.
Seen that they won't bring it to me, son. Try me if you want, but won't be any fun. I'll take the challenge. I'll beat anyone. I'm the one. I'll be quite clear. Bow down to no one. I'm right here. I get it in. I don't fight fair. And guess what? I'm your worst nightmare. Cause I ain't taking no losses. And I don't even care what the cost is. Are you prepared for the forces I'm about to bring? Cause I'm the boss of all bosses. I penetrate your thoughts and fill them with doubt. You gon' feel where I'm coming and feel what I'm about. If they come in with the drama, I'm wheeling them out. Cause I ain't about to have somebody here stealing my clout. I keep my friends close, enemies closer. Cause that's the way it is and the way it's supposed to be. Anybody can see there's only room for one, and that one is me. Plenty tried, plenty failed. Too many times I seen plenty bail.
Well, they've almost done it. Jason Moses O'Toole said they wouldn't break 40 rounds in the group stage, and they're on 39. So I'd say there's still a chance. Now, provided that something doesn't go horribly wrong in their next set of matches, it's Astralis that take this one, though, pretty free will. Of course, Nuke, a little bit different, a little bit tight like a tiger. Yanko.
Got any proof of that statement, Trace, or anything like that, or just spewing lies about Jason Moses O'Toole yet again?
Probably the latter, actually. So.
Okay, just want to get that out there.
Why did this one get so much closer than, say, Inferno? Because they got 4 rounds in Inferno. Nuke looked a little bit more compact for them.
Yeah, I think it just when it comes down to it, they had a good string of rounds in the first half. It did seem like potentially Astralis might run away with the game, winning Pistol 3-0 up, then getting the reset on Bad News Bears as well. But they managed to consolidate themselves a little bit, made couple of riskier moves, over-rotated a few times, got some good reads on Astralis and got a respectable first half. But it was actually the fact that they were able to win, or actually to get a good start in the second half too, that gave you a little bit of hope that they might, make that comeback and force us into a third map. But in the end, Astralis did manage to get their stuff together and close it out.
Get their stuff together.
Yeah.
I get that. I felt it when you said that stuff right there. Because, yeah, there were some moments right there where Bad News Bears had them on the ropes. And you thought, like, okay, this is starting to smell a little bit like an OT.
But it's close. You can see, like, where Bad News Bears struggled a little bit in the second. You look at the T side and you look at that round where, Jonji was out on Yard and he was, like, working around Garage, then came into Credit Card and all that stuff. Like, when it's those mid to late round situations where it's not preset, where you kind of just have to play off of comms, off of what you hear, off of instincts, right? Situational Counter-Strike is where they didn't seem as compact, right, or synchronized.
Like cohesive almost.
Yeah, not as cohesive. It was a little bit all over the place. And, a team like Astralis, they're going to rip you apart if that happens. You could see how they're, even the last round, like Lucky gets those 2 great kills outside. But even if he doesn't get any kills, Astralis still probably wins the round, because as soon as they were losing Yard presence or Yard control, they're pushing ramp together, and they had that fast flank from Glaive. I'm pretty sure they would have won that round regardless, right? So for Bad News Bears, it's just about, being a bit more, I don't know, compact at times, but also just playing faster to an extent, not wasting too much time.
Yeah, and for Lucky to continue to show face, obviously not going to get stress tested too hard by Bad News Bears right here. And, that does make sense to an extent. How do we feel like Lucky's progressing as the group's going?
Listen, I think this whole tournament might end. Astralis can make the final, and we still won't know enough about Lucky in a sense of it's going to take a couple of tournaments for us to really see, how he's going to perform. So far, as I've said, I'm happy with what I'm seeing. I think he's doing what he has to do for the team and just growing with each map.
Lucky, how do you feel about those nice words?
Sorry, I didn't hear them.
Oh, well, they were, for the most part, nice. Lucky, what's up, man? Welcome to, I think this is our first interview with you. So how are you feeling? How's it feel to be in Astralis?
Yeah, it's amazing. Like you could imagine yourself. It's just amazing to be around these people. They're all nice and kind and all that good stuff. So it's pretty nice.
Cool. I just wanted to ask, obviously you're not coming in per se. You didn't come in instead of Device, but you're sharing that role, one of the most accomplished players, right? One of the best players in the world. So how do you look at yourself in a sense of what the plan is and just, having to play the same role basically that a player like Device had for Astralis?
Yeah, I think we all know that there isn't a player that can go in and take Device's role one-to-one. But yeah, I come with some new fresh energy and I come with what I know I can and I hopefully can evolve a lot here in Astralis and on long terms. I think maybe if I'm lucky that I will.
You are lucky.
Yeah, I am lucky. But then maybe I will be able to like at least get close to his level someday.
So when you, let's just rewind a little bit there as well. So you go to join Astralis, you tell your friends, you tell your family, you tell your old teammates. How did that go? What were their reactions? How did they feel about that?
Yeah, my parents and I, we knew it a lot before my friends, obviously. But when it became official, I got a lot of messages and calls from friends and family, and because everyone in Denmark knows what Astralis is or have heard the name at least. so they all just think it's very cool that I'm being a part of this.
Yeah, it definitely is very cool. Hey, we'll get you out of here. It's been a pretty good day in the office for you. Would you mind speaking Danish to the Danes at home, telling them who you are and what you're here to do?
Sure. Hej, drenge og piger. Sætter pris på jeres støtte. Glad for, at I er med. Og så vil vi bare gøre det bedste til den her turnering, og forhåbentlig nå rigtig langt. Tak.
Tak. See you later, man.
Tak.
Adios.
Yeah.
Cool. Pretty personal guy. We'll probably hear from him multiple times more if I had to guess, and especially if he keeps up on a trajectory, right? So we're talking about the building blocks with Lucky, what he can establish in the groundwork for Astralis, and really the early stages here of what Astralis might look like going forward.
Yeah, seems like a cool, down-to-earth kid, right? Like, understands that he cannot be devised straight off the bat, but just that, you know, with time, why not, right? And you have to have that confidence in yourself. You have to believe in yourself. If you're not going to believe in yourself, why would anyone believe in you, Trace?
That's what I've been saying pretty much my whole life.
Even if you're the only guy who believes in yourself, Trace, in your particular case, like...
Hey, someone's got to do it. Might as well be me. Spirit Ents coming up. We got Heroic Vitality. Let's skip a little bit past Spirit Ents for a second. Let me talk to you about Heroic Vitality. What does that shape up in terms of how important it is to win that match for either team and then go on to win the group?
I think in terms of winning the group, it's the most important match, right? I think whoever wins the game is going to come out on top most likely. And also for both teams, they're the ones who played the best Counter-Strike so far in this first group of Pro League. So, you know, matching up, just looking how you're squaring off and where you really stand at the very start of this season, it's going to help you a lot to gauge where your game is at.
And so Heroic kind of picking up where they left off. I mean, that seems to be what people are saying, right? We're online. Hell, they've said it themselves.
Yeah, a little bit. Also benefits Vitality a little bit with some of their younger players, Kyojin as well. So we'll have to see. I'm going to favor Heroic in that one, but not by a large margin.
Yeah, and I think that's pretty rational. For us, the rationale...
I'm a rational guy, Trace.
Yeah, rational, might even be irrational. Not here, though. My ears aren't that itchy underneath here, no matter what you say. Hey, we're going to be going to a break and getting the hell out of here so that we can shift over to the next group in the next matchup. Spirit versus Ents at the Pro League Season of 14 when they return.
Yes, nice shot, my friend.
Cheaters ruining your plays?
I have eyes on the enemy.
Bad servers stopping your shots? What you need is ESEA. Advanced anti-cheat to stop cheaters. And the best servers around, all with 128 tick rate. ESEA, the best way to play CSGO.
Close. That's true. You do the dog player. Oh! Nice calm on the flash.
Oh.
Nice. Two outside, one thing outside.
Oh. Nice. Rush was low.
How did he get there?
Nice.
How did he get there so fast?
Mate, move. Nice.
Oh my god, they're just hiding.
No, he's just...
Knocked out with Warehouse, could be chasing me. Yeah, he's lower. 50 HP was secret.
Yes. Nice, Harry. No, he's so fast down bed.
Nice, bro. This is the comeback.
Oh my god, both outside, both outside.
Hell, Harry.
Nice.
Hell. Oh.
Nice! Let's go!
One up.
Both outside.
Double spray down from Rush leader.
The spray down.
Break up. Nice.
Outside already, aren't I? Oh, you let him get in such a sick spot now by not sticking it. Oh no, there's one.
Nice, Harry. Get him out.
One main.
That's your roof, I think. Heard ladder. Got it.
They're just sitting outside. Sitting. I've gone around the map. Nice. Unlucky.
Which teams at this event has a logo that represents an animal?
That represents an arm?
An animal.
Isn't Vitality like a bee or something? Or am I tripping?
I don't know.
I thought Vitality was a bee.
Is Vitality like a bee?
Yes.
Oh no. There is 9, bro. They have to be. It's not Navi, not Gambit, not Sprout, not VG, not Cole.
Not Vitality.
Not Vitality.
Not Astralis.
Not Astralis.
What else do we have? Vitality, what the fuck are they? There's nothing, right?
No. Oh, wait, they're all doing this bee shit. Vitality. Is there something I'm missing? Bzz, they always do bees.
Vitality, a bee.
So we got Bad News Bears.
Yeah. So, okay, so us, Bad News Bears.
Liquid, Horse.
Liquid.
Fuck. Who else is there? Wait, is LDLC a bird? Wait, is Mouse something? A mouse?
Mouse?
Oh,
yeah, well, yes. It would have been funny if you forgot that one.
Big. Big? It's
Big,
an animal? No,
yeah.
it's not. The beer?
Yeah, okay.
The beer?
J'avoue.
Wait, so Spirit is something. Dragon, right?
Yes,
Spirit.
Yes, Spirit.
Closest in this tournament. VP is one.
What do they have, bro?
Virtus Pro has always been like that.
Oh yeah.
Fucking...
Yeah. Get it, boss. Okay, if you have to think about it.
Furia.
VP, what are they? They're Wolf, right?
VP, yeah.
VP, Wolf.
LDLC? Oh yeah.
LDLC?
Ah oui, it's Fox.
Fox, yeah.
It's true.
Yeah, Vitality has a bee on their logo.
Oh, LDLC?
LDLC? But bro, they just have LDLC, right?
No, they have something else in it, right?
What?
Yeah, we've said it. It's on camera.
It's a fox.
When?
Oh yeah, true. It is.
Furia.
Oh my gosh, dude.
No.
That's so easy.
Furia?
Virtus Pro.
Yeah.
Okay.
And Vitality was right.
Wait, really?
Right? The bee, which is technically an insect.
Oh, it is a bee. Oh my gosh, you're right.
I give up.
Virtus Pro.
Yeah, oh my god, yeah, I didn't even think about them.
LDLC is a fox.
Yeah,
Oh,
true.
And you got the rest of it.
I mean, I'm proud. Vitality was
No,
a
not
joker.
bad. Not bad.
Ooh, VP? Oh, true, there, yeah.
The beer as well.
We're done.
You're right.
It wasn't
Good
bad.
job, guys. It was Furia.
Fury.
Oh, Furia.
Nice. That was good. You did all the answers,
Fury, to be
actually.
honest.
What's
I was going to say
LDLC, the fox.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, I think we missed one then.
Yeah, you
We have 8.
Who?
Furia.
Yeah.
Furia, man.
Yes.
What?
Furia was one.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
It's a like lion or
Panther or something.
Almost. Yeah, lie.
You got that.
I did not know there was a bee in Vitality.
Same. Thank you.
It was decent.
Yeah. That's pretty solid.
Yeah, very.
Еще левее. Правее теперь. Вот, еще правее. Правее. Вот, да, жми, жми! Слева, слева!
Понимаешь теперь, что это такое?
Право, Лень.
Я в яму зашел, да?
Ты в ТРСП сидишь.
Где я? Где он?
Прицел левее. Влево, вверх. Вверх, вверх. Там право.
Я не выиграл.
Чуть выше. Левее, левее, левее. Вниз. Вниз. Влево, лево. Леня, у тебя дважды прицел на нем, ты просто улетаешь с ним вправо. Правее чуть-чуть. Еще чуть-чуть, еще чуть-чуть, так же. И выше, выше чуть теперь. Направо, направо, еще, вниз, вниз, давай, вниз, веди, веди. Это анлаки, Лёнь. Вот, лево, лево, поверни влево и беги прямо теперь. Прицел проверни направо и беги. Он в ТРСП за тебя. Назад повернись и беги. Ладно. Выше прицел, выше, выше поверни прицел. Еще выше, Лёнь. Левее прицел выше. Правее чутка. Левее чутка теперь. Правее, ниже, левее чуть-чуть. Все, у тебя прицеле. Влево, поворачивай. Он не стреляет, он вправо прицел. Ты никуда не ушел, он просто у тебя не стреляет. Теперь выше просто поднимай, еще выше. Вот так, стреляй! Он прошел. Слева, левее. Отпускай. Правее, Лёнь. Нет, там лаки, он пробегает твой прицел, а ты не успеваешь его навести.
Я понимаю, почему там не законтролить спрей.
Ну, а ты думал, я не знаю, как спрей контролить. Он идет на шифте к тебе. Он идет к тебе. Стреляй! Он прям в прицел остановился.
Ну давай, иди к нам.
Убежал, стреляй! Лень, готовься. Раз, два. Стреляй! Лучший! Хорош!
Вы его убили?
Да! Поворачивай прицел налево, хорошо поверни. Вот так, право. Правее еще, правее, Лень. Не жми. Отойди направо сам. Еще правее. Выше. Стреляй! Налево поверни, налево чуть-чуть. Совсем немножко, Ленчик, надо было.
Hey Future Pros! Today I'm traveling to the wonderful world of Sirocco to teach you all how to use the mobility package to its fullest potential in Danger Zone. Yes, Danger Zone is still a thing, and yes, people still play it. You may remember me as the guy who died to the Danger Zone back at Katowice 2019.
This is worse than Summit. Rush. This is just, that is... What a blunder!
But I've come a long way since then, and I've also learned some fancy tricks with the mobility package I want to pass on to you all. The mobility package is a purchasable item that you can buy from your tablet at any point as long as you have the cash. The package costs $1,000 and contains an exosuit, parachute, and 3 bump mines. Let's go into all 3 items, starting with the exosuit. When you pick up the exosuit, it will attach to your legs and give you more movement options. If you hold space, you will jump at least twice as high as without it. Pressing crouch and jump at the same time will launch you forward and allow you to cover more distance with a bit extra speed. The exosuit also affects fall damage. You take around 40% less damage with the exo equipped than you would do otherwise. If you find yourself falling from a high area and land on an enemy player, you will transfer some of the fall damage to the player and also mitigate some damage from yourself. The height you fall from correlates to the damage you can do. You like the view? It is possible to kill a full HP player if you fall from high enough. I like to call this a Goomba. The second item in the package is a parachute. This does exactly what you think it would. However, I highly recommend not using the parachute. There are tricks to avoid some fall damage without it, and there's nothing worse than hitting a perfect jump only for your parachute to deploy, giving your enemy the easiest kill of their lives. Last but not least is the bump mines. This is where the fun begins. You will receive 3 of these in the package. Bump mines are a throwable object that stick to any surface and launch you into the air. When thrown, they take a small amount of time to activate, which will help you position yourself correctly over them. Your position over the bump mine heavily correlates to where you'll be propelled. Standing directly over the mine will launch you straight up into the air. If you stand in front of the mine, it will launch you forward, but with less height. When using a bump mine, try to always have your knife or your fist out. This will give you the most distance compared to having a weapon out. Now you understand what each item does, let's start combining them. When using the bump mines with the exosuit, holding space will give you an extra boost to your bump launch. This is also the case with the crouch jump too. Crouch jumping with your fist or knife out will give you the most distance from your bump mine. And that is how to bump. Now you have bumping down, let's talk about mitigating fall damage. The easiest way is to jump from a lower position to a higher one. Landing in water will also negate any fall damage you might take. On the advanced side, depending on your speed and trajectory, you can actually surf on slanted ground, which will cause you to take no fall damage. This is hard to do, so I suggest practicing this offline. If you start getting good at surfing, you can do ungodly things. For example, placing a bump mine at your surf spot ahead of time to allow you to cover practically the whole map. I enlisted the help of Sid and Cobra, a legendary duo in the Danger Zone scene, to show you this triple bump on Black Site. You can find their info below. I hope this helped you all, and I look forward to seeing you in the skies of Danger Zone.
Nice. Not so nice. It was kind of nice. Someone clipped that maybe?
Stay rush.
Nice. Nice.
Doors, not looking at us. I'm going for this.
Nice.
Inside, inside.
Yeah, I see it.
Going.
Oh, I can reach him in the hole. Oh no. How have you managed that?
I didn't know you could get stuck here. Did you know you could get stuck here?
I had no idea. Alright, should we see if this works?
Yeah.
Oh, saved! Oh! One more?
Yeah, hold on.
Strafe, strafe, strafe!
He's looking at us.
Okay.
I would
Everything
have
is
here
safe.
takes that. Parachuter bird from coming in. Commander.
Guy on top of the tower parachuting up as well. There's so many parachutes.
I'm gonna try and pluck him out of the sky. Oh, he's got a shotgun! Ah!
Nice. Get out of that, I'll be impressed. He was shooting at me, but I don't see him.
Yeah, he's somewhere in the trees.
Yeah, he's down, I'm good.
Under the... Oh!
Perfect. How about that one?
That's pretty nice.
Impressive performance. Thank you in advance.
They got met with a brick wall of the Fnatic stack out towards B then. And my God, 14-14, nerves, pressure, everything is now on the line for both of these sides. Fnatic won this done and dusted. They got the first map. They won this over with. Dignitas are fighting for everything now. Look how many players are here for Fnatic. Fetish has got his foot in towards the site. Pronax finds Zipnik's not the best of starts. Flusher gets Dupree. Bomb is going down. Device still kicking as Fetish waits and waits. Finds himself a little bit of smoke to hide in, but it's a 2v4. Desperately hard to hold on to. Device around the world we go. But the diffuse is coming in. He's still going. Oh! Just about gets it as the flames come in. And look at the little dance of happiness. That is how to control your nerves in a situation. Dance it out, but my God.
can see the world. Aren't we all insistent to be small? Subdivide. I'll show you how it's done. There's no sides, we go inside. The man, he is the one. You build your walls with faith in God. They never come around. Then wonder why we all defy the burden to be born. We're coming home with a mission to bring an end to a terrible land. We are here to your mission. We are many of one. We're coming home with a mission to tear you down from your undeserved throne. We can take your conviction. We are many of one. You may call it a virus, but we call it the antidote. It's an answer to silence. The future is here to revolt. Your destiny, slay your enemy, raise a legacy. No more apologies, trust your abilities, gather the energies. Pull yourself back together, been staying off track forever. Child of the nation, will seek redemption, time for salvation. Today is meant to be day of victory, time for history. Rebirth's a tendency, fight the entropy, channel your rivalry. You're praying for fortune to come, you're hearing the sound of the drums. It's too late to backtrack, go pack your bag now, keep your feet on the ground and stand up. You've got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you black out, out. Stand up, you've got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you black out. Give what you got, show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, you've got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you black out. Give what you got, show them how to make a miracle. Go save your team, be a hero. Take home the cup, be a star. They're waiting for you, take aim, shoot your arrow. It's your time to shine, show them who you are. Stronger, Gotta go faster, gotta get better, gotta work harder. It's fight or flight now, getting it up now. Go with the move, go for the goal, lead up the stadium, you know how it's done. Stand up, go when it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you back out, out. Give what you got, show him how to make a miracle. Stand up, go when it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you back out, out. Give what you got, show him how to make a miracle. Stand up, you've got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you black out, out, out. Stand up, go when it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you black out, out. Give all you got, show him how to make a miracle. Stand up, go when it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you back out, out. Give all you got, show him how to make a miracle. part of my story. I'm going hard for that trophy. It's why they all been on me. No guts, no glory. There's no need to go begin. I don't comprehend and I do not pretend, cause when I'm coming it's to win. You either got it or you don't. You either bought it or you won't. You either wanna give it everything or you wanna cry about a soul. I'ma say it from the jump. Mama ain't raised a chump. My mama raised me to persevere if I'm ever here in a slum. Cause nobody starts at the top. You do your part and you better buy. Working hard each and every day, even though some days it get hard to watch. But you gotta trust the process. Grind hard, don't you ever quit. It's a must, you see the progress. Got a ball till you get a hit. They can never do what I could do, cause they on the same stuff. If you doubt me, then I'm coming to show them what I'm made of. Yeah, always showing your integrity. Yeah, if you want it, I'ma let them see. No guts, no glory, not a part of my story. I'm going hard for that trophy. It's why they all been on me. No guts, no glory. There's no need to go begin. I don't comprehend and I do not pretend, cause when I'm coming it's to win. No guts, no glory, not a part of my story. I'm going hard for that trophy. It's why they all been on me. No guts, no glory. There's no need to go begin. I don't comprehend and I do not pretend, cause when I'm coming it's to win.
Wake up, put the work in, that's the only way it's gonna work out. Hard work and dedication, no time for procrastination. Takes a lot of time, a lot of patience, a lot of heart mixed with motivation. On the days that you feeling down, look in the mirror for your inspiration. Like, woo, just notice, never stop, never quit. People wanna see you doing good, but never better than them. Gotta push yourself to the limits. You cannot lose if you are not in it. You gotta lose, sometimes it's to win it. Don't get discouraged, it's just the beginning. Yeah, turn up. Don't end up a Timmy Turner. Don't get caught up in the streets. Don't get caught up with a burner. Don't be a slow learner. Oh no, you only get one shot, one chance. Talking March Madness at the big dance. Talking big man on campus. Like
no guts, no glory, not a part of my story. I'm going hard for that trophy. It's why they all been on me. No guts, no glory. There's no need to go begin. I don't comprehend and I do not pretend, cause when I'm coming it's to win. No guts, no glory, not a part of my story. I'm going hard for that trophy. It's why they all been on me. No guts, no glory. There's no need to go begin. I don't comprehend and I do not pretend, cause when I'm coming it's to win. From the back roads to back streets, I see you foes trying to trap me, but I don't run like a track meet, even though I'm #1 like an athlete. And the way I maneuver around you and through you, I'm coming and I'm bound to pursue you. I'm everything that you knew of, plus more. What's in store is I'm about to get to ya. Sleepless nights, better think this twice before you step to me and come and speak with strife. There's a lesson when you reach my life. It'll be chin-checking and I'll teach you right. Plenty tried, plenty failed. Too many times I've seen plenty bail. And there will be no surprise what I'm about to do when you are looking through my eyes. See many go, see many come. See that they won't bring it to me, son. Try me if you want, but won't be any fun. I'll take the challenge, I'll beat anyone. I'm the one, I'll be quite clear. Bow down to no one, I'm right here. I get it in, I don't fight fair. And guess what? I'm your worst nightmare. Cause I ain't taking no losses. And I don't even care what the cost is. Are you prepared for the forces I'm about to bring, cause I'm the boss of all bosses. I penetrate your thoughts and fill them with doubt. You gon' feel where I'm coming and feel what I'm about. If they come in with the drama, I'm wheeling them out. Cause I ain't about to have somebody here stealing my clout. I keep my friends close, enemies closer. Cause that's the way it is and the way it's supposed to be. Anybody can see there's only room for one, and that one is me. Plenty tried, plenty failed. Too many times I've seen plenty bail. And there will be no surprise what I'm about to do when you are looking through my eyes. See many go, see many come. See that they won't bring it to me, son. Try me what? I'm your worst nightmare. I'm your worst nightmare. Are you prepared? I'm your worst nightmare. I know you scared. I'm your worst nightmare. Are you prepared? I'm your worst nightmare. I know you're scared.
It's time to move on with our day and head into our second matchup as we have Team Spirit take it on Ents here to see who will potentially get themselves the first win or potentially get themselves a second. Obviously, it will tell, or time will tell, when we do eventually get there. Jason Kappen joined by Moses. 2 Jasons on the desk. It can't get much better than this unless we can fit in a third, but I don't know if there's another talent out there named Jason.
Probably not in Counter-Strike.
Yeah.
There's somewhere else, probably.
There's a lot of players named Jason, though they have a Y in their name. So I guess they're the cool one. We're
Imposters.
The cool ones. Yeah, how dare they? But this could be an interesting one, I'd say, for me, Moses, because we have these two teams still with a potential chance to qualify. Bad News Bears, I think their run has come to an end here when it comes to trying to get through to the playoffs. However, learning from each match is very important for them. Team Spirit, I think for me, this is like a must win, if I can get my words out, for them to have a chance to get into playoffs.
Yeah, probably. Actually, now that we look at it, yeah, 0-2 and against a 1-1 team, yeah, this is a must-win to keep them in the running for one of those top 3 spots as well. You're exactly right. And actually, a huge wrench thrown into this matchup because of the victory from Ents over Astralis yesterday. That's a huge tiebreaker to own if it gets down to it. That's a massive piece that Ents has between them. And just from a different level, just being able to beat Astralis, and even with the roster changes coming in, a weakened Astralis, that's a good win for this Ents roster.
I mean, considering we did see Team Spirit take a map off of Astralis in the first day. That was Dust 2, obviously.
Good old Dust 2.
So that one, you could probably assume that's going to happen. But it's very difficult because Team Spirit have had such a strong start to the year. They've had some ups and downs, a lot of downs, actually, after the beginning part of the year. But we're trying to see if they can get back to their former glory. And one person on the other side of the coin here for Ents, who's looking to make a name for himself here as he's the newest addition to the team, it's going to be Hades. They all prefer the team. He's going to have a tough battle up against Dexter over the course of today. But he's been able to, I guess, make a very good impression impression, I think, so far.
A solid impression. I would say, like, nothing that's going to, like, get everyone excited and all jacked up for what's coming, but certainly been pretty impressive for someone stepping in and playing on this level. Currently holding a 1.22 rating. Overall, I think in the last, or against top 20 opponents with this roster, he's at a 1.12 as well. So, yeah, he's showing some good things. He's been able to get it done with the AK-47, with the rifles, with the AWP, obviously, as well. And he's been a huge factor for ENCE. So it's really solid gameplay, but it's not something that's going to, you know, get you all jacked up and think he's going to be the second coming of God or anything like that.
Obviously, he does have some big shoes to fill in the form of Alu, but I think for me, what's interesting about the stats we saw there, the 1.47 KD, when they've had a 0-2 loss and a 2-0 victory, to me, that's kind of impressive, showing that when they did win, he was able to hit some big numbers, and obviously, even when they lost, he was still putting up some good amount of kills.
Yeah, he's going to be a big factor in the series, and I mean, you can just see a lot of different skill. He's an Opera that we've seen be very mobile, moving around his positioning, and as most of the young Operas are as well, he likes to get stuck in. He likes to be pretty aggressive. He brings that combat opping style where he wants to be involved in the action and making plays, not just holding an angle, not just holding for repeaks. He wants to be involved, and that's a pretty cool quality as
I like how you said the combat style Opera, because we saw
Shout out to Sponge, yeah.
We saw some clips of him using the AK, but then we see every clip of the Op, he's just sitting there like pushing forward, looking for kills, getting aggressive, and trying to do what he does best. We did see a little bit of it earlier on out of Junior. Thinking back to Bad News Bears on Nuke, that was some phenomenal shots coming out of him.
A couple good sequences there.
Yeah, I mean, that's just Junior, in my opinion.
Yeah, it's nice.
But Hades, again, you know, we talk about Lucky in the terms of, like, he's not trying to be the next device. I wonder, Hades, he's obviously has to replace Alu and make a name for himself. I wonder mentally what's kind of going through his head of, like, having to deal with replacing such a well-known Opera who's been around for such a long time.
I think the way that Alu's time ended in ENCE and the way that kind of all played out towards the end, and even Alu towards the end, kind of, I don't know if, like, being a shadow of his former self is the right way to put it, but certainly a little bit diminished.
Yeah.
I think that kind of helps the new player step into his shoes and not feel that crazy pressure. Also, I mean, essentially for ENCE, complete, pretty big rebuilding project as well. So you've kind of done out with most of the old. So again, those comparisons in my mind don't really apply, because this just feels like a new project for the ENCE roster, not bringing in Hades to try and accentuate or bring the project to the next level.
Well, speaking of new projects, something we might need to see out of their opponents here of Team Spirit is some new projects when it comes to maps. We talked about their Dust 2 and how good they are on it, but we see their Inferno is very lacking in the last 2 days of play.
Yeah, I've been harping on this for a while, that they just feel like a team that can only really, like, Dust 2 is such a great comfort pick for them, but everyone generally knows it's coming. They've been able to show some good stuff on Overpass and have some good battles on Overpass. I believe they beat Navi at it back at Cologne as well, so that might be a second option. But I mean, look, you're not going to
18 to 11.
You're not going to go far if your Inferno is this bad. Less than a 20% win rate. It's their second most played map. And I mean, if you watch Counter-Strike for any significant amount of time, Inferno is in most best-of-3 series. It's not often that map gets left out. So all the benefits you get from Dust 2 being such a comfort pick, close to an 80% win rate on it, it's neutralized entirely by the fact that you can't win Inferno, that those wins are miracles. And you just take away all the benefits by being so strong on one map if you cannot play Inferno. And look, we've seen some better teams than Spirit over the years. Think of the old MIBR roster that did so much damage, that was a world contender. When Inferno became a crutch for them, when it became an Achilles heel, that was the beginning of the end. You're not going to get started being a top team if you cannot play Inferno.
So tell me about this. Obviously, you know, coaching Liquid, how hard is it for a team to take a map that they know they're not doing so well on, or maybe taking a map they know they're good on and transitioning to having that deeper pool? Like, what's that process?
We actually had that same problem with Dust 2 towards the end of my tenure, where we were really struggling on it, taking a lot of tough losses on it, and I mean, it just came down to focusing on that map. Like, it takes a lot of focusing on just one thing, and you know, it's always a tough line to ride, whether you're overdoing it, focusing on one map and not paying enough attention on keeping other maps fresh and up to date and making sure everyone's still feeling comfortable on other maps. But you know, sometimes when it's this bad, it's like, you know, you got to pull out all the stops. You might have to throw caution to the wind and just spend 4 or 5 days focusing on Dust 2, coming up with some new ideas. Maybe you change some players around. Maybe you have someone who's not super comfortable. Maybe he hasn't, you know, voiced that quite yet, but maybe you move some people around and say, okay, our A defense could use a little bit more versatility. Maybe we need to get someone a little bit more aggressive over here in this team, someone who can take control of situations and kind of guide the team. So it takes a lot of experimentation and a lot of work with all the players.
The thing is, I'm assuming, like, we obviously talk about their Inferno here, I'm assuming they have to be working on it behind the scenes. It's not like they're just sitting there completely ignoring it, not touching it. I would imagine any team that went around that mindset of, like, we're just going to ignore these maps unless it's just that one map you permaban, then you're going to be doing something wrong.
Well, I feel you, and you're right. You'd think that would happen, but this has been a problem that's going on for a while. I mean, if you go back just 3 months, I mean, you know, this just hasn't been a good look. K23 was a victory on Inferno. That was back in June. Like, the MIBR was a good victory at the Cologne play-in, but I mean, they're not getting a whole lot of wins in this map going back a long time now. So it doesn't seem that they have sat down and kind of discussed things.
Well, let's see actually what the videos are going to be here for this second series of the day and see what maps are obviously going to be played here at, I mean, Dust 2, I think if I'm looking over at the map stats from both teams, it's going to have to be in there.
Yeah, you'd think so. And, actually, that's a...
ENCE helps them out.
Yeah, that's disappointing right out of the gate, isn't it? That one certainly hits me in the feels. ENCE not feeling too comfortable on Inferno, taking it away. So Nuke and Spirit's going to get that Dust 2. Look, any veto series, I think, where the opponent's going to take out as Inferno as the first map for you if you're Spirit is a one veto process. Like, the Spirit's going to be just jumping for joy at this one in my mind.
I mean, to me, this also then is going to scream a 3-mapper most likely. The fact they're going to get Dust 2, and we've seen, like, they smashed Astralis when it came to Dust 2. Maybe not a map they were heavily focusing on, especially with Lucky coming into the team, but this could be an interesting one for me off the bat. Seeing ENCE, seeing them on Nuke, seeing Team Spirit as well. Dexter versus Hades, in my eyes, is going to be such an exciting match to watch when it comes to the Opera v Opera battle, but I'm expecting us to go 3. I don't know about your thoughts.
I actually think with Inferno being banned, this has a potential to be a 2-0 for Spirit. Really? Although, again, I mean, look, that's what I would have said starting this group. The victory yesterday against Astralis for ENCE obviously gives them a little bit of weight behind some of their performance and maybe could make you a little bit more confident to say that they can win this game. Spirit's not unbeatable. I'm not trying to paint that picture, but just surprised by the veto, and obviously ENCE kind of stepping up in that win yesterday is pretty huge in my head.
Well, again, very important match for ENCE. So you take this, you tie things up with Astralis over towards the 2-1. If you lose, you potentially get knocked out the entire event. Where Spirit, if they do lose, they're going to be knocked out the entire event. It's time to get into our second match of the day. I believe it's Sponge and Machine going to be taking it away for you as we're going to see what's going to happen at the end of this.
Love that. Thank you very much for the Jason Squared, the duo. Jason Moses O'Toole, Jason Kaplan, our Machine. I've got Sponge with me for Nuke. Bit of a weird one in that veto, huh? I mean, like the whole death segment, they rightfully point fingers at Inferno and the weaknesses that it possesses in Team Spirit's court, and we're going to be seeing ENCE start off on the T side.
It's just crazy. I don't think Spirit would have picked Inferno against ENCE, and the fact that they've basically thrown that one away early there. But regardless, let's focus on the nukes of the world. Molly towards top hunt.
Bloody Julies. Something about it. Chopper dipping out quickly, not interested in the action as we start to descend. Good pick, first found. Diha descending. And they should have access to get that bomb down. Now, it's on the back of Spinks. He's already punching in the numbers now. It's Snappy's responsibility to corral from Vents. Man disadvantage, but bomb down. Pretty much calls it level.
No kit for this.
Armored Julies. What have you got, Magix? Doto probably not gonna be too interested in re-peaking, but they force the fight, love the boost, and they've got so much time to find these remaining 2. He's still hiding in the vents. Is Snappy. Spinks needs a clean one, and Magix is not letting that happen. The Juggernaut setup. And it will be a Spirit pistol.
Yeah, not really planted for old Snappy there, trying to come back around the decon, as you can see, under the railing. Not easy to fight through that little doorway. And a successful retake without the defuse kit. So Spirit off to a good start. Now, I was off the Spirit hype train because I set my expectations for this team coming out of the break with all the FPL that was being played from these guys, meant to be hitting the ground running with individual form, blowing some big names out of the water and getting a top spot within the group. Now, I set my expectations very high for Spirit. In terms of them going up against an ENCE, this is a game where most people coming into Pro League would have had Spirit as the favorite. With ENCE taking down Astralis yesterday in a 2-0 fashion, I think that might have wavered a little bit. And I think with the map pool, I think everybody would have been thinking ENCE could grab this one. But now with the veto going skew-if.
Hey, that's a dream. I mean, on your second round force to have got a Tech-9 down the vent uncontested. A lot of power for Spinks. He actually wants to go topside, and great setup so far. Magix would have to cause a bit of a kerfuffle, and has. Did get Molotov down, but look at this. Magix is really not letting this place go. Still holding on to that top side. Dia's locked out and hunted down. Chopper with the reaggress, and the CT's comfortable now.
This is looking very good for Spirit. Oh, Hades. got one head, and he's currently under the line of sight of Mir, but Dexter will get that kill. Bit of a jump scare moment right there, as it will just be Snappy, 12 HP, a Tech 9, and 3 to find. Gap through the hut is being pipped for a matter of time. The Dug lands, but it's not enough. Chopper picks up the kill, and that will be 2-0. Now, some housekeeping I want to get out of the way early here for everybody at home. You pronunciation justice warriors, I know you're listening here, and I said Hades. Now, I messaged him on Twitter, like I did with Flames. Remember in the start? We asked him, was it Flames or was it Flamesy? And he was like, Flamesy. And then we did a whole day of Flamesy, and then he said, actually, can it just be Flames? Flamesy doesn't sound as good. Now, Hades, for those of you who aren't too familiar with mythology, is the god of the underworld.
Yeah, brother of Zeus.
And in the language that we expression, it is pronounced Hades. And I messaged him and I said, is that fine? Is that cool? And he said, yeah, sounds good. So Hades it is.
As opposed to pronouncing it like Hades, which I'm sure English people pronouncing it like we were Polish would be weird.
But he has lived in the, well, what did he say? Something about him since he was 7?
Yeah, he spent a lot of his childhood in the UK, I think.
So the flag is a bit like the Mantu flag.
Yeah, gang. And I was, you just reminded of, you know, Mantu's story arc when I saw him commenting on Config's recent news as well.
The
you
whole
know,
wrist situation.
Just talking about hand injuries and how to approach recovery and the mental hoops he's going to have to jump through in his road to recovery. Mantu just making it really clear that especially with hand and wrist, you've just got to give it the time and not try and push it and force it, which I'm sure Config will be tempted to do with his competitive mindset and the way he's taking it. He's vocalized that, you know, he feels, for lack of a better term, bad. We'll leave it there.
Yeah.
Feeling silly about it.
It's
and,
just
complexity fielding a stand-in.
That's the thing, right? You're gonna have all this time where you cannot do the one thing that you want to do.
Yeah.
It's normally one of those things that we all do when we're injured or feeling down or a little bit sick. But let's take a look into the first gun round here. Big gap in the yard smoke there. Have to keep an eye if that was a forced or an unforced error due to a Molotov. But
big is a bit of a stretch, don't you think? I mean, okay. Mir's got enough to definitely find a glimmer of anyone across. They haven't managed to do so just yet. Snappy's in main. And no word from Mir. They picked the gap. 2-for-2 trades so far. Numbers favor them briefly. It looks like Dexter had a chance. He's thought better of the nade. He'll drop the one-way instead. And that should provide the extinguish.
Getting hot.
Yeah, it's very, very hot. 29 HP.
Well, you know what I'm going to say.
Does it rhyme with shave?
Yeah, best friends with the cave. Maybe not, actually. Molly in the hands, smoke fades, he goes down, and now definitely that 4-letter word. And it's not love, the one that you're all scared to say. It's save. We got no problem with that here. As Hades, apparently he does. He's on the hunt.
I didn't sign up personally tagged on this broadcast chat.
I'm trying to get better at it, just saying it to my parents.
Yeah, it's a good place to practice.
Yeah, it's an easy one. It's a safe one.
It is.
Oh, and that is not safe at all. CT spawn.
Run, Dexter, run!
Not the place he'll be holding onto that AWP. Now, money, it's good for 4. Mir is a little bit broke. He will need to invest himself, maybe get an MP9 as that gets purchased on in. And no defuse kit as SD White, as I say it, grabs one. Couple smokes, couple mollies. They have everything they need for a competitive round here, Spirit. 5 AKs out for Ent. So let's see the approach here. How does Snappy want to get into the next round of play? Door blown off. Signal that they could bolster out Squeaky, and here they come.
Wow, he's so quick. Straight through. Doesn't even hesitate. Runs straight through. The trades are there. It's all Hades. Hades with 3. He provides. He's the only reason Ents have pulled this round into an even keel, and they wanted to send the vents. I like that. They know there's still chaos going on up top. Hades responsible for the plant. Chopper will acknowledge this, and this is going to be a hard cross. He makes it clear that he's holding the line. The smoke should enable a safe passage to that bomb plant. Dexter's fast and hot on their heels as well.
This is about to get really, really spicy.
It's going to be Spinks, right? Like, he has a smoke. He'd love to be dropping that doors or even ramp.
Oh, he's pushed up.
Okay, smoke is up. They're hunting him. Dexter would have to make a sound cue to hunt dark. And here they go. Spinks, chance. Chopper reacts. They are low, but Hades even lower. It needed an ace clutch. Chopper denies. And that one's gone a little south for Ents. Felt like they got a lot of the heavy lifting done off the back of Hades there. Spinks might be a little hard done by not providing one.
Yeah, if he got one there, then that was on. They're able to play off of each other. but falling shy of that one there at the scoreline 4-1. Now, it was a brute force fashion here onto the top side. We get to see this. All the players either kept busy by smokes, mollies, there's flashes. The trades were good. The drop to the lower side, it felt good as well, but Chopper was there in time to respond from ramp, and that slowed things down to allow Dexter to get in position. They couldn't evacuate back through the doors and play the post plant, but they will get the force out. Hades into the big green. A Galil for Diha, who was a monster yesterday against Astralis. And Spirit, well, SDY has to operate with the Mag 7, so they do get the purchase back out. Noisy again on top of main, behind red, flashing fast. Snappy is loving the pace here, but he goes down again. Mia with the opening exchange. Dexter, wild taps from heaven. And we're quickly into a 4-on-4. Boost here. Clear out that stairwell and see if anybody resides on the other side. But with the X-ray, you can see everybody from Team Spirit are currently on the upper deck. SDY can respond down that vent. That's very quiet scenes. Light utility to make this lower play work. Smoke, molly, and a flash. Door will swing open. That smoke will get lobbed on out. That will give passage to the back of the bomb box. But meanwhile, Team Spirit have been working on some information of their own.
So they'll at least get this bomb down. Magix and his partner in crime walking into this crossfire. Diha should be responsible for this. Oh, lovely hold the tight line. Magix trade. SDY kept honest. Magix really with it all to do at this point. They're low and they're both there. Oh, it could very well have been the double. Dexter surely not going to try anymore now. With 10 HP, he'll back up and accept that this will be Ence's second. So, I mean, considering how close Ence have been even in defeat, this just felt like a matter of time.
All right. Well, this could stay close, you know. Bomb going off, lost bonus. Bottom of the barrel right here for Spirit. So they don't have a lot of residual to work with, but you're in that situation where it's double eco territory anyway. So if they want to invest, and they do, Scout immediately equipped for Dexter. He's going to drop that AK across, and now the rest of them have to have a discussion about who's going to get what. Who do they feel is in the most important position to have that AK-47? Currently in the hands of SDY. Miz bought himself a FAMAS here. Magix is able to equip one as well, so they are taking this time out and using those 30 seconds very wisely. Chopper down to the P250. Look, it's not the best of buys, but it's definitely not the worst. Let's see how far they can make this saved AK go. And if the pace continues from Ents, because Snappy's clearly, he's got some ants in his pants here this afternoon. I was going to say this morning, and I think it's about 5 p.m. right now.
We are living in our little black box of isolation.
I've been up since 6 a.m. as well, so I should know it's not the morning. Flashes towards top, and yeah, the pace is still there. Dodo, down the vent.
Uncontested. He's got the bomb on his back as well, and they'll even take one for good measure. SDY kept honest. Dexter actually finds the headshot on that scout for the last tail end of that descent. Diha traded. And outside yard is Mir. Lovely find. He's walked on up.
That is a big kill. That's actually going to unravel a lot of things here. The fact that Ents are even considering going back up that vent, that would be their demise.
What's deterred them from the lower site? I mean, at the moment, it's just held from ramp with a P250.
Yeah, I don't... Well, now they're kind of out of options, right? Because they want to get back to help out towards the upper side of things, but it's going to be no easy feat. Hades has the AWP. He's not going to be extremely mobile here, and he needs to hope that they step into his crosshairs. So
this is good. You smoke lower side, that's surely going to force some rotations, or at least Chopper to commit to the site a bit.
Yeah, they need somebody to go down the vent here. That molly is selling it even more so. Oh, and that was it. Hades had to make that kill. This round is looking over now. They have to go into the lower side. That smoke will start fading shortly. Dodo has another one to throw on down, but they're just going to get mobbed by 4.
Yeah, this one kind of fell apart for Ents, and this was as you discussed, double eco territory. Spirit have chosen to force, and it's come real easy. He's even faking it out.
Gotta get that down. They need the money.
not going to be an easy one. Spinks would have to have a real pop-off here. And he's pushing on up, similar positions to where his shortcomings arrive. Doto, very necessary on the headshot. Spinks can close the gap. His responsibility is decon. Dexter still a problem. And Doto needs a very quick headshot. Oh! That's exactly what we're talking about. Cooking up trouble. Doto with the clutch for Ents and some stunning shots as well.
Jeez, that was crispy work right there. He was under so much pressure.
The Dexter frag, like if he didn't get it then, he's catching 70 bullet to the belly.
But check back these shots that he hits, right? He doesn't panic. You know, like players would like shoot in a couple of extra bullets. This is all tappy, it's all quite crisp. You know, these are bursts. Oh, that is beautiful. Look at the pivot there on that final frag. Lovely stuff. And Spirit, well, that was theirs to grab. They worked so hard. They forced Ents into the awkward situation and it gets taken away from them like that. So now we will see this eco.
It fell apart, dude. I mean, this was supposed to be the conversation of, oh, Ents letting it slip twice already in the opening stages of their T campaign. Not to be. Doto says, no, I got you boys. Let's get ourselves a 4-4, and it should just be a walk in the park.
He's meant to be one of the supportive elements of the team as well, right?
Oh,
you know,
man.
he's meant to be there with Snappy, throwing the nades, getting it done. You're meant to have Spinks, Hades, and Diha as your big fraggers. Oh, dearie me. Okay, well, this should be the 4-4. Scores on the doors momentarily should be tied on up. And again, they just ravage through this top side. Not going great for Snappy there. Immediately goes down, but Spinks mops up some of the mess. Some things coming out. It's getting dangerous. 2v2. Okay.
Gosh, guys.
This is really rough, this fast stuff.
It's a bit rough around the edges. It's a little rough around the edges.
It's my type of counter. Like, I enjoy this. Furia love this. But you can see the risk versus reward, right? Like, if you go out and you just win all your fights and you're ready for everything, nobody goes down, and part of that daisy chain as you hit the site, yeah, all good. But as soon as you start losing one or two, and now your attention, let's say third guy, your focus is meant to be main, you got someone who's meant to be focusing heaven, as soon as people slowly get taken away from that, you're now all swiveling around, bullets to the back of the head, those pesky USPs. But regardless, here we go. Round 9, AWP out for Dexter, SDY, everybody's favorite SMG. Not fantastic for Chopper either on a FAMAS, so keep those eyes in mind here as he is not up close and personal with any yard aggression this time around, just was playing from main. I don't envy main players' jobs. It's very, very difficult.
Yeah, standing as Mir does and being expected and cleared by tier 1 players while you're holding that angle. Ew. So it's opposing spot Dexter's holding, but smokes are designed to nullify. They even throw their own incendiary, I believe, to ensure safe passage. I think he might have caught a glimpse, or at least has a suspicion. Nothing spotted, no trigger pulled. And 3 members, make it 4, going for a yard take here from Ents. So another look out of their style. Oh, Khmer jumped on Doto with more high impact. Dexter will find the first, but there's a chance he walks into the AWP there, and Hades can't believe his luck. He's been given the pick. Maintains the man advantage, and they can go anywhere they want. Just for my own morbid curiosity, Rush, can we see how Spinks is holding lobby? He's not.
Wow.
Is he?
Yeah.
Okay, so just next time I'm asked to hold lobby, this is acceptable.
Yeah, you just have to say, listen, boys, when we come back, they can be everywhere.
SDY, 1 for 1. They have the low site now. The rotate will have to come in. No one from Spirits moved a muscle. Snappy can go either way.
Yeah,
looks like he wants to go top. And it's left them the bomb. If Hades doesn't hit this, no, Magix has ruined them. Spinks forced to come up clutch. Chopper's in the off angle. Does he have the control? Jesus. He does not. And Ents let that one slip away. They had an open runway in the 2v2.
Expecting the rotation, expecting the heavy rotation
from
towards
from the
lower
Snappy
side.
frag.
Yeah, they're just expecting everyone to go down, and that's not the case. Spirit are just standing and waiting. This was good from Doto. Now, on the swing here, he's done his job, and it was also a pretty nice shot here from Dexter, you can see. Hades mops up any mess that we think might be in play, but yeah, they've just taken the bomb to Spirit. It's a free delivery right there, and Magix, well, sure, they weren't easy kills to hit. It gets them across the line. And it's still a pretty rough-looking buy for Spirit, isn't it? You've got the auto shotgun out for SDY, a scout for Dexter, and 2 FAMASes. So I can understand the Ents force buy in this scenario. They can really continue the CT-sided woes. An AK for Deha, an AK for Spinks. Isn't this such a crazy roster, this Ents team, right? Like, a year ago, how many of these names were people familiar with? Deha, you could argue a little bit. He was playing with Snatchy. I think it was over there in Ago. Doto, unless you were paying attention to Harville, I don't think you would have known. Hades and Spinks, they're definitely on the peripheries right there. But back we go, just another brute force into top. They really love these hits. Oh, and they can't even deal with SDY.
Yeah, Magic's again with his just constant double. Whoa, damn. Dexter catches him through the box. Snappy was fully hidden. Doto does well to get the bomb down. Shotgun at this range won't be fun. You can see he's kind of got a bit of a Sophie's choice between shotgun and Deeg. That'll do better. AK-47, where he's not only gotten the weapon, he's gotten away. He's gone for an ambitious angle over that smoke. Counting on his teammate to find Mir. Good contribution. Another drop through, though. He's not looking for him. Dexter does go down.
Huge.
More from Doto. And only Mir. No time for this one. He's lost his teammates. Just pulled out of the server by that AK. Doto does it all.
They started with the 2 opening kills going against them. So they got the space, right? I think that's one of the things as well. When you're throwing bodies on the line like Ents with these faster maneuvers, if you're losing the first 2 kills, but you get the space, right? You get into the site, you're able to then trade after you've fortified better positions. From there, the script can be flipped quite easily. And these force by wars are going to continue back and forth. That was a nice shot there from Dexter. And I think it's better here from Doto. Just, he's staying calm. He's not panicked whatsoever, and his impact has been felt in this one. Round number 11, SMG's pistols forced by for Spirit and Mir up close towards Yard this time round. He's hearing all of this.
Yeah, this is going to really... I mean, if they don't have one person responsible for this...
Lobby and killed Spinks. Oh.
Even killed Doto as well.
Oh.
Don't get the trade. Mir gets away. Ents are dropping like flies. This is supposed to be against the anti-force. Snappy just about keeps it competitive. Dexter could flank at any moment here.
Oh, he is so quick.
Yeah, it's very quick. And just as they look away, just as they're lining up smokes and nades, he's behind them both.
They're not ready for this.
No, they're not. And Chopper's already going to cause chaos. As soon as Chopper has any contact, that flank can come in. Snappy will surely not be considering this. And there's the element of surprise. Hades to come up clutch. They're so low. He should have a good shot at this. They just need a bullet each. And it's not enough. Dexter just strafes out. Crosshair in the right place. Hades going to be feeling a little remiss after that one. Felt like he had more to contribute.
Yeah, he's had a couple of attempts, especially I think in Mirage, their opening series. He had a couple of clutch attempts in that one. Had, you know, 2 or 3 good kills and was unable to close out the sequence. But this will just continue. And this is a crazy pace. This is an insane pace coming out of Snappy with a lot of these calls. Loving the top hits, the fast secret plays, the jumping off silo, rapping towards heaven. You wonder if that's just going to be the case for the rest of the half. Now, the rest of the half is not very long by any means. About to go to round number 12. Jeez, Dexter.
See this from his POV. Straight to the dome. Very quick execution, great aim from Dexter, one of the individuals that I think has had quite the most stylish come up, as in like he's basically been forged a name for himself through his own highlights.
Yeah, what was it? We're talking, it's over probably a year ago now, but right, we were seeing him just decimating online for his team, and then he's replaced iDisbalance on this Spirit roster. And iDisbalance, it's not that he was a bad AWPer, it's just that his impact is nowhere near what Dexter's is, especially consistently. Now, Dexter did have that patch where he dropped off. I think he regained some form in Cologne, and it looks like he's carrying that through here after the player break as well. Always excited to see more of him. And that's the thing, you talk about him, you talk about Mir, who's been in some fantastic form as well. Those are 2 huge names. Magic's very sharp. Great little entry fragger. So you kind of expect big things for this Spirit roster.
Good incendiary. They're ahead of it. Just singes the toes of Hades, but the smoke will be there to stop him. Ooh, careful now. That's not bad. They heard the sound as well, so they know there's a body awaiting them on the other side of the smoke. Magic's will slide away, as will Ents' plans. See something. He's working with a small gap. Molotov down. He's opened the doors. He's doing everything he can. Snappy's just better. Chopper's the only member down here to defend and stop this plant. And if he doesn't do anything, we might just see the Team Spirit boys opt for the save.
Bomb has been planted.
Chopper doesn't provide anything. And neither does Dexter. Doto's up to his old tricks.
His impact has been insane. Absolutely insane. Those 2 kills win another round. So let's chalk 3 of the gun rounds out of the 6 rounds in total that Ents have so far with Doto's impact. He has his name all over these. And like I've mentioned it once already, he's not one of the players you're expecting to do that from this squad. So if every day somebody different shows up and puts numbers in for Ents, that's great. That is great. I was about to go off. AK and M4 to be saved.
It was the Hades show against Astralis.
Yeah, him and Diho are having some good.
Yeah, definitely.
Good rounds,
especially on that third. But in the interview afterwards, Trace asked a great question. He was like, "Did you even, imagine that you'd be saying, oh, I played Astralis, never mind beat Astralis this year?" And he said, "No." Like, just the speed by which he's gone from attempting to become a professional to wearing the jersey, sitting at home, beating Astralis is ridiculous. It's incredibly, what's the word, motivating and inspiring.
I'm just having a look right here. This was only in June that he was, the signing was completed, right? So it's all happened very, very quickly. And this whole Ents capitulation, that happened over a longer period of time. Obviously, we saw the wheels falling off after Alexi B got removed. But to have the Finnish org with 1 Finn, make it 2 if we include the coach, it's been a wild year.
Doto, the Finnish esports player for the Finnish esports organization.
Fragging up a storm right now. Well, Team Spirit have never really... They've had 1 eco, 1 full eco, right? The rest have either been forces or saved gun rounds, so they're keeping it as competitive as can be.
Why does this feel like a guaranteed SDY shot? That shotgun is just potent at the right range, and there's nothing better than this corner. Ouch. Blood splattered all over the lower side.
He's been playing some danger zone.
And here they come. Top 8 into Deagles. It's a recipe for a disaster. Magix is a problem. He's hit another shot. Spink's looking the wrong way. Too many targets. Ents starting to lose men too fast. Doto
has... Not again, mate. Not again.
Is he going to save them?
Come on now.
It's Hades and Doto. Maybe we shouldn't be writing him out just yet. Hard shot. Magix is so quick. Doto with the 1v3. Ace clutch required. He's into the shotgun, and SDY is having none of it. Spirit, they're so threatening, regardless of the weaponry in their hands.
Yeah, this game has just been the Force by Wars. Really, it has. Neither team has been able to establish a big bank. Both have just been buying in when they're around this exact level where Ents are right now. So can buy, Snappy's dropping guns, Hades can buy himself. So they're just going to keep playing this style of Counter-Strike, and this delivers, right? This is entertaining. This is what we talk about as a bit of a slobber knocker, punch after punch. If you take a look at the rounds, the most that anybody has won in a row so far is 3. That was Spirit out the gates, and then Ents had their foray doing the same a little bit later. But it's been, for the last, what are we talking about, 5 rounds back and forth.
It's like, so those last 5 rounds, it's like when you see fighters kind of look at each other and say, you want to go? You want to just start swinging? They just windmill at each other. Both teams windmilling right now. He has found the opening frag, and it's Snappy's Tech 9. You told me he's a bit of a fan of the Tech 9.
Yeah, he loves it.
Good God, I mean, I saw Magis made that Tech 9 look very convincing when he got 2 taps on 2 ramp players from the bomb in our previous nuke game. Maybe the Tech 9's having a bit of a full resurgence.
I think you just have to take your time with it.
Yeah.
You know, just take your time with it.
It's a tappy pistol now.
Yeah, don't try and use it how we used to on Cage, where just 5 guys appear out A main and just take your time a little bit, just a little bit. And we're back.
Tech 9's second rounds.
Well, we've gone back again. So let's just take a look at this, right? If we go back, what round number would this one here have been? This would have been round number 7. Okay, Ents win around round number 7, then back to Spirit, then back to Ents, back to Spirit, back to Ents, back to Spirit, and now back to Ents.
I love Chopper's position to actually punish the hunt. He's 10 HP, dude. He's 10 HP, Hades. Just put 1 bullet on him. 1!
There we go. Guaranteed.
He'll take the AWP for his own use.
Thank you greatly. Maybe it's just been the same AWP passed around a bunch of times because the money hasn't been great to continuously get those out.
Well, it does mean that Ents have managed to win this jostle for power. in our first half, and they could very well be taking the lead coming out of their T-side.
We got any funky weapons coming in, though? Nothing. Okay. No shotguns, nothing. SDY this game, he's used SMGs, he's used the auto shotgun, he's used a Mag 7. Jack of all trades out here today.
Oh, we're seeing more and more players on like map-by-map basis just forgo the rifle for their teammates.
Yeah, like Boomage.
Yeah.
Sanji. The list goes on. Well, this is a change. They're not just rushing top or rushing down secret. They're actually taking some yard control and waiting because Team Spirit, with these pistols, need to claw back a little bit of info. They know what they've lost.
Patience is a virtue. And you can see the virtuous Doto.
Once extinct. Now very much alive.
Virtuous Doto. Just weird combinations of words. But they do sound believable.
Yeah, people would say we are speaking some form of English language. I don't know which one. The Queen would not be happy, but is she ever?
Four-man re-aggressive secret stairs. I'm trying to like theory craft how this goes wrong for Ents, and I can't really find a way.
Nobody's looking as they're all trying to mantle up heaven, and the Deagle's just a firing squad in the back.
Everyone hits the one click.
Boom, boom, boom.
But they've gone main, unfortunately, so no real threat. Even a smoke for good measure.
Oh, that's perfect.
And even Snappy up heaven to have a little glance, and oh, bloody hell! Mir's not interested in that. That will get them a little high alert.
They're going around to heaven as well, so they have this flashbang they can work off from SDY, and that's about it. Might just be a flash and go here. That molly going to hold them at bay for a little bit longer towards heaven. SDY running over quickly to line this flash up, so here we go. This is it. Everybody about to run through that molly. Oh, and they're flashed off as well. They have to go. They have to go.
This is it. No time for anything else. Last round of the half. Yep, running into the meat grinder that is the AKs, the AWP, and it's all wrapped up. 8. Ents will take it. They win their T-half here on Nuke. And this is Ents' pick. They've demonstrated exactly why. Convincing stuff. Spirit versus Ents continues in just a moment.
Hey Future Pros! I saw Big doing a nifty little boost on Nuke during the European Minor Open qualifiers, so I thought I'd quickly show you all how to recreate it. To do this boost, you'll need 2 Future Pros and 1 AWP. Future Pro number 1, you'll be acting as the stool. It's important work and your contribution is appreciated. Run over and hop onto the far left railing and crouch down. When Future Pro 2 is on your head, stand when they jump and then just chill out. Future Pro number 2, you will get to have all the fun. Follow Future Pro 1 and get onto their head using the close railing. Jump again to allow your stool to stand. Now aim towards this gap and line yourself up so this railing lines up with the edge of the direct close wall. Position your scope so you're aiming just below the painted blue section. Then fire your AWP when the timer is just about to change from 148 to 147. Here you can see the exact moment when CSN made his shot. And that's it. With a bit of luck and a willing teammate, I'm sure you can hit this shot at least 1 in every 100 rounds. Good luck.
Yeah, definitely going to be feeling very good about the first half, and especially Doto. Seeing a Finn smile is enough to have a demonstration of just how good that first half must have felt for Doto. Top of the scoreboard and absolutely slaying. Impact all over the shop. 16 frags to his name, and he saved Ent in a manner of different ways.
Oh.
And that's Hades, of course, newest addition to Ents, this international roster. The Finnish esports organization are once again stepping into the fray up against Team Spirit. This time on the defense. Double Kimbo pistols are out, and already SDY and Mir are handing out headshots. What, is this just why SDY plays with the door?
Where was Spinks?
Oh, it didn't check his corner, and there's the quickest pistol we've had on Nuke. There we go.
But Spinks was main, and I think he got glocked. Like insta-glocked.
Insta long-range glocked.
Like...
We saw a super long-range Glock in the Astralis game as well against the Bears. Remember that? Like it was like second mid to apps.
Oh yeah, where they dropped the nades in on Junior. That's right. Yeah. That all happened very quickly, and
Mir go kill is the strat. Put a P250 on him and go shoot.
Yeah. All right. Well, I thought maybe after that one, and I couldn't quite work out what the tone of the bell in the boxing ring is. It's like ding ding, but I think it's not as high pitched. Anyway, we're simulating the top rushes again. Out Spirit go, and this time, well, not a lot of resistance whatsoever. Completely stuck outside of the site. Dodo's about to find himself dead through the smoke. And there it is, and well, now it might just be a save. That happened very quickly again. All right, I like this. At least it's fast. This is what we would traditionally say, you know, a very scrimmy game, but when you take a look at it, there's still the details behind it. The utility's there. I don't hate the fast pace. I think we've all had more than enough of the slow crawls down to the 20 seconds with the saves and the bomb gets planted.
So yeah, if you had to choose a CIS team to support, Spirit's definitely one of the quicker variety.
And I don't mind some of their merchandise.
Nor I, yeah.
Everybody likes dragons. Dragons are cool. I think like dragons, a bit like horses. Some people really like horses. Some people really like dragons.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I don't know. There's not so many dragon girls or boys.
No.
As there are horse girls and boys.
Yeah. Well, I guess because dragons aren't real.
Well, speaking of a bit of assumption there, Chad. I mean, I know you haven't seen one, but a lot of people believe in things they haven't seen.
I've spent 32 years on this earth, and I'm yet to see a dragon.
You just got to have faith, Chad.
That's
if you have faith, you'll find your dragon.
Yeah, and every time you say a fairy's not real, that one of them dies.
Nice one, mate.
See ya, Tinkerbell. Julia, was it Julia Roberts who played Tinkerbell?
She didn't speak. Why would Julia Roberts play her? The champion? I don't know. Here's a Deagle. Never mind, it's a scout.
Was it Julia Roberts?
Tinker, the original Peter Pan.
I think so.
She just shook her bum.
I don't think it's the original.
She just went like
the one with Robin Williams. I think that one's just called
like
Pan.
A real life one.
Julia
that's
Roberts.
the Deagle I was talking about.
Tinkerbell.
Solid form from Deha and tested up for more. There's Magic's his next victim. Okay, Ensa making this one costly and very well could convert. Now don't forget, first 2 rounds have gone Spirit's way. These boys are forced into a deco. An armored deco, and D is going to be a bit remiss to not have it connected that one. Chopper on the repeat could get him. Here he comes to swing. Nice find. Not quite done. Now it is. Spinks will take the AK for his hard work, and Ents convert with the Deagle armor.
I would like to know the way that Jason Moses O'Toole wants to categorize these games. Like, what type of a game is this for him? Because this is definitely the individual ability being put on show with some of these shots we're seeing here.
Eesh.
And it's messier Counter-Strike just due to the pace, but that's a big one for them to win on back. And confirmed Julia Roberts did play Tinkerbell in Hook.
Okay.
All right, well, the action's not going to stop here, so we'll save the Peter Pan facts for another day. AK's back out. AWP for Hades here, and working on a slower round this time. Magic's towards ramp. Mir and Chopper, who are currently could be in the sights of D-Heart. Speculative movement.
Yeah, and Mir is a big fan of this. Like any sort of T side where you can just go somewhere, park him, and find impact when he sees fit. I'm thinking late banana lurks, I'm thinking yard, parked on red. Now, he'll be super far ahead of his whole team, so as these smokes arrive, he either accelerates or he goes further forward.
That's the deep smoke wall there, so he can use that to the nip on down secret or try and pivot in towards.
And he's so far ahead of the pack, like he gets to be this lovely little scouting party for their descent should they choose to. He hasn't actually opted to push the limit. Obviously the unknown, and just as it fades, no one catches a glimpse. Chopper can slink his way down as well. So we've got a full team down the secret steps. It's just SDY, to correct myself, who's late from lobby.
Dodo's very passive, right? So they're giving up vent control as well as the decon side, and you can see just how passive Dodo is. So they're almost foregoing the lower sight so that he could be this element of surprise. So keep your eyes on the fin here.
This is his duel. That's what it's been waiting for. Mir. Ooh,
what a clear that was.
Tip of his head. Works it wonderfully. Hades in trouble now, and they might just pull the plug.
That's a hard one. Just one fight and you're saving, but it is the right call.
And a product of your setup. You even acknowledged that they were kind of giving them the site, hinging on Doto for impact, and ooh, bloody hell. Working with some tiny angles, these boys.
Yeah, and I think for a second I was like, Dodo's a genius. This isn't bad at all, because when you creep up, you're more going to be focused on that window side. But Mia, just by showing the tippy top of his head there, baited out a reaction, got the information required, and was just able to slam him. Because Dodo's spot, think about it with me, everybody at home for a second. When he's watching those stairs, he's hoping that somebody walks up, overextends, and then he can get them as they're clearing elsewhere, right? He is hoping that they are not looking exactly like that, but Mia, extremely diligent. So it's not an angle you see people playing too often. That's why it caught me off guard, but didn't catch Mia off guard by any means. And just to build a little bit more with what you were talking about with his presence outside, it's very electronic-esque, right? In the way that he does it on the T and the CT side. He's given a lot of space to enable him, so converting frags like that must feel like a little bit of a must. Saved weapons, so a gun round again here, but Ents need to respond to keep things level.
So they're going to go to a top pop, it seems. SDY's lining up for another nade as well. Spinksy going to be burning. I think he's safe on top. Oh, dropping into the flame though, and at this point, it's SDY that's the furthest forward. Now Doto knocks him for 6, and they're running out of players. He knows where you are, Hades, and will at least have a chance for the first. Dexter and Mir, 2 versus 5. First found as he maneuvers towards the Heaven reposition. Mir just needs to survive at this point. They've got plenty of time, and Dexter, should he arrive, uncontested from that Hell and Heaven route.
Is anyone watching?
No, not right now.
Oh.
So Snappy should have no issues with that.
Yeah, that's not a bad spot to be Mustang to be watching Heaven from. Bit of an American call there. I guess Mustang doesn't even really exist anymore. Sources to let that where right or wrong, but Mia from the hut cannot profit. Snappy picks up the final kill of the round. Even gets him an AK-47 for his trouble. So back and forth we go once more. And it wouldn't surprise me here to see Spirit go again. 4.3 on Chopper, 4.4 for Dexter. Magic's with 4.7, and well, there we go. They're starting to buy on in. Could definitely just keep the pressure on. How many eco rounds do you reckon we've had in this game? Probably a total of 2. Yeah. The rest have all felt like 4 spies, or at least they've had saved guns and upgrades.
Deagle Eco, I guess.
Yeah, that one, and then the one in the first half that Team Spirit had of a similar type round. I think those are the only ones that we would say are even close to that. Magic's making that look very mechanical with the smoke lineup here, and this should be for the L block. We've also seen him throw out the diagonal, so I'll hold my breath till we see him hit the deck. Warehouse smoke confirms the L block in play.
Diha.
Toes.
Spotted out and eliminated. Mir exploits the gap they manufactured. Now forces Hades to post up for this. He's actually dropping a smoke to play around. Hoping that'll keep them delayed as he sweeps in for the right side clear. Oh, just as he looks away, adjusts, but he will pay his price. Yeah, does very well to split the difference. Snappy through lobby. He's pushed all the way through ramp and has nothing to report. SDY is the unknown entity. Spinks could be caught out by this every time, any moment. Just as he looks away, Chopper. And now SDY should have a free frag into the spine. Does catch Chopper beforehand. Snappy has such an element of surprise if they do opt for top. Just a pixel angle, good from Doto. Oh, he's lost Snappy though. And at 2 HP, he will just fall. Mir with a highly impactful round there.
Yeah, and that's one of those situations if you're Ents with Snappy, it may be in a best case he doesn't face and they let them a little bit deeper into the site, but the other rationale that you have to keep in mind is when it's that late, you don't want to lose track of them and then let them drop to the lower site. Now, this little gap just here on the L block smoke is something you guys need to be aware of if you want to throw this at home. So when we first saw these coming into Vogue, it was, I think it was Blame F going against Tabson. Those two teams would have been big in complexity. We're using it quite a lot, and that gap was something that we've seen exploited before. Also saw Junior in the earlier map of the day, jumping on top of that big CT box to look over that wall. So there's lots of different ways that you can deal with it. Dihar going to be a little bit upset he didn't keep his toes protected.
Yeah, that's very diligent as well. Look, boosting just to hold the aggressive yard line on red.
Yeah, well, I guess when they're like, hey guys, can we sit back and be safe, they're actually making sure.
Yeah, well, if I stay on his head, he can't rush. That's true.
And hopefully you trade each other. Otherwise, the guy kills the guy on the bottom first, and then the top guy falls to his death just quickly after. Interesting smoke and exchange there from Hades. I guess the question mark now is he could be playing behind it. But needs to hit this shot. They know where he is. Light peppering there, but all in all, Team Spirit are across unscathed.
Chopper remains hidden, and the body of the assault descends. Dia for the info. Hades does eventually catch him on that mini roof. Dia gets the info. Darts up to play defensively. And swinging in. Nice headshot delivered. It's onto Snappy and his MP9
Good
suited to the task. Ends to equalize and keep the... This has been two teams just constantly trading blows.
Crazy.
What's like the largest
crazy
lead we've seen? I mean, it's been within 3 rounds max.
The largest lead, maybe the 3-1.
Yeah, yeah, it could be the 3-1.
Yeah, because otherwise it was 4-4, and then since it was 4-4, it's almost been back and forth the entire way. Both teams on their T side, the most they've done since 8 rounds of play is 2 consecutive. Since then, quite literally, back and forth. So this is crazy scenes.
So it could come down to the finances at the business end of this game.
And to be fair, if you're Ents, the worst place that you want to be is on the receiving end of getting the CT-sided economy broken late, right? We're almost there right now. I guess the problem is more so the back and forth nature and neither team really wanting to concede because SDY's bought in again. Now, his teammates, they're all operating with quite little. The fact that he's force bought means that almost everybody else may as well go for the same. They're focusing in this conversation right now around what utility they want. So a MAC-10, a couple Tech-9s, Deagle, but the priorities that you should be looking towards are these smokes, these mollies, and the flashes. How do they want to use these? Because it makes a lot of sense to go for this force buy. Ents have not built an economy yet. You can still keep them on the ropes, but you need a good call to go along with it. Another smoke wall towards Yard. This is all a bit of a ruse here. Mir, I think he's going to pivot in through main. They might go for a... Oh, dancing around the smokes. It looks like ramp. Okay, they're going to try and split lower here. Mir down secret, the rest with the ramp pressure.
Good timing on that smoke here from Hades. They'll have to disrespect it, and they will.
He's in a lot of trouble. He's going to get caught in no man's land.
Oh, and his spray is good for 1. SDY using that Galil. The only real rifle for them to play with here on this force buy from Team Spirit. He was the one that kind of incited this team to purchase, so the fact he's got the first is a good sign. There he goes. Time to play with the Galil. Dexter equips it, and it's just Snappy. No issues from him until Mir and his late arrival. He knows exactly what to do. Closing the gap. Double. Ready for them both. They do adjust swiftly, and now Choppers and the bomb. He doesn't have to rush this. He's got too many targets. They're jumping all over him. Doesn't have the bullets. Ents will make it 12. And you saw the opportunities. Mir had a real opportunity there. to pull it straight back into contention, but Ents, they do edge away. That will be 2 in a row, 2 consecutive.
Here's a fun fact. That is the first back-to-back CT rounds that we have had since the 3rd round of play.
Really?
Yeah, take a look at that. That is the first consecutive CT round since the 3rd round of play.
That is correct.
That is crazy. All right, well, conceding.
Make it 3, Chad.
Yeah, because Team Spirit have to take a bit of a knee here, and they're just going to try for a top pop. Dihar could farm with that.
Oh, those blocks felt very deadly. His MP9 was supposed to be singing.
Crisis averted. All right, all good, all good. It gets so sketchy. No matter what the guns are, these teams are keeping it back and forth. All right, well, the buy for Spirit's going to come on through. Dexter, unable to buy an AWP. He was $50 short. It would have been a glass cannon. And at this stage of the game, as of right now, the loss bonus is only 2,900 for Spirit going into the next round. So they desperately require a plant here if they want to go for a buy. So 2 objectives. Winning the round is great. If they can't do that, they have to get that bomb down.
Dexter ahead of the util and tries his luck. Spinks says no. Get the hell out of my sight. Mir, however, working on his magic from main. Dih's responsibility to house him here. There is a small window of opportunity. Dih's caught Chopper as well. Mir looking for revenge and delivers it. He needs to respond. He's gone for the secret walker. Bombs aren't heading yard way, so he doesn't have to overextend, doesn't have to do too much with this. And wow, he does adjust swiftly. The element of surprise was all SDYs, but Hades still catches him.
Yeah, that's crazy that he hung around as well because he knew that he would have to worry about the red push as well as... Oh, spotted. Mia, chance. And Spinks, nice shot from range. It's just Magic's to find and Spinks will finish him off. So a great round there. And that's 14. This is looking likely for Ents to tie things up and close this one down. 14 to 11 for them. Because there was no plant, remember, the loss bonus not built enough. Without that extra cash money coming on through, it will just have to be another partial investment here, and that is likely to give Ents their 15th round. Oh, it was spam from downrange too. It wasn't just a little tappy boy. Bit of a position Certus there. Start this round. So Mir is continuing to be persistent yard. He's got across the secret with a kill and a rifle.
And Stefan always thrived in the chaos that Team Spirit can manufacture, and see the first step in that already. Mir gives his teammate everything and every opportunity. The armored magics. Locking down the vent rotate. Has got Hades down in that depths of the site with 3 players here to deal with top. Here comes the top pop through the vents, through the squeak. Spinks does well, as does Doto, and they are falling, dropping like flies. And that is a quick acquisition of 15 for Ents. So just running away with it at the tail end here. We, like you said, hadn't seen consecutive CT rounds past 2 since the 3rd round of play. Now wrapping it up with what's been 5 in a row. Could it be 6 consecutive to wrap it all up and put a bow on it? They've got some funds to spare and a timeout to spare as well from this time Team Spirit. They're going to be catching their breath and thinking this one through.
Yeah, need to have a conversation with only 1 remaining, only 1 round to lose, and it's all over Red Rover. May as well use what you've been given. No AWP again for Dexter here, and well, they've tried a couple of these Hail Mary attempts out towards the top side. Mixed success. When both teams are stringing together buys and you're either light on weaponry or you're light on utility, something's going to give. But now the Ents have everything they need. They've got all the mollies, all the HEs, the smokes, the flashes. The guns are beautiful. There's a couple of AKs in play as well. The protocol utility will put a complete and utter stop to these faster maneuvers. Now, we've seen the L block smoke get Mir through. We've seen the secret smokes helping him out. We've seen the diagonal wall as well. They have plenty of different looks with the yard smokes, but even when he gets that control, they're not able to profit too much success from it. Deep smoke towards yard. So this is a different look at the aggressive ramp play. SDY's down. Hades changing the pace, and Spinks wants more.
Yo, going for some real hyper-aggression. Why not when you've got a couple of extra rounds to play with? And there's Chopper, booked by Spinks. They have to worry about the silo flank now. He's already evaporated. Dio going in for some more aggression.
Look at this.
Ents just want to finish it right here and now, and I love it. What a flavor to finish. Is this the finish? It should be. Mir, however, making it competitive as best he can. Smoke is faded, and he surely will too. The lights fade out of his eyes as Ents secure their map. Nuke. Convincing stuff towards the end there, wrapping it up, and Team Spirit. I think alarm bells are starting to ring. Already down in the dumps, and now down 0-1.
During that match, Sponge asked a question to J Squared here on the desk of what we thought kind of game that was. I feel like Machine summed it up perfectly. Chaos, for me at least, was how this entire match broke out. Constant eco battles, constant fighting, head-to-head between these two teams, like two Rams going, you know, battling it out. Moses, what a crazy way to finish things off, though. I mean, one player in particular we were standing out for Ents was Dodo, putting up some phenomenal kills, phenomenal clutches, but all in all, I feel like we saw so many players across both teams have their own individual moments.
Well, I think that's why it felt chaotic, is because a lot of it felt like did come down to some individual rounds and individual efforts in those rounds, and a lot of that I think is due, you know, especially on the CT side, Spirit still like dealing with some, you know, getting effective maps deeper into their pool. CT side on Nuke, they have a tough time getting down to that lower bomb site. They prefer to kind of, at times, give it a little bit and be able to find ground elsewhere, push outside instead of rotating through ramp room, but they do seem to miss those timings to get down and properly defend that lower bomb site, and when that's your primary strategy, your opponents are going to read it. So I thought Ents came in with a really good game plan on their T side, and obviously things still could have gone wrong. Spirit started this out really well, 4-1, and that's when Dodo kicked in. He does end the game with, what, 25 kills, but it's not even necessarily about the number of kills throughout the match. It's 3 specific rounds, I think, all in the first half, maybe 1 in the second half, that were just absolutely wild. This one right here, the entrance, he finds some of these kills. He's absolutely massive at securing this round. He wins this 1 versus 3 is absolutely magnificent. And when you see these kinds of things coming in from Dodo, it's not just about, yeah, he single-handedly probably won them. You know, you can attribute 3-round victories to him, but the economic consequences of those rounds, the consequences of making a strategy effective, the consequences of putting danger in the mind of Team Spirit on certain parts of the map, those are the things that might combine to add 1 or 2 more rounds down the stretch of the game.
I think even some frustration for Team Spirit. I mean, we talked about the other day.
Certainly.
I think with you and Yanko, like, communication seems to be lacking on the side of Team Spirit, and causing that frustration, making players be a little bit extra quiet, definitely caused some problems. But our Air Force aim high head-to-head here between Mir and Dodo. Mir putting up some pretty good ADR here. You really can't deny that.
No, he had a great game as well. He actually topped the server in terms of frags. He had 26, 1 more than Dodo. So on an individual level, better statistically, but in a loss, in a 16-11 loss as well, which is pretty brutal. But yeah, I mean, a good showing from him. He's been solid for this team for a while. He's been a solid player for quite some time as well. So still having some of that, and it's that kind of a push outside that you just saw that makes Spirit such a weird and tough team to play against. Those individual bold plays can really screw with your team. But you're right, if the communication is lacking, that's kind of an indication of, I mean, we don't have like official sources on anything, but like that's usually when you see like those missed rotations consistently and a missed timing consistently, that's very frequently a problem with communication, of information not being passed along, players not being assertive in their communication, not telling players what they see or what they know is happening, and you can make a lot of mistakes in that fashion.
And on that note of communication, I think we were talking about this while watching the match. I think Team Spirit are the only team not playing in a facility together here in the Pro League.
Yeah. I mean, that's tough if that is true. We've had to play in I've had to play in some of those scenarios as well. And it's always an interesting conversation, but certainly if you're the only one at some point, that's going to hurt. Like, it's just much easier to communicate not only in the game but outside of the game and between maps and keeping your spirits up and keeping your team hyped. There's so many benefits that come along with being together, which is another reason why, you know, the online era always is going to have a little bit of an asterisk next to it, but certainly that's another obstacle in the way of Spirit.
Well, an obstacle in the way of events here. Dust 2 coming up next between these two teams. We got to see Team Spirit and what they can do just on our first day when it came to playing up against Astralis. This map is very strong in their favor, but I feel like Dodo in particular, as we just talked about, the hype, the energy, the motivation they must feel now after winning Nuke, and with him in particular performing like that, it's going to be tough, I'd still say, for Spirit.
Oh, yeah, but I mean, you got to say, this is where we really get to see if the veto is going to come back to bite Ents. Remember, they did first ban Inferno, a map in which Spirit has a 17% win rate. That allows them to pick Dust 2, where they have a 78% win rate. So you've actually banned your opponent's weakest map and allowed them to pick their strongest map. And so, yeah, we get to see what they're going to play for. Now, maybe there's an idea within the Ents camp where it's like, oh, if we ban this map, we know they're going to be picking Dust 2. We can prepare just for Dust 2. Maybe there's a little bit of confidence. Maybe it's a little bit of hubris. But, I mean, we're gonna see what comes out of it. I still don't agree with the ban. Just interested to see what Ents is going to have on Dust 2.
We talk about confidence, and to me, Hades, we're still kind of wondering what kind of players he's going to be, what kind of opera is he going to be for the side of Ents. And one thing I did see on Nuke in particular out of him, especially when he pushed up towards Secret a couple times on the CT side, was this confidence, these flashy plays. We talked about what he can do going into this series, and confidence for me, going on to a map like Dust 2, when you know you have to compete against the likes of Dexter, is going to be very important, very critical for you to have a successful match.
Well, you got to be careful with that kind of confidence against Spirit on Dust 2, because they are going to challenge pretty much any gap that they potentially see in the map. If you're an Opera rotating over through CT spawn or rotating out of the B bomb site, you've got to be real cautious that someone could have sneaked out in towards that CT side of mid through the double doors. They can pressure solo onto the B bomb site. They can lurk very, very well in this map, and they're going to exploit all the gaps. So if you're a little bit too confident in your rotations and your movements across the map, you can get caught out. So now, I mean, you see the other side of it. Now it's kind of got to rein it in and play a little bit more of an intelligent game against Spirit, I think, on Dust 2.
Well, again, Spirit with their backs against the walls here. They need to win this map. They need to win this match, have a chance here to qualify still, have a chance to maybe make it into the playoffs. Maybe. We're going to find out exactly what will happen, though, after you head to a short little break.
Yes! Nice shot, my friend.
Cheaters ruining your plays?
I have eyes on the enemy.
Bad servers stopping your shots? What you need is ESEA. Advanced anti-cheat to stop cheaters. And the best servers around, all with 128 tick rate. ESEA, the best way to play CSGO.
Well, it's pulled everyone away from Stewie. He's the only one here. First shot is his, second shot is his, bomb is his as well, and he's got another one. Stewie just tears them all down.
Great smokes from FaZe. Bomb pot goes down. Rain, unbelievable shot. He's going to double it. Can he get any more? Of course he can. It's Rain. All the players grouped in the apartments. Olaf, he's got to deal with his push from Get Right.
Oh, he will. Gets his revenge for the last round. The issue is so many players here. They're going in one at a time, and Olaf on the other side of this smoke. 3 kills to his name. He has sent NIP packing. Even as Lecro gets the first man, Olaf's going to put him down. He's on for the ace, and is he going to get it? Dennis on the other side, but the nade.
And Shoxy pushed through with the UMP. What the hell? He's going for 4 kills here. The USP could be enough. That is absolutely magnificent from Shoxy. And now we've got Olaf Meister led in a compromised position. It's the ace. I can't believe it. We've got Voxic, who's just been an absolute beast here on Nuke. First kill comes in. There still is a chance at low HP. It has to come in right now, though. Chris J has the frag. It's going to be Voxic. They have a chance. They can actually do it.
Chris J's jumping. It could be a problem. At least stabilizes. Surely another one. Voxic's an animal. He does not want to lose. 32 frags as he gets a smoke onto the bomb. He has the kit. Nitro's going to spray. He's going to... No. Oh, he's done it! They will not go down!
And twist in the corner. There should be no way out. My God! How has he done it? Picking up a quick triple, and he's going to win the round. Absolutely godlike.
Contact has been made when the T's start to advance in. For around the corner quickly. Nice double tap from Meyer, and he's got the first 2, and a third, and a fourth.
My goodness.
There's no stopping this man.
He tries for the bomb pump. There's surely no way he can do it. They have got him boxed in right now. He's got nothing to work with except this rifle. He gets the headshot, turning it around, and no!
The sun shining brightly on Dust 2. Ready to get into our second map. And Team Spirit, I hope your evening's starting off with a bang. Hope you've got a beverage. Hope you're hydrated. About 2.5 litres a day on average. So how are you doing? I'm checking in with you about 5, 6 o'clock Central European time. You should at least have 1.5 litres inside. Chad, what's your status?
I'm doing a bottle of series, and I had one before coming in, so I'm at about 1.5
That's all right.
now.
You're on track. You're on track. Let's get into it. We'll see if Team Spirit can bounce back. This is their map, and the desk have perfectly set the scene for what we're about to witness. This is a map that clearly is in their wheelhouse. Win percentage closing in on 80%. It's one of their most played maps, and the veto conversation will start should this fall apart for ENCE. They had the opportunity to ban it away. They chose to ban Spirit's Worst instead. Now, Mir lingering in the tons. We are seeing a bit of CT aggression from Spinks and Diha. And they actually catch a glimpse of Chopper.
Dear.
Great shots, and the round's falling apart.
Yeah, that was nice and quick. I think Chopper was the one with the utility there, right out towards the B-bomb site. So he's gone.
Go on, go on.
Now just one more head to find. So this has happened very quickly. Now, one of the things that I thought could play into this matchup is if it stays as a force by war type scenario and Team Spirit don't prioritize getting their AWP out for Dexter, or ENCE don't allow them to really have that option, this could get difficult for Spirit. Now, this veto conversation is we have Dexter about to attempt the first, and he doesn't. So all 5 stay alive for ENCE. This is, yeah, look, it doesn't make sense in our head. I'm sure the desk, if they get snappy for an interview afterwards, will ask a lot of questions about the veto, because you would have felt that they would have had the advantage if the last map wasn't going to be looking like a bit of a mirage, right? They could have banned away Overpass or Dust 2 in the first phase. Then that meant that Spirit would have picked one of those 2, what was remaining, and then ENCE could have controlled the veto a little bit more. But there's a reason they removed Inferno. Maybe they don't think they're too good at it either. But this is going to be, oh my lord, a full eco. Not a force buy, not upgraded pistols.
Choo-choo, the Glock train.
A full eco.
On its way up shore. He does take a little chunk out of Chopper. And the MP9, perfect weapon for the job. Only gets 3. Only gets 3.
Jeez, okay, well, they know exactly what type of buy they're dealing with. And interestingly enough, ENCE there in that situation opted for 3 rifles and a scout. And Snappy getting 3 kills there, he'll be able to buy himself in with a rifle, no dramas. So they're going to have good weaponry to go toe-to-toe with Team Spirit right now. Hades versus Dexter with the baby AWPs. You can see Snappy buying into that preferred silenced M4. Utility looking good. So both teams in round number 3. None of this force by nonsense. We have a full rifle round out the gate and some long pressure.
Long, yeah. So let's see if the CTs can weather the first Team Spirit knock. They're coming a knock in here on the long doors. And Hades has hit some sort of no-scope headshot to start us off. He was detached from the pack. He's fine. I think he pushed mid-doors.
He pushed lower dark?
Yeah, he's actually on T-Spawn.
With a scout?
I think they know it's the all-in long, and he's managed to get himself all the way around, not only with an upgraded weapon, but he's locked the doors behind them here. So, like, Snappy, all he's really worried about is anyone that slips mid. And they're going to have a 3-man, very potent short side setup for A hold.
They even have a bunch of HEs left over. Look, they have 4 HEs on the CT side of ENCE right now. So if they cross ramp, they can use those nades for the site or the ramp. Oh, 2 players transitioning Gandalf, and they've even caught Chopper.
Drop the smoke if they need something to play around. Spink still has one. Nade land right at the nose. SDY running out of teammates. They're boosting nicely now, and he's looking the wrong way. This is perfect. Absolutely perfect. Disassembling of Team Spirit's long all-in.
Oh, not the start Spirit are looking for at all. In the first 3 rounds of play, they've managed 1 kill, and that was Snappy when he was up close and personal against the Glocks on the second round. So this is really, really a horrible position to find themselves in. Their confidence is not going to be, especially after this is huge.
This is nonsense.
Oh, okay. This is mental.
Against an AK.
Yeah, what is that?
Yeah. Magic's face says it all.
What are you meant to do against that? All right, some upgraded pistols, but while we have this on our screens and maybe a second to breathe, this is a turning point in the group for ENCE. If they pick this up after the upset victory over Astralis, they can set themselves up to go through this group. Now, look, they did it in Season 13 and no one expected it. If they do it here again, that's back-to-back seasons they've gotten through. We're not considered one of even the top 4
They know how to build a team, apparently, do ENCE.
And for Spirit, this is basically the last chance they have to make a case. ENCE would have to be one of those must-beat teams, along with Bad News Bears, who they're yet to play, to at least get 2 victories and try and convert the final to give them 3 and hope they get through in maybe a tiebreaker scenario or squeak out that 3rd. Look, round robins can still get messy. We don't know how this is going to completely play out, but Team Spirit must win this game to at least give themselves something to work with.
So they want to go mid to B, and the smoke on Chopper will be deployed now. Dexter drops a lurk smoke as well, and they'll start to pincer in. Flying up to the flank. Timing's good for Spirit, and they're struggling to finish their shots. There we go. They've got chance, a little bit of room to move to get the bomb down. ENCE will have to play retake here, and there's some weapons have fallen into enemy hands. SDY armored and equipped, as is Chopper.
They have 2 flashes here to work with, but Snappy, the one without a flash, is the only one going from doors.
Oh, well played by Chopper. He's even tagged up Doto, warding them off the site, and it will be Team Spirit making this one theirs. It was just Tech9's, a light smattering of Kevlar, and they managed to just evenly trade into that B site. Spinks unable to get more than 1.
Yeah, right. They had to do better on that mid to B defense, really needing to get a multi-kill on one of the 2, but regardless, Team Spirit post their first. They pick up 3 AKs for their troubles. And, well, the lack of frags, that's quickly gone out of the conversation there because they've grabbed 4. So 5 in total now, and they can start working on this T side. Money good for ENCE to go for another buy. I think it's Snappy, the only one who's going to be a little bit light on as far as the cash is concerned. But this got awkward. So normally when you see the lurk smoke, somebody wants to stay close to the lurk smoke, right? That's traditionally how you want it to go down. But I think knowing they were up against pistols, Spinks wanted to put some distance between him and the opponent.
Want to contain Mir again. He's up to his usual tricks. And ooh, a lot of flack caught by SDY and Mir. Spinks is even connected onto the B-Tons player. So now we're cooking with gas in terms of ENCE bouncing straight back. You're going to have to give up on the long campaign.
So much damage to sustain, right? Just trying to get long territory. Sure, you have it.
You know it's double AWPs now, right? Because Spinks has fired off a shot. I mean, it's safe to assume Hades, the primary AWPer, is equipped as well. So that could mean that if you can successfully get into the B site, much less likelihood of a retake. Spinks is going to be standing to stop that. And they're currently navigating away towards middle, rejoining Mir and Magix, who've hit pause at top mid and long doors respectively.
It's going to get awkward. Diha's going to stand and fight here. He's not going to fall back. They're going to contest this here, ENCE.
Yeah, and the one is going to be fine. Just committed to this now, and you can see he's just dancing away from all that trace of fire. I think he caught 1 bullet. Walking through.
The lineup.
Diha does get more than 1, 2 in fact, and the flash is good. He didn't see him in the corner, works it out and finishes it off. Oh, perfect play from ENCE. Very reactive. This is very modern-day Counter-Strike coming out of ENCE.
They didn't have any other option there unless they were completely willing to concede the A-bomb site from long and short, because you can see Dodo was watching the long cross from spawn. So if you don't hold on to short, you lose everything, and then you're playing a retake setup with a man advantage. And Diha, some massive balls to hang around. They even tried to mull him out of position. Snappy, not going to find the frag, tucked in behind the box. Magix will survive, and if he went down, that would have been dismal for his loss bonus. So, again, we find Team Spirit in this weird scenario. They can buy an AWP. That was a nice shot. Spinks right there. This almost worked out even more perfectly for Diha. Almost loses them in the smoke.
But every player can imagine how dreamy that is for him after you've killed 2 to have flash coming and you just keep holding W, playing anti. You just know, like, Bloodhound mode activated. Nose to the ground. Follow that scent. Dexter is going to be smoked off of long, and they maintain control. Hey, dream start for ENCE, not only into the 6th, but you've got control of long. You can park Doto now in towards the more turret-like position of Pit.
Spinks needs to be very careful here. Very, very careful. The barrel might get spotted by Chopper. This is going to be difficult. Might get baited into this by the upper dark presence.
Gonna get spotted by Chopper.
Run! Oh, Diha with the save. That is huge. The trust right there.
What a rescue. Instant response from the emergency services of Diha.
That's huge.
I thought he was cooked.
Chopper was licking his lips right there.
Yeah.
Felt like he had a free AWP on the deck, but now they're having to pivot back towards short.
Great utility damage. They've been succeeding more often than not when these HEs leave their hands. I think we can check in on that utility damage as well while they gather.
165 for Diha, 102 for Snappy,
yeah, okay.
88 for Spinks.
That's 5 rounds in.
Yeah, not bad at all.
Go on, Hades. You
This
get a
is
peek
curious.
around this. I
Very
like the
curious.
angle and already finding Magics.
Creative.
Very creative. He's got more to provide as well off the flash. And oh, he did isolate. SDY's still alive. That's the bomb as well. And steadies his aim for a conversion. 5-1. This is supposed to be the gimme.
That was like the reverse Simple. You know how Simple uses it when he's watching the long cross and drops it near Gandalf so he can peek either side? That was very creative there from Hades.
And he can peek up on the bomb boxes up the site as well for another angle in the gap. Here it is,
Big
bodyguard
save.
D.
Thank you very much.
Spinks definitely just like, what's the word? Squeaky bum time. He's just squeezing every muscle he has in his body as he turns that corner. Circle strafing around.
And that basically swatted them back towards A, right? That stopped any peaks they wanted to have towards that B bomb site. So just that one kill and get on out of here.
It's in the same way Spinks finding Dexter on the double AWP round. You know, you just completely remove that prong from Team Spirit. They tried to return to it and to no avail. All right, well, they're back down in the doldrums of Deagles. It's going to be some Kevlar vests, keep them at least a little competitive.
I want to ask you this question.
Go on.
And we hope Natu's not listening, but do you think he loves these guys as much as he did the full finish roster, or are these guys more like they're adopted? You know, like he loves them.
Are you suggesting you wouldn't love adopted children as much as your own children? That's...
No, I don't know. They're just not your own flesh and blood, Alex. That's all I'm saying.
I understand where you're coming from. I think there's definitely a part of him that was very in love with the whole idea. Hang on a second. Diha is being tested by 2 different angles. It's really not the perfect weapon for the job.
No.
You can't lose another one of these. You can't lose another one of these.
Oh, no.
You are losing one of these. Dexter's Deeg is too much. And from behind, they do strike. Chopper doesn't finish his meal. Magix does. So, it turns out Team Spirit can win rounds with pistols and armor. They can't seem to do it with guns.
Yeah, well...
Or Ents can lose rounds against pistols and armor. They can't lose rounds with guns. How do you want to frame it?
Whoa. Ooh. I like the Spirit framing because now they can throw that out the window now if they convert this gun round. They have everything they need, again, right? They took the full eco on the second round of play here. They got themselves an early gun round. We've seen them already have a couple, and here we go one more time. A very, very fast biff down middle for Cat and mid control.
Yeah, they're doubled up on short, though, and the flash is good. Doto for 1. Hades being pushed. Still gets it. Vision must have just returned in time to adjust. And now, suspicions that Team Spirit can't convert when there's a full weapon in their hand has continued to be supported and backed up by the evidence. Doto finding the opener. Hades keeping the numbers favouring the Ents squad.
Yeah, the icon definitely said he was flashed. Be interesting to see just how blind he was or was not.
Yeah, I think counting it in my head, it felt like he'd weathered the majority of that flash.
Well, they could still win this round. They have a decent amount of utility here. They could drop the bridge and the avant-garde smoke if they'd like. They have a molly for sight, 1 for goose, 1 for ramp. So plenty of nades for Spirit to operate with here, and you can see the bridge smoke being lined up. Avant-garde smoke 2. Molly towards the ramp, molly towards a ramp, and, well, they're giving it a go. Oh.
Dear, dunk down. I don't know how Hades will explain that one. But they're into the site now, and Spinks is the one that's making it difficult from arm's length on long. He tries to contest. They know the jump from Snappy was there. Swinging very wide. Good head, and Diha does trade. Wow. Fine margins determining this one. Ents will make it 6.
Yeah, and now there's a chance for Spirit because they can purchase again, facilitated by the pistol round win again. This has already happened with them once this game.
Oh no, I think he might have fully. Yeah, okay. He did just have time to adjust. It was the second molly that completely caught him off guard. The nades followed as well.
Yeah, I think because his teammates said they were flashing, you know, or he was calling for one of the two. He didn't want to, you know, not use it. But here you go. You can see this cobbled together by Deagle, Galil, and Degs' AWP. Not the double ult for Spinks, however. He'll have to operate with an M4. It looks like they're ready to pop. Everybody's here.
Ooh, the smoke arrives. Just as they threw it, The door smoke comes out. That's surely going to rumble the plans.
It's a good cancel, because you'd hate to just throw away this orb through a smoke.
But surely Snappy now is expecting like some tons action, some short action.
Yeah. It would be weird for it just to be a bit of a fake. And Snappy's actually in the best position to find action, or at least information.
Hinge smoke deployed, and then they go back to B. That could be it.
Yeah, there's no reason that they can't reinitiate on what they were hoping to get away with. They still have a smoke on Dexter. They've got one for Chopper.
He's trying to make it look like there's a full short gathering right now.
So this kind of feels like overpassing, you know, when teams commit to going to B and they're just hanging around backyard and maybe they'll throw a flash over playground. Similar scenes right here because the B hit is still coming on in and it has shown weakness. So there's good cause to hit this bomb site one more time.
Door smoke out. Spinks readies himself to strike. Deha for the first contact. Spinks starts to unload his mag. It's good damage.
Lots of damage.
And it's Deha with the lethality. Double so far. Another one onto Deha. 3 to his name as they do enter the site. A bit fluffy from Snappy. He didn't hit his shots and loses his head. And now a problem. Chopper's holding the tons push. SDY will be allowed to get the bomb down. It's only an MP9, but the MP9 sings, and so does Doto. Smile on his face. 2 to 5 for SDY. 1 closing the gap. He's got close very quickly. And it's a dunk.
What a nade!
What a perfect calculation!
Oh, come on now, Doto.
He's done his trigonometry on that one.
That is ridiculous. The nade's sailing past. I thought, oh, he's fluffed that one. What's he banked it off there?
He's gone for the back box.
Just the back wall.
I thought SDY had a 1v2 in the chamber right there.
Go easy as you like.
Let's see it from the other POV. So Deha does so well to finish what Spinks started. He gets 3. And then SDY, this is the nade, bounces off the back wall, right on his toes as he starts to stray. Big plays from Dota. He took down Chopper as well in that.
Yeah, huge stuff. 7-2, the scores read now. And Spirit again, well, the loss bonus, it's there. Another strange-looking buy with the scout in play. Hades tagged up initially here. And no map territory to really have a bit of a gander at. They've only played Spinks over towards B, so this is quite curious knowing how hammered that side of the map's getting. I just keep kind of pushing the issue over here if I'm Team Spirit because the rounds have been... They've just negated the hinge smoke with a smoke of their own. Doors is doubly smoked off.
Yeah, but Ensep kind of cracked the Team Spirit code so far. Some hero plays in there for good measure. Hades will forego control as the utils dropped in. Oh, Deha, what are you up to? They're boosting for the AWP peak. Dex a nade and oh, he's cooked perfectly as well from Hades. Set up for success by Deha.
Yeah, these are great. These little micro moves, these boosts, keeping it very dynamic, and then back to the mid to B we go.
Yeah, I mean, this actually could hurt. This could be the end for Ents, unless Doto can find one now. He's trying everything he can, but there they go. Just like that.
Spinks is
still here, and SDY's his first victim. Doubles to finish it. And so, Team Spirit, they thought they targeted the weakness, but far from it. They handle it with ease. Doto stepping up to at least contest that mid-split and finished off by Spinks.
Now, we've seen plenty of halves with the scoreline sitting at 8-2, and then you come back and it's a 9-6 or an 8-7 or something of the sorts. But Team Spirit are about to have to go into... Oh, I was going to say an eco. It's a half buy. The max loss bonus is there, so they can invest heavily like this.
100% success rate in rounds like this, Chad.
You're right, actually. You're bang on. So this is probably better than not. That's a Dodo peak. I haven't seen one of those before. Gets swung on. Chopper dead already.
In answer to your previous question, by the way, about whether or not it's, you know, Natu loves these boys equally, I think...
Only if they win.
with every win, it gets closer to the being that close.
Okay. Just have to get to a major final, I think.
Yeah, you know, he sees Doto. That's enough. He's got the finish flag on it. And they've got Snappy, at least delivering one. Now, Hades will have to play more passive now. He doesn't get overrun by wide strafing deagles and a quick bop from Dexter's scout. But this wall of smokes will only get you so far. You have to get across that pesky secondary line. Hades does have the AWP, but Dexter's scout's the one to connect. He's vulnerable now. And he's given up the sight. SDY will punish in the one way. It is Doto, however, that stops the first. Now, bombs on Mir. Mir is low, but they are hitting everything they have to. Here's the flank to finish it all. Bombs loose, and only one remains. It's on to SDY. 2 to find, dancing around. It's high pressure. He needs headshots, and it's not to be. Diha will lock us down, and Ents are pursuing double digits here. We're only in round 12. They'll have a full buy again, but Team Spirit no longer 100% successful on their armored pistols.
Now, here's the thing, right? This was the shoe-in map. This is the one that we were like, yeah, you know, if Team Spirit gets to Dust 2, they're going to win it. They're really good at this map. And like I was just prefacing before, the scoreline's not crazy out of control just yet, where that isn't still the case. It's just if Ents continue at this speed and continue to just swat away these gun rounds, it very much could be an Ents quick 2-0. And I thought this one here was going to go the distance, but again, an info play. Diha and Spinks have taken a huge gamble. They've pushed up a dark. They've called it completely clear. The focus can now be towards long. And again, there's a HE, there's a molly, there's a couple of smokes to stop this cross.
God, last time Spirit tried this, they got the same info.
That's right.
And they countered it with a beautifully stacked A site.
Yeah, Hades pushed lower dark with a scout.
And he's extinguished the car molly, so they're going to be operating under the assumption there's still someone to contend with there. Look at this. Okay. High flash to counter as they do set up the open pit. Oh, careful,
he's
Hades.
so lucky to be alive.
Through the box. Lives to tell the tale of the Dexter tag, and Spinks has locked the door behind them, as we would expect. He can't leave. And they won't. I mean, this is Team Spirit we're talking about. Once they're in, they're in.
I'm just curious what are Ents going to do right now, because so far they are clustered towards CT and the bridge. Diha's now playing in the site. Remember Snappy's molly to keep this awkward. More shots are missing, and here comes the cross. It's all about to hit the fan.
He can drop the one way. It's going to be down in time, and so for survival. 1 for 1. Time-sensitive mission now, about the 30-second mark. Mir is across and elevated. Whoa! Diha throws some aggression into the mix of his own.
The flank's still coming.
It is. He's closing the door slowly. Dexter to peeking. Does get the info. Spinks will have to be careful now. And the great spray control bests the AWPer. Now they're open for the flank. They're very vulnerable. Spinks falls to Chopper, and again in the 1v1. So close to finally breaking through. Spirit have had a couple of those.
Doto's having a banger of a series. Much more impact noted here again. That retake on the B site, just then closing out another one. Safe pair of hands and a half right here.
Also, like, the way Spinks handled that duel with Dexter, like, as a player myself, when I know that I've, the info's been gotten safely by the AWPer and he's peeking back into me, and I have to commit to this because it's a retake, I don't know how he's managed to find that so easily.
Yeah, he stayed calm, didn't he?
So calm. Great monitoring of the spray. Makes Dexter look silly.
Well, they biff straight up Cat. This is fast again from Team Spirit. When in doubt, hit the W key, apply all this pressure. Dropping the bridge smoke this early is going to force out so much respect. The jump peak as well. SDY seeing how much he can sell this. If he goes for one of those, Hades might just flick off his head. And that's enough. It's caused a massive rotation. Ents have left the B bomb site completely evacuated. Doto still has long info. They're just expecting a fast Cat hit. It's all going to be on Spinks right now. Unless they get back over and help him out. Lickety split.
No one's helping. Spinks is truly watching mid and B as a solo anchor at this point in time. Diha will be able to take that responsibility back. So now Spinks, you'd think, can focus his attention on Tons. He's not, though. It's going to come down to timing.
Coming.
Here they come. Spinks, all to do, does get completely flashed off, and the site is theirs already. Off the flash in response. He peeks out for nothing. Crosshairs were in the right place. Snappy's on the rotate through, looking the wrong way. An easy frag for Mir to find, and it should be Spirit's round all day of the week.
And maybe a save as well. So there you have it. 10-3. It has been this B bomb site. Those two pistol rounds they won, help me, Alex, were they both at B? Because there was the one where Spinks, he was going towards back of Plat, and he got caught off guard.
Yeah.
That was the one I remember.
I remember that one.
I'm trying to remember the other one. it must be all the rounds coming through this B bomb site here. And this one was more because of that early cap pressure. It drew that rotation quite quickly. You saw that D-Hard was only operating with an MP9 there as well, so we know that the weapons for ENCE to close out this half are not going to be fantastic. So Team Spirit, even though they have been looking battered and bruised, could still walk away with 5, which I'd be happy with, to be completely honest. This has been a difficult half for them. 5 rounds on the nose. Might be more than enough, but Hades maintains the AWP. Dodo keeps onto that M4. And knowing the way Snappy's been calling throughout this event, it's likely just to see a bye.
Yeah, but also the way Snappy's been calling is when he's had these leads and when he's had these slight disadvantages in the weapon department, he likes to let them off the leash.
You're right.
You know, a free day, if you will.
We had free pants day. We didn't even have. You could wear whatever trousers you wanted to school.
We called him Mufti Day.
Mufti Day.
It was for a bear for the. I think it was for charities in Africa.
Okay.
Comedic relief.
Comedy relief.
It had a name.
Okay.
We wore red noses, and you paid £1, and you got to wear your own clothes.
We called that Red Nose Day.
That's the one. But I was thinking of another one. I think Mufti was a different bear. There's lots of famous bears.
Paddington.
I loved him.
Yogi.
And he loved Marmalade. Or was it Marmite? No, it was Marmite.
Yeah, Marmite might have some branding issues.
Yeah,
so.
you're right. I don't know. You got the write-up for that one, actually.
Forcing the shooter early.
Oh, they're pushing mid, and oh, damn, Deagle's threatening. That's the bomb spotted on Chopper. Spotted in mid. They're going to surely pincer into B. Spink's going to have to be another one of those hero moments. Good luck, have fun, mate.
What's he to do?
He's going to get pre-fired. He's going to get shot in the bottom.
Oh, help me, guys, please.
Maybe not. He's caught nearly 2. Dexter's his next victim. Spinks above and beyond the Call of Duty. He's jumped on, dinks another, and that's the round. Fair play. Spinks did an awful lot with a very little there. SMG and a Dream double. Yeah, he is your impact player. Damage into 300 realm. Dinking out Mir as well with his USP.
That's huge. That was massive right there. Insane, considering what was on this round, right? We knew that it was only the 2 save rifles and a force buy for everybody else, and he pulls that magic off right there. That is crazy. This is definitely falling apart at the seams right now. Another buy with not everything right now for Spirit, and away they go out long. They get the opening. Mir has opened up the exchange. Snappy has to fall back, and the pressure's still coming.
Don't forget the bomb now, boys.
Yeah, they're probably so worried about a flank at this point as well. There we go. We got it. We picked it up. We're good.
Spinks is already in lower tons, so if Doto walks through and clears it as well, surely they'll be over on A before Team Spirit start throwing out their wall of smokes.
Well, Hades is leaving middle now as well. D-Hard's starting to get a move on. And again, note how much utility there is for them to try and thwart this long take. Oh, this time Hades not getting away with his life. Dexter finally lands a clean one. And a 3-on-5. Should be 4. Needs to be 4.
They're not expecting another draw. Oh dear, can't hit the shot and he won't get many more opportunities like that. Dexter collects a freebie. And so Team Spirit looking for their 4th, just 2 clicks of the mouse away. End this half on a high. A rather scarce high. It's been rather absent from the Team Spirit T half. Molly and nade towards Goose, not bad. Doesn't quite force matches out of line. $11 for ENCE, though, on this defense. It really has put within touching distance, finishing it on the guaranteed Spirit map. 11-4, all right. Now we're cooking. We'll swap sides. We'll put the international roster over on the attack, and we'll see if Spirit's defense is up to snuff.
Hey Future Pros! For this episode, I'll show you a neat little smoke that would help you when retaking B. This smoke will completely block off the B tunnels. To do the smoke, run into this corner next to the truck. Aim as shown, then jump throw the smoke. If done correctly, the entrance to B tunnels will be completely obscured. Make sure you don't have a teammate planning on going through tunnels, as he is going to be one angry retaker if that is the case.
Why they all been on me? No guts, no glory. There's no need to go begin. I don't comprehend and I do not pretend, cause when I'm coming it's to win. No guts, no glory. Not a part of my story. I'm going hard for that trophy. It's why they all been on me. No guts, no glory. There's no need to go begin. I don't comprehend and I do not pretend, cause when I'm coming it's to win.
Wake up, put the work in, that's the only way it's gonna work out. Hard work and dedication, no time for procrastination. Takes a lot of time, a lot of patience, a lot of heart mixed with motivation. On the days that you feeling down, look in the mirror for your inspiration. Like, woo, just notice, never stop, never quit. People wanna see you doing good, but never better than them. Gotta push yourself to the limits. You cannot lose if you are not in it. You gotta lose sometimes just to win it. Don't get discouraged, it's just the beginning. Yeah, turn up. Don't end up a Timmy Turner. Don't get caught up in the streets. Don't get caught up with a burner. Don't be a slow learner. Oh no, you only get one shot, one chance. Talking March Madness at the big dance. Talking big man on campus. Like
no guts, no glory. Not a part of my story. I'm going hard for that trophy. It's why they all been on me. No guts, no glory. There's no need to go begin. I don't comprehend and I do not pretend, cause when I'm coming it's to win. No guts, no glory. Not a part of my story. I'm going hard for that trophy. It's why they all been on me. No guts, no glory. There's no need to go begin. I don't comprehend and I do not pretend, cause when I'm coming it's to win.
Chad, what do you make of this? 11-4. Spirit's map pick. Spirit's most dominant map in recent history, and a team that you were hot for.
On day one.
On day one.
On day one, and then I jumped off the train.
What day are we on now? 4?
We're only on day 3.
Okay,
I jumped off the train after day 1, and I said, that's it. I've seen enough. Because I was putting this Spirit team on such a pedestal that I thought they'd come and hit the ground here individually. Now, the individuals have had their moments. They just haven't been getting it done as a team. And the 11-4, Ents are looking like they want another.
They were ready for that one. Just a quick click of Hades' mouse, and down goes Dexter. You can see 1xBet odds on your screen. They are disastrous for Team Spirit fans and those that expected this one to be at least going to 3. D-Hurt, something. Magic's way more. Oh my God, multiple targets. He's nearly done it all.
He's still going.
He's still going, leading bullets more than anything else. The only separating factor from his frags is the amount of bullets in his pistol. 1v2 for Spinks as the taps come in.
Oh, he's under so much pressure.
Yeah, and it's not going to be easy to plant. He's considering it. He could get swung on. Takes the Gormir into the line of fire. It's SDY that takes the shot.
Well, kicked off in a very good way, but I have to credit Magic's right there. He's fantastic with the headshots. And yeah, and when they were crossing. So we got 2 coming out of the smoke and 1 on the cross. So he's good with the pistol and he's good with the headshots. And we get to see both right there.
But that also is a good demonstration of how quiet he was in the first. The fact that he gets 3 kills on the pistol and presenting just 7 into our 17th. He is a very, very capable individual and one of those grinders you were talking about that put them on the pedestal in the first place. So expecting to see him reawaken here.
It's like a bit of a B pop here as Tech9's board up. Some util forward as well, and that smoke might actually help them as part of this execution. Here we go.
Yeah, they'll flash through it and go through SDY's vision, and he's got nothing. Okay, they have the sight already. Doto just gets a blind one through the smoke.
Oh, dearie me.
Okay, it should all fall apart here. There's weapons to be retrieved, there's rounds to be won, but Team Spirit only the pistol to boast before it's taken right back under Ent's rule.
Oh, I think Snappy must sit his team down and say, listen, guys, I know none of you want to use the Tech9, but watch this. And now they've all bought it and just absolutely Steamrolled Spirit. Taste their own medicine right there. They were getting away with those pistol rounds on the B bomb site with the upgrades, and oh, here's exactly that.
Let me see that Doto just
drive by
through the smoke. Dexter was already in the window. Mir was just about to be behind him for the trade.
More of these force spikes. Who would have thunk it? I do like it. I was talking about it before, but just because we had so much slow percentage-based Counter-Strike, to see people playing it like this, it does get me going. The whiff from SDY, it's like he just couldn't get the cross there where he needed it.
It's too far, like it's just too quick.
Jumping, yep. All right. They all just took fights.
The Tech 9. You know, and because Counter-Strike is such a volatile and easily influenced beast, watch everyone start using the Tech 9 again.
I think I have it equipped. I don't buy it. The Deagle was just too tantalizing.
See, for me, it's in this horrible midpoint between I want to bang out with a $700 Deagle and I'm just being a wimp with a P250.
Sure.
And it's like that lovely
$300
and $700. You start throwing 500 into it. I just can't quite believe the Tech 9 believe in it. But of course, Snappy certainly does, and it's a big part of how Ents have had so much success. So they're going from mid to B. Snappy's selling the A fake to keep 3 CTs busy, and then SDY and Mir with armored Deagles have to contend with an entire squad. Here they come. Loud about it as well. And multiple men's, multiple angles. Good molly as well from the Bricks position.
That was really good, really well handled. You know, just pesky positions as you're talking about the Bricks position near the car. To throw that molly, knowing that you only have one avenue to run through, you can make it very, very awkward here. How much more are they going to get? Up close and personal. Tech 9 not going to land from Snappy this time round.
That was a really nice crouch. You might want to have a look at this. They've got a kit on Magics. They find one now. And they find bullets instead. Hot lead pumped into the last 2. Makes it 13 for Ents. And they're looking to take another big scalp here. Like, this is going to be Ents becoming a serious conversation for Group A top 3.
Yeah, and this was not really on the docket, I don't think. For me, the group from day one, like, let's take me being wildly enthusiastic about Spirit out of the equation, right? You've got Heroic, you've got Vitality. And then for that third spot, I think the conversation was probably going to be Astralis/Spirit. Now that conversation for third, look, Ents can blow this group wide open. I think Spirit and Bad News Bears are going to find themselves at the bottom of the barrel. This is about to get dicey, Long Alex. They've actually stacked here, and this flash is ready on Chopper. Hold up a second. Thank you for holding. We'll now be continuing our conversation about Group A. So anyway, as we were saying, yeah, Ents are now in the conversation, and the Astralis, Jason mentioned it on the desk earlier. The Astralis Scalp, if we get down to tiebreaker scenarios, that's a really nice one to have.
Yeah.
I think this Vitality versus Heroic game at the end of the day, the one coming up after this, 8 p.m., CEST, is going to be really going to set who's going to top the group. So
I think Ents' path is also going to be really determined by Heroic's results. Because they've got 2 wins already, and their next opponents are Vitality Astralis. So if Heroic get into a dominant fashion, Ents get a red carpet run. And on the other side of the field, should Heroic go on quite the opposite and plummet, they'll have given a bit more of an opportunity to Ents regardless. So basically, you want them to either really win or really lose in those Heroic head-to-heads. But of course, Heroic definitely demonstrating their ability against Bad News Bears and Spirit so far.
Well, if we get to the final day of play, and Heroic versus Astralis is the marquee fixture, and Astralis like on the cusp, right? And they have to beat, Glaive has to take down Cadian to get them into the playoffs, right? There you go. There's our storyline.
You've got me.
Everyone hang around.
Ready? Yeah.
Friday. That's Friday at 8.
Sign me up. Friday at 8. Put it in your calendar. Oh, chopper. Chopper. Absolutely booked by Hades. The trajectory of the smoke giving him a nice early warning, and he hasn't stopped. There's more AWP frags in the feed. This one's just going to peter out into nothingness.
Now they can just go towards A. It's just Dexter here on his lonesome.
Yeah, and he's getting swung on by Long, so he doesn't even get a chance. SDY and Mir just running fast, and D-Hurt tapping away. 25. The boys are coming in on an individual level as well. Like, we talked about Spirit's individuals and them being head turners. D-Hurt, as he adjusts his glasses like an anime protagonist, he's certainly playing like one.
Should I go warm the car up?
Yeah, you probably should.
Yep. Well, pack your bags, get your keys.
Where's the second one come from? Just the little jiggle, or
oh,
dropped. Oh man.
He only got a speck there in the scope of that drop, and this was some lovely shooting from DR as well. Oh, come on, boys. It's all over Red Rover here. 15-5 is the score. The force by 2 scouts. Tiga, MP9, Famous. This is a matter of time game right now. I'm happy to call it. Certus, he's standing by, he's thrown in the white towel.
No, he's actually, he's making his standing desk into a standing desk because he's going to start shouting. He's just pressing the button.
Or he gets his guitar out and he sings him a song.
Yeah, that too. Wonderwall.
The sun will come out.
Tainted Love.
I like that flash. It's a bit nerdy, but doesn't get them a lot. Snappy goes down. The bomb is just on the other side. It's Molly. This might get a bit awkward.
I'm not even worried, mate. Stiha is in the zone at this point in time. 5v4, sure.
They just missed 2 mollies, though. How does that make you feel?
Makes me feel like they don't need them.
Okay, so they're just burning utility.
Yeah, they want it to feel like an failed A take.
All right.
Because the reality is the CT aggression here, the late NOA boost is exactly what he's pre-aiming. You're so gross. And they get them both. Told ya.
Yeah, well, back to B they can go now. Knowing that that AK was picked up from Magix, they can head over towards B, and STY only as a scout is going to have to bang off so many heads here.
Good start, needs more, way more, does go 1 for 1. And that
damage.
might prove insignificant. They get the smoke on the doors, it's Dexter and Magix. They want to do a full diligent clear and equip themselves with what they can. Maybe swap those weapons away. Yeah, okay, we'll take a FAMAS.
They're both going tunnels as well. Yeah, we can pack this one up. Hades is here with the AWP. Left, right, good night, coming on in.
A couple more clicks, and that one comes real easy, as does the second, not to be, Magix. Low HP. Plenty of time, he's not in a rush. Spink should have him take the rights here on the elevated angle. And D had to collect Ents. All right, now that is a statement. They're here to stay and slay in Group A. Ents setting their sights on the top 3, and this is a group with Heroic, Vitality, Astralis, and they're on the list. So far, so good from Ents.
So far with the new lineup, we haven't tested ourselves against the best teams. I think we've been one of the better, if not the best team in Tier 1 with Oleg. So hopefully we will show that we can also perform against the Tier 1 teams. I don't think the gap is that big at the moment. So I think the first big test for us is now in EPL. And if we do good here, that will lead to other and bigger events for us to get tested more.
seem to have met their match when it comes to Dust 2. I feel like we've been talking about this team and talking about this map for the last few days, but unfortunately they fall, only getting 5 rounds here. And ENCE get themselves another victory into the bag and send, unfortunately, Team Spirit packing as they now finish off 0-3 in the groups. Jason Kappener still joined by Moses, and honestly, could not have expected that. I didn't think that ENCE would just sweep them aside when it came to Dust 2.
Yeah, that's the big thing. They didn't just fall on Dust 2. They got demolished. They got knocked over entirely. That's a really good showing for ENCE, and you could see, look how big of an upset it is. 22 ranked versus 12 ranked. That's massive to be able to take a scalp like this, especially just a day after Astralis. So if you were watching ENCE beat Astralis just yesterday and a little bit impressed but not sure what to expect, and they back it up by this one, man, ENCE's esteem is going to rise really, really well. And remember, the conversation around them too was they'd been playing in so many lower tier events but doing well in them, but because of the level of their competition, they're not able to gain points to rise up the ranks swiftly enough and as much as they'd like. This is the event. This is the big event for them that says we can climb the ladder here. We can shove ourselves into the top 15 from mid-20s. And certainly with performances like this, they're going to gain a huge boost in that regard.
Well, it seems to be Pro League is where they seem to thrive. As we think back to the last season of Pro League, that's where they got out of groups. You look here, and they're on the precipice of doing so, though they're not just through just yet. We have 2 teams at 2-0, 2 teams at 2-1 right now with Astralis and with ENCE, but we still have the decider to happen just after this with Heroic playing up against Vitality. But when we talk about ENCE here, we have to talk about, or we did talk about Dodo when it came to Nuke. We got to talk about the other D on the team. We got to talk about Diha when it came to Dust 2, because this man was putting up so many kills. He was just an unstoppable force, it seemed, for him. Yeah, he had 27 kills on Dust 2, and I think Dodo on Nuke had 26 or 25, so they're both right there leading the way, and Dodo's even got 20 in this map as well. This is what makes it so astounding. This is a fantastic pissed around to start the game. ENCE was dominant, and it's usually Spirit's T side that is tough to deal with because they're able, if they can find some early kills, lurk out middle, lurk in towards the B bomb site, find some one-on-ones, find an aggressive position that allows them to move around the map. But because ENCE was just so on point, the op working wonders in mid, I mean, Team Spirit could never find the space to do any of the things that they like to do. This was just dominance from start to finish on Dust 2. But it also, remember, you have to highlight, if we're going to talk about Spirit as like a one-map wonder of Dust 2 being their playground, if you lose that, you are in so much trouble for the series. Imagine this being the first map in the series and you lose Dust 2. That makes it so much harder to recover. And listen, fair play. ENCE's gamble of banning Inferno instead of Dust 2 to start, that worked out just fine. The thing for me is I'm looking at this, and I expected Spirit obviously to do a lot better when it came to Dust 2, but it almost felt like their spirits were kind of broken, not to give a stupid pun or anything like that.
Those are the worst,
but it definitely felt like it, though, for him. I mean, Dexter wasn't really able to hit the shots that I kind of expected out of him. It seemed to have met his match up against the side events.
Well, I think that's where you pull into conversation the fact that what you brought up in the pregame of Spirit being the only team that's not actually on location, on site together. You know, I mentioned that before the game started. That's usually where some of the difficulties come of not being able to recover as well between maps, not being able to talk about things between maps, not being able to keep each other lifted. Usually between maps when you're playing from home, someone's going to go take a piss, someone's going to go get a drink, someone's going to go have a cigarette, whatever it might be, you know? Someone's going off and doing something that means they're not with their team at that moment, whereas that's different when you're in a LAN environment, when you're in a boot camp environment. Even if you're going to go take a leak then, you've got a teammate next to you in the stall, and you're having a chat about the B bomb site, and it's all good. You can't do that right now.
I'm
painting some pictures for you, aren't you?
I just don't want to elaborate into this because I might not be here back tomorrow. But I do have someone coming back with us today. He was on the show yesterday after their victory against Astralis. We have Hades coming back into the studio, not physically, but virtually, to talk to us about the last match here. So Hades, do I have you on the line? Are you here, man?
Yep, hello.
Awesome. Oh, well, first of all, congratulations, man. That was a fantastic performance out of you guys in total. You as well, that confidence when it came to Nuke on that CT side. But I got to ask you this. Now you guys are 2-1 in the groups. What would it mean to you personally, not just ENCE, but you personally, to help get your team through to qualify yet again into the playoff stage here in Pro League?
Feels good. I'm really happy because we managed to like bounce back from the first game. So I'm really happy that we're getting the wins, and it means a lot to qualify and see how far we can go.
Yeah. Nice. What's it been like? I mean, you guys have been playing in a lot of the Cash Cups over in Europe, a lot of the smaller tournaments. What's it been like for you jumping up to a different level of competition?
It's a bit more stressful, but in general, like I prefer like playing on the high level. It's just like much less random stuff going on the map, so it just seems like much more comfortable for me to play.
Good, good. I had one question about the veto process. I don't know if you're involved in that on what level. Did you guys ever, when you're looking at the maps, you guys banned Inferno first. It happens to be Spirit's worst map in their pool, so I was just kind of scratching my head wondering what it could have been that prompted the Inferno ban, taking that out and letting them have Dust 2. I just didn't know if you had any thoughts or any insight in that.
So was I, but it's like the big brains, So and Snappy doing the veto.
Yeah.
So they prepared us well for the game, and we just like did what the plan was, and we pulled it off well.
Nice. What was the plan? What was like something that you saw at a Spirit that you could try and exploit on Dust 2? They're so good on it, and I know from playing them in the past, they're a team that can be very slippery on the map. So did you notice something that you personally really thought you could take advantage of?
Yeah, they peaked quite a lot. Like they over peaked sometimes. So like we knew if we like stand the ground and expect mainly the B splits, we should be like fine.
Okay.
I mean, it seemed like this series, for the most part, was just, I guess, a story of aggression from you guys. Was that maybe the game plan going in? Because you think about Nuke, how back and forth it kind of was. Dust 2 as well, especially on the T side, you guys were getting very aggressive. Was that the general plan, or is that just how it winded out to be?
No, just how it went. Everyone was like confident because we pulled off some like insane shots, some insane clutches.
Yeah, you boys were feeling it today.
Yeah.
What was it like when Dodo won that 1v3 on Nuke?
No, that was insane. Everyone went wild, man. It's crazy.
Good. Well,
really,
congratulations.
Yeah, Hades, thank you so much for joining us, man. We're going to let you go for now. Go celebrate, you know, go relax, because you guys still have matches you need to win coming up in the next 2 days if you want to qualify into the playoffs. But thank you again for joining us, man.
Thank you, guys. Bye.
Cheers.
Thank you. I like that answer out of him. It's like, no, we were just feeling it. Wasn't the game plan, but you know what? We were hitting shots, some crazy shots. And like you said, that 1v3 at a Dodo. D has stepped it up. Hades as well had a couple of phenomenal players. I feel like everyone really played in good form. And again, I don't know what it is about Pro League for ENCE, but they seem to really come together exactly when they need it. Maybe it's what he was saying. He likes to play against Tier 1 teams. They're not so random. Maybe it's that high stakes that really elevates their gameplay.
Yeah, well, I mean, I understand entirely the saying, I like to play against the higher tier opposition, and he's right. There is an element of less randomness, but also like an element that makes it like there's a logical process to what teams are doing at this level, so you can sometimes kind of read it. Now with that also comes, as you mentioned, they were prepared very well. At this level also, you're gonna have teams that are prepared very well, and sometimes those are gonna be different, so it's a mind game going into the different matches, but certainly you feel like you can grab onto a thread and say, when they do this, I should expect this coming, or there's a likelihood that this is gonna happen, instead of just, you know, thinking logically about something and having someone pop out randomly where they shouldn't be.
Well, for them, they do still have at least one very difficult match ahead of them. They still have a match tomorrow against Heroic, and then they finish things out against Bad News Bears. I'd say, obviously, winning the next two would be the best chance for them to qualify. I think taking down Heroic could send the entire groups in a whack, depending on what happens, obviously, with this next match of Heroic versus Vitality.
Well, the nice thing, not to be a jerk to Bad News Bears, but the nice thing for ENCE is that's their last match of the group stage. So if there's any kind of a dangerous scenario where they're in a must-win on that last day, they have the exact opponent that you would want in that scenario. So it's obviously not something that you'd want to overlook. As we saw, Bad News Bears can be dangerous. They had a couple decent maps against Vitality. They had a close map today against Astralis. There's still a little bit of danger there. But certainly, if you're looking at this group and you're saying, man, if I needed to win one match on the last day to make it through to playoffs, I'd want to be going up against Bad News Bears.
And before we obviously get into this, we still have about an hour 20 minutes until we kick off our next match. So we'll have a nice little break. We'll go to the bathroom together and keep talking about things.
Perfect.
Or I guess go smoke. That works. Heroic Vitality, though. This match for me is basically going to determine who's potentially, or who will take, I'm not going to say potentially anymore, that first place out of the groups to get straight into the quarterfinals. The other two teams are going to go into the round of 12. I don't know really which way I'm leaning towards this one, because we talked to Caden yesterday in an interview talking about ZywOo. He didn't go too much into it because he knows how good ZywOo is. Everyone in the world knows how good ZywOo is. I don't know. Do they want me to dance on camera? I'm not sure.
Do it. Dance, monkey.
I'm not that kind of but this is a very important match, and honestly, I don't know which way this is going to go, but I want to say in terms of like form of what we've been seeing in this tournament, I want to lean towards Heroic. I don't know which way you're leaning.
I would tend to lean towards Heroic just because we have like a greater body of work and body of success, especially with the online tournaments. And Vitality still has those question marks. You know, it's been nice seeing them kind of rebound and recover after a tough Cologne out of this break. It's nice to see them starting out in this fashion, but I still got to feel like Heroic as defending champs, there's a lot of things that they're playing for at the moment, and I still feel like you look at them and you just see a larger body of consistency.
Okay, well, you know what? We are going to head to that break here. Again, we have about an hour and 15 minutes time until we do kick off our next match here between Heroic and Vitality. But before we even get fully into the break, I want to check in yet again with Sponge and Machine as they're playing Mecha Arena. And we'll see you guys in an hour's time here for our final match of the day.
All right, I just finished the game. I've worked out the kill shot, head body nonsense.
Yeah.
You're 2-0 up. Are you ready to play?
Yeah, I just want to make a coffee and we can play.
Mate, it takes 5 minutes to play a game, 30 seconds to find a game.
All right, it only takes 5 minutes to make a coffee.
Let's go.
Game on.
All right, let's deck this out. If you go to Fortune Vaults, Alex, by the way, I think that's where you get skins.
Oh, actually, we could get skins.
Yeah. Here we go. Ooh. What did I get?
I got a prototype skin, bro. It's legendary.
Okay.
It looks good. Lancer, yeah, he's my boy.
Here we go. White marble. An exotic skin.
Shall we frag or?
Well, let's frag. So deathmatch was close. I almost won, kind of.
It definitely is your game mode.
Now I need to get a reverse sweep here to win. Now if you win this, you win the majority, and then it's about not embarrassing myself, which is probably not going to go too well. So 5v5 deathmatch Dockyard, one of my favorite maps, of course.
If it's got a shipment vibe, but you're going to be in trouble.
All right, let's go.
2, 1, go. Let's get things started.
And that's the end of Chad Burchill.
That's not a great start. That's not the start that they were looking for. That's really not the start that they were looking for. Oh my God.
Massacre.
What is that little dude you've gone with?
This is my Lancer. He's just got some weird giblies on him.
This is my boy wearing the marble white.
It's first to 3, right?
Oh, I'm really struggling, aren't I? I've let myself down. I've let my country down.
I don't think your new strategy you were discussing was necessarily the best.
I've let everybody down.
1.
Oh my God.
No overtime needed, right? Is that it? It might be.
Bot 6 got the MVP.
I got the same amount of kills as him.
Bot 6 got the MVP.
Okay, look, I told you, my bots have been training with me.
3-0 now. This is embarrassing.
5 assists.
This is embarrassing.
I'm a team player.
Are you still looking forward to the next game?
You better believe I am. I'm sure you're not. Let's get into the next one, maybe.
Yes, nice shot, my friend.
Cheaters ruining your plays?
I have eyes on the enemy.
Bad servers stopping your shots? What you need is ESEA. Advanced anti-cheat to stop cheaters. And the best servers around, all with 128 tick rate. ESEA, the best way to play CSGO.
Some damage. Jake finds the first, goes for the wide, look around the no-scope. That's what you want to see, Kenny.
What the sight might be. What is going on here? The 5-7 delivering.
He gets an ace as well with the AK.
He's going to find the opener as well. Steel will be going down. It looks like he's even going to get the second as well. Great start from Nekus at least. And actually, he's just looking to do it all alone. He just had 4 kills. 5, never mind.
Simple's found the shot, and that just might be it. Index, surely this one is too far gone. Spraying on the smoke. He's sticking the defuse. Flamey realize he does. He's shooting into the wall. Flamey, you have your back turned.
Kills it. This is exciting, man. Actually huge. Didn't get spotted by Stewie either. He transitioned back behind the box. This is massive because now he lines them up. Stewie's low. Sonny can pull this all off. He's going to find him as well from Sonny. Brilliance pays off. 4 kills in the round.
Robbery! Beautiful shots from Coldzera! From the corner with a multi-frag already? Not the 4th, no way!
Oh God, does he even check the left corner here, or does he wrap CT? Oh my God.
That's just great.
you go. It was an absolute disaster for MLBR, but they are coming to life slowly but surely. Napwise still making things problematic. Oh my goodness, it comes down to the 1v1.
Cole doesn't have any options here. He gets the advantage. He has to be behind the box. But which side's he on? Left? Naf! 4 kills, no armor. AK picked up, and that's how Liquid steal it back.
If I had to put my main team, I would start with Nico as an intro fragger, because he's just. I remember at E-League Season 1, and I saw Nico playing Deathmatch, and he was just destroying that server. And then obviously we felt the same thing an hour later when our match started against them. So yeah, I would definitely put him out first. I'd have to go with my boy Sipix. He's a guy who is extremely good at reading his opponents, obviously, especially in clutches and when you are that anchor position. Yeah, he's by far seen over the history of CSGO, the most valuable player on that position, in my opinion. It's either between Kenny or Fallen, but I would go with Fallen this time, because I think that being an in-game leader, winning 2 majors, and being so consistent with the AWP and being the AWPer, being the in-game leader, having to call with 10 seconds left, I think that's quite impressive. I'm gonna have to choose one of my players as well, and it's Glaive, definitely. I think that Glaive is a phenomenal leader. I think that's a must-have trait, actually, if you want to succeed as an in-game leader, because a lot of the times it's about your players believing in your calls, and Glaive have this magical way of just making his players believe in his calls. There's no question that it's simple. It could be Saiwu in the future, but I still think that if you want to be the star player, like the history of CSGO, you need to prove yourself. So it will have to be simple. He is that X factor who just can always carry his team and always shows up. Has been proving himself on different teams and in different scenarios. So simple deserves it. I would definitely go with someone I think that I know, and that is Zeus. He has won 2 majors and has been coaching a bunch of teams and has made them successful, in my opinion. So I think that he has been proving himself time and time again, and he's also a leader and a guy that I think a lot of coaches looks up to. So yeah, definitely put him on the team.
I had a really good time during the prayer break, so to be honest now I'm just thinking about the games personally, and I just want to really improve with the team and winning events. I just want to feel the sensation I had before, my first sensations I had with the teams, and I want it back so hard. So I really want it back.
One B rush.
Oh, this is so obnoxious. I'm gonna have to beat them.
Yeah, steps on B. No, it's B.
Yeah, on B side,
pushing it.
One towards bench.
Tap at him.
Dead one. One more side. Side.
I'm pushing. Nice, right,
cage, man. Nice. Triple nades. Out.
2-8.
Big nades. He's one.
Yeah, smoke with it. No! They'll win!
2 minutes. Nice smoke, thank you. Escaped. Flashing the smoke. Reloading.
Oh! Nice, Harry.
Out, both there, 1 pals 2.
Maybe flank. Jungle.
Nice.
He's a boomer, come on!
Nice, 1 HP.
I know it's a nice! Let's go! Harry, please don't scream again.
That's an AA split.
50.
Half HP B rush, still apartments. AK-47 acquired.
Nice try. Jungle, he is all blue.
Ramp could be out Tetris. I don't have vision.
Ooh.
Nice, Chad. Good half. Well played. Oh my god. Look at the spare on Harry's face.
Lots of pressure here.
Out 10.
One middle, one triple.
Default.
Yeah, close.
CT.
Oh!
Unlucky.
I got jammed on the wall. My boomer movement, man.
2 Two mid.
Where?
Two mid.
Go shotgun. Rush one more.
B. B plant. Ah, backside. Coming left. Let's go! Ooh, nice try.
Echo in here, isn't there?
Yeah, let's just stop talking. Let the action speak for itself. It's a fast one for ENCE. They're going right into this B site. Cave control is all theirs. Smoke going to come down for Glaive, and they might have to just dive through. Is there a flash to get them through? No, they just jump over Glaive with one bomb. Drop Dupree kills his teammate. It's all a mess. 3-on-2 now. Bomb getting planted back for the ramp. I don't know what's going on.
Well, now it's left on to Magisk and Bubsky in a 2-on-3. Oh my word, they're losing players. It's just Bubsky, and he walks into that crossfire. That's him deleted.
Maybe once every 10 times we see Julies. I feel like they are worthwhile.
Are you really going to come out here with the anti-Dulbera
I am
rhetoric?
full anti-Julies, and I will never be changed in my ways. Dupree, Eagle though, this is a little bit better, and he's got a gap in the smoke, spamming with it, taking down one, but D hit the trade. Scouts still picking up damage. 3-on-2, 3-on-4, this is a weird one. ENCE trapped out by smokes, they're waiting for the fade, and Hades takes down Glaive.
He could get some chip damage off with this scout. And, you know, with two of these players already tagged up, there it is, delivering. Hades caught in it. Getting a plant is one of the most tricky things out there. The thing that's really going to hurt you here is that you don't have anyone to flush out this cube player. It's made it impossible for ENCE to even plant the bomb, and so they're having to look for kills. So far, every one of those challenges has come up in favor of Astralis, and this round, it might be the 4-spy victory for them. Spinks is doing everything he can, but with only 10 seconds left, our boy's running out of time. He's going to tap that bomb. There's the bait peek from Cube. Does deal with Bubsky.
Won't have to do so yet. It's more A control for ENCE, and well, how much control can they really show? Running out of main, Bubsky behind the boxes. He's got the first. Smokes are down, but they're not stopping Astralis from laying waste to ENCE in this round. Good dig for Doto. But still, this shouldn't get out of control. This shouldn't be an ENCE round, and Magisk will make sure that is the case. Lucky moving in off a temple. Another dig for Doto, but it's falling on dead ears as Astralis steal away their second. Oh, hey. Did you miss us? Because we're back, baby. It's
I don't think anyone did. Right, look at this. Yeah, look, we're back in. We're all about the Counter-Strike. That's why we're here. And look at this. Ents, they come off the back of a little pausey-warsey, and they come in with a bunch of big kills on this force by Hugo. All right.
Fired at a dead body. Scared a little bit. Hades pushed back in main, and he's going to hit his shot. Magisk can't finish off Spinks, and it's somehow an Ents win with the pistols. They come in with barely anything to that round.
Taking all this real estate here, Ents. This is looking like they maybe just want to do an all-in B commitment. They don't have any real estate anywhere else on the map. So going back, that's not really something you can be afforded here. You want to just commit and follow through on this one. Magisk is dead, and Glaive can't find a thing with his Deagle. The rotations have been called for, but Ents are already here, knocking on the door of this B-bomb site. Now getting that bomb down. A 4-on-3 post-plant. It's looking good for the Ents squad.
It's weird, though. Over the top, he finds Diha. Dupree knocked off, though, by Hades. And the Deagle does catch him in the corner. 2-on-2. No kit for this retake. Not yet. And Ents, they're going to try and go through the smoke, perhaps. Lucky just clearing corners alongside Bubsky. Grabbed a gun. Spam comes through, jumping everything they can to get this guy off the bomb. And they need to 10-second stick. Bubsky needs both kills on the cover. Defuse is happening, and Bubsky won. And Lucky gets off it. I don't know if there's time now. He had to. He was going to die. But it's going to be very, very close. Oh, my. But not close enough.
Oh, that is devastating, man.
Obviously, Astralis did not have the money.
Ooh, and Astralis, you know, they're fairly keen to capitalize on just how close that was. They forced up again in this round now. The only guy saving money is Lucky. Awesome. They're going back in for this A execute again, right? And you remember what happened when they did this earlier on in the game, right? It grinds to an awkward halt with a nade kill coming in and Snappy on the receiving end of that. Ents are trying to clear this site, but they can't really clear it. There's so many smokes down. It's like a wall of smokes cutting the site in two, and it's very, very awkward. You need to flush out these players and try to get that bomb planted. And so really, the bomb plant coming in from Spinks, I think that's just saved the day. That has just alleviated any worries that I had. Magisk will take out one, but Hades, look at him. He's playing the trigger discipline. He's trying to milk this for all it's worth. There's the double for Hades, and just Dupree. He's sent packing. He's got to get out of there. Obviously, as well, I think it's pretty interesting, right? Well, like with the presence of D here, now you've got like the two poles together. Oh, nice shot. Beautiful opener, Dota. Yeah. Beautiful.
And, you know, this is a pretty normal strat. You might have tried it in your pugs on the eco, just full mid, just everyone. Now, Ents are still running this XX, so Astralis can catch a timing where they peek over this boost. Oh, lovely shot. I was going to say they should find nothing. That's a last-second frag from Magisk. Will it amount to anything, though? Snappy's low. Hades is getting rid of the bodies already. Glaive does find Snappy, but retaking here, you just don't have the weaponry. And again, it's going to be the biggest problem here. Another frag for Diha, and Ents are making quick work of this eco. I've got to say, it's a good eco for Astralis. They're keeping Ents occupied. They've got a couple of kills, but that should be the beginning and the end of the round. Bubsky looking to take one with him. Get another AK, perhaps. They're just not offering up. Locked in now, waiting for the recommit, and there it is. Ents up 5-2.
It's been, you know, those force buy wars to open up in Astralis. They were very, very keen to keep the force buys coming in.
Nice.
This is their first buy with all the bells and whistles, in the sense that you've got the AWP on Lucky, you've got utility to play with as well. Already, that AWP has found an opener, but Doto has kept it in a 4-on-4 with that frag there onto Glaive. And that's also going to entice Ents into this B site. Doto has actually just opened up this entire side of the map alone. The bomb has only just got to the double doors. Everyone else is like, oh, wait, we're in B? All right.
No, they have no idea. Doto's going to catch Dupree. Oh, dear. He thought he'd still be aware. Dupree doubled back to check long. He knew about the chance of this player being pushed in deep, but can he do anything about it? Open plant, Dupree, a little late.
You know, like really crazy calls coming in or anything like that, right?
So you can get aggressive. They're going to do it in cave elsewhere. Hades with the AWP. Oh, missed shot. He knows about the prospect now. One kill, but not the double. Magisk is going to get the trade, but he tries to clear the corner, and they take him down late from the door. VPS backing out of B now. Actually, that's a smoke from mid to the back of the A site. Bubsy's got the spot. Has he got the shot, though? Smoke down to try and buy time and help Lucky cover the cross. He's got the hit. Taking down Spinks. Nice shot from Lucky, doubled up, and Bubsky there to close as well. That's a lovely A-hold. Astralis.
We want the water put back in on Ancient.
Right, yeah. I'm going to rage every game I cast until it's done. Oh, that's weird. That's awkward.
Oh, no. They tried it. Okay, the Astralis did this loads yesterday versus Team Spirit. They triple B ramped push. Clearly, Ents are ready for this. Doto is holding it. He's just spamming a smoke, and they line up in it.
And the orb at B, it can't cover his cross this time around. I can't blame Lucky for being here. Doto's still looking for the entry. He's one kill would sell the fake. Even a death would keep players here. He's exchanged some damage. He doesn't need to die. Now the A play coming in. He's on 1 health. He's a dead man walking. He already knows it. That should be the round. Astralis looking to save.
Oh, it's about to get even better. Yeah, Hades just waiting on this angle. That's a freebie. Sure, Diha dies, but that's not the end of the world.
Watch out on mid. Care the top push, because Bubsky's even aware that they might be in the A side. But this is the B take. Snappy's got an entry. Quick trade for Clay. He's going to try and go back to the ramp. Does grab himself a second before the orb removes him from the round, and now smokes come down for Ents.
God, Hades with this AWP. Oh my word, he's just running them down. How did he just do that? He wasn't even looking the right way.
No, like a dead man.
I thought he was so screwed. I was like, oh, look, he gets this nice double, but it's all in vain. No, dude, this guy's fast as hell. Before he's actually even clocked, the Bubsky is there. Now we have a return to middle for Ents. They've been shying away from this position in the last few rounds. They try to switch it up now. Snap dead to open this one up, and that is a rifle that could look to get retrieved for Astralis. But Doto is once again, dude, like, I don't know, dude, this guy at B, does it feel fair? Nah, not really.
Not really.
Oh, but the rest of the team are all dead in the water.
And there's a kit, so don't count Astralis out of this round.
In middle, mate. This is, you know, it's free weapons to be retrieved. They've got an AWP on Lucky. He's elected to use the Deagle. He does this a lot. And, well, he will be on the receiving end of Doto, who's on for the ace. Just Dupree left to find. Doto, king of the B-bomb site on Ancient. He's about to die.
Clutch is on Diha. Not had to do a lot this game, but this is a true test.
It's the battle of the Ds, man. Yeah. Doto's dead. Dupree now one man left to find. It's big Diha. All alone in the cave. And Dupree does have a kit, so he's going to tap on the bomb, try to bait the peak. Diha sees he's not on it. He knows he's not sticking it, and that information alone has won the round for Ents. 9 on the board, and Dupree, he's running away. Diha hears him, but he won't be able to catch him. 1 point of health on Dupree. The difference between life and death there. And even then, it's not in the same vein as what we've been getting out of Dota and Hades, right? With how these two can just take rounds in the palm of their hands. And look, once again, this orb, Best's Lucky in that head-to-head. Snappy holding this re-aggression, but will get caught by Glaive with the flash push.
Ents need to draw the retake, although it might just come to them for free. There it is. My goodness. Now, Astralis know their backline's open. They try and move forward to take space, and Spinks will not allow even just Magisk.
This is masterful right now at events. It's like, oh, hang on a moment. Magisk might have just saved the day. He's dropped the bomb, and even though Ents have got B, they have this flank. They need to deal with Magisk. Doto will trade it. Dupree was all the way over at the A site, and Hades is scoped up. He's just missed this timing. Dupree didn't see Hades either. Oh, my word.
Doto turns back around. He knows the timings. Dupree looking in, and he's got the kill, but that's still not enough. He's going to give it up. He's going to save his AWP and give Ents double digits in the T side. I say give. Ents take it away. They demand it. Not going his way. Push back to 10, and these smokes are down. It's confusion now. No one knows where to look. No one knows fight. Dupree's got a gap, and he's using it well. Double kill. Boost is up. If they try and re-aggress, they've got to be careful. Doto is right here, and the Astralis are making that same mistake. Doto's going to drop in. He can't double up. Glaive will get traded. 2 on 3, but the AWPs are here, and they're finally starting to kick into action.
This is it, Hades. This is your time, buddy. It's not going to be easy.
Only got to worry about Temple. That's one way of dealing with a donut, not smoking inside. Can still spam these, though. Bubsky waiting patiently, and he is going to give us the goods. Taking down Snappy first. Still got a gap behind the smoke. Ents can't go any further.
Help you out when it comes to moving in. If you're able to trade this evenly, Astralis could be onto a 5th. This means we need an individual to find something big. Spinks This opens up, traded once more by these AWPs. And the AWPs, they're doing everything. That retake is all AWPs. Oh my, that is nasty. 4 out of 5 come from the AWPs. That AWP on the end squad looking filth, Hugo.
Yeah, it's tearing through Astralis. We saw some nice double AWPs near the end of the half, but now Astralis can pick up the pieces.
I'm already seeing dual Berettas on Snap now. Dupree had them earlier on. Let's see if they fare any better for Ents. If you remember, Dupree team killed when he had them.
Oh, that's the bomb as well. They try and do this fast mid take and up towards a donut. Lucky's going to grab it and get out of there pronto, moving back towards B. He's holding on. He needs to do the same with the Julie spamming, and he's got 1. That's something at least. He's only on 5 kills. He'll take what he can get. Going to fight for the site now. No smokes down for Astralis. They've got 1 in the bank. They're going to try and chase down Doto. Running out of ammo, finally dead to the Glocks. And now that should provide a plant here for Astralis. Can Diha do anything about it?
Oh, that's 1. On the low HP Bubsky, but he's sandwiched. Double peaked between Lucky and Magisk. He's also walking into a sandwich.
This force buy could flip everything on its heads. We had a force buy war in the first half that was won out by Ents. Communication that watch out on your flank right now. Watch out on this A split. They smoked me off B side, and so Snappy comes in to try and do that. Even 1 shot to Glaive would finish the job, and he's going to hit it in the head as well. Dupree flashed out, and he is going to get the trade.
Dupree's all alone. He's calling for Bubbers to come on over and like give him a bit of a helping hand here, because he doesn't want to risk giving the bomb away in CT. Astralis is just going to slow down, right? They've still got 50 seconds, and this is only going to get wild if you start panicking. There's a reason they always say, in times of crisis, everyone remain calm, and it's because when you're all panicked, the decision-making goes out the window. This slowdown leads to an A-bomb plant for Astralis. Both these players are low, and Sidoto, you know, he could still look to give this a little check, see what he can get away with.
Flanking middle, Doto's a dead man. He just needs to put the final bullet in the back, and there it is. Astralis up to 7. Doesn't matter though. All of this is negated by the fact that Astralis execute A. They've got the temple smoke, they've got the donut smoke, and they've got the site.
So they had just USP dink Bubsky through a smoke. It shouldn't matter, right? It's only a tiny bit of damage, but it's softened them up for the Deagles, and that's also the bomb dropped in the open. Doto. Deagle out, more damage to Magisk, but not the killing blow. Magisk has kind of bailed you out here, now regaining control of that bomb. Dupree with his late lurking through Cube. You know, Cube lurks was something that would sometimes missing for Ents when they went for these A plays, and we saw that position come back to hurt them a few times. Dupree, very, very diligent, right? Comes in, mops up that Cube player, and now it's all left onto Snappy. This round, what's left of it should just be a formality, and there it is, yeah.
Molly in the cutout and smokes on either side means Glaive can get all the way up in their business if he wants to. Magisk, meanwhile, looking for B-plays. He's poking and prodding his way into the bomb site. Smokes and Molly start to land, and that's an opening kill coming in for Astralis. Still 2 more CTs here trying to fight for the site. Doto's tucked in cave, knowing he could be split at any time, but he's gone to Dupree. Orp now has to find something, or this is a dead round for Ents.
Oh, well, if there was someone who could step up, who could fill this void, it's Hades. Oh, this is going on. Spinks has caught Glaive down in the bottom of mid. Flash sets up Lucky for that kill.
They're pushing through. They might go to A.
Yeah, but they're going to run into this double setup, right? They've only seen Spinks. They don't know that Diha is up close on the box. And uh-oh, Dupree, 13 points of health. He realizes the error of his ways now, tapping the bomb. Enzo running in through CT, and they're going to hunt down Dupree. It's 11 on the board for Ents.
Yeah.
And they're looking for success over towards A. Just a standard set piece, right? Smoking Cube, smoke for CT. Temple smoke gone in as well. This is more standard than the wall of smokes that Ents throw. Is this going to work? Hades waiting in Temple, collects his free kill. No. The bomb plant is denied. The bomb getting denied, that's the biggest thing in the round so far. You know, like trying to recommit to a bomb plant now is impossible with these smokes fading. You need kills, and as they start to elude you, you can feel the round slipping away.
It needs to be deeper in the donut to deny that aggression. Spinks just gets to play through it. Snappy jumping, and he gets a double. Should not have gotten away with that. The nade certainly helps, and pushed through A. Diha grabs 1 out of Aid's capture. Ents know this is an easy peasy round for them with Glocks on the other side. Miss smoke. That clipping is always weird.
just going to make it so. Lucky having a great game. Top performer of Astralis right now, at least. Oh.
He's a very pliable dude, right? And I mean, that was why he ended up going in with Yugi all that time ago. So, oh, look, Spinks gonna die after one, but it's traded by Diha, and he's I was gonna say keeping this A site under lockdown, but no.
Molly.
I just bomb plant denied, and it's always an issue. You know,
how do you do it on A? How do you ever get a bomb plant in any position? Maybe a bit of a B rush in this follow-up round for Astralis, as they are on a broke buy. Here they come with speed.
Yeah, straight in, not wasting any time. Time's not their enemy. Their enemies, well, they're enemies here. The bomb's going down, and they do get a plant out of this at least, so the extra cash injection's going to be appreciated. Lucky's Tech 9 flankers just missed this timing. He fired off a little too soon, so now they know they've got him trapped in cave.
They volleyed their in-game leader into a corner.
Of course they did. You can't let Snappy get all the kills here. Lucky, dead after one. And it's Snappy to defuse it right at the end. They give him that at least.
Yeah. It's going to take some serious time if they actually
if they're actually committing it to B.
This is scary. No, it's fine. The smokes are down. They know Ents have to play for retake. That Molly may even benefit Astralis as it delays the plant and gives more time for Bubsky to get set up.
Bubsky should have this round locked in now. So, yeah, it's a cool way of using this flank. If Bubsky got through A, as he did, you go back, you plant on the A site with a safe rotation through middle.
Ents, they're no slackers. Ever since Astralis went 3-0 up off the back of the pistol round, Ents have not dropped around until now. So the A main smoke is down, it locks Astralis out. Go right through.
Yeah, like it not respecting the smoke.
All right, it's an ace split. This is a really nice round for Astralis, right? They showed a lot of presence in main early. Lucky is now AWPing it, and he's going to go late as well, right? If the attention can get drawn from Astralis, or for Astralis, and they can get Hades' attention, then Lucky can try and poke them in the backline. Hades drops the bomb. It's picked right back up. Lucky is delayed. He's hiding behind the big box. They're trying to hunt him down. Hades stalling very well, but they're both behind boxes. He needs to pick an angle, and he needs to pick one now, grabbing Magis, and now looking back, he's found the AWP. How is Hades doing this round on his own? He needs no help. Finally put down. 3-on-2. Flank is in. Don't try and plant. You'll get backstabbed. And from the front lines, it Spinks here to close this map. Ents pick it up with ease, looking luscious on Ancient right now.
Yeah, I think Ents did come very well prepared into this matchup. I think it's probably a map they put a lot of work in, either during the break, right, or just right after the break ended, when they went back into practice mode, and you could tell, you know, something's a little bit different. Maybe trying to put a little bit more emphasis towards that A bomb side, but it's just so hard, right? Until it gets changed a little bit, you can see, like, with all the difficulties planting the bomb, right? It's either you don't even need to plant the bomb because you already killed the defenders and the round is won, or you just can't do it because someone is alive and he's just pesky and
hanging out.
Yeah, and he's just very, very annoying.
He's already got down the bench. Glaive down lower. Diha just trying to get a couple on ramp. He goes 1-for-1, and Hades is here at Hell to try and stop them from getting any further. He's in his home ground. Snappy down on lower already here from the get-go, ready for the take. And Bubsky trades. This is going to be down to a retake in a few seconds.
And here are those dual Berettas arriving on the scene. Spinks gonna steal that one away from the dualies. That's the bomb plant denied. That's a bit of a disaster. Doto has worked his way in behind the silo in the site, and so he's just hiding, playing around this bomb.
Going all the way back. Is he going to check this angle? He jumps, and that is super smart to play. Big brain. Can they hit the shot? They can. Glaive's taking him down. And now the chase for Hades is only 15 seconds. So they have time to get the plant. Do they have the cover? So much pressure being put on by Ents. And Glaive needs to move. They can't go up vent. Even if they chase that kill, which fails, Bubsky goes down. Glaive has to stick it, but as soon as he's off his dead, he doesn't even get the plant. But yeah, there were like multiple rounds that happened. You know, Dupree with the knife out in the 2v1 on B, that 4-on-4 retake at the last second on A. You know, while this eco just gets rolled by Ents as it should, it's only Glocks. Here, it's all by design though. Ents are giving them a good bit of space, and they're trying to take elsewhere. Snappy pushed into lobby. Oh, Diha messy at Hell. Snappy gets one, and a dink onto the second. It's a good job, but it might not matter. We need more kills out of Ents. They're dropping lower. Astralis will meet them there. Glaive is low HP, and he is alone right now. He needs his merry men following up behind him. Here they are. Spinks, no way. He's got a gap. How is he living right now? They are not ready for this position. Bomb dropped, and he doesn't even burn. 5 health.
He's closed the door on the bomb as well.
15 seconds. seconds, and Hades is still here.
Oh, Hades just missing that timing. But Lucky's low. Lucky's so low. And there's the bomb plant denied. Hades is just playing for time at this point. He's won the round by not fighting. And oh, that's heartbreaking. Lucky looking for an engagement that's never going to get given to him.
Great start, friends. They've got to be feeling very happy right now. You know, we've already seen them starting to lean B, some good reads, right? Good shot. Not just Snappy in the pistol round playing dark, but there's Spinks dropping vent with no confirmation that that was ending lower.
I don't know. I guess it depends on how big your kink is. Like, my kink is very small. And here's an A-take that I will talk about. They're in the site. It's a 3-on-3.
Bobski's down vent with the bomb.
Spinks is holding for this push, and yeah, the bomb's gone down to B. Okay, that's at least a guaranteed plant.
Oh, that's all it might be.
Yeah, sadly, that really might be the only thing you get out of this round now. What was a 3-on-3 is now a 1v3 for Bubsky. He's waiting in the vent. Oh. He's been spotted. And now they know he's here. Those two guys at ramp are just going to barrel into the site with a very, very alarming pace. Bubsky, it's going to be hard-pressed for him to do much here. Oh. And Snappy makes it happen. Enter up onto 4.
No, back into A for Astralis as Glaive walks through the main smoke and no one is the wiser. That's a kill for Doto, and now the alarm bell's ringing.
Yeah, Eds have started to piece together exactly what's happening. Diha in through main, moving into that position that Glaive had just cleared. Snappy killing folks through smokes, and Doto there to put 5 on the board for Ents. This Ents squad are looking very excited.
And flanks Astralis, even gets a main smoke spam kill. Just great awareness out of Ents. The calling is there, the reads are there, and the shots as well. Hades needs to hit his. Pistols are starting to prove problematic.
Oh, yeah. No, hang on a moment. I was going to say, nah, mate, it should be fine. Maybe he's going to bail them out, but... You know, a 2-on-2, it's certainly not comfortable. They start to go down towards lower. This is where Diha waits, and he's just been sat behind Silo patiently. Oh, Lucky's going to take his head off with the Deeg. And there were 2 poles trying to hold up this round for Ents. Now there's just 1. Can Hades be that stabilizing player? Can he be the one to save this round, this pistol round from Astralis that looks to come in as their first on the board?
Yeah, he had that P250 1v1 as well yesterday against Dexter.
Yeah, he just seems very, very comfortable with all the pistols.
Such is an AWPer, always the way. You know, that's a crazy play, and it works out for a double kill. Snappy has given us another on the ramp. Any more? Yes, indeed. And the bomb dropped. Snappy has done his job. Lucky in a clutch. He's found a couple of kills. He's on for the ace, but pushed in deep. Spinks has made a perfect play. And Lucky, surely not going to be checking this one. He has so many corners to clear. And the door as well.
Legal out, but not ready for a deep player.
Not risking his life for a fight. Instead, he goes out lower, and they're very close to he knows he gets 1. They're already climbing up on the outside, though. Hell player now moved in from ramp. Diha just trying to stop them from setting up this split, but Astralis are coming whether you like it or not. 1 and 2 for Dupree, and the A site is open for business. He's got all of them. Bye-bye, Ents. This is an Astralis round, whether you like it or not. Tiger Sharks don't care about your armor, though. They'll eat turtles whole. And Diha takes a chump out of Glaive. Quick kill outside. Astralis wanting to hit upper with that main lurk. And Glaive that's timing for Doto. They're still going to be able to drop the smoke, but they don't want to go down the vent. Oh, the spam will do instead for Dupree. You said he could be the hero, and once again, he steps up to the plate. 4-on-4. Options open now. Back to ramp they go. Hades yet to die. And Snappy by his side.
Oh man, yeah, this double hold at ramp, that's so problematic. The bomb is dropped out in the open. Oh, this AWP. Well, that's pretty brutal.
Yeah. Oh, there's a bit of a gap, but not enough for Diha to do anything. He has to move through, and he catches a good timing, killing the rifle. They'll pick it right back up and get a second as well. Spinks in the lobby. He's got a smoke if he wants to trap them in radio. Snappy's got them locked in on the other side. Can't afford to die. That's the bomb. And no trade. Finally, Bubsky gets it. Thank goodness for that. He's crafted a path down towards B. He gets spammed inverse round. Players have traded positions. A belongs to the T's and lobby to the CTs. And Glaive, with that picked up gun from Diha's dead body, is doing the work. Magisk with another. Denies Hades' rotation up vent. And Doto in a 1-on-3.
The AK sees the leg, but Bubsky swinging ahead is going to lock it in.
Salvage. Times are tough in the current economy. Oh, not for Hades though. He's reaping rewards. He's not giving him anything. Pokes his head out, and Maj is still aware, even though he just cleared it. That's a massive kill. Astralis now OB, and they even follow up as well. This round should be theirs. Got a lurk on the roof. Bubsky just keeping up pressure, and Hades tagged down low as the bomb plant comes in.
I don't know how Doto's still alive. Bubsky just died in his own Molotov.
Okay.
And Spinks is saving.
Couple of rifle rounds, and now look at your reward. A bit of a freebie. The one rifle is the only threat, and Spinks putting it to use, finding a kill, but he can't get out alive. Lucky trades with the orb. Teammate picks up the gun. Snappy, no way. Only gets a second. Lucky, he's getting hunted for the orb now. They want the bounty, and oh, missed shot. Now they're really well armed. Now they got 3 rifles. Watch out, Astralis. They're coming.
Yeah, oh, and they're coming fast. You better believe it. It's coming back to him. Here they are. Triple set up over at Wrath. They're moving in. Magisk, he's got the bomb down. He's out of there. He doesn't want to hang around in this site. And who can't blame him? Both players for Astralis just not facing. Eventually, you got to get on this bomb. And in tandem, both kills come through. Glaive and Magisk, they play that to perfection in the 2-on-3.
They hear that smoke blue. Magisk, lovely shot. Taking down Diho outside. It ends with getting away with these kind of plays early in the half. Now it's no longer working.
You can feel that as this game has gone on, guys, really I'm looking at like the old 3 of Astralis. I'm talking about Dupree, Glaive and Magisk. They've started to look a lot more comfortable, and that's a real sigh of relief for me, right? Thus far, it's been a lot of like Lucky and Bubsky trying to do what they can.
Spinks taken lobby. This is inconsequential at this point in the round. Too late to stop the bomb from going down. Doto, will he get back to his spot? Will it even matter? It's a safe plant. Doesn't affect.
Bomb has been planted.
And now the retake, if you even want to go for it, no kit. But everyone's here. Temptation.
Oh, the feet! Bubsky's getting tickled. But time is the real enemy of NC. They take a real long while to decide whether or not they want to go for this. So the kills have got to be quick, and they're not.
And then the doubling back out up. Now you've got to be careful. 2 players on either side here. The bomb is B. And that's a great clear from Glaive, but he's not ready for Diha. Oh, another Deagle. That could have been everything for Ents. Instead, it's Astralis controlling lower. Magisk won't commit on his own. And Bubsky's taking a top pick, bringing the bomb back. Magisk is always running it solo with this bomb, but he's yet to be punished for that play. I mean, he had no other option. Glaive dead, and the round over. This was a strong start for Ents, and we've already forgotten what that felt like. Yeah, winning the half will be the cherry on top. Oh, okay, Spinks, where was that from? Did he go up the ladder? What? Oh my goodness, he's on T-Roof!
He's pushed the lobby, this madman! He's like, well, look.
It's round right now, but one where Ents just can't lose it.
Yeah, no, it would be impressive to lose this round. Like, with all the map control you have, the
spam as well.
Yeah, it's spooky. It's like a horror game, but there it is. Ents 8-7, and it's a close first half at the end of things. It's a nice recovery out of Astralis. Are we going to get the incredible Dup with the dualies, or is it going to be Dupe? Let's see. Here he is, up on top of the hut. Come on, big Dupey. He's got the dualies in the hut. My God. They don't know about him. Now he's out in the open and dead after 0. Dupree still stands at -1 with the dual Berettas.
I'm not saying I like watching Dupree die with the dualies, but I'm just kind of glad that they're not doing anything. It's therapeutic to me at this point. Retake's not happening. Look at the health. The Gooshes are in. I feel like there was a jump shot from the Glock as well. I can't even tell. Too many bullets coming from too many directions, and now everyone dead except Glaive. It's all about to happen, and so Ents lock in a pistol round.
Could have returned a compliment, but it's fine. We'll work on that.
Couples counselling.
Oh, we do have that meeting with the therapist at the end of the week, Hugo, and I'm counting down the days. Dupree, he's mollied out, but look at this. They didn't see. They got flashed, and now they learn about him. Yeah, now he's a dead man walking. Man advantage taken. Hades extends it even further. The A site belongs to Ents.
Nice flick.
Yeah, that was crazy.
No ammo for it, though. Pure guttural reaction. Magisk looking to take a gun with him. We would love to find an AK, but the roaming MAC-10s will make that very difficult. Here coming up, and Magis does deal death, but going to spawn. Seen ahead, scout out now. Oh, and he can't do it, no armor, so tagged down by the AK, and Ents win the round.
And if you don't win, well, it's not your problem anymore.
Harry,
so...
get that scream ready. Dupree's got a Zeus.
All right. Oh, okay.
Now you know it's a fake as well. That's the best part about this for Glaive. The full smokes won't do anything. And in fact, Ents, if they ran into ramp, they'd run into a stack. Instead, they go A, and it's free real estate.
Yeah, they're going in. They're uncontested.
That's how you get the milk, Harry.
That is, yeah. No, undisputable, actually.
There they go, dropping on in.
Oh, there's one out of the MAC-10. That should be the extent of the damage. Just lucky left. He'll take one more with him. And
Not
yeah,
bad.
That's actually a great eco here.
Oh, imagine that. If it was an AK, man, if it was an AK. Oh, nice trade.
Wow, okay.
Yeah.
We gotta get to see how immediate that was, because we get it for like both reactions, mate. Lucky gets one. You couldn't have really asked for more out of the guy. He's traded immediately by Snappy. They spot Glaive in the vent, and Doto drops down from the A-bomb site to deal with him. His lower take is now in full swing, and Magisk is the only guy that can stop it. Back in lobby, Hades is holding for a flank, but somehow Dupree's gotten past him. The timing's just been missed there.
Even with the missed shot from Hades, Astralis, they cut their losses. At least they're going to enable a buy.
And they're about to get dealt an A push, like an A rush. Diha, one bullet's Glaive out as he's burning alive.
Gross.
He's slowed down. That shouldn't have...
Get him out.
Oh, the A-bomb site's open, mate. Ents have got it. They won the round right there and then. I am lost for words.
Line up.
Lucky.
Oh, do it.
Oh, what?
He even let him plant. He gave him a second.
Bro, Lucky's like channeling. It's like, this round has just been the wildest ride. Just the biggest roller coaster.
CS is a drug.
Oh.
And I'm hooked up to a drip right now.
A millisecond left to do anything. Like,
one time.
One bullet's Glaive out.
Another A-take.
Just another one of these fast A rushes. Hell, let's see. Yeah, Spinks is brought down low. They're vent dropping. They change their mind. They go, all right, boys, hi. They drop down into B, and now they're looking for a plant. They do lose both Spinks and Hades over on that top site. Bomb now planted. Doto trying to take ramp. This is going to be a point of rotation for Astralis, so he's got to be ready for a fight. And he is going to get one hell of a fight pretty much immediately. This round is rapidly getting out of hand for Ents. They've tried to make the best out of a bad situation, but it is just Doto. The lineup was almost there, but Magisk a little too quick.
So, yeah, slow it down. Let Astralis burn some utility, and a lot of it has gone out. Quick vent dive over Spinks, and the funny part about it is that flash was so well timed, Bubsky has no clue. He may call, hey, they could be vent. They could be vent, but I don't think Astralis are aware of how fast he got down, and they still go out upper. Come on, Ents, give them a break. Spinks was about to kill Magis down lower, a millisecond. So why would he be aware of that vent drop? Magis, that's awkward. Couple of missed shots. Don't know how the first one did not connect. Now a completely different round.
Yeah, I mean, that's the beauty of like having so many of these fast rounds is, you know, you've really conditioned Astralis to throw all this util out, to have to use it early to stop these rushes. Now, you've lost Diha outside. This is going to trigger a bit of a response in towards ramp.
Yeah, I mean, the rotates is still good. Astralis is still a very dependable nuke CT side team. You know, they get the kill, they give it up. You can see them already starting to adjust.
Yeah, here comes this utility once again. That's the bomb cut down. Spinks leading the charge with the bomb in hand. So now Astralis are going to start to pull players over. The bomb's been retrieved. Look at the vent rotate from Bubsky. He just barrels up the vent and shoots them in the back. Doto left in this one, a 1v5 when this began, a 1v4 rather, now 1v3. Has the bomb fallen down vent as well, and the rest of the boys here, because this is where we're going to see Astralis try to secure these openers.
I like that play for Magisk, right? It looks a bit messy. He doesn't get more than one, but dink onto Hades, and it's showing that Astralis is starting to feel it again. They're starting to have a bit more faith, throwing themselves into gunfights. Magisk gets one.
Oh, Bubsky and Dupree, they're holding down door, they're not letting you in. And yeah, it's another go at repelling the A offensive. But yeah, no, it feels rough in this position.
Okay. The D's will do.
They can all do it, yeah. Not Diha, but Doto this time around. Diha's leapt down from main and grabbed the M4. Look at him. Yeah, they know all about it. Dupree gets dinked, but is able to survive that one.
Seems pretty sure that they are. In fact, he's right. How does that not connect? Spinks is shooting into walls, and Magic's ready to close the round. Easy stuff on the ramp room.
So let's see who's got more horsepower here. Heads fast down a B. That's more like it. Diha again with the taps, and Doto's found another. Forget everything I just said. The horsepower's out. Snappy getting that bomb down, and they are roaring towards a finish line. Lucky attempting to respond, but Diha up close.
Beasting
has annihilated this ramp hole that he's in with the double. Diha taking heads off.
He's getting lurked on right now. He does walk the smoke, but Dota's coming up and he won't be needed. Hades does it on his own. Lovely round out of Diha. Just the pace. I thought he was going to push that molly on ramp. Oh, that's weird.
Oh my god. Ooh, outside is messy. I don't like it. I want to get off, but Mr. What's his wild ride? What's happening? Oh, doubling down. He's taking matters back into his own hands. This is absolute chaos.
Splitting up in a 3-on-3 against Astralis on this map is dangerous, and so they'll come to you instead. Dupree, you said you needed something from him. Well, he'll give us the goods. And coming in through lobby is someone to help out as well. Magic's trying to backstab Diha. Dihu?
He's got 3 in the round already. He's looking to close it out for Ents. And there it is. Diha will deliver. Ents, they 2-0 Astralis, taking them down on their map pick.
What just happened in front of us?
Yeah, I think it was just Ents was the better team in this series. I think they played some really solid CS as a team. You could see they had a well thought out game plan. The execution of the game plan was on point as well. The individuals stepped up too. And I think for Astralis also the fact that they couldn't really get a good start going, you know, in this game in particular, 5-0 down in both halves, right? Like that's just going to be a very much uphill battle, and it's always been about, against Astralis, limiting the amount of full gun rounds that they can play. That's where their biggest strengths lie, and Ents managed to do that very well in this series.
Yep. Hello.
Hey, man, how are you feeling? That's got to feel pretty good, right?
Yeah, it feels really nice, actually.
So you've been getting a lot of attention, man. You know, you've joined in here with Ents. You guys just beat Astralis. Probably not something you thought you'd say this year, personally, or what?
Yeah, probably not. I wasn't really expecting to play in Pro League, to be honest. Yeah, so it feels really good to beat Astralis.
What are your expectations, though, going forward? Obviously, got a couple more matches. Didn't have the hottest of starts yesterday, but beating Astralis today, does it help raise the morale of the team?
Yeah, it definitely raises the morals. Like yesterday was really unlucky. Like I watched like the demos, like everyone probably watched it, and we just saw we had like a lot of chances that we didn't take yesterday. So today was like the good ends, which should have been there yesterday, and I think we can only get stronger hopefully going into the event.
Are you guys still saying easy for Ents around the office, or is that kind of like just dead in the water? We don't do that anymore.
Nah, still easy for Ents.
All right. Easy for Ents, easy for Hades. Thank you so much, man. GG. We'll see you around.
Thank you, guys. See ya.
There, but we can see our vetoes already coming through, and Vertigo going to be taken away by Team Spirit. Dust 2, I think that's expected and respected out of Heroic as well after we saw the success out of Team Spirit just yesterday, but Overpass, Inferno, and Mirage have been locked in.
Yeah, for Spirit, Overpass was, I think, sort of an obvious pick, right? Really, they had good success on it. They can't pick Dust, which is their most played map. It's the permaban for Heroic. And for Heroic, they go for Inferno, which has been miserable for Spirit, so it's a clear punish pick. Heroic hasn't been too great on it either in the last 3 months. Yeah. They don't have a win on it, but you know, throughout this lineup, they've been a pretty good Inferno team. Finally, they go away from, you know, nuke in a sense of that's been their pick no matter what. And we have an interesting pool. I favor Heroic, but we'll see.
That's a big question. Heroic look amazing against Bad News Bears, but this might be a little bit more competition, and already it's showing up to the plate. And the Lurkout Monster might sell this fake. He might keep players down lower for Heroic. One more kill or to do it for Sunday Young. To realize the steps ahead, Cadian calling that along. Spirit moving up on the short side. He's going to catch Chopper throwing grenades and finishes the job. He can give up the plant here. They're a man up. They've still got Spirit trapped in the bomb side right now. It's a very awkward round, and the bomb can't afford to go down. It needs to cross back in. Magic's getting an entry. Dexter dead. Cadian closing the gap and trying to stop the plant. He can't. Oh dear.
One pushed.
Oh, top right.
One top left.
Oh, nice soup.
Danger shot.
This is where Peter is.
Top left and top right.
Is gonna perform.
No. Top right and middle left.
We have side pickers.
Both right side.
Both side.
Right,
Nice.
top
Left. Both left.
Top right. Still. Dropping this all off. I don't need that shit. Top right. That. One close left. Close left to our spawn.
And then you're just hiding.
Then you're just hiding. Top right.
Oh, this serve comes in handy.
Meat shots my ass. Also.
Top right, tag one time. He wanted to serve, tag 2 times.
What's surfing?
Served.
He's 1 HP. Shit, kom nu!
Last guy 1 HP as well, I think. Yes.
Jeg holder ham her, så skal du skyde dem.
I wasn't aware that you were surfing.
No, but bro, I was keeping the
Left,
distance.
left.
Oh.
See you later, nerd.
Left.
Oh, see you later,
nerd.
Dupre. Can he perform?
Oh, you can see me? No. You can see my head?
Oh! Oh! Good shot though.
One shot versus one shot king. Oh! 6 HP. It's not going too well.
Oh.
Top right.
Left.
Oh!
Cliff!
My pickle is never working.
I like it.
Left, both left, one middle left, one down left. Oh my lord. Close. Middle. Down left was, middle left was it.
Oh!
Come on, Nietzsche.
One close.
Don't like that ship. That's annoying.
He's
Close
1
to.
HP.
Close. Close. Right. Middle.
There.
No. Yeah, matches.
Top left one.
Top right also, I think.
Hey, sir. He's tagged. Magics, why are you so good at this game?
I don't know.
He's top right, right?
I think so. I'm not sure.
No!
What? Behind us.
I was born. Oh!
What?
I have 7 HP. Oh, Magic, you're doing such a great job.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the ESL Pro League Season 14. But if you missed out over on Twitter, you missed out over on HLTV, or if you're just oblivious to anything happening around the internet right now, the final RMR event has been announced. And it's at the Intel Extreme Masters Fallout 2021, the 29th of September to the 10th of October. Moses, final RMR event. It means the major's right around the corner. You got to be hyped up. I think everyone out there is excited for this.
I'm excited. I'm cautiously excited.
Okay.
The news is just, it's too much. It's bouncing all over the place. So it feels like it's getting real now. It feels like it's here, but you never know.
I mean, it's about time. Right?
Not to be a Debbie Downer on the situation.
Yeah.
I'm excited for the RMR.
Just hyped it up, and you're just like, you know, I'm just cautious.
I'm excited for IM. I'm excited for that final RMR. I'm excited for the European teams to get back on LAN. I'm excited for regional competition. I would like to see them get back to LAN. It's a process, obviously.
Yeah.
In a tough situation to iron out. But I mean, look, this is going to be great heading into the major.
It's going to be interesting to see as well for some teams who did just play on LAN over at IM Cologne return to LAN and see if they can have a better performance than than they might have had, or maybe maintain the performance for the likes of Astralis.
Yeah, well, like Astralis had that great performance, Gambit as well. You know, had that great online era, a little bit disappointing. FaZe had that great one at LAN, and then obviously Vitality's another big one. Tough time at Cologne on LAN, and now working their way back into shape. And I mean, from all the post-game interviews we've talked to some of these players and teams, I mean, it is very much now the major is on everyone's mind. Like, what is going to be the process to build up to our best selves at the right moment for the major?
Yeah, big title on the line for all the teams out there. A lot of teams wishing. I mean, the thing is, to win the first major after, what, like 2 years of time would be fantastic. Really cement yourself out there
that'd
for
be,
the rest of the world.
The pride of that would just be incredible. That'd be fantastic. It's weird we haven't had a major in that long.
It is, but you know what? Before we even get to the major, obviously we have the RMR event. Before the RMR event even kicks off, we still have the ESL Pro League Season 14 to finish off, and that's right. We have our next match coming up here in just a few moments of time. It's Vitality taking on Heroic. Both teams currently sitting at 2-0, and you know what? Forget the match of the day. This is the match of the week for me. This is the match of the group. Yeah. Because the winner of this most likely going to be coming out of this overall #1 seed.
Yeah, and both these teams looking pretty good heading into this matchup as well. So yeah, this dictates a lot for both of these teams, whichever one's able to win it. And obviously, I think this is what, the only matchup we have that's 2 top 10 teams. I could be wrong on that.
I'm not sure.
I don't even know why I said it when I wasn't 100% confident.
And you looked at me to be the one to answer, and
I was like,
you know what? You're on your own.
Let me see if I can pull it up.
But that artwork,
yeah,
though,
number 9, number 8.
Can we bring that artwork back up just one more time really quickly? I want to get another good look at it. I can see it, you know, like across the room on a program monitor, but it is sick. I love Cadian and like how eccentric he looks, how invigorated. And
yeah, it shows a nice little like contrast as well. Like the silent, just stoic beast on the left and ZywOo, and then Cadian, obviously, we know his reactions going absolutely bonkers. So yeah, showing a little bit of the contrast between the two teams.
That's so true. In terms of like ZywOo, he's always so calm. I mean, I think I've been talking to Yanker and you saying, you know, a very shy kind of player, and Cadian just likes to be larger than life.
They've also done Apex really dirty here, like as one of the people who's the most emotive that we have in the entire scene. At least give Vitality a chance to match up to it. Put his little like baguette making face in there from the old days.
We know we'll work on that. We'll work on that for next time. In the meantime, we need to take a look at, I guess, the groups overall, right? But before we even get to the groups, I believe we have to actually bring in our commentators.
Oh, cool.
Mistaken. We got a new set coming in. Not too new, if you guys are watching yesterday. For the first time today, we got Harry and Hugo joining us back in the studio.
Hey, boys.
I am digging. You know what? I don't normally give you 2 compliments when it comes to fashion, but I am digging what both of you are wearing today.
Yeah.
Yeah, Harry's got a backwards cap as well.
Yeah,
he's really
dude,
rocking it. The dick look.
Yeah. No, that's exactly it. I'm going for the biggest knob in esports, right? And I think I'm living up to that right about now. You know, then we have like it's quite a good contrast to the lovely folks over on the desk. Yeah. Moses is lovely. He's probably the smallest knob in esports, right? So it's good. This is a great matchup as well, Hugo. Right? I want to home in on Vitality. They've had it.
Somewhere Blez out there right now, just like, what are you talking about?
They've.
Just look at yourself, Harry.
So look, we had this great start from Vitality. Look, Jason, man. Just let me get on with my point about Vitality.
Hey,
right?
Your whole point of the segment so far has been talking about knobs.
ZywOo's in that second. Yes. That's what I want to do. That's what I want to do, Jason. Come on. I called you a testy that one time. I don't want to have to do it again.
Look, I think let's just move on from that.
Hugo, please, just save me, right?
Yeah, this is a banging game, and I'm going to tell you the reasons why. We'll let this guy hide out in the back line as well. Both these teams flawless right now, Harry, right? Keep that in mind. Both these teams flawless. The only flawless teams in Group A. Astralis maybe haven't, I don't even want to say they haven't lived the hype. Lucky's look really good, but obviously Ents managed to take him down. Both these teams are flawless right now. And for Heroic, we even had a little idea of shush calling yesterday on Inferno. It may have explained not only his individual score, especially the first 15 rounds of that game, but also, you know, how the game did feel weird. It didn't feel like a normal Heroic matchup. It was exciting. It was a good game out of Heroic taking down Spirit. I'm not sure if we'll see Inferno today. I doubt they'll pick it against Vitality, who have good results on it. But I think that's an exciting idea as to whether Shush is in-game leading on just Inferno, or if we're going to see it on more maps over this season. Who knows?
This really is like, you know, the battle for top of the group, the battle to see who can be the best. And, you know, with ZywOo's like form looking like he's looking real fresh coming out of the player break, him v Cadian is going to be such a cool fight to see. We're in for such a treat here. Jason, Moses, what do you guys make of this?
I don't know what to make of that whole segment. I feel like there's a good reason why we typically don't bring them into chat. But you know what, gentlemen? I think you're right, though. I mean, it is a battle for the top, right? It is a battle for these two teams. It was interesting to see, you know, Shush in particular get his first kill. It felt like, you know, 20 rounds into it. But this is going to be a tough match, I think, for both teams, Jason. And I honestly can't tell you, like I said before we get onto this, no idea who's going to win.
It's good. I mean, I'm just excited for it. I'm with you. I think there's a lot of cases you can make for Vitality to take this. A lot of cases you can make for Heroic to have this match. I think the big key is the one you've already mentioned, is that the winner of this is in like the driver's seat going into the last day of who's going to be moving on in that first seed territory, going into the final matchup. All those 3 matches at the same time.
Yeah, very important here for both these two teams. But let's see actually their kind of path into where they got right now. It being 2-0, and of course their future match as well. We'll start things off by taking a look at Heroic really quickly and talk about some of their games. Their first one was relatively quick, relatively easy when they beat Bad News Bears 2-0. Then they had their 2-0 victory over against Spirit, but they still have some tough contenders ahead of them. Obviously with Vitality today, but you have ENCE coming up tomorrow, and to end things off against Astralis, that final match has that potential to choose if Heroic goes through first, or if even Astralis qualify into the playoffs.
Yeah, I think that's the big one. I mean, that ENCE matchup tomorrow is going to be huge with the way the ENCE has been playing, so you certainly don't want to slip now and then go into a dangerous ENCE team with the chance to slip even further to where you would no longer control your destiny. But Heroic's a really, really fun team to watch. I don't think they're like the most technical and the most fundamentally sound, but one thing I always get the sense of when I'm watching them play is no matter how chaotic and hectic the situation is, no matter what might have gone wrong, they're just playing the game in front of them, and they're just kind of improvising off that and working real well together. Cadian, obviously, some of his best work is done when he can just improvise and play his own game and have his own freedom to make whatever decisions he wants. So, you know, as well, they've got a solid supporting cast, and I think Heroic has got to be feeling real good and real comfortable at the moment. And like I said earlier, they are the reigning champs of Pro League, obviously, and they have a title to defend, and that's another motivating factor, as if they needed more.
I mean, you mentioned confidence, and to me, looking at Spirit yesterday when they played against them, Tessa's in mid on overpass. He just consistently pushed up CT side. He consistently flanked around behind them, and confidence for me seemed to have been flowing through him. And of course, you have so many big hitters within the team. I mean, I know we kind of rag on Shush yesterday with Inferno in particular, but you know what? He's made his own big plays when he needs to, and we've seen Heroic really step up when it comes to the ESL Pro League, just like ENCE as well. But their opponents, Vitality, let's take a look at how they got here today, being 2-0 so far, and of course, their future matchups to come later on within this event, within the next few days. And you can see here, starting things off with the victory over ENCE and Bad News Bears. So they kind of got... I feel kind of bad saying this, but I feel like most people agree. One of their easier matches done earlier on, just like we did have with Heroic as well against Bad News Bears. But they still have a tough battle, at least with Astralis coming up tomorrow. And then Spirit at the end, who is already 0-3 in the groups, pretty much out. But they can be a dangerous team. They can still play spoiler. And when they have nothing to lose, that kind of team can be extremely deadly.
Yeah, that's a really interesting aspect to it. You're exactly right. When you don't have any, that's the perfect way to put it. They've got nothing to lose now. I mean, all they have to do, all they can hang their hat on, the only point of pride they'll be able to do is causing spoiler for one of the other teams, and that would be massive coming into the last game. But yeah, I think the key for Vitality at the moment is this ZywOo that has come into this tournament and has just been solid and consistent. He's not necessarily fully taking over games and being the exciting dynamic, like one of the best players in the world. Well, he is, but you know, he's not doing anything ultra crazy. He's doing his job, he's putting up good numbers, and it's got to be a huge confidence boost to the team that they've got him back into playing well after a relatively quiet tournament in Cologne.
I mean, I don't want to like jump the gun on this, but I do wonder, would we have potentially have already seen peak ZywOo, or is the peak still yet to come out of him? I feel like that's one of the interesting factors about a top player like him.
Well, you know, he's kind of cursed in a way because, you know, he had such a good I mean, it's the best kind of curse to have. You know, he was ranked the #1 best player very early on in his career, 2 years running. So, yeah, you could certainly make the argument that he peaked, but again, you can also just say, let's wait and see. Maybe he does have something special. Maybe he does turn out to be a Simple who's going to be able to carry on this level across 5-6 years.
I was going to say, I mean, we talk about Simple, but he seems to never peak because he keeps playing better and better every single time I see him.
And crucially for ZywOo as well, much like Simple at the moment, he's got teammates who, at least in this event so far out of the break, are playing well. Shox has had some really good maps. Apex has delivered some really good performances in this tournament so far. And we've seen Masuta and Kyojin both have a map here or there in a series that helps propel their team to a victory. So he's got a supporting cast that's delivering as well. So all signs for Vitality at the moment are much more positive than when we left them a month ago.
It's funny that you mentioned that, the supporting cast and, you know, these top players on his team. Let's actually take a look at our top 5 rated teams or rated players overall within the event so far. And funny enough, all 5 come from these 2 teams.
That's not bad. That's not bad at all. Yeah, Tessus is surprising up there, but he's great. Down as well. ZywOo just sitting in a measly little 3rd. So that's great. Top 5 players all in this matchup. I didn't even realize that coming into it. That's good stuff. That's going to be an electrifying game. I'm happy to see Refresh up there in 4th.
Yesterday, he looked damn good. He really did across like the entire series. He put up some very big numbers, and well, it's time to actually progress through so we can get closer to kicking off our final series of the day as we take a look at our vetoes here. And I don't normally ask for predictions. I'm just curious to see what's going to be played between these 2 teams.
I think the last time these 2 teams played, it was Overpass and Nuke, but that's all the way back in like May. So we're going to get Vertigo right out of the gates for Vitality. That's been a map historically they've been relatively dangerous on it, and Heroic's going to go back to a comfort pick of Nuke, which is not too bad. I'm really pumped for that Vertigo match as well, especially considering Heroic banned Dust 2.
Okay, so Vertigo, Nuke, and Inferno going to be the 3 maps coming up. And most likely, if we're to be completely honest, this is probably one of the matchups we expect to definitely go the full, the full 30 rounds, if not more than that, the full 3 maps in the series. But it's going to be interesting to see which team's going to show up. And like you've been talking about with ZywOo, I mean, he's definitely performing better now than he did over in Cologne. But I'm curious to see if he's going to continue to get better throughout this group stage. Obviously, they'll have time off between the group stage and the playoffs. And that's a lot of time for a team like Team Vitality to get even more deadly when we get into, the big games.
This is also, I mean, interestingly enough for Vitality, this is the biggest game that they've played. You showed this schedule. I mean, the top 3 teams that you'd have in this group that they'd have to go against are all coming in the final 3 days. So they've played against ENCE, but that's before ENCE really found that switch to flick after the first day. And then they played Bad News Bears. So while Bad News Bears gave them a couple small tests, nothing too serious. I mean, this is certainly going to be, we're going to see Vitality get challenged here for perhaps the first time in this tournament.
All right, well, it's time to kick off here our final series of the day. I cannot wait to get this one underway, and there's 2 perfect casters ready to go. Hopefully they stop talking about Knobs so much, because the Knobs is going to be turned up. The heat is getting here. It's Vitality up against Heroic.
Yeah. Hold on tight, ladies and gents. It's going to be a big one. 2 top teams of the group right now facing off to find out who will likely end up Group A in first. Exciting stuff. Vertigo, Nuke, Inferno on Battlegrounds for this evening, and Harry Russell alongside me.
Yes, you gave me my full title, Hugo. That's good. You've learned well.
It's Russell with 2 L's.
Russell with the double L at the end. And look at this. A little boost for Cadian early to try and repel this fast A pistol round. Ooh, no! That's so awkward. Shox turns on a dime and Cadian's out of the round already. Vitality with 2 openers going their way, and considering Heroic had so many players stacked towards this side of the map, this is not how they wanted it to go early. Stown and Refresh, they're here with responses. Oh, and they continue to put up the goods on the side of Heroic. It's Apex all alone in this 1v2. He's got time on his side, but that is the only thing leaning in favor of Vitality here. 1 minute and 5 seconds left roundabout now. He's trying to dodge them. He faked the ramp run back and has now rooted himself up through short. He's going to get sandwiched between the sandbags and Elevator, and unfortunately he catches a whiff of Refresh's position at the exact moment that Shush is swinging out of Elevator. So Heroic, good recovery. Considering they lose so many players early on, you have that man advantage for Vitality. It looked like they were just about to, explode onto the site to run amok. That's where we get a big round out of Shush. Already.
What? Yes? Beating the first 17 rounds of yesterday. Yeah, I mean,
low-hanging fruit, man.
Exactly. Too easy, I think. Too easy. And hell, it didn't matter. It's not like, you're 0-9 and losing. You're 0-9, you're 12-5 up. Those are not complaints.
And they're joint top of the group, right?
Cadian, what on earth are you doing? You absolute animal. And no one's watching anything. Oh my goodness, 1, 2, and maybe everyone. Cadian finally does fall, but that's a great job. He found the bomb. He knows Vitality with defaulting leaning A, and there's still players to be spotted. Now with rifles and the SMG out of the round, Heroic have deep angles down towards the A ramp. Tess says Resmoke comes in, and so he has bought even more time here up on A. Might make Vitality reaggress. They know in the midst of all this madness, space could have been taken by Heroic. And look at the gamble. Look at the read. Heroic, big brain right now. 3 towards B. With all this ramp control, there's no reason to look anywhere else. They even presume mid is empty, and they presume correctly. it's going to go very badly for Vitality.
Oh.
Oh, okay, that's one way to do it.
Double up through the plywood. All right, fair enough.
Good stuff.
Yeah, nice little clean anti-force there out of Heroic, right? That was a good chunk of investment for Vitality. So now they've just got to take the full eco here. You can see a bit of extra cash being saved, so they can maybe look to bring that AWP out right away on ZywOo.
You know, Harry, I feel like we've had a lot of 2-0s already. Only a couple of days played, but a lot of 2-0s just in almost every single series. And so I felt like maybe now, finally, we could get the full...
You're hoping for a 3-map.
I'm hoping for a 3-map, especially with Inferno to follow.
Oh, Cadian!
Oh, the flick back. That's a whiff for Apex. He's not going to be happy with that one. But again, it's only an eco. It shouldn't be setting Vitality up for a round anyway. It's down, off angle, and they double peek him. Good trade off of Masuta's Deeg, but his teammates are falling in the meantime. They back at him mid with the bomb, keeping that at least. Reboost, just doing whatever they can to look for these kills. Oh, that's awkward. And that's definitely been heard by KD, and he's going to tell his team not to peek over the connector, the construction. And so they just wait for Vitality to commit. Oh, Tesses.
Nah, dude, not even a guy like Tesses is wild enough to want to do this. He's definitely the most wild guy on this team. I think that goes without saying.
Sure.
But here we go. Cadian over here in middle. Locks it all in. But Masuta, not really much left to do, is there? He's just going to get churned up by the MP9. But now this is what we've been waiting for, Hugo. This is where we've got the rifle round coming on in. There's a bit of extra money saved, as mentioned. So an AWP could have been dropped over, but they're going to decide against it and just get all rifles here. Plenty of utility to go alongside that. And, you know, I think that's fair enough. It would have come with some limitations bringing the AWP out now. I think it was Masuta who could have got, like, body armor and dropped an AWP into play, but that's always risky. You know there's a bonus round being run here as well from the Heroic squad, so... Ooh. Here they are, just with 5 AKs, mid-aggression. I like this, right? They're on a bonus round for Heroic, so they take a bit of a gamble. They go, look, right, we're just going to beat them on a numbers game over in middle. Vitality's response is good, though. They're going to start to try and trade places. All right, you boys want to push mid, that's fine. We know that means you're going to be a bit weaker elsewhere, and so they take the A-bomb site while this is going on.
They're so aware of Tessus as well. They've got him fully trapped in. Tessus is going to have to fight for his life in this round. All this in the meantime. Shox is lurking up mid. He's found down, swinging out of A. B is empty, and Vitality seem to be aware. Moving a man over with the bomb. Shox resets out of middle. He's not going to go back. He's going to wait here to activate in the late round, hopefully after they plant. Now, Vitality have taken a good bit of time here, and that's like, again, Heroic make a really nice read in this round. Set up with 2 towards B of their remaining 3. So we've got to watch out for that headshot angle, even with the scope. Doesn't look like ZywOo wants to commit. Back he goes to A. And Heroic, well, even though they made the read early, they might just stick with their guns. You don't want to be shuffling at this point of the round with 35 seconds left. Full faith in the setup. And hell, it could still be good for them. I'm just presuming this ends A alone off of Apex's lurk down bottom A ramp. They have one smoke to try and cut off these choke points. Unless they just walk over connector into Cadian's crosshair, that does not seem to be the case. It's a perfect round out of Vitality. The only danger, Harry, is the time.
Yeah, 10 seconds, but with Tesses melted right away, you know, they're going to get that bomb down. It's all good. Half a second left for ZywOo as he plugs in the numbers. Not even breaking a sweat. That's pretty you know, confident stuff out of Vitality. Like, there was no margin for error there. They just had full faith that they were going to win that engagement in the 4-on-3. You know, at most, I think you were worried, like, yeah, maybe there's one guy here, but we knew about some of those B rotations. And so Vitality, you know, the rifles come out, they hit the ground running, they get their first right away.
Yeah. And, you know, that was scary, Harry. They almost walked back into that B stack. It's exactly what they did the round prior, right? A couple of rounds ago where Heroic, you know, they just make a read. Not, you know, in that round at least they had like full A ramp from, I think it was Shush peeking down, and that allowed a 4-man stack or 3-man stack on B. This time they just gambled. They didn't have the info. They had to make a move. They had to make a read, and it almost worked out. Vitality won't commit into B, and they pick up their first gun round. Cadian's Orb already making a show. Let's see where he goes with it. Second spawn towards A. Still might be tempting enough to peek.
Yeah.
And you can always bail last second if you hear footsteps up close.
Yeah, he's planning on peeking this. Down, let him run ahead. Vitality, they're respecting the smokes. They're pretty measured here. Oh my word, Masuta's gonna spam Tessez out through the short smoke. Bit of a grisly way to lose this opening fight. You weren't even really looking to take this engagement. Now, Cadian has wrapped back around. Now playing on top of the body of his fallen comrade, and ZywOo is going to remove that AWP from play. But for how long, right? When an AWP's dropped and ZywOo's low, I'm imagining he's wanting to pick that up all damn day, and he will. Now with the AWP in hand, Masuta is naded out at ramp. So this round isn't over and done with just yet. Down over here on short. They don't know about him, and he's picked up a double. Suddenly, ZywOo with 12 points of health, and this retrieved AWP has got to do it all for Vitality.
If there were any man for the job, but can he grab the quick 1v1 before the single bullet comes in? The molly as well causes problems. ZywOo sits in it. There was nowhere to go. He stepped back into the wall. Lovely Molotov out of down. Big round as well. The re-aggro back to get a short control. And Vitality never even considered it. They have more than enough kills on A to convince them otherwise. I've got to say as well, Harry, this is a map that Heroic have not really tended into in the past, especially not as of late. And, we've seen, that's the coolest thing about the player break, coming right in onto a tournament after the player break. We've seen a lot of teams on maps that they don't play and looking really, really good. And I think that's obviously coming off the back of just putting in the hours, putting in the prac. And, not only that, but Ancient as well seems to be getting more perfected, especially for teams like ENCE, and even Astralis looked good until they faced them on it. And so, I gotta say, if Heroic win this map, they're more than set up for a 2-0. Nuke is so good for them. I know they were only tested against Bad News Bears. It wasn't much of a test, but they just destroyed them there. And we know what Danes are like on that map, in their blood. So I gotta just preface this with a warning. Vitality need to show up strong right at the very beginning. They need to win, Harry.
Wow, dude, yeah, that was almost so good.
It's a first cast of the day, Harry. It's a first round.
First and only, right? So
we'll get there.
Dude, that was almost, I was feeling moved.
So good.
I was feeling like moved by this impassioned speech you were giving.
Okay, Vitality, go win. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. Don't lose. As I think Tristan Saranthus once said.
Don't lose.
Vitality, don't lose. Here we go. Cadian scoped up towards ramp, and he's got a lot of boys in this A bomb site with him. Oh, Stown. It's a lot of damage, but only one kill. Regardless, Vitality, there's a lot more that you've got to break your way past to get into this A bomb site. Now they learn about Tessez, who's fighting inside a default. He's getting wrapped from behind, and Apex is clean with the entries. Shox has seen this wrapping player, but with only 15 seconds, Apex time is his enemy right now. Bomb plant coming in. I tell you what, if one guy has been able to stand the test of time, I was going to say, it's been a guy like Apex, but just too fast, right? They know he has to plant. There's really not much of like a mind game going into that retake, right? You know where he's going to be. You know what he's going to be doing. You've got all the info you needed, so that was nice and easy for Refresh to get that one over the line.
Yeah, I've loved almost, pretty much every formation of roster that Heroic have had over these past few years, but this one really takes the cake, Harry. This one really is exciting, and Refresh is coming into his own every single game. Great call there, gets the kill, and then he backs up, knowing the time is in his favor. Apex has to come back for the bomb, and it just stalls out even more seconds, forcing a stick for Apex. There's no way he can fake in a 1-on-2. He'll never be given the round, even if Heroic offer up one kill there. And yeah, Refresh had a monster game yesterday. As far as one-sided games go, sure, they wrecked Spirit, but if I would tell you to go back and watch any VOD of any game that's already happened, it would have to be that one, because it was incredible. And Refresh really was lights out in that series, as well as closing Inferno with that massive mid-push 4K. Yeah, he's just looking sick right now. This Heroic team is terrifying. And I said it yesterday, I don't want to call them to win the Pro League in... Actually, yeah, I do. Yeah, they're going to win the Pro League.
No, it's more impressive if you do it now, Hugo.
Day 3.
Day 3.
There's still Gambit, there's still Na'Vi.
Heroic win Pro League.
There's still a lot of competition that we don't know what they're like. And, you know, especially for a team like Gambit who are in Group D, they play last, Harry. Not only do they have a player break, but then they have almost 3 weeks of, you know, watching the other teams, watching the other groups, and preparing for that final group. So it's not going to be easy. But Heroic right now going breezy.
Yes, indeed. Bit of a stalemate over here towards ramp, though, Hugo. Right, the smokes have gone down. Vitality, they've often been reasonably respectful of these, we'll say. Something interesting here, though, is this time we got Refresh. Trying to be like the guy to make a big hero play. He's tucked in at sandbags. Now, there is a Molotov on the Suda, so that's going to go in to clear him out. I like the reaction out of Tesses, swinging immediately, actually draws the attention away from sandbags and lets the player that was there in Refresh get out of danger.
Oh, little pop flash for Cadian. Jump throw, they're going back. Oh, it's lovely, but ZywOo full blind hits the shot.
That's cracked as hell.
Yeah, they weren't ready for another man, though. Refresh coming off of sandbags, like you say, rerouting round short, and there's still 2 players here. Every time you feel like you cleared it out, oh, I'll just kill this rifle on short. Oh, it's an AWP? Okay. Vitality, they're not going to know until it's already too late. Can Kyojin kill Cadian? The suit is taken all the way up the ramp. And if he kills Refresh, that just sells this further. They'll never be ready for Cadian. If anything, you might want Refresh to die in this position. It's down, almost a lineup. One's good. Refresh, can he activate before Cadian gets found? No, Cadian's dead. They know there's another man. Orb taken, and the shot hit for Refresh leaves Kyojin in the clutch, and no time to do it.
Yeah, he's got 10 seconds. Come on, man. This one's for the frag movie. Kyojin put one in the tank. Bomb going down, and Refresh is going to wrap him. 1 HP, and this guy still offers up 2 kills to close it for Heroic.
And that didn't even go to plan. Like, you know, again, like, Vitality was so aware. There was never a moment that they didn't know, you know, what was going on in that gap position up on short. It didn't stop Refresh from just laying down the law. 3 kills in the round, 1 health, the AWP shot to close it.
Something that I'm a little bit scared of right now. There's still time for Vitality to correct this, right? I think they need to show a willingness to go elsewhere on this map. A lot of these rounds, since the rifles have come out, have just been these A plays. And, you know, it's not uncommon to see a lot of A plays on Vertigo. It's just right now, the moment Heroic are getting this contact, they're going, right, let's bring 4 over to A.
Yeah.
We can kind of go laps on the mid control, right?
Oh, give them a break. Oh my God.
This is crazy, Dominant. This is unreal. And this is Vitality's map pick as well.
And Vitality, it's not like, you know, Vitality coming in cold. Like, they've looked excellent in their opening games. You know, they had a close win versus Ents on one of those maps. But as we've seen Ents in this tournament, like, that gives even more credit to Vitality, I'd say. Ents have managed to, you know, dispatch their opponents quickly and even take down Astralis. So, yeah, this is no sleepy Vitality. This is no cold Vitality. This is just a lights-out Heroic. Can they keep it up? That's the key, right? You don't want to let Vitality back into this half, not at this scoreline. Even more aggression. Things that Vitality aren't ready for yet or have yet to see in these rounds. Pushed all the way down ramp. Don't tell me he's going to go.
That nade, oh my gosh, that was a double nade into the back of ramp, bringing 3 players
to 30.
Down there, down 70 each.
210 damage-ish.
Oh, it's down Zorp. Oh, over in middle. Get out of here, Vitality. This is not your map pick anymore. Heroic, they're looking to plant the Danish flag at the top of Vertigo, and Vitality are offering up no resistance.
Yeah, we need to start seeing a little bit of a move away from A, as you say, Harry. Maybe even just going back to ramp and just having more pressure in the lurk as well. Having someone selling something towards B or walking out mid. In that round, it was a dry mid take, and they've never even seen the second AWP. That was the first round it came through. So, you know, Stown on the AWP in mid. Now they know what they're up against, but. You know, to get that information, it costs you a round. And at this point, you don't have rounds to play with. Vitality, if they buy here, it'll be pretty whack too. ZywOo won't be able to afford much, and even his team will be lackluster in terms of utility. And on a map like Vertigo, you want those nades You want to be able to run executes on A. You want mollies to clear out the gap that Heroic have frequented.
Also, you know, it feels like the level of space you've been getting over towards A is actually regressing. It feels like it's getting worse and worse as the game's gone on, right? Like, we need to just see them kind of default in here. We need to see them defaulting in this game just a little bit more, right? Just to give this illusion that, like, yeah, you know, maybe we'll hit you with a mid play. Maybe we'll hit you with a B execute. Because there's just so many players fighting you over towards ramp every time you've tried to take it. And so I like that this round, there is a bit of a change. Yeah. Shox is holding on to B. He's watching for any aggression here. His presence alone is enough to make you worried about a B play. Well, the flash didn't even by Shush, and yeah, the flash didn't even blind him. The other guy, though, that's doing a bit of default in here is Kyojin, out in middle, right? He's on a little journey trying to disrupt some of these rotations, and while this is going on, the ramp fights are coming in. They've turned their attention away from middle. They have not been used to seeing Vitality use this area. So Kyojin, he could do a lot or he could do nothing, and it's going to be the latter. Shush checks for him, and it's just Apex left in the blink of an eye. Stown's second AWP as well is looking disgusting. Yeah. It feels like he's purposefully making them harder than they have to be. Like he's
him and KD are just standing side by side and both like, yeah, I'll take one, you take the other, and there's a round. I'll drop you next.
Dude, Stown and KD are so sweet together
what
as
a duo.
well, bro. Like,
this was a cool flash as well, but Shox was like tucked behind the box. So just like, it was on the kill feed, but really we saw it really didn't do that much. And despite that, Shush still gets the kill, just jumping up on the wood. Heroic, they've got tricks for every single position, for every single play that Vitality want to make. And even with finally Refresh dying early on A, it didn't hold them back. AWP at sandbags, down, quick shot, and he's got more in him, I'm sure.
Come on, Stan. Refresh, he burns out too. He's cooked Masuta and Kyojin. Burn him to a crisp. Stown is still holding the sandbags. There's no getting through this A ramp hold. Shoxy all alone. Deagle out, and there he is. Cut down to close it. This is a brutalizing of Vitality.
And no one's even here to step up. It's not like you have one guy who's consistently providing these entry kills, you're getting Heroic out. I can't blame Vitality for not having that man right now. Like, how are you supposed to get through these assaults of utility on A? Vitality need to get some util out of Heroic before they start committing, because even when, in that round, Heroic, again, concede ramp, they let them run all the way up to the top, and that's when the double molly comes in, Refresh gets a burn, we see these flash peaks. Whew. It's getting a little hot and hairy here for Vitality.
You prefixed this game saying, we've only had 2 O's, but, you know, this should be the one that goes 3, right?
Not what I expected.
No, not at all. Flash doesn't blind Cadian. He knows about the second man, but he has lost Refresh here. Can Cadian hold on? No, Apex with the opener.
I like it.
That is the Apex we need to see. There's a third man, though. There's another AWP. Stown, so often, when you've killed Cadian, Stown is also there, trying to trade this, and he will trade it out. Stown, looking lights out with this AWP, has removed the mid lurk, removed that pressure.
And again, the read. Every time Vitality have grouped in a 3-on-3 to hit B, Heroic are all there. There's 2 guys. They're going to do the flash play again. Will Shox get blind this time around? Probably. It's a good flash, and it's a great kill. Shox still stands, but he gets tagged down. Shush gets out, and now it's up to Stown with a shot onto Zywoo. Goodbye, Vitality. Thanks for showing up at least. Nice tap out of Shox, but it's not going to mean anything in the long run. Another round for Heroic. Add it to the logbook.
Stown is cracked. What's happening with this guy?
Nothing new.
Yeah, but like, I don't know, dude. There's just something about the way it's looking. It's so fast, and it feels like I say, he's maybe making them flashier than they even need to be.
Yeah. Oh. He shows up for the crowd, man.
He does. Content machine of Heroic.
Content masseuse. He's got it all. Fast fingers and even firmer hands.
Hey, this is looking like a very happy ending for Heroic here. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah. Tassis. Oh, the boost off, and he reads it! God. He reads it!
This is just brutal! I don't even know if we should be getting excited anymore.
It's not fair.
It is a massacre of Vitality. They can't even get out of ramp room. They're getting assaulted by nades. The AK got blown away as well. I don't even know where that's gone.
Zywoo got it.
Oh, okay. They did manage to grab it. Sweet. I thought the nade had locked it out for a moment.
Oh, they're up past Stown. He's not realizing, but he's going to get out in time. Oh, the escape. and his teammates still here as well. They heard him run back. Are they ready for a close crane player? Double AWPs down Acadian side by side. Might not be needed because Tessez is answering the call with a flashback in. He finds a third. It's 4 in the round. Looking for the ace. Shox not far away. Tessez, hunt it, baby. Take them all down.
Go on, Tessez. Get the ace. You know you deserve it. And Shox is so scared. He's shooting at ghosts.
Move out the way, Cadian.
Cadian wants to steal it. Cadian's saying, look, mate. Remember, there's a chain of command in this team, and there he is. No ace for you, Tessez. But Heroic are up on a 12.
Yeah, I don't think he's complaining. He let Cadian go. He could have barged out in front of him.
I would have TK Cadian, just saying. I would have just... Yeah, mate, no, you ain't stealing it. Just back of the head. You know, take him the way of Lenny from
the rabbits.
Stare into the alfalfa, Cadian.
And look how it started as well. So many teams get caught with that boost. He didn't even see it. Like, someone fired back through, but it's not like Tessez had more than a moment to react there, and he just sprays it through the smoke. Even when Vitality pull out the boost for the first time, he still gets denied. And the mid-rush as well, with a Molotov down, they slow. Now they're going to move in. AWP tucked close. That's a bit bonkers for me.
The run boost. All right. Shoxy off the top of the boost.
Oh my goodness. The dink.
3 dinks in middle, only 2 kills, and now these players on A are spotted. Kyojin, a 1v2.
Sounds alive, we're fine.
A chance at something, right? He's given a bomb plant at least. Down is on a big wrap as well. And Shush was dinked by Shox from that run boost. He was the 3rd player brought down low. Kyojin. Feeling the pressure right now. You can only imagine how rough this feels, but this is a chance. This is one of the best chances you've had at a round in the last 12. And Stown spotted, now brought down low as well. Missed shot to Kyojin. With both these players so damn low, the molly. Kyojin. There it is, 2nd round on the board. It's on the back of Kyojin's Mac 10. But is that really gonna be enough?
I don't know, even with a 3rd, Harry. It's not like a 3rd is gifted by any means. Heroic and not in a giving mood. And they've got the money to fall by again. Double AWP, why wouldn't they? I like the run boost. Shox, double dink, 2 kills, grabs a 3rd bit of damage, and it makes all the difference here. Look at these shots out of Shox. Because, you know, Kyojin finishes off Shush here on the left side, who's also very low, and Stown as well tagged up in the process of that 2-on-1. Now we go back into another important round, and ZywOo, wow, not said his name a lot, has found an opening kill. 4 and 13. It's a quiet one for ZywOo. Good trade for Kyojin, coming in over the top of balcony, back into B. Finally Heroic in hot water. First time we've seen it all half, it feels like.
Yeah, the bomb is...
it's fine. It's not fine.
ZywOo, okay, he does get one. Cadian dies trying to go through the smoke, but Tessez is still here. And while this is happening, Refresh is also over in middle, killing Kyojin. The alarm bells have already started ringing. Now Apex has got this kill locked in at least. Tessez in the 1v2, and it's ZywOo and Apex left to beat. He's given up the bomb. He's no longer playing around it.
This is smart.
This isn't information Vitality have, and it's not what you would expect here. Apex seemingly does. He's like, look, I've been in these kind of situations so many times. And they don't buy the idea that he's playing the bomb. Apex might have the round. No.
And he hears it.
Oh, that's massive. Apex has held this all damn round. And now they're at the point where they're going, yeah, he must be playing the bomb. He must be playing around it. I just held mid for a whole damn minute and he wasn't there. They're looking to retrieve it with 25 seconds left. They've got to go B. They've got to go into Tessez, and he has laid this trap perfectly. This whole round has been designed by the architect in Tessez, and there's the collateral lineup at the end to find the double, and 13-2 that first half for Heroic. My, oh my, this one might be a quick series after all if the Danes can keep looking this damn hot.
have not played a Vertigo game since May of this year, and now Vitality are rolling out the red carpet for them, welcoming them back to this high-rise apartment right now. Cadian's living rent-free in the head of Apex, I can tell you that much. Look at this guy, mate. He knows they're having a banger of a game, and at 13-2 what can Vitality even do to hope to pull this one back?
Almost nothing, right? Heroic wagging their fingers in the face of adversity, in the face of the Frenchman. And now it all goes quiet. Some explosive rounds in that first half up on the ace site. This one looks to be the same. Heroic, a measured approach, moving up slow and steady. Shox re-aggressing to spot, wants to play up in their face, but the blocks are good up close, and Shox needs to hit instant headshots. He can't stand with a kill, and they overwhelm Misutra as well. 2 frags for free, make that 3. Refresh joins the party, and it's a 5-on-2. It's a done deal, surely.
It feels like it, right? The dominance set to continue. Can ZywOo do anything? He's getting wrapped in middle as well to make matters worse. Ooh, out of ammo. Kyojin in a similar spot. Heroic are just facing. They're trying to kill you. They want to get in your face. They want to really send this one home.
Get it over with, boys. It's done.
There is no feeling, right, like being beat on so hard that you're just being given no respect in any fight. Like every single engagement, Heroic are going, I'm just going to push. It's like, yeah, you know, I mean, we're what, 14-2 now? Yeah, I think I'll just push them. I think I'll just wreck them.
They have the room to make the most audacious plays, because even if they don't go well, oh well, we'll get them next time.
Yeah.
And they will, I'm sure of it. 14-2, a forced buy that Vitality had to call. No question about it. You're not ecoing for overtime at this point. You're just trying to save face, and can they? Probably not. Cadian looking to take down the ramp players. ZywOo's D does activate, and Apex has also grabbed a kill elsewhere. Or not elsewhere, up on ramp, traded quickly. With all that being said, Heroic, they don't want A. They push Vitality off of the ramp aggression, and now Vitality with no actual info on the A site, they might have to re-aggro short to get it. 2 players here to do so, but in all this time it's taking, it's only left 1 man at B. Finally, the penny drops, and finally the rotate needs to be called. We're already seeing Shox run back. Kyojin's scared of middle. He doesn't need to be, not yet at least. The first port of call is the stairs take. Heroic moving 2 up. Stand with a backstab eventually.
Yeah, now we need to see, you know, Vitality, more specifically here, Kyojin, can he go full Chumbawamba, right? He's been knocked down, but can he get back up again? ZywOo wrapping these players at ramp as well. And they might just die boosting, if I'm being honest. ZywOo is right here. Yeah, that's not gone well for him. This little force spike gonna come through for Vitality. But as we've mentioned, right, one of the big problems here, you've just got way too much room to play with if you're Heroic. You could keep force spying till the loss bonus starts to max out, and you're still not even that worried, right? So, you know, I don't want to try and sell this comeback short, right? Vitality are an incredible team, but man, like, it really shouldn't happen ever.
Yeah. If you look at the 2 numbers at the top of the screen.
Yeah, you'll see that like one of them is like a whole, there's just more numbers even in it. There's like 2 on the left side.
It's crazy.
The orange ones have 2 whole numbers.
That doesn't even compare, Harry.
No.
It's not even fair. And yeah, okay, they had to force buy here. We're expecting, to be honest, Heroic to lose this round. They only had 1,400 to buy here and now, so it's a likely lost force, then an eco, then they'll buy up. That gives Vitality a bit of room to move, presuming they can make this happen. And if they can't, I'll be a little worried. There's almost nothing to play with. 1 smoke and a bunch of ticky-tackies. Vitality re-aggroing, but if they do, that's exactly what Heroic want. They're waiting with a trap laid in the yellow. Apex might find Shush here, and he does. Now the short push comes in, 3 Ts, and they're already waiting for it, and they will get delivered to death. Vitality, it's costly, but not enough to be a problem. And that's a clean round from them. 3 alive, all the guns kept forward. They had to win that one. And now it should be an even easier round for them as well. Likely just Glocks.
Yeah, but Hugo, man, this is like, okay, there's a big hole in your, like, cruise ship.
Okay.
And you're trying to bail it out with water. and all you're really doing is putting more ocean from inside the boat back into the ocean.
Then it just goes back in,
exactly.
Right?
It's all just fun. Yeah.
It's just slowing down.
You're slowing the inevitable. Exactly. Yeah. Exactly, Hugo. You're a smart guy. Yeah. All right. You understood that one right away.
I've sunk a few cruise liners in my time, Harry.
Yeah. E14. They've sunk your battleship. Here we go.
Dear, oh dear. Yeah, Heroic. Now, I got a lot of respect for this team, but I've got no respect for anyone who drags out a Glock round. So come on, boys. Let's get it over with. Move back up the ramp. I mean, they might be discussing the next buy round as well, which is, at that point, that's acceptable. That's fine. We're seeing some chatting coming out. That was ZywOo, but seeing some chatting coming out of the boys right now. And so no hurry, no rush. Take a deep breather. Let Vitality sweat. Moving into middle with 4. And Shox is here, looking to pad his stats. Boost up over the top. 2 men going over it. ZywOo and Masuta are there to deal with it. Shox, it's a bit of a messy spray. Double Glock kill. If you lose this round, I'm going to cry.
No, this should not happen. This should not happen. And it's all getting returned to normality. But maybe not, right? He gets the reload off, and there it is. Kyoja's going to lock it in. 5 of Vitality. They're starting to build back up.
$14-5. We do have the AWP out for Shox. That's something. Over ZywOo, sticking with the AK. For the meantime, Heroic don't have that money yet. They're on rifles themselves, but it's not going to be a problem. Shox solo B with his AWP. Would love it on the ramp right now. Heroic have 3 players working this A site. Lots of utility on either side going in. And ultimately, Heroic is still respecting the smoke, so they won't be in room to move. Kyojin locking down middle, traded out by Cadian. That's big for Cadian. He can just reset here, taking a 4-on-4. Vitality's eyes now pried away from the bomb sites, meaning Heroic can just pick one and group up and take it. They might come to them, though. Tessa's got to be careful. Quick kill onto Apex, and now it's up to ZywOo.
Yeah. Also over on this short angle, is he going to feed the beast of Tesses? Or will he be able to get this trade? Masuta is even looking like he wants to try and peek down ramp. This late peek, he's been spotted by Tesses, who's trapped in the Molotov, and he might get caught out here throwing nades down ramp. Masuta very, very far forward. There was no one there to help him or trade him or really offer any assistance. He's so tunnel visioned on trying to get that trade onto Tesses while he's got him trapped. Doesn't even consider that there could have been more players waiting here at ramp. It's ZywOo and Shox left in a 2-on-4. Now, under normal circumstances, I'd be telling you, like, you've got 2 of the best damn clutches in this game left alive, so maybe there's still a chance for you here. But with the game we've had out of Heroic, I don't know. It's going to take something remarkable out of ZywOo and Shox.
Yeah, this backstabbing bit is ready as well. ZywOo, 2 kills, bomb dropped, and the time is ticking. Cadian gets the trade, but they need to prioritize the plant. Shox is coming in with an AWP. Smoke is good, gives a bit more room for Heroic to plant wherever they want, and it's 4 CT. Not knowing exactly where Shox is coming from. But there's only so many spots at this point. Bit of a gap, but not enough. Shox has got to go through. Cadian at this point is wrapping him, flanking through the hallways. Shox has swapped sides. Is he aware of the possibility? Smoke will give away his position. He turns back, but he's... quick shot from Shox. Can he get on the bomb? Maybe a stick is his best bet. He fakes it. He has time to do so. Shush is spamming the smoke, and he knows it's likely not a stick. Not yet. Shox trying to force the shot. Shush won't fall for it. Nade, and back on the defuse. It has to be a full stick. 5 seconds. Shush spams, and Shox has cover. He's going to get the round. Just about. Shush could not stop him, and Shox takes the kill with him.
Okay, that's more like it. So as I was saying, yeah, you got 2 of the best clutches still alive, and there they are.
2-on-4.
They do deliver it, 2v4. And there was that moment where Shox peeks through elevator, right? And he sees the bombs for CT, and you saw the realization of, wait, bomb CT? There's one behind me. And that's when he turns on a dime. Mate, that was And the moment he learns about Tesses on shot, I was instantly nervous because of where the bomb was planted for. That was all meant to fall together.
Cadian. But look at this. Vitality are keeping this aggression up.
Okay.
They're starting to feel a bit more comfortable here, Hugo.
Yeah, I mean,
is it too little too late?
Oh, cat's on the bag,
now.
Harry. You got nothing to lose. You got nothing to fear. This game is supposedly already over, so you may as well have fun with it. You may as well take liberties. ZywOo's doing exactly that. He's trapped in the corner between two Ts, and they will finally get their revenge. But we just saw a 2-on-4 out of Vitality. Can we see a 2-on-5 out of Heroic? Computer says no. Let's see what the Danish robots, the AI, self-learning can accomplish. Moving back in and taking down the low Masuta. He was tagged earlier in the middle, and that's a nice trade for Apex. That's how it could have gone out of hand if he were to fall there. Instead, Refresh, who ran back to check the flank, now has to do it all on his own.
He gave us an incredible first half, but, you know, 1v3 here versus a Vitality that are in a very different mental spot to where they were earlier, right? They're starting to believe now, only a little bit, right? But the confidence is starting to course back through their veins. They've been more than willing to take fights. They're not the scared team that you were up against earlier. Oh. Refresh, this is a rough spot to be in, and it's no secret. He's been spotted. Ooh, will win that first fight onto Kyojin, but he's brought down low in the process. There's a nade on Apex. It's a bit of a question mark to me why that nade didn't go in while the bomb's being planted. That could have been the round over and done with. Instead, now Refresh gets that 1v1. Sharks also with a nade. If he nades the bomb site, Refresh is dead. And here it comes, Kobe. Oh, he's still alive. Oh, and it's Sharks to close it. USP wins the fight. Holy, this is getting close.
What a roller coaster.
Still keeping those clutches coming in. He adds another one to the tally and another round on the board for Vitality.
Yeah, this is when the call comes in for Heroic. It's like, okay, guys, they're feeling it now. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. This one's not done just yet. You're not worried about the comeback at the moment, but you can see the Vitality, as you said, they're not in the same mental state. They're not where they were at, 13-2 or 12-3. It's a better position, but it's still one where the odds are against them.
You're right, by the way. 13-2, like
13-2, yeah. Not giving them enough credit, clearly.
I love this from Vitality as well. It's like, look, we're kind of in their heads at this point. Like, we all know what these positions feel like, where you have a huge lead and then you feel that game starting to slip away from you, and there's that big worry of like, we can't be the team that threw a 13-2 lead, right? Like, it's a very destructive place to find yourself, and Vitality are just owning middle from the aggression. Finally, they're punished for it. Apex is going to trade out what he can, find an equalizer over here on A, and it has kind of meant Heroic have to taper off with this A aggression now. It is a full 4-man rotate towards this bomb site for Vitality. They will start to send Shocks back towards B just to keep an eye on it. But being real, I think Refresh's deep position on the short side is going to entice Heroic to follow through on the A play, and they might come to regret that decision. It's still stacked to the 9s. ZywOo dead after 1, and Apex is going to get followed up onto. No! Shocks is going to do it again. He needs another clutch. This time, he went from A all the way through B, all the way through B
he's not alone.
But they're trading places with one another right now.
No way he reads this.
Shocks. He can hear him. He can hear him running. He can hear them running. Shocksy. This would be another clutch to keep the comeback dream alive for Vitality. Surely Shocks can't do it again. It's down to the 1v1, and just Shush left to beat Shocks. On for another one, and this time it's one clutch too many. Heroic finally get round 15 on.
Gotta give it to Shocks, man. He's really had a recovery in this game. It's been the old guard. It's been the LAN experienced players of Vitality, Apex, Shocks, ZywOo. These guys have been making this CT comeback, if you want to call it that, happen. But even there, in seemingly a lost round already for Heroic, those two players of Refresh and Shush step up and give us everything we need. 15-7. And this is the harrowing CT economy. This is all the clutches it's cost Vitality. They may have won 5 in a row, but with so many of them coming down to the 1v1s, the last 2 at least, they have nothing to show for it. They have nothing to play with. And so it could all be off the back of that alone. The Eagle Armor stack in middle, and Heroic just taking their sweet time. Already starting to hear pistols fire through smokes, and Heroic are licking their lips at the prospect of pistols.
Yeah, they know the best time to have ended this game was immediately after the 13-2 half. The second best time was right now. And it's why you're only up against these pistols, right? You're lacking everything on vitality. If this comes down to a retake, you don't have the kit. You know, that's going to shave time off. You don't have utility, really, to slow down any kind of push. No Molotovs, no flashes even. You've got these 2 smokes, but if this is a B play, which is really what it's looking like, those smokes aren't going to do you a world of favors. So this is kind of worst case scenario for Vitality. They're going to Hail Mary rotate everybody around, but this is a fake from Heroic. They're not committing onto the B play.
Tessus has heard the rotates, he's called them. The only question mark is the short play, but he spots him. And even though Tessus takes no shot, he tells his team to watch out. Tessus here to kill the rest of the rotates, and he started strong. Shock's gone, and it might just be the end of Vertigo for Vitality. Masuta doing his best to just grab onto what he can, but it feels inevitable at this point. One more kill ought to do it. Heroic's map pick and nuke waiting in the wings, and Kyojin looking to send us there. There it is, Heroic, a dominant victory, looking ferocious, and I can't wait to see what they got in store on their map pick. Can you wait? We won't have to for long. Analyst desk at a quick break, and we'll be back with more.
Down, but where's Zywoo's fragged? He's got to start posting something, but from where? Zywoo, he's just got a slight gap under the smoke, and it's enough to catch Boomich in transition. Zywoo wants to pull it across the line. 2 frags onto 2 of the best. And now swings out for another. He's possessed. Zywoo won for another ace. Another clutch. It's Perfecto hunting him. No one has been able to knock him on his ass yet. And he's got 6 HP. It didn't stop him before. And it doesn't stop him again. Zywoo!
Well, Vitality fought back and got a couple of punches in, but unfortunately, when it came down to it, they couldn't beat the Danes on the map choice of Vertigo, which was Vitality's choice of map, which means now they're down 0-1 overall in the series. So we go into Nuke on map 2, but before we get to that, we got to break things down and how that first map went. With a 13-2 scoreline at the end of the first half, Moses, it wasn't looking too good for Vitality.
No, not at all. They got destroyed on their T side. That heroic defense was wonderful. And I mean, a lot of the power obviously coming in my mind from Stown and Cadian with the 2 AWPs. I think they were brutal across the map. In middle, they were able to get picks when they wanted it. Over at the A bomb site, they're able to put a stop to it, obviously to help their teammates as well. But those ops were seemingly just getting a kill or two every single round. And anytime Vitality wanted to go somewhere, it was way too costly of a price.
Yeah, and a lot of pressure put onto a player like Shox, who had to pull off, you know, like 2-3 clutches in that just to get some extra rounds on the board.
Yeah, just to get some pride rounds on the board. Like the match already felt out of the reach at that point. And I mean, that T side looked like what happens if you as a T on Vertigo can never take control of A ramp and can never have success in some of the opening battles there. Heroic just battered them each and every time. So whenever Vitality went there and sent players, used resources like smokes and flashes and Molotovs, it felt like they were getting punished so frequently, and all that utility was essentially just it wasn't finding them advantages. So it's actually not only are you losing players, but you're also just losing the ability to have resources to use later in the rounds for different ideas. And man, that's tough. If A ramp isn't going to be a point of danger for the CT team, it makes this map really difficult to work around.
And speaking of this map, actually, because I was looking at some of the stats come into this, Vitality, 80% win rate across the 5 times they played it. Now, obviously a little bit lower since they lost here. You look at Heroic side, they had 0 times played in the last 3 months. So I think just on paper, if you look at that, you're like, all right, we should take him to Vertigo. But in the last 6 months, they actually have an 85% win rate, though not to the same caliber teams that Vitality have been able to play. Right. So I wonder, was that kind of the prep work going into it, or was this just a map in general they feel comfortable on and feel like they could take a team like Heroic?
It might be a little bit of overlooking it in the veto that they played it within 6 months and not having played it within 3 months. But I mean, obviously you get lured into that by the fact that it's a map that you're very good on as well, that you're comfortable on, that you said they had what, like a 70-some, 80% win rate on it, Vitality. Yeah. I mean, that's going to make you feel good about picking the map, and then you look at it and you see that there's 0 map plays in the last 3 months, and that makes you feel even better. You're like, maybe they're going to be rusty on it. Maybe they haven't been working on it as much as they should have. Maybe they just kind of forgot about it, you know, whatever it might be. And obviously that wasn't the case here. So a little bit of an unintentional trap that Vitality falls into, and it's brutal. Now, you are right. Shox did have to win those clutches to keep him, get him a few more rounds. Just was never going to be enough at that point.
Yeah, especially when you have 2 players on the side of Heroic playing like this in our US Air Force aim high head-to-head of Stown and Tessis. We don't normally do 2 players from the same team, but hell, they were playing so damn good, we kind of had to use them.
Yeah, and I think even when we're making the graphic at the time and we're going with Stown and Tessis, you don't even realize that Refresh is right up there. Just right at the end, he brings up to 22 kills as well. He had a great performance, but Tessis has been solid this event. Whenever I've seen the POV on him as well, really impressed with the fights that he's taking, really impressed with how focused and how ready he seems for the next fight that's coming in. And he's just got a really good game at the moment, and a big reason, especially at this A bomb site, why Heroic was able to be such a brick wall.
You know, I'm going to give you my silver level analysis here.
Love that.
Even though I was global, we all know that doesn't mean anything.
Who carried you?
I don't want to talk about it. It definitely wasn't MBK or Get Right. But I will say this, though. It feels like Tessis just has such a good read on the enemy team, because I'm thinking back to Overpass yesterday against Spirit. We pushed mid so many times on that CT side. Here we see him get aggressive at seeming to be the right moments. Now, obviously, it's silver level analysis here, but it just seems to be that he has a really good understanding, but also really good confidence to go for these plays.
Well, he seems to have a really good understanding of what angles are really popular right now. When you see him peeking a new angle or opening up an angle and kind of getting a little bit wider, he's ready for that fight. That seems to be where opponents are enjoying taking angles to hold for a push or to just hold for information, whatever it might be. And yeah, that's part of it too. He looks like he's reading the game because he is zoned in. He is focused and ready for what's coming next at all times.
And I like how you brought up Refresh as well, because yesterday he played fantastic. We talked about it a lot yesterday when it came to Overpass. But it's great to see. I mean, I can't find a single player on the roster for Heroic right now who might be underperforming. The only one I could say is Shush, just because of yesterday on Inferno. But even then, we saw him have his own individual moments here, and he had his own individual moments in yesterday's game. Everyone's playing well, and for Heroic to repeat the performance from the last Pro League, they seem to be on track to do so.
Yeah, well, I mean, in the first stage is getting out of the groups, right? That's the first step towards defending your title. So at the moment, Heroic probably has that goal set pretty small. Let's get out of the group. Let's get first. And then now they're in a position where, like, let's get first in a group, especially if they're able to win this this second or third map in this series and take it. So yeah, those individual player performances, they don't bother anyone nearly as much when you're winning these games. So yeah, 2-0 at the moment. And even today, man, I mean, even at the end of this game, this is pretty well-rounded from Heroic. I think at the end of the at some point early on in the second half, I saw 3 players at 17. Ends with 3 players at 19, 22 on Refresh, 20 on Shush. This is a full team effort. And these are, I don't know, I have no stats to back this up, but I feel like when I've watched Heroic online as well, like in past times, they do seem to be a team that has a pretty even score across the board with relative frequency. Again, can't back that up in any way. Just one of those things that I seem to notice in my head whenever I'm looking.
I'm not going to doubt you whatsoever. I don't think the viewers out there are going to doubt you either, as we have Newton coming up next. It could be a 2-0 for Heroic to put themselves at the top of the groups. We'll find out in just a few minutes.
Yes, nice shot, my friend.
Cheaters ruining your plays?
I have eyes on the enemy.
Bad servers stopping your shots? What you need is ESEA. Advanced anti-cheat to stop cheaters. And the best servers around, all with 128 tick rate. ESEA, the best way to play CSGO.
Hi. Good to see you, Michael. Thank you so much. Thank you. Right. Perfect. And we're all set here. Shall we kick things off?
Live in 3, 2, 1.
Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We're here at the ESL studios, actually, and we're here to learn a little bit about observing today. I'm joined by none other than Alexander Rush. Thank you for joining us today.
Yeah, it's my pleasure.
So tell me, observing, it's the new craze. What's it all about?
Yeah, it's you know, observers, they like work in tandem with the production team and the casters.
The production, the casters. Now the casters, they are the top dogs around here, aren't they? So well known in the area, and someone like yourself who's perhaps a little, you know, unknown. They're giving you a chance to shine out there, aren't they?
Yeah, I'm actually...
Don't worry. Take your time. Just try and explain a little bit about the role, and we'll get there.
Explain about observers. You know, you like work, well, they work with production.
Don't worry. Let's run it back a little bit. In terms of the production, what do you actually do?
Well, me...
Hi, I'm Rush. I have a 12:30 with you.
Rush?
Yeah.
Well, who's this then?
This guy? Someone irrelevant. Get him out. Security!
No,
you got it, boss.
Please, someone must know who I am. I'm here every day. Every day!
Wait, get him out. Look at the camera. Look at the camera for a moment.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Heroic might have caused hell for Vitality in that first map, but now we get into a bit of nuke here, Harry. We're going to find out if the Frenchman can turn it on its head, flip it around, and try once more. It's not going to be easy. Safe to say it never was against the Danes, but now, at least in a new map, a chance to reset, a chance to refresh. And it's refresh on the other side.
You get it? You get it?
That might be there to stop him.
That guy from Heroic? Oh, that was smooth, Hugo. That was smooth. And yeah, here we are. We're on Nuke. It's it's the Danish battleground. And an immediate drop down the fence. They get past ZywOo. Oh, but they don't get past Masuta. He finds a double. The bomb does get down at least. Bomb plant to follow. Oh. Also, where's Refreshing amongst all this? He's up on main roof. It's everyone through ramp. All 4 players. 4 Vitality through this same position. Shush, dead in the water. Tess says they are all over him. And now it is just Refresh. Last man standing, maybe. 1 on 3. He's got to fight back, but they're on the bomb. They're sticking it. He can't stop it from this position. And so Vitality, they're going to grab that little pistol round there. Great stuff for Masuta, right? Doubles up in the door, double up on the retake, and then finishes off Refresh as well for all 5 in the pistol for Vitality.
That's more like it, man. We didn't have a lot out of Masuta and Kyojin in that first map, right? And when Vitality were clawing back into things on the CT side, it was often, you know, those clutches out of Shocks. So with some massive kills, Apex as well. Felt like these 2 young'uns weren't really showing as much as we know they can do. But an ace to start off, that's a very strong start for Masuta. Can he carry on with it, though? Heroic won't respect him. They go right in with a ramp rush on a force buy. 2 CTs here is a lovely little hold in Apex. Needs more than 1. He does drop the bomb, pistol out, and Apex is having a field day right now. Heroic force buy locked out. And the nade. Oh, yeah, that will do. Just Cadian now. And he's saving for the orb, so he's not even got much to play with.
It always sucks, man. It always sucks. Having a save for that AWP. The things we do for orbs. He has managed to get the bomb and a Galil, so he's got a little bit more to work with here. But at every avenue, he's going to be running into someone from Vitality. ZywOo's got this second round AWP
Masuta.
dropped over from Masuta, Mr. Ace in the pistol.
Nice guy.
And so Cadian not going to be able to get his hands on it. And now they learn about that AWP as well. That's a little bit of information to go off of there, right? You know you're going to be running into that right away now when you bring your AWP out in the next round.
Yeah, he would love to grab that AWP. Remember yesterday, I think it was Inferno where... Was it Inferno or Overpass where Cadian got
it was Overpass. He pushed Con with the AWP.
He got a second round AWP and he gave it to Spirit and they used it against him. They killed him with it a couple of times. Finally got his vengeance, and that series was fine. Cadian, you say he's saving for AWP, Harry. Nothing of the sort. I mean, I said it, and he probably was, until he changed his mind coming into this round. Hero AK, surrounded by flat pistols. Smokes on the outside. Molotov down. Apex going to use that to cross towards Red, but there's only 1 man here, and he's confirmed that it's not a commitment. Even cleans out Refresh as well. Cadian. Oh, this could get messy. Mow down for Masuta, but there's the trade off the rifle. Now it's up to ZywOo's AWP.
Okay, if you get the AWP, like maybe you can do something here with Stout and Cadian still alive. Oh, okay. Now, yeah, this gets a little more interesting. Cadian says, Stout, take the AWP.
Stout doesn't have armor.
You don't have armor, so take this. Trust me. And so Stout, you know, has a bit of a conversation with Cadian, and then they decide, yeah, that is the right thing to do. Smart. Respect your elders. A 2-on-3. This is pretty dangerous. The saving grace, I think, right now is the presence of Apex over here in back lobby. This basically means that bomb can't go towards A. I would love to see, you know, this heaven-bound player in Kyojin. Right now, he's just holding for like a hell rotation. It would be cool if he maybe starts to lean towards B because of this position that Apex has back in lobby. Shox is about to get all this information about the B play, and Apex is actually aggressing, so now he's learning that this lobby area is clear. That means it's either ramp or it's heaven, and they're about to learn the hard way. Shox, waiting in dark, waiting patiently, is cleared by Cadian. This hero AK of Cadian, 3 kills deep in this round, brings it into a 2-on-2. Apex is out ramp already, and Stown deletes him with that recovered AWP. Just Kyojin left in the clutch.
Yeah, Kit, but no smoke. He's got to win his fights first and foremost. Door open, gives it all away. Now Heroic can set up appropriately, and Stown doesn't move a muscle, just hits the shot. I can't even believe they win that round. I don't even know what to say. I'm speechless.
Yeah, you tried. I heard the words.
Yeah,
attempted.
Thank you,
That was your mouth like trying to mold the words into being.
I'm not the only one molding after that one, Vitality. I mean, that's a double entry for Cadian, and he clears Shox on B as well. Just such awareness, man. And with Stown on the AWP, ready to shut it down. A full house from the 2 snipers.
Stown hit him with a bit of the old Kakluden, or however you say it.
What does that mean?
You know, that was the name of the massage move.
Okay, yeah. Oh, that's more like it. ZywOo, glass ult this time around, even sits in the Molotov. Finds that opener, any cross shots on the smoke. You're playing just with luck at this point, but ZywOo always got a gap if he's fast, and especially if they walk it, but he's just moved away. It's so sad. If he stayed on that angle, at least 1 kill. No doubt in my mind that he hits it. They walked their way down through the smokes, and now Cadian hangs around looking for picks. ZywOo's so passive, Cadian can't find him. He's going to be able to cut rotates. Heroic need this entry, though. Masuta, 1 dig, and they do trade him out, but that's a massive kill. It's keeping the advantage for Vitality. Apex can give it up. They still don't know where Cadian is. And they're even charging them down through the Molotov. It's not gone well. Just can stick the bomb. There's no one here to stop it, and Tessus is taking space.
What? They've gone by each other. Ships in the night, Hugo, ships in the night, and now they learn about ZywOo. He turns his lights on for a moment, and he lights him up like a Christmas tree. Just Kyojin again in another one of these clutches, and he can't get out the clutches of Heroic. The talons of the Danes, they pick him up, second on the board, game tied up now, and the money is gone for Team Vitality.
ZywOo's probably thinking, oh, I got ramp lurked. Did I? They came out ramp play. No, they just walked right by you in the smoke. What a perfect round out of Heroic, considering it started with a shot from ZywOo in the door, plus a 4-on-3 game by Masuta. It felt like everything was going well. I think the charge through the molly for Apex, that was a bit much, considering his teammate was stuck behind the smoke on the other side.
Yeah, you know, he'd already decided to like take a peek, and so it was either, you know, commit to that original decision or run back through the molly and go down to, like, you know, either die in it or
probably half health
or very very low, right? And
even so,
and he's swinging out and he's going, look, if I get one here, if I get one off of this overzealous play, then that's fine. Unfortunately, the round falls apart on the back of it.
Yeah, now you just got to eco, right? Give the respect over. Heroic can do whatever they want in this round. It's all for the taking. I was an event with a knife.
Oh, I like that from ZywOo.
Yeah, cheeky.
This is always gross.
I don't think they're going down, though. They want that top site. Or do they?
I was going to say, I love it. Whenever Cadian calls for, like, the force, it feels like Heroic always finds success with it. They don't do it all the time, but he gets these hero AKs every now and again, and it's very, very, like, I don't know what it is. He really believes when he brings out the hero AK that, like, I'm going to win these rounds. We saw him do it the other day, if you remember.
Yeah, I wonder if it was more of a case of, like, you know, when he saved in that second round on the Force, like, you know, was he thinking about buying an AK, or was it more like, oh, okay, I know they have an AWP, therefore they're playing like this, and I can get away with more. It's going to be a quick, clean one on the A site. ZywOo in the vent, last to fall. I don't know. What do you make of that? Do you think he's expecting to pull out the AK, or is it more of a reaction off the back of doing damage on the force buy and figuring out there is an AWP in play?
I get a feeling it's a reaction to the info he gets at the end there. I think originally the plan was probably go AWP out, but mate, that's what I mean. Like,
it works.
He's someone who, like, once he gets a feel and he starts to think to himself, like, yeah, I can make this work. It was the other day, I think, on Inferno versus Spirit, when we were, like, questioning one of their force buys, if you remember.
Sure.
It was Cadian, and I think it was Refresh who, like, forced up. And they always have a tendency to win them. I don't know how they do it so consistently, but they do.
Oh, he's holding the right line. They dropped in off of Heaven. If anyone peeks default, they're dead. Meanwhile, Apex doesn't know, but Refresh is right behind the main side. He's been spotted. ZywOo peeks his head out and takes down Tessus. Did he get the info about the other man? I'm not sure. But Refresh certainly knows what he's up against, and that's made him slow down, expecting a repeat from ZywOo that's not coming. He's already relocated back up on A in the vent. Can assist down lower and can fly up in the case of a top hit. Before Heroic do this, they need to grab the bomb, and Shush is on duty there. Refresh working this outside control. He's going to smoke main. And here's the re-aggro for ZywOo. Refresh won't hang around for long though, so ZywOo will catch nothing of the sort. And at this point, you've got to be scared of those timings, right? Those wraps round. Apex is looking outside for this player, and he's seen nothing. So he's going to group back up on A, knowing that this is all a bit of a fake. At this point, you know, Vitality know it's either ramp or it's A. There's nothing else. But which will it be?
Oh, it's really looking like A. Vitality, they are 3 men here. Refresh has just gotten off the top of T-Roof and misses the ZywOo push. Masuta with a mow down. And it's all left onto Cadian. They know where he's going. They know the kind of real estate that he's got. And he's got very little time as well. He's low on health. Cadian should be hard-pressed to find anything. And Apex just swings him there to lock it in. Nice. 14 Vitality. Good push from ZywOo. Very, very measured. Helps get them the info that, yeah, no one's outside. He saw Refresh as well going back. Yeah. Masuta is giving us a really good game as well. Ace in the pistol. On these ramp holds, he's always been good for a multi-kill.
Yeah, and the call there was, oh, it's A. It wasn't, oh, Masuta, they're coming ramp. He just got caught, going on the flank, and it still worked out perfectly for him. Yeah, you know, ZywOo's push is also called by Apex, certainly, right? He clears out that outside player. Fast out A for Heroic. Bit of a change of pace, down the vent. Not going to be joined by many men. Or anyone, for that matter. Everyone waits lobby, lets Stown work it. This entire round now called to a pause as Stown has decided to take some space. Smokes outside, let Heroic meet him there in B, and now they know that no one could be working around the tunnels with Stown having this vent rotation on lock. There is ZywOo on B, keep that in mind, but he's just holding on inside of the site. And is this all a bit of a ruse anyway? Smoke's not fully down. Don't know where the other one went. Maybe it'll be a right click, or maybe it will never happen. Apex sees a shadow and he spams, only gets one, and now it's all up in the air.
Oh, that's a nice trade out of Shush.
Up the vent.
Stown comes up through the vent as well, yeah. Masuta spotted in heaven. Masuta has often been that guy. He's been the dude, and Stown's going to flush him out. Cadian deals with the site player, just ZywOo! And he's so damn smooth with the flick. That's Vitality, scrambling back to their feet, up onto 4 now, and in the lead in this matchup. Money's in a weird place for Heroic, but they're going to lean in favor of the buy, including a little glass cannon on Cadian. I always say, man, if these guys are buying with their backs against the wall, they've got an idea. They've got something in the old think tank.
Yeah, that round was a bit patched up by Vitality very well, considering I think the big problem with that, you know, ZywOo was B, but he's so quick to get back up in heaven, and the problem is, you know, Apex is calling. I don't think it's B, guys. I know they got down vent. I know they've thrown smokes, but I see no one's crossed behind Secret. There's only one smoke down. He trades 1 for 1. At that point, Apex is calling, guys, play for A. It's definitely a top hit. No one's crossing. Except this time, Refresh has taken even more space than before. Garage smoke. Apex spotting from upper. Do they have a flash to get Refresh in deep? ZywOo still holding down the ramp with the AWP, and we even have Masuta in B. Swapping some positions here for Vitality. Apex knows that they could be anywhere outside.
If you win this round with how little utility you have, that is impressive. Like... They've thrown this one smoke to try and get them across outside. They've got 2 smokes left in total. No flashes to set anyone up, you know, or to get a guy like ZywOo off of an angle. Instead, you've just got to win your fight straight up. And so Tess says will. He gets that opener. And that's given a lot of room to Heroic now to potentially come in on this heaven wrap. Obviously, Vitality are considering this, right? They're too strong in the A-bomb site. They're holding on, and they're wary of the heaven wrap. Oftentimes, you re-aggress hut and try and take lobby if you lose outside like this. But that's what Stown is here waiting for back in the lobby. If he beats Kyoj, and he's seen him going back into the site, and so that's the call to pounce in. Shox with a double. That's the bomb getting dropped as well. Suddenly, this is starting to go a bit pear-shaped for Heroic. They had all the pieces. They had everything going their way. And Stown finished off. It's Vitality up onto 5. Heroic, I think they get a bit ahead of themselves there.
I mean, you got to give it to Shox, right? That looks bonkers, don't get me wrong. A player just, suicides, jumping out heaven.
I mean, yeah,
but he's expecting for the trade there. He's playing for his teammate to get that kill. I don't know how Shox grabs the falling player and then flicks up against the trade. Maybe the spacing not the best there for Heroic. He had to swing out pretty wide, did Tess says. A weird one. We'll call it that, but great play for Shox. Not many players would have won that 2K, and that made all the difference. Another broken buy, though. Vitality. Already getting a lot more in this game than we did back on Vertigo, and it did feel like, again, it started strong for Heroic, and I don't want to take it away from them, but Vitality, a bit of a cold start for them. Once they started to feel it again, that's when we saw more of what we expect from this team. And now we're getting exactly that here on the CT side of Nuke. Heroic. We know they have a deep playbook on this T half, and they're going to have to whip it out in the next round. That's presuming Vitality haven't already taken a peek.
Yeah, this is going to be very, very sweaty now. All right, you've been warned. Antiperspirant will not be provided. You've got to bring your own. The Deagles, they're just going to try and do as much damage as they can. See if they can find some kind of opener here, right? Like, even a bomb plant in this situation would be fantastic. I think it's pretty wishful thinking, right? Yeah. But at the very, very least, taking like another gun out of the round is a little victory. If you could somehow find a double on Cadian, you will have done damage to Vitality's monies. Let's see. Oh, there's a nice Deeg shot. He's ready for Masuta there.
Watch the demo.
Lovely for Cadian. He's going to Molotov the vent to deny the rotation. They don't have a smoke to put that out. He is just mainly focused on doing damage, and he doesn't have any way to get past ZywOo's AWP. It should get finished off by ZywOo, and indeed it will. So Vitality are up onto 6. Heroic, they take one to the grave with them, and now they come in with the buy.
Yeah, this has to be a big round out of Heroic right here, right now. Otherwise, Vitality are going to start to build into the CT side, and we might have a competitive series after all. I can't complain about that prospect, as fun as it is watching Heroic tear their opponent's limb from limb. And the idea of Inferno as well, what we talked about earlier in that pre-match, with potentially having Shush as the in-game leader. Lots of questions. Will Vitality get us there? Alexi B flash up into the A site. Fast they goes down right out the door, and somehow he hits the jump shot on the landing, sticks it in the face of Vitality. 4-on-2, and the round's decided just like that.
Yeah, sometimes that's how the cookie crumbles, right? You're dealt one of these fast A plays, and if you don't win like those first 2 engagements, if you don't win one of them, you're in for a bad time. 3 kills come through in the blink of an eye, and Vitality are just saving. So just like that, Heroic are back in with a round. It also sends a bit of a warning to Vitality, don't get too comfortable here, right? Bit of a reminder of what Vertigo is like, a bit of a reminder as to how that felt. They run you down on a fast A play, and I think now you're going to get a lot more early utility out of Vitality towards this side of the map as well, right?
Yeah.
They've been able to kind of slow down with how much they're using there, because we haven't had many of these fast, explosive rounds.
Yeah, definitely. It causes some paranoia in the minds of Vitality. It's kind of what we saw yesterday out of it in that Enter Astralis game. If you remember, they had a lot of top hits. They ran them again and again and again. And then finally they stopped it, right? And they went slow. They waited out the util, and then they just did it immediately after.
Yeah. No, that's what I was about to say. I almost feel like I could totally see a Cadian call here being, right, let's just do that again.
Yeah, why not? But, Vitality, they're experienced. They'll have the protocols in place to stop that if Heroic do want to go ballsy. They're breaking windows, but you like to do that every round just to set the precedent, and it won't be an A rush. Probably the wiser call here for Heroic. Spread out. Do a little bit more. And you hope Vitality do less. ZywOo's already B from ramp. Clearing through the secret. Gets set up. Oh, Apex in the main, and the util's getting thrown his way. That draws his attention as Heroic take a lot of space outside, and there's nothing Apex can really do about this. Back down to Secret eventually. Into the AWP, though, always a danger. Cadian had that lovely pre-fire on Masuta with the Deagle, but this is not an easy man to get past. ZywOo, though, would he get caught in the open? They'll surely trade him. Oh, no, they're lining up for a boost, and ZywOo's grab one. Can he get out in time? Jump is smooth into the vent, and they don't want to trifle with him. So out they go back up.
Yeah, Apex is still waiting in main as well. He might get one with their back turn. It's a lot of damage, and yet still Refresh is able to quell the threat in main.
Good damage at least.
Yeah, two of these players very low now, and yet still, Shush, one shot away from certain death, has removed Masuta. Suddenly this A bomb site is looking to be the focal point of Heroic. They do have Stown going down towards B, and yeah, they've changed their mind. They've read this one. ZywOo coming out through the fence, and he's caught looking the wrong way. The perfect timing for Stown. Not quite the double, admittedly. KD unable to come in through the vent later in the round, is going to try and backstab Kyojin and Shox.
Oh dear.
Bomb now planted down on B. Low HP on these on this orb. Shoxy and Cadian meets them in the vent.
They wanted to save. They wanted to get out of there, Harry. They were trying to climb back up the ladder.
Look at the HPs.
Yeah, no, I mean, you don't even...
If only he knew.
Yeah, if only he knew. But, I mean, Apex probably called, yeah, I've done a lot of damage. And remember, when Apex calls that, like, he's watching for assists. He's still calling, yeah, 2 low or 1 low. Did he tag both of these guys? I think he did. He definitely tagged Shush. And yeah.
Yeah, it was. So Refresh jumped on.
You know, he doesn't know the exact damage, but he's definitely called it. But I mean, Vitality, they called it off in the 2-on-3, right? They were trying to go back up vent as Cadian snuck the knife in the back.
Oh, but if only he knew, if only he knew how low they were.
Sometimes it doesn't matter. You saw Shush. I don't know who it was. Maybe, no, I don't know who it was.
Shush to Masuta down in hell.
Yeah, he deleted Masuta through that window on 10 health, and Masuta peeked right into him. Perfect crosshair placement. This was started nice for ZywOo, but Heroic, they made the really nice call of just getting out of there. They see ZywOo, they go, nah, we'll get him later. Stown certainly delivered. Cadian would love the double, but one will do. Orb saved, and that's all you got to play with here if you're Vitality. Heroic are nipping at your heels, looking to equalize here.
Yeah.
Boost. Hello.
This is nice.
That's nice. Apex standing up. No crouch needed. He just goes off the ledge. Really cool.
Because it's like a little bit of pavement, I guess.
No, it's good.
Would that be the word?
Yeah.
Like a pathway?
What do the Americans call it? Sidewalk.
A sidewalk. Oh, I will on the sidewalk now. And well,
it's a read for Vitality. I mean, I say a read. You know, they heard this go down, but
yeah, they fully stacked B. Like
Heroic are in no hurry.
Yeah,
Harry.
no,
That's
exactly.
Worry.
You know, they can chill out.
Yeah, I've seen Stown go up the vents before, and they're going to come to them. Refresh waiting, and he gets delivered 2, and a 3rd grabbed as well. At this point, the red carpet's been rolled out, the doors have been opened up, and it's just ZywOo and York.
Oh, missed shot, and yeah, that's ZywOo out of there, wanting to try and save. Heroic really don't want to let him get away. Oh, and so they won't. Stown with a tiny little angle is going to take his head off. The AWP now removed. The only way that you were going to don that AWP here, well, you still could get one glass cannon on Shoxy, so maybe they lean into that right. You can don it, but you know, the only way you were going to have an AWP here with all the bells and whistles around it was if you saved on ZywOo there. So that is a big hunt for Heroic. It means the AWP is no longer in play for Vitality as we get near the end of the half.
Yeah, it's not what you want, considering the impact he's managed to field off of it, but even when he's been spotted, Heroic have done a good job of negating that and moving away. Good flash, down sprays, but he'll live. Masuta, maybe cut your losses, get out of there, and Tess's from above, helped out by the spam from Shush, will find ZywOo outside. No AWP, and now no life. Stown's even walked back through the smoke. Oh my goodness, Masuta's still hanging around. He's considering it, but Stown, timing, he turns back in, and the dink does nothing through the metal. Down to 60, no problem for Stown. 2 kills and all the real estate in the world. You've got Secret, you've got Ramp, you haven't got Lobby. And Stown tries to get it back under control. Shox will not allow. However, with that information in mind, Heroic still grouped, move in towards Hell. Looking to go round the world in this round. And they've done a really good job of when they get this position, usually you just, because you have Hell, you just want to split Heaven because it's so powerful. But even when Heroic have realized the stacks are in, they've still dropped Ramp and ended up B. Now that kill will tempt them up the ladder, surely. And Apex might meet them there.
They're still going towards Ramp. They're still going towards Apex. Don't lose the bomb here, Shush. And he will just about hold on.
Now it doesn't even matter, as long as you go together. Yeah, Cadian's going to go for the info, or fake it. That's a good fake. Just plays with the ladder, keeps Kyojin here for another second at least. and then they just start to run ramp. Penny will drop far too late for Kyojin. There's nothing he can do. It's 7 rounds to Heroic, almost certainly.
So now back in the lead. I like that we're getting a much more competitive map from the get-go here, right? I think it was very, very important for the mental game of Vitality that they were able to even start to build something up back on Vertigo, right? I think if that had ended on the 13-2 half at just a 16-2, this probably would be a steamrolling as well. So, you know, can they take us to this third map of Inferno? They're not going to have much to work with in this follow-up round. Basically now, if you're Vitality, you're kind of just playing for a bye right at the end of the half.
Yeah, I've just always loved watching Cadian lead on this map, man, because of rounds like that, and the other round that we saw where they didn't go up heaven even though they had hell and ended up down lower is a great example of how Cadian just loves to play with the rotates and loves to play against the grain, against what you're going to expect. I always think back to Harry, you're going to remember this game. You couldn't forget it. I'm pretty sure it was versus Big. It was Cologne last year, potentially, and it was that 5 overtimes, Heroic Big. It was the one where Cadian closed with the Tech 9
with
out
the Tech 9 jumping onto the roof of Heart.
Oh, no, that was a Furia game, actually. I think I'm crazy. There were 2 massive OT games, the Furia game, the Big game. Both of them stick out to me for both those reasons.
Oh, that is brutal. All right. Oh my God, there's a smoke down and 2 players fall through it. Sadly, both of them are boys in blue. Vitality, they're losing players left and right. They can't seem to win a fight. Down, traded after 1. Masuta now donning an AK, and that's the only victory for him here. Okay. He is up on T-Roof, and they don't know about that. This could still get a little weird, right?
Yeah, they're just walking below him, so he never got the info that he essentially traded places with them, right? He knows Cadian's out, but that's pretty much all Masuta's got.
Oh, he just dropped. Surely you've heard that. Someone. I'm talking this door player is refreshed, but no reaction.
Bye.
Cadian will survive, though, and now just doesn't need to give this duel to Masuta. So there it is, 8-6. They do a good job of just isolating that last man. They never let his little forward position get out of hand. He was too low to really have much of a chance there. Now we've got the AWP for ZywOo. One final go at it here in round 15. And I'm very, very happy that we do get to have that AWP again. They got robbed of it when ZywOo's save was denied in round 13.
Yeah, to clarify what I said last round, it was that Furia game, that like 25 overtime, 25 each overtime game. It was the other overtime game I was thinking was Big Nip. That was at Cologne last year, and that was the one that went absolutely crazy. Apex looking to get up and over the boxes, denied by Tesses. ZywOo, oh, he just moves off the angle, but that might be saving his own face. Moving back to main. The rest of Heroic, well, they've still got this outside control and the smokes to get them down or into Garage. It's a question Vitality still don't have the answer to. Refresh will do both. Right under the nose of ZywOo, he snuffs him out. Kyojin trapped between a rock and a hard place, and Refresh catches him with a flash from Stown. Bye-bye, Vitality. This A site does not belong to you anymore. Masuta in another unwinnable clutch.
Yeah, feels kind of bad for Masuta. He's had some incredible rounds in this game, but surely this can't be one of them. And I think he knows that as well. It really does just feel like a formality here, and so Heroic, they've secured a fantastic T-side under their belts, 9-6. Considering there was a point in time where it looked like Vitality could have been the ones to run away with the half, Heroic will take that. 9-6 and a map up in this series. The Danes are looking for a 2-0. Can they get it? Find out in a minute.
Hey Future Pros, back on Nuke today with a nade set to get you down secret. This is a set piece you will see most pro teams run with some variants here and there. You'll need 3 Future Pros for this execute and 3 smokes total. Future Pro number 1, you will need to line yourself up with the middle of this part of the truck. Aim just out to the left of the bottom left of the right window. Then jump throw the smoke. Future Pro number 2, jam yourself into the corner of this bollard. Aim above the bracket on the silo and line your crosshair up with the top of this vent. Then simply jump throw the smoke. Future Pro number 3, you'll be throwing the close smoke. To throw the smoke, hug the right wall while running and aim just above the first fence post and throw. If done correctly, you will have an easy access to secret, but remember, always have someone watching the flank.
Heroic was soaring high back on Vertigo, then we come to Nuke after Vitality. You know, they started to recover towards the end of that first map somewhat. We were hoping that that was going to light a fire beneath them here. We were going to have a great game on our hands. And, well, Vitality, they did provide back in the early stages of the first half. It's still won out by Heroic. 9-6 now, moving into the Danish CT side.
Yeah, 6 rounds in a row for Heroic to close the half will get them back in control of this game. And oh, it's been nothing but all series long. Fast out ramp, the ramp stack is ready, the nade is going in, and it's churning up T's. Good shot from Refresh, he is traded, and Tessus is now standing alone, not for long. Good entries for Vitality. They may have eaten the shrapnel of that HE from CT, but it's not stopped them.
Yeah, bit awkward for Cadian and Stam. What do they want to do here? They're both still leaning towards this upper site. Cadian gonna try and win a fight at ramp, and he will drop Kyojin from the round. Oh, that's so overzealous on the swing. He tries to grab the USP. Doesn't want to have to get the reload off. Zaiwu is holding for it. And now Vitality dropping down the ramp. They've spotted Stown, so they know they've got that bomb plant locked in. This angle from Shox is gross, just hiding close left. You know, it's pretty dirty, it's pretty Shoxy. 7 on the board for Vitality, and a pistol round going their way. All right, maybe this has still got a little more to offer us, Hugo.
Yeah, I like that. I like the prospect of, even if Heroic win, of them having to work for it, right? No more domination. Now a bit of a sweaty series on our hands, perhaps. Vitality looking to close the gap with these anti-ecos. It all starts with a force from Heroic. Nothing surprising here. Heavy outside play. They're going to go into main, but they've got nades before the fact, and not really much damage off for the triple stack. It's only Apex hit to 70. Smokes down, crossing coming through for Shox, but he's the only one to do so. Oh, Apex with an entry as well, catching us down by surprise. And lots of control right now for Vitality, not just owning lower, but also working towards the garage. And they're not moving. I love this call as well. Just sitting in garage, waiting. They want the kills to come to them. They're patient in the lobby. And in fact, Heroic do try and poke and prod, get some info, get some way back in. And Vitality is just not allowing that. Perfect.
Yeah, nice little double up for ZywOo. And once again, Cadian and his mate left up in a 2-on-5. Now, 1v5. Oh, but, you know, we all remember the Cadian clutch, right? Hugo, the 1v5.
Not this one. Not this one.
No, I don't think you can will this one into existence, sadly.
The counter curse. Well, it's a save, Harry. So that's how confident I am. And nice clean round from Vitality. It's a breath of fresh air. It's something we wanted from this French roster. And again, you know, we came into this game touting how exciting it would be. We've not lied about that, but I certainly expected a more competitive series. I expected 3 maps. I didn't expect what we got on Vertigo from either roster. And, you know, it wouldn't do it justice if the top team of the group right now, both of these boys, in Vitality and Heroic, you know, if it was a shambles from one side or the other. So Vitality holding on, finding an 8th. Anti-eco here. And then we're back on track.
Yeah, we're going to get like a nice little neutral jumping off point for this second half, right? And being real, like the scoreline should feel pretty much guaranteed to go 9-9. And then we're going to have that rifle round from Heroic. So we can kind of put that first half to the back of our minds. And it really is a case now of can this Vitality T side stack up against the Heroic CT half? That's the story we've got to tell. This one should be another clean round from Vitality. Any damage, you know, Cadian's Deagle can do is great.
He's also going to have that AWP next round as well. He's got a good bit of cash left up. So that's nice. Whereas for Vitality, if they do keep this clean, you would expect a bonus round and probably no AWP unless players are killed here. Flash is ready for outside, but nothing being shown by Vitality in this position means they might just walk out, waltz into A. Cadian trying to stop that. Got to respect the smoke though. And with full util coming in, Vitality will own the top site and likely the round. Still have the flash for retake. Tess is going to wait till his entire team are up in heaven and lob it in. Get everyone going at the same time. Oh. Nice ding.
Yeah. Here's that flash. Can it get anything for Heroic? It's got to be the God flash. The God's plan from Tesses. Here it is. No. Kyojin with the mow down.
So unlucky. He literally turned as the flash came in. No info. There's no way.
Yeah,
that's
he was just looking at me.
Yeah, he just checked it out. And like, oh, there's a flash. Perfect. 3 bodies. Thank you. Tessa's even a kill here would be massive. If anything, I kind of think it's maybe better for Heroic that they don't even kill anyone, because then we won't get that AWP for sure. Unless Pursuta upgrades and throws it on over. Still an option, right? Mac 10 into a gun round, And you know that Heroic have helmets as well. Or at least they should do on most of these players. Those who can afford 3 out of 5, that's decent. And still the bonus being run for Vitality. So Cadian's AWP, what can it do?
I am a little worried actually, right? Like, it's not just the Mac 10 here, it's the Galils that is concerning. Cadian could just get 1 tapped and then that AWP is given over.
Worth the risk. Get it in ASAP. And he's taking it outside. Now supporting ramp. Smoke's down outside.
Stan's disrupted it somewhat with the molly, but they throw a second smoke on the fly just to give the illusion that players are crossing there. And now the reality of this round was the A play. Heroic do still have 2 players here. The bomb drops, the first thing in, the trade onto Shush. Ooh, Tess says trying to hold on to this A bomb site, and he will be needing some help from Cadian, who's wrapping lobby. Shox might have this kill locked in. The timing, yeah, he's going to nail it. And now with the Heaven wrap already coming through for Apex, if Shox plants this bomb for Heaven, it should be an unwinnable round for Cadian. They hear the molly, they know he's here. He still gets that one kill. Now Apex has got to leave Heaven. He's got to come to the site to get the bomb. And Cadian just gets past the Heaven guy. He still doesn't really know that Apex is here. He can try to put that idea together.
Heard him shoot. Cadian was watching lobby, heard Apex shoot, he jumped over the shot in hut. Cadian has full info.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
He doesn't know where the bomb is though, and it's in his view. That's the saddest part. He could have stopped it.
Oh,
it's been picked back up.
He is. Apex running around. He's going to break the vent.
Oh, that's crazy.
Just gets down. Cadian's going to give chase, follows him down the vent. Apex with the door now closed on Cadian's face, and he's planting on the side of the double doors. Cadian could have the round locked in with the swing. Oh! Apex just a little too wide. Not where Cadian was planning for.
Everything about that round is just so, it's on a knife's edge, Harry. It's so weird. Yeah, like he didn't know when he took down that first kill on Shox in the molly, he had no idea he was watching hut. But then, you know, getting back into hut, Apex fired from Rafters. Maybe Cadian doesn't know exactly where he is, but he knows he's A at a bare minimum. And then Apex not only walks, grabs the bomb, which is in open view of Cadian, although he doesn't know, and then he jumps from hut roof into vent. That's crazy. He almost gave Cadian the round there, but instead it's Vitality stealing the victory back for the first time since the opening few rounds of this game. It's Vitality in control.
Yeah, a little partial investment for Heroic. Deegs out and a double push at the ramp side. Masuta gonna open up the ramp room. The lobby crunch is in though, and this MP9. Oh, and third for Shush. He's 6 HP while he's getting these kills. Now there's guns to be retrieved. Now there's something to fight with in this round if you're Heroic. And Vitality won't be ready for a secret play. They shouldn't, right? If you've seen this, you're thinking everyone is in lobby. Everyone went in with this push. Stown is about to blindside Apex. Shox could save him, but he's just a second too late. And Stown's going to pick up the round. Double on the Deagle. Heroic, they do it with the lobby crunch. In spite of that, beginning as a 3-on-5, Shush gets a triple kill on the push into lobby, and Stown closes it out with a double on the D.
Yeah, you can see how hyped Stown was getting there in the cam as well. He took down Shox. Like, let alone 1 kill. 2 there is ridiculous. Jumping at P9 for Shush in 2 out of the 3 kills. And then the clinical headshot on Masuta. Lovely Deeks out of Stown. This guy has fast flicks. And 10-10, that was not Heroic's round to win, but they did it anyway. They don't care what Vitality wants. Spam into main, Cadian dodges it. And we do have an orb for ZywOo as well, so that's a good sign. He's had a good game. Remember how quiet he was in that first map? I think it was like 3-14, 3-13, something like that at the start, before we had that claw back. But it was all too little too late. Apex lining up some utility, some crazy outside smoke. Maybe just a variation on the wall coming in. And there it goes, down, back in secret once again. Tesses can even try and spam through the smoke. Oh, that's a weird one. The one-way created. And the molly misses. But it's all a ruse. To ramp, they peruse.
Yeah. Oh, but this is where Cadian sits with that AWP. Now, there are more targets here trying to get close to Cadian. They're not part of his fan club, though. They're not part of the entourage, right? They're looking to trade this out. Cadian gets out of there, and ramp is taken by Vitality. Shox is creating space on the back of this secret push. And so for Stown, alone in this B-bomb site, he really has his work cut out for him. 1 there before he's traded by ZywOo. Tesses and Shush, they're the 2 players left to try and make the impossible happen. Bomb already planted for Vitality. Planted for ramp as well. This is going to be a really, really tricky retake, and they're not even going to attempt it.
That's a fair call for Heroic. You can see the pressure starting to get to them now as well. Now, this save, a lot of it is just based on not only numbers, but also money, right? They're kind of out of position, and if they keep both guns, they can buy full, so that's worthwhile. They split up. But yeah, even 1 gun alive at the end of things could could enable a buy. Shush has 5k, Stown and Cadian 3 each, plus a bit of bonus coming in as well. So, oh, yoink! Thanks for the AK. Good round for Vitality though, right? It was all a bit of a ramp take. Cadian shut down the first, but in the meantime, Apex got that up and pick. And then that just changed the game for Vitality. Shox has lurked down secret as well. It's a shame considering Stan was there earlier, but he went back up. And so Cadian was stabbed in the back from a position that they previously owned. Quick pause, bit of a tech. Already coming back in very quickly. No waiting around. It will be resumed in just a second. But yeah, starting to feel the pressure maybe are heroic.
Yeah, and I love the heroic boys, but I also I couldn't be happier than if this went to a third. It's been so neck and neck here on Nuke, and I think you're really starting to see the upper limit of both of these squads in this head-to-head. It's a late rising for Vitality. It's a late wake up. They can still long this out and take us to a third, and if we get there, suddenly it's all back up in the air again. Lobby push, read by ZywOo. Cadian has now got to hold the line. First kill from this AWP, but there is more where that came from. Vitality, they are looking to send a bit of a message through ramp. They've taken this control, but they're not dropping to B. Instead, looking to take hell away. Maybe open up a potential for this A-Rap.
Yeah, everyone's just trying to avoid the AWPs, right? You see Cadian drop down low, you're like, yeah, mate, have it. We'll go back up. There's a double B setup here for Heroic. They don't know, but they are getting wrapped from the rafters. Oh my goodness, Shush is in hot water. He's a dead man. Can he take anyone with him? Oh, the hub play, they line up, and they almost team kill, but Vitality just win the round off that frag alone. Shush stuck in the open, and his team out of position. Heroic gamble B, but don't know what it was based off. I don't know what was going on outside, but Cadian just had ramp on lock. It's not like he was being chased down after that one pick. And even though, yeah, they were fine with Tessis dying on the lobby push, knowing Cadian would refrag, but that definitely seemed like a panic rotate call for Heroic. Gamble, panic, call it what you want. It doesn't work well. A Vitality, a near flawless T-side right now. One round in the pocket of Heroic, and that's forcing these saves. The lack of money. Another rebuy is allowed because they keep 3 alive. That's important, but it might fall on dead ears if Vitality keep building into these T-side rounds.
Yeah, and thinking about it, like back on Vertigo, it felt almost comically easy for Cadian to read into what was happening in the majority of those rounds. We have seen something different out of Vitality throughout all of these T-side rounds so far. They're keeping it very unpredictable, very hard to read. You never know what their intention is behind the control they're taking. Sometimes when they're fighting you at ramp, they are immediately dropping B. They are going into these B hits. And then that round there, they slow it right down. They do something a little bit different. And you could see that it caught Heroic off guard. They stacked the majority of players down towards that B bomb site out of the sheer panic that it was about to be an explosive B round. That was not the case back on Vertigo at all. It was essentially A for like 12 rounds of that T side.
What's a solution? They tried a bit of aggro right in the lobby that last round. But as you said, right, with Vitality keeping it fresh, with Vitality keeping Heroic on their toes, it's so hard to read into what is the right play. Gamble's not going their way. Opening kills starting to fall in the favor of the French. Things are looking up for Vitality. And let's see if they keep it that way as we get back into another gun round. Those saved guns allow a rebuy for Heroic. Cadian going to use his AWP up in the door. Nade off Molly. You think you can see stuff, right? The X-ray helps us, but for Cadian, it's just missed. And the same story outside. The smoke's down. Shox runs towards B. Now, the call from Stown is, I've only heard one. So it might be a lurker. Vitality, not the first time they've thrown a single player down secret on their own. The rest of this T-side in lobby. If they kill him, that's massive. They know it's clear. They know where the rest of Vitality stand.
Last time Shox was here, he not only got the better of Tessas, he went on to double kill entry into that B bomb site, right? And that just disrupted everything for Heroic. You cannot afford to let Shox get away with these kind of lurks, right?
it just throws the whole round into disarray. It sends that entire lower bomb site into a big question mark. So you need Tesses to win this fight.
Oh no.
Shox has spotted him. They know about each other now. Cadian holding for the ramp push. There's one on the AWP. Is he going to try and re-swing? No, he just backs up, taking that advantage and getting out of there. Tesses will win his fight onto Shoxy. That also opens up a secret rotation now for this outside player. ZywOo, while he will put up one, there's a lot of bodies down on this B site for Heroic. They're all rotating down. It's no secret where this one was hoping to end up. And ZywOo getting swung. He's off the bomb. Kyojin with a triple in the blink of an eye. And this round has gone from a 4-on-2 to a 2v1 in favor of Vitality before you even know it, all on the back of Kyojin. Cadian now, last chance. He denies the bomb, and he's still alive. How has he survived this? Oh, Molly's going to heat things up for Kyojin, but he's sticking the bomb. He gets it planted. Cadian, this man, I don't know how he's done it. It's feline, mate. He's got 9 lives, so he's still got more to give. But can he land on his feet here? Can he finish off the clutch? Up close, Kyojin, more damage, but he can't seem to get rid of Cadian. Just refuses to give up. But yeah, without the kit, they're dropped all over the site. But Cadian's not to know that. He's got to save. He's got to get out of there. 13 on the board for Vitality. And a huge round from Kyojin. He'd been pretty quiet across both maps so far. But he's kept this going for Vitality now.
That, you know, only 10 kills in the game, but that 3K there for Kyojin, essentially a 4K, right? If you count the fact that he locked Cadian out of a clutch. And that's easier said than done against Cadian. Oh my goodness, Kyojin provides all the cover for ZywOo on that plant. It was back and forth. Vitality taking door with a flash was perfect on the down. And look at these shots out of Kyojin. Lights out. Spraying everyone. Cadian, I don't know how he got away with the one and done and still survived, but the molly, even though it pushed Kyojin wide, Cadian didn't seem convinced. He held his angle for so long. And with the kill not coming to him, he had to evade capture 13-10. And another rebuy for Heroic. Say what you want, right? Heroic have managed to get out in a lot of these rounds when they know it's lost, right? They've constantly had rebuys. They've not been on pistols. The last time they ecoed was that SMG buy where Shush got 3 kills in the lobby and Stam double-degged. But despite these buys from Heroic, Vitality have had answers through and through. 20 kills for ZywOo. Fast outside and Stam taking liberties, taking shots out of the round. That's one way to do it. They beat him in secret last time. Well, this time it's a 5-on-4 for Heroic, and it's been a while since they've had that. Oh.
Do it. Do it. Come on, it's like Palpatine. Do it.
Oh, he will.
Do it. There it is. Cadian with one. Masuta on the receive again, but now he's trapped at the CT vent. So
no, he wasted his smoke.
Oh, no, the smoke's just gone out. It's hot, it's spicy, but Cadian's fine. He lives to tell the tale. Now is Apex here. He's going up into heaven. Is anyone even considering this? No one is looking towards heaven. Apex. Apex has got the round in the palm of his hands. From this push, there's the first. Cadian on the receiving end.
Oh no.
Heroic still with one inside of the site, and Shush up in the hut is dead after one. Refresh will trade Apex out, and oh my god! ZywOo's wrist is in pieces after that one. He's down to 5 points of health, 40 seconds left, but with a shot landing like that, ZywOo, you better give this round a go.
Take a breath, hold on, 30 seconds. Hope the kill comes to you. If it doesn't, ZywOo will have to pick a site. Tessus is gambling lower. It's awfully quiet, he thinks. ZywOo could have planted A already. Why not just stick to your guns, hold your spot? But there's no way ZywOo's going down vent, surely. Or maybe I'm speaking too soon. Out the door he moves. 15 on the clock, it has to be A.
It's such a coin flip, isn't it?
Yeah. Tessus gets the warning, he gets to hear it, but he'll have to make noise to move back in. Otherwise he'll take some serious seconds off of his clock. And that's the worst noise to hear if your Tess says bomb down. ZywOo heard him as well.
Yeah, ZywOo's heard him, and so he also now has a little bit of time to think, like, okay, in the long run, how do I win this out? He's mollied down the vent, and he's holding for a main peak. Tess says, you've got one opportunity to try and get this kill or get past the AWP. ZywOo One shot as well, and they both missed. They both missed the chance. Still, bomb not really planted for ZywOo. Tessez is sticking it. ZywOo's going to try to run him down, but too low on HP. Tessez will finally see a clutch through for Heroic and break this streak that Vitality have been on since getting onto the T side.
Such a nice try for ZywOo. You got to give him that, right?
Dude,
what a flick into lobby.
I didn't even... I could feel he was going to hit it just because there's something about ZywOo, like with how he peeks an angle, you can just tell. But look at this, like, Refresh wasn't even in the scope when he zooms in. Look, like, what?
that was just pure, you feel the dink and you feel it on a, I don't even know, an internal level. Yeah. You don't think about that. You just let your hand do the talking.
Raw animal instinct. That is like the part of ZywOo that is still, you know, monkey man brain going, oh, I need to watch out. Oh, no. Shox is dead. Oh, double up for Stown in main. And now just ZywOo. I'm assuming they're going to try and get in, but they go down. Heroic, it's back. Not just a flash in the pan. They're going to double up rounds here unless ZywOo can 1v5.
I'm scared for Vitality now, right? This is a round that gets Heroic back in the game. I don't even mind the change of pace, but the problem with it is so many of these rounds for Vitality were coming off the back of slow defaults inside lobby. Let Shoxy work outside. Hold on for those Apex. Wait for someone to give you a kill out door or hut, and then you get those wraps in. Then you get Shox lurking B, Apex coming up through heaven. That's what has been the recipe for Vitality. They go for a fast one. It's an admirable attempt, but it couldn't be one or more one-sided, more decided by Heroic. 5 alive, money recovered. The save's no longer a factor. The round's closing. And the opportunity fleeting, perhaps, for Vitality. This buy's going to be a mess if they go for it. Couple of AKs, 2, 3 is all they can muster. The hype is coming back for Heroic. They're starting to taste victory again, and it's sweet.
Yeah, and so now, you know, you're posed this ultimate question, right? These next few rounds decide, well, what were you trying to do over the last few hours? Vitality, was it all for nothing? Did you swim all this way just to die on the shore? Or are they going to take us to this third map? Are we going to go the distance and get to Inferno?
It's a big boy buy, but they had no other choice. Cadian AWPing outside for the first time, and he just misses that shot into the silo player. No way they're giving him a repeat, and he knows that. Holding lobby, Vitality, a ramp crunch potentially. It's only Tessez giving it up, playing Org from hell. Little gap, and Shox has got the shot. I don't know how that's a headshot to Stown, but Shox certainly ain't complaining. It's been Stown pushing him outside and taking that kill in the past, so revenge is sweet. Cadian can't get his. Fresh moves into main, now mollied off, trapped inside. Cadian, same story, with one landing on him. The flashes are fluid, and Tessez caught with a nade out. Oh no, switching positions, Cadian's gone. And this hell wrap for Apex is once again activated. Refresh gone through the smoke, and the round up in flames.
Vitality onto 14. That wasn't even a fall by. They are breathing a collective sigh of relief that that round not only goes their way, but it goes their way dominantly, right? Shox goes back to his same outside position. He's just lighting them up. Apex there to help him. Woo! Yeah. Ooh, this is getting cool, Hugo. Ooh. It's all in for Heroic. All in now, and look at how hyped Vitality are getting.
Team Knife and Sport, never fun. Maybe it was a dink as well from a Glock, right? Like, trying to shoot out the windows. Probably a knife, 30 damage. Either way, forget it. Move on. Outside smokes, full take. Stown reloading in main, they'll hear it. Maybe they'll even crawl his way. ZywOo's got a big secret. Stown on a reload has got to be very careful with where he chooses to fire. They actually just take it on the reload, moving down behind the smoke. Kyojin lurking silently on silo, wanting to give away no information. Heroic know what's up. They've taken lobby, they've got the info. Cadian has pre-rotated B. He's in a very good position right now. But is this the full commit here for Vitality? Cadian doesn't want to make noise, breaking windows. He's up to Stown to get that info.
ZywOo with the opener. The Org just as deadly in his hands as the AWP. And a missed shot from Cadian. ZywOo wants that AWP. He's going to get rid of it. Still 2 players in this B site. Refresh. Oh, dead on the swing. Now, they don't know about Tessez, but he is a dead man. Apex checks him. The money is gone for Heroic. Hugo, it's looking destined to head to Inferno. Insane stuff from Vitality. Great resilience from this squad, from getting 13-2'd back on Vertigo, having that one go against them, and now building upon this T side. Remember, this was a 9-6 half to Heroic. It took them so long to even break the streak Vitality were on. It's left them with nothing now on the side of the Danes. They've got an AWP. That is the big flashy purchase here. What can Cadian do with it?
Yeah, that last round was a round of whiffs, right? From Refresh with a spray. Cadian's AWP. Stown just gets blown out of the vent by Zywoo's AUG, and he doesn't want your AWP. He's got a different kind of scope. This has been such an incredible recovery for Vitality. 3 rounds conceded in the second half, all otherwise coming up for the T's. And yeah, we've seen these broken buys do well for Heroic. We saw that lobby crunch in the past, but they are not in a hurry to take space as Vitality once again pull out the same pace of these slow burns where Shox lurks outside. Maybe not high on the scoreboard like Apex and Zywoo, but Shox has certainly had monstrous impact in this T half. Who hasn't? Scoreboard never tells a full story. Kyojin with that 4 or 3K clutch against Cadian on lower. Remember that? Vitality, everyone has had their piece of the pie. And now, it's all come down to this. 40 seconds, grouping towards the ramp side. Might just be an A here. They've got to go on roof who can lob in some utility if they'd like, and there's not much of a stack here for Heroic. A couple of players in position, and actually Cadian rotating in with the AWP at the right time.
Oh, Stown's dead right away, though. Zywoo with this AUG, it just looks beautiful. Stown's on the receiving end. Are they going to vent drop down? They go.
See ya.
Bye. It's not even about the A-bomb site anymore. Cadian does claim 1 life of the boys trying to get down vent. Refresh dead in the water. They've still got lobby players to try and contain while this bomb is going down lower. And Masuta is putting on a clinic. The doctor is in. And you don't like the diagnosis for Heroic. Just Cadian. 1 on 4. He's missed the timing on the vent drop. He doesn't have a kit. He's all alone, armorless with the AWP, and this is looking destined to end on Inferno. A 3-map series after all. The rest of this, just a formality.
They've seen him.
They've seen him. They've got him trapped over in Decon. Bye-bye to Cadian, and hello to map number 3. This is set to culminate on Inferno. It might not have looked like much at the start of the day, but you do not want to miss the conclusion of Vitality versus Heroic. Advantage of that, but ends up leaving it all on the back of Fallen! The taps! Oh, what a...
High flashes in response, the Flames close the gap. Oh, one tap from Shiro! A blind no-scope into the smoke, and he's got another. Just simple. And the flick there as well. To stretch his legs now, and very uncomfortable for Gambit. Intes doesn't get checked, and he can get the bomb. Oh, right the plant. Disc is chaos. Na'Vi in trouble. Only Perfecto. He's already hit the first 2 of the 1v4. Another one. Oh, Perfecto to save the day. He could very well do it. It's only Intes, and Perfecto does the most ridiculous clutch. There's no way. There's no way. Katie, you can't win Pro League like this. You can't win Pro League like this. No way. Exile's left. 40 seconds and the bomb's on A. Take your time, son. You're about to make the play of your career.
No more apologies, trust your abilities, gather the energies. Pull yourself back together, been staying off track forever. Child of the nation, will seek redemption, time for salvation. Today is meant to be day of victory, time for history. Reverse the tendency, fight the entropy, channel your rivalry. You're praying for fortune to come, you're hearing the sound of the drums. It's too late to backtrack, but pack your bag now, keep your feet on the ground and stand up. You've got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you black out, out. Stand up, you've got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you back out. Give all you got, show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, you've got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you back out. Give all.
Vitality not going easy and quiet into that night as they bounce back, being down 9-6 in the first half to get themselves a victory here on Nuke and to keep their hopes alive, being undefeated here in Group A of the ESL Pro League Season 14 and potentially be the team to come out on top and get straight through into the quarterfinals once we get into playoffs. And honestly, as we look at so many of the individual players on the side of Vitality, there were so many moments that these individual players clutched up or had these big impact kills to turn the tide. I'm thinking about Shocks in one of the rounds towards the end of the game on the outside when they were looking like with the rounds that they were losing, they could be on full equal the round after. Gets a big kill to open things up. But Vitality have to be so happy about that and so much, I guess, weight off their shoulders lifted.
Kyojin as well had a big clutch down the stretch as well that I think was maybe the last chance Heroic had to start getting back into the game, or maybe that was just the one that let Vitality really extend their lead and just take it away at the end. Very T-sided map. Both teams having success, 9-6 for Heroic in the first half and getting absolutely demolished on their own T-side, 10-3 to close things out. So that's brutal. And yeah, it comes down. This was the round I'm talking about, the Kyojin clutch, but those 3 kills are massive. This final one against Cadian, the young guy just holding his nerve. Obviously, letting Cadian get away isn't ideal, but everything he does from here on hurts. It's a tough left eye peek for Cadian here at the end, and he's just forced away, especially when the Molotov comes out. So good play from the young guy, Kyojin.
I swear, we've been treated to so many great plays today and great clutches when it comes to Nuke. Thinking back to Dota earlier on ENCE when they played in their earlier matches, and this shot right here out of ZywOo, just, there's no words for that. There's no words at all at anyone being able to realistically hit a shot like that. But again, individual plays like that, him, you know, as we talk about ZywOo, I guess a little bit here, I think a lot of his power came from the AUG, as you heard Harry and Hugo talking about.
Yeah, he did very good work. I mean, he's another one of those oppers he's just versatile, and he just happens to be a stud with the AWP as well. So, I mean, that's just a huge benefit. He ends with 26 kills, 14 deaths. Apex was next up, 23 and 18. I think a conversation so far in ESL Pro League has been the play of Apex for me. It's obviously getting overshadowed as we keep our eyes on ZywOo coming out of a pretty quiet Cologne and a rough Cologne for the team as a whole. But Apex has been putting up some numbers in this tournament so far, having a lot of multi-kills and having a lot of impact in the game. And then you also got to give Apex credit as well for a great T-side. You rattle off, you start the second half with a 7-1 run to open things up on your offense, and you set yourself up for a nice victory at the end. 16-12 after that abomination of Vertigo.
I think for me, it's not necessarily about the runs that I look at that just is so important. I think it's the bouncing back from when you start to lose control of the game. I mean, they lost 2 rounds in a row, and then we had Shocks have a big play on the outside to open things up and to get them back in the game where it looked like they could have lost. I think it's tough to be an in-game leader in those situations to, you know, be on a lead and then be on the brink of losing a match still.
Yeah, it certainly is, and you're the one who's got to keep the composure. You got to be the example for the rest of the players as well. So, I mean, it puts that added pressure on you. Yeah, second half, just economically, Heroic just could couldn't really build up a whole lot of money. They had a pretty big losing bonus for the majority of it, but still could just never get comfortable sustaining money from round to round. I mean, they were only able to string 2 together and not able to ever get any real momentum going on that defensive side. So fair play to Vitality for turning the series on its head.
Yeah, and as we're talking about ZywOo standing out with the 26 kills, we got to look at the other side, the other team here, and their standout player in Stown. I feel like we've been talking about him a lot. He finished off with 22 kills, I believe, and he had a lot of great individual moments as well. I mean, seeing him on the cam so hyped up and going crazy for me. Like, I think it was a final kill on a ZywOo in one of the rounds that really got him going.
That Deagle round is nuts. It was Stown with 2 kills. I think Shush got a triple kill early on. They did like a little bit of an uppercut. They caught Vitality snoozing on a very fast lobby crunch from the CT side. And once they tie it up in a round like that at 10-10, you're like, great, this is where it begins. This is where we get to see Heroic just show us Nuke, their pick. This is where they get to take control, are going to show some real power, and it's all credit to Vitality for withstanding that. And yep, you can see Stown, top player for Heroic on the map, unfortunately in a loss.
Yeah, and I'm actually looking, you know, or turning my attention towards Inferno coming up next. Look at the two teams, 75% win rate for Vitality, 25% win rate for Heroic, both playing 4 maps each, and the one map that Heroic have been able to win on this one was against Spirit just the other day, right? You look at Vitality's side of this one, and they played against Bad News Bears in one, they played against Virtus Pro in one, they lost to G2, they beat Fun Plus Phoenix. This is dating back to the 21st of May. I'm a little bit worried now for Heroic. I mean, going into the series, I think we both kind of agreed we're leaning towards the Heroic side of who's going to take the series, who's going to come out 3-0. But with Vitality, the resurgence of them when it came to Nuke right there, with them having a better track record when it comes to this map in particular, albeit the side of Heroic do have some very difficult opponents when you think back to Inferno. I think it's Astralis, Evil Geniuses, and G2. But I don't know. I feel like the momentum has kind of turned here. Yeah, perhaps. But I think, you know, much like Vertigo, I think the winning percentage there was 0 for Heroic because they haven't played it in 3 months. But certainly for Inferno, I think I think they're going to be much better than their win percentage tells you. And it's also, let's go back to that conversation that we've had repeatedly about Spirit, because they're just the perfect example. You're not going to win like a whole lot of series. You're not going to be able to go deep in tournaments if you can't play Inferno. So yeah, I think this win percentage in terms of statistically on the map for Heroic is more a product of who they played and not necessarily them being bad on the map. Right. Yeah, very good point. And you brought up something earlier on. I think it was in the last map. We were talking about how Heroic, you look at their team and everyone seems to be putting up the same amount of kills, right? There's no real standout
consistency across the lineup, yeah.
I'm worrying, though, is that I know how of an emotional player Cadian can be. I know he's worked on that in his track record of playing CSGO. I feel like losing a map like that might be a little bit frustrating for them, having a good feeling of control at the end of that first half. But I don't know if you think it's going to affect it.
This one on Nuke, you mean?
Yeah, on Nuke, then now going into Inferno.
It's going to hurt a little bit, but I don't think it's one of those losses that is like painful in the moment, because you know down the stretch in the second half you lost a few heartbreaking clutches. You know there were some great shots from a couple players on the other team and great individual efforts, so you can kind of brush that one away and just say, man, if 1 or 2 of those clutches go in our direction, maybe we change it around. They're going to be fine for Inferno.
That's true. I mean, they still have a chance to close out the series here while we head over to our final map of the day. We'll go to a quick little break. We come back. Don't go anywhere. It's going to be an exciting final one with Hare and Hugo to bring you the action in just a few.
Yes, nice shot, my friend.
Cheaters ruining your plays?
I have eyes on the enemy.
Bad servers stopping your shots? What you need is ESEA. Advanced anti-cheat to stop cheaters. And the best servers around, all with 128 tick rate. ESEA, the best way to play CSGO.
surprise. What I'm about to do when you are looking through my eyes. See many go, see many come. See that they won't bring it to me, son. Try me if you want, but won't be any fun. I'll take the challenge. I'll beat anyone. I'm the one. I'll be quite clear. Bow down to no one. I'm right here. I get it in. I don't fight fair. And guess what? I'm your worst nightmare. Cause I ain't taking no losses. And I don't even care what the cost is. Are you prepared for the forces I'm about to bring? Cause I'm the boss of all bosses. I penetrate your thoughts and fill them with doubt. You gon' feel where I'm coming and feel what I'm about. If they come in with the drama, I'm wheeling them out. Cause I ain't about to have somebody here stealing my clout. I keep my friends close, enemies closer. Cause that's the way it is and the way it's supposed to be. Anybody can see there's only room for one, and that one is me. Plenty tried, plenty failed. Too many times I seen plenty bail. And there will be no surprise what I'm about to do when you are looking through my eyes. See many go, see many come. See that they won't bring it to me, son. Try me if you want, but won't be any fun. I'll take the challenge. I'll beat anyone. I'm the one. I'll be quite clear. Bow down to no one. I'm right here. I get it in. I don't fight fair. And guess what?
When this series started, we promised you all a banging match. And well, back on Vertigo, I wasn't so sure we were going to do good on that promise. But now here we stand, a banger on our screens, a third map of Inferno. You know what they say about this map. This is where all good series go to end.
And this has been one hell of a series, Harry. Look at the raid bosses. Both Tessus and Shush buy one nade and drop a CZ over to an armored player. That's one way to start a pistol round here for Heroic. Are they a little bit off the track after losing the previous map? They might be, but time to get back on the rails. Shush eats some grenades on the mid play. Cadian running and spraying will not do well. They grab the CZ, but you've got to be careful with that ammo, especially after already having bullets shot. Fast out apps here, they drop, and Shush is there to meet them in the pit. Bomb dropped. There's still a man down and a player in ult mid to kill rotations. Apex is ready to stab them in the back. Oh, dearie me, Heroic are none the wiser. Should be the round. Back of the head hitbox, but Apex still gets one, and he's stalling out the second. Lovely shots from Apex. Leaves Tessus surely out of question. Nice shot. Oh my goodness.
Okay.
I'm
all right,
not
guy.
so sure.
Yeah, it should still be a Vitality round. Tessa's pretty keen with the pistols, but walking into a crossfire like that, there's only so much you can expect him to do. Vitality are going to grab the pistol. Now, coming into this, I think there's a few things we might need to talk about, Hugo, right? Firstly, you know, this was a question raised by JCap over on the desk. He said, you know, we know Heroic can be a pretty emotional team, and really, like, you look at this was kind of their series to win on that last map, really. Right? It was their map pick. They finished the half 9-6, and then they have it slip away from them. We're going to be asking themselves, you know, can they build back into this? Also, there's that tweet from Shush the other day where he said that he was IGL in here on Inferno. And so it's going to be interesting to see how that's looking, because the Inferno yesterday from Heroic, it was a lot of fun, and it got better throughout the series, but it did start a little bit weird.
Yeah, and it also wasn't like, it wasn't 16-9, I think. Like, that's fine, you're happy with that score, but it wasn't clean, and they were against Spirit, who really have just looked terrible on that map, as good as Spirit have looked in general. You know, Vitality not often on Inferno, but when they do play it, they often come out on top, so... You know, for players like Apex and Shox, some of the guys to step up in that previous map, even ZywOo, like, they've got years on this map. This is nothing new. You're not going to catch them by surprise. The only thing that does maybe benefit Heroic here is the fact that, you know, if Shush is calling a different style, it's something Vitality can't read into, but we'll see if that makes any damn difference. Down in the smoke, push through with the Deagle. He's got 1 and 2 as well. Tessez with a double. Don't tell me they steal away the round with ease. Apex is looking to make it a little bit more difficult.
Yeah, Apex has been giving us a phenomenal set of games here, right? He would need the ace 1v3, I guess 1v4.
Yeah.
Clutch here to keep this little anti-force spy in favor of Vitality. He's got the bomb down and he's armed with a Galil. But that's all he's got. No comrades, no teammates. He's got to fly solo. Apex has got to roll back the years, as it were. And here he is with one more. The wrap is in for Cadian. And the big brains clash. It's Heroic coming out ahead.
Yeah. Big
round there from the boys over towards B. Stown and Tessez both getting double kills with those Deagles. And they're going to immediately make the beginning of Inferno competitive.
We like to see that. And, you know, with Heroic starting CT side as well, it's going to be a different view, right? We saw a lot of, you know, they began T side against Spirit, so we saw, you know, a lot of leading out the gate from Shush. On this CT side, you know, I still think, even if Shush is maybe the in-game leader for this map, Cadian's still going to be vocal, still going to be calming rotates, and so things should be more standard, I would presume, on this CT side. We'll see how things are changed. Cadian up on A, Stown and Tess is locking down the B bomb site. Bit of a flash for a mid-peek, it does nothing to Shocks. Loves to dodge a flash, that guy. Grenade is well timed, and Masuta eats it. 2 AKs, and one of them already tagged ZywOo. Same vein. Cadian hears the flash out mid. He knows they're getting closer. He's got refresh to try and bait for him on long, and that's if the smoke doesn't render him useless, and so it does. He has to play in the site. Cadian spraying on the corner, can't stop the rush. He's got a teammate here. Even refresh actually coming through that smoke, but they're darting back to B.
Yeah, they're coming back your way, Stown. Deep smoke in at the bottom of Banana, and suddenly Vitality can't go B anymore. Stown does a great job of holding on to that utility and using it right as the push was about to come in. Him denying the B play is massive as well, because now Heroic don't need to rotate anyone away from A. They can keep this 4-man stack towards this side of the map. And as they're getting more kills from this position, they're like, boys, look, let's just keep holding. Eventually, we're going to see Cadian lean back towards B as a precaution.
Should be fine.
But yeah, we're still 3 strong up here in the site. Crossfires between Pit and the site play. You're hoping that's going to be enough, and indeed it will. Tessez is the guy to put a leash back on Vitality. ZywOo lost to the T-spawn. The bomb dropped in the site. He might just be saving this AK here.
Yeah, he would have loved kills on rotate, but 15 seconds, and they both come down Banana, so ZywOo's just cooling it off, holding on to the rifle. And his team might just force around it as he'll be left with no money spare. Good shots out of Tessez. Needed someone to save the day there. Swapped out off of B. And at the right time, they're really trying to chase the kill. They have no idea how ZywOo slipped the net. But it doesn't really matter, because it's not like Vitality are bringing a lot into this round. Couldn't even argue with the idea of ecoing this one around that AK and just keeping 2K a player. Clinical kills from Tessez. And Heroic. Let's hope they've reset after that last map. Definitely hope they haven't got in their heads. Vitality. I'm still shocked we're even here, really. I'm still thinking about that 13-2. And even the way that Nuke started as well with a 9-6. Refresh. All right. Oh, dinked. But he gets away with a kill, and he'll be happy with that.
Yeah, little Glock dink.
I think it was a Tech 9.
Was it?
Yeah. Shocks bought a Tech 9. And a Glock dink wouldn't do 90.
No, yeah, that's true. Oh, of course. No one bought one. ZywOo dropped his Tech 9 over the Shocks. That's why I was confused. Here we are. You're hoping that ZywOo's AK can do a lot.
Good luck. Are they going to run boost him through? Or is he just looking over? I like it. I like it.
That was a cool idea.
Yeah.
Shame the guy underneath, you know. I think because it's actually...
upper ramp.
Yeah, upper ramp, you can't walk forward, so it just falls off, but that's fine. Got the info that no one was peeking this close short angle, and now They tiptoe out into middle. While this is happening, look at Stown and Testers. They've pushed all the way down B. At this point, they know, like, it's not a B play, boys, so be ready for this A commitment. Cadian's going to drop a flash. Now peeking back in. He makes quick work of the AK on ZywOo.
Lovely.
Just Apex. Cadian's done so much in this round. He should have set Heroic up for the conversion, and there it is. 3-1. The investment's going to be coming in for Vitality, but because of that save out of ZywOo in the round before last, it's going to look a little bit weird on one of these players. Not the end of the world. Yeah. Still got 4 rifles.
But not on ZywOo. He's obviously armed to the teeth. They give him whatever he asks for.
Oh, yeah, of course. I mean, you know, that's why...
he doesn't ask for it. They offer it, I think, is the difference. Apex sets his star up for success.
But, mate, that's big from Apex because Apex is the second guy in this game right now. Like, he is the dude who's been alongside ZywOo every step of the way, making the magic happen.
Yeah, you got to have faith in your firepower, though. Flashes up behind ZywOo, but the nades do devastating damage. Oh, there's more where that came from, more mollies. It was a 4-man B hold, right? If Vitality ran up mid, they would have had the round, but they weren't to know, and ZywOo certainly does. Over the top of the smoke, taking Stown through the wood. 5-on-4, perfect start for Vitality. ZywOo now given the deagle. Yeah, that's a good change. He swaps it back out. He's tagged up. So takes the lesser weapon. He's already done what he needed to do. Now he just has to keep them here at B.
Just call the deagle the lesser weapon. Look what ZywOo's about to do with it. Whoop, there it is.
Get him out.
Perfect. Double up to ZywOo over here and B.
Christ, Harry.
Here you go, mate. You will never learn, will you?
Why do they let you? Why do they let you do that?
Now he's got the AWP.
Yoink.
Perfect, says ZywOo. Just what he wanted.
You are one cheeky bastard, Harry. I don't know how you get away with this. He can't keep getting away with it.
Oh. Look, he's even electing to use the D. Now he's throwing the AWP back to Apex. He's Apex
20 health, and he's still AKN.
Take it out of the round,
he's
Apex.
The fake.
Bring the AWP for me into the next. I'm going on a suicide mission. There's ZywOo dead on the B push.
Still 2 here.
Still 2 in A, yeah. Heroic did not rotate on that B fake.
Oh, okay.
Apex not normally an AWP, but there he is. More banging Shush out of the pit. Get wrecked, Shush. Oh, Apex with a double. And that AWP in his hands proves to be a blessing after all. This duo of Apex and ZywOo has been such a treat to watch. Oh, it's beautiful.
Oh my
Tessez is going to give this a go, but coming through, Apex bids him adieu. And it's Vitality with a second round.
Heroic are never going to forgive themselves for giving away Nuke. Apex, he was given an opportunity, and now he's taking it with both hands by the neck. The double spam to pits. That's just obscene. ZywOo's dig. I don't know. Everything about that round was a masterpiece out of Vitality. They walk into the stack and it holds the back knots. Even the smoke spam to close. Apex, give us a break. Even saved the AWP.
Well, so coming into this, right, we said, like, oh yeah, we know Heroic can be emotional, blah, 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 blah. I don't care about that. Right, look, now looking over at Vitality, Apex is an incredibly emotional guy, right? Sometimes to the benefit of Vitality, sometimes to the detriment. I think you've got to give him credit because you saw how frustrated this guy was looking back on Vertigo.
For sure.
He was molded, like he was. He was slamming the desk. He looked really unhappy. But he has picked it back up now, and he is the leadership figure that this squad needs. He's steering the ship. He's contributing a hell of a lot in terms of the kills. The reads have been getting better and better. His individual performance has only risen throughout this series. So much credit has got to go his way. Vitality looking ferocious, looking like they want to make Heroic regret letting this go 3.
Yeah, Cadian's got his AWP out here, but going to be hard-pressed with such firepower on the other side. ZywOo giving his to Shox. 0-5 looking to get warmed into this T-half. Shox had some huge lurks on the T side of Nuke. Well, right now he's going to be up in the front lines. Now stopping to throw the smoke. Cadian with the contact. They might give it to him. Oh, blind shot. Apex gone. That'll get the mold moving on, as now Cadian has to give up B from CT. It's fine, you can play retake, you're a man up. Rotator coming in, Stown's pushed mid, he's gonna clear Banana on the flank. Everyone else is still delayed in this rotate. Are they not convinced yet? Soon they will be. Bomb planted, there's the AWP for Shox, finally firing off. He gets smoked off, but his entire team, or at least the majority of it, inside of the site, Tess is trying to hunt them down. And boost over the smoke, watch out.
Yeah, look at this for Shoxy. Surely you're not ready for this boost. If your Tess says he might just get shot in the back. Oh, he's managed to get by.
Re-smoke.
time's ticking away. They need to flush out these site players. There's still one more that they don't know about yet. Masuta traded. They're on the bomb. They're sticking it. Cadian holding on, but it's only the leg. He can't finish the jump, but the defuse is stuck. And somehow, someway, Heroic, they managed to get out of that situation with the defuse with a 4th round.
Yeah, the bomb was at the banana, and I think that's the biggest problem there, right?
They were really hinging on those site players staying alive.
Also, how often do you get double re-smoked on your B side, right? Like, Vitality go back to Carter to fight down Stown, down banana, and they kill him, but then they get double smoked, man, so there's literally nothing they can do. They have to jump through. They do get the kill. Cadian only hits a leg, but that doesn't matter. The defuse stuck behind the fountain, and all the trades come through. Vitessa's up there on the Ruins side. A weird round short, but it won't be the first, and it certainly won't be the last. Great grenades down banana for Heroic. They'll boost up a man on the wall. No AWP in this round. They lost it in the previous, and guns being traded in and out. Maybe boosting Stown onto the box. So you definitely want the AK up there. This is not a commit. Although Zywoo's trying to make them think so. Dropping smokes and flashes up B. Rest of Vitality clearing apartments. Now moving back to that mid-control. A long smokes down, but Heroic aren't playing anywhere. They're still gambling B. They're calling this out of spawn, and they're not shuffling. They're not giving it up. They seem convinced, and rightly so. Or not.
Yeah, oh no.
You never know with Inferno, man. You never quite know. Bomb looks like he wants to go back, but so do the A players.
Yeah, no, it is looking like this B play eventually, right? They've thrown a bit of a fake smoke in. Shox also comes back down to offer up another smoke into this A bomb site. That's thrown all the way from the bottom of mid to smoke off pit, trying to give the illusion that this is an A play. ZywOo, importantly, never saw this boosted player. They still don't know the position of anyone other than Stown. The utility is perfect for Heroic at slowing this push, and now Tesses gets his reward. Waiting patiently, him and Refresh lock in that round.
Lovely.
Heroic up onto 5. They believe that that was always destined to be the B play. They don't fall for the double smoke setup over at A. And so they are still keeping this lead in their favor.
All right, yeah, it was a really good start for Vitality. I don't, you know, if one thing has been evident this entire series, it's you can never quite give up. You can never quite count the team out. That's Counter-Strike for you, especially at this level. But great recovery from Heroic on this CT side. They need as many rounds as they can get if Shush is going to continue calling on the T side. Certainly inexperienced, whether you rate him or not. And here's the danger, right? When you come into a day, let's theorycraft, when you come into a day and you're like, okay, Shush is calling T-side Inferno, and it doesn't go well, at what point, if ever, oh, lovely shot, does KD want to take the reins back and go, all right, you know, this isn't working, I have to start making calls. You know, you don't want to take the confidence away from Shush, but that is a factor to keep in mind. This round, though, should have been free and easy. It's anything but. It's just Tesses at B. If he dies with nothing, the round is done. Tess says, it's all on your shoulders, bud. And they're chasing you down. Ruins and Banana take. He's been smoked out. And that's might be the worst case. Can't even get a kill to play for retake. Shush flashing him in. No. Decides against it. Tesses doesn't want to go. And it might just be that save. The dreaded call you don't want to make. Only Deagle's here. And they've done it.
That's the most heartbreaking part. Like, you know there's nothing on the other side, really, outside of this one rifle that's been picked up. And that part of it, you know, makes you go, ah, this feels so winnable. It's so frustrating. You should have never let this round even come through for Vitality. But saving, sadly, is the right call to make. Just having to write this one off before it even really begins for Heroic. And Vitality will take that all day long. Like, this is huge in the grand scheme of things, right? Gets a third round on the board, but most importantly, they were buying up this round anyway. They are flushed with money now.
Does that tempt them into an AWP? They could certainly do it with nothing being held back. Shox just needs to armor up. And he's certainly toying with the idea with his late buy. Sticks with the AK instead. Heavy up alt mid, Vitality going for an apartments take round, looking for some mid control. Quad B for Heroic again out of the gate. It's a risky one, and they sit back with the stack. convinced of the eventual B commitment. We'll see after this defaulting of Vitality walk back into that one they did last time. In fact, it might even come to them. After Cadian takes a shot, the flash will go over, but this will never matter because it is a fast A round with a lovely entry out of Mazuta. Gyojin deals with the B aggression, dink down, doesn't matter. And now you're just floating between the two bomb sites if you're Heroic. Nowhere to go, nowhere to hide. And Apex taking down Refresh basically cements the round. Heroic throw in the towel and give up 4. It's all a formality at this point.
I love what we're getting out of Apex. I love what we're getting out of it. He's very much one of these guys as well where if he's playing well, it feels like it's reflected in the cooling, you know? Like, I think it's just brilliant when you get this guy still able to entry like he could back in the day, but he's also, you know, directing the flow of the team. He's making these reads happen to even open up rounds. And then when he creates the space, he's so good at just decisively moving in on the back of it with the team. We are getting a masterclass out of Apex. I feel like we've stepped into a time machine here. No one could seem to touch him.
And boy, doesn't that feel just great. And now these saves, they're not guaranteed by any means. The smoke is out. ZywOo to get team flash, that does slow him down. But TeSeS looking to fight his way to the next round.
This gun's big, yeah. They've taken them out, right? And if you've been able to save here, you could have been staring down the barrel of a buy round. But now, Cadian will get away at least.
He's happy with that. Just give me the ore, please.
No, hang on.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yoinks 1 right at the end, and that makes all the difference. Knocking it down to 2 means Vitality technically don't profit, considering they have to rebuy 3 rifles, but that's fine. They're winning rounds, man. They're all over this T side. Quick recovery out of Vitality, and a mishmash buy for Heroic that's going to be lacking the utility, certainly. Even no kit, but retakes are pretty rare anyway on Inferno. However, the lack of kit sometimes will just decide a round for you. You won't even get to be enticed in. And Shox is still opening the T side. ZywOo just leaning away from it, having none of it, no interest. Even when he was on 20 health, he didn't want it. Tried to fake B on his own instead, one of those previous rounds. So Shox looking down middle, finds nothing. Heroic never offering up these opening kills for free, right? Vitality got to come and grab them instead. Back up Banana, the take is in. Cadian contact AWP on the corner. Hard position to flash. Many of them will pop behind him. Or in CT where he won't receive the full effect of it. We'll see if Vitality have a flash crafted or if Cadian grabs one and gets out alive.
If he gets one, I think getting out is the trickiest part here, right? Has to turn from the flash, but he will elude capture the Deagle, and TeSeS good for one more. But Cadian can't quite get away from ZywOo, who's hot on their heels for the trades. It's a 3-on-3 now. Hugo's down is here, and they trade damage through the smoke, but it's ZywOo locking in a kill, and with it, the round.
Yeah. Inferno 101 right there. What a save. ZywOo bails out Apex. He was the one getting spammed on that crossing with the bomb, but ZywOo does not let them take down his captain. 3 kills on the entry. Don't know what happened there for Cadian. Maybe he expected closer players trading. He got that first kill, but he never really got set up back at New Box. I felt like he had the time to do so. Might have hung around.
Yeah, you know, I think
TeSeS took that second kill.
It's like, ironically, the thing he's worried about is that they're so close that he's going to die before he can get there anyway. So he's like, no, I'll just hold.
And they would have been.
Yeah, yeah.
But TeSeS saved him.
And so he's thinking, like, I'll just hold. I'll try to get one more right fight for this. Yeah. And then when he doesn't get the peak, he goes, well, I don't just want to be stood here if I can get back there. Like, I'll try to run it.
Yeah, it's doing that which gets him killed, right? It's just,
It's so awkward because he tries to make the correct decision, like knowing the information, like kind of understanding the information he was privy to. It makes a lot of sense, but you know, we have the X-ray. We can see the reality of the round, and unfortunately, the timing's just not in Cadian's favor.
Yeah, it all happens so fast, man. Good
this
dodge,
was lovely
yeah,
as well.
Great start. 5-on-3, remember, these first 2 kills, and ZywOo, he's the hero of the round. Double entry, shot through the smoke to save Apex. Barely a sweat for Vitality, and it's broken Heroic yet again, as is no surprise on the CT side. Rifles both going down middle, it seems like, running amok, trying to take some control, trying to take some space, refresh. This is how we close the series against Spirit, and they're not even considering it. Oh my goodness, refresh. Does he know simply how many players are there? Kyojin is going to get shot in the back. Does refresh hold this shot? Does he follow him up banana? Oh my god. No! I love the play, but it's just his undoing. And the round is going to fall apart. Oh, refresh, he wanted more than one. And instead he gets none.
Yeah, you can't blame him. The only way you win that round is by making like a heroic play with those rifles. Yeah. And that is exactly what refresh is trying to do. And if that had worked, could you imagine, Hugo? Could you imagine what that would have been like?
Imagining's half the game, Harry. Oh, it's so sad.
Kyojin,
the double take. Wait, what?
He's like, no way did I just actually see someone.
It's so
there.
sad as well. Like, even as refresh, yeah, look how pissed he is. I can't blame him. He gets so fast down mid, but still Vitality. It's not like they're lining up Coffin and CT smokes and they're open. That's how those flanks, you know, get out of control. But they're so quick up Calm, and they don't even molly it. They just run up top banana. So refresh couldn't have even got those flank kills. By the time he wants to flank, he hears Kyojin. So he tries to make the most out of it. Now Vitality starting to take the lead, starting to run away. Can Heroic catch up? Cadian flashed off. Can't stick around. Doesn't fire a shot, and I like that. Knows it's a flash just to push him back, not to enable a peek, and he doesn't want to show which side the AWP is on. Flash for Tess says it's lovely, nice. But he commits to the spray. Could have got out after one, wanted more, and that might be the biggest problem for Heroic right now.
Oh. Cool. That's a nice little flick back in for Shoxy. And that has opened up the B bomb set. Heroic cannot rotate in there. They're doubling down on this AAA setup. And so they're left saving here.
You know the importance of kills on CT side, right? Like, you know the importance of it. If getting a multi-kill in your position can basically win you the round if you have a man up for a retake. And I think it is sort of that greediness. You know, that word has bad tones, I know. But it is that greediness here for Heroic that is not letting them be satisfied with a kill and an escape. And in certain spots, it makes sense. But right now, everything's coming up for Vitality.
Yeah, you know, and a part of it is almost like just wanting to get back to that same form you started this series with.
Yeah.
Where, like, it felt like every fight you were taking,
sure.
You know, you would get the maximum kind of value out of the peaks you were taking. Whereas now, you know, having to just concede after getting one doesn't feel like enough. Heroic are wanting to take an arm and a leg.
And on a map like Inferno, one often isn't enough as well.
Yeah.
But yeah, Heroic are learning the hard way. Tactical pause feels like one of the first ones we've seen out of these boys all series long. I'm sure something came through on Nuke, but it all just happened so fast. Heroic in control of the entire series, and the Vitality slip in a T-side comeback. And now look at their T-side. Now look at what they're building upon. The experience driving Vitality forward, 7-5. More tattered, shattered economy. Coinbase shows you off a cliff for Heroic. Look at that drop. And now they're just trying to pick up the pieces. Another rifle round. Cadian, less fortunate here. Gonna have to play D, save a little bit for that AWP. It's always worthwhile on the CT side of this map. But yeah, Apex is just having a lights out series ever since that T side on Nuke. This guy has come alive.
And I think some of the body systems between him and Zywoo are just so beautiful. Like
Stown and Cadian of Vitality.
Oh, that's a nice change. Yeah, Masuta and Apex are churned up from Refresh's flashbang. Oh. They do keep pushing the envelope and... Oh, the nade! He will get away. 3 HP. Tessa's still alive.
That's the round if he dies as well.
Yeah, no, that's what I was about to say, right? In the sense of this being, you know, such a numbers-driven map, just seeing that there is still a blue boy over towards that B bomb site, that's enough to slow it down now for Vitality. Yeah. While this is happening, look at the mad lad that is Cadian.
One sneaky boy. He's going all the way around as well. They're still considering it. Just the possibility. They don't know. But Zywoo, oh my god, if he gets this kill, I'll be creasing. Cadian will not be happy. There's the smoke lineup that we're talking about. Cadian stalls it out. They're running back with knife out. Cadian, there's one shot, one low HP as well. He's not going to overplay his hand. He's not going to give them a way back in, forcing them into the B bomb site. Cadian runs away. I love this call. Not convinced, seemingly, but he should be, and his team are about to confirm as they try and lock down this B site.
Yeah, can they do it, right? These are the rifles. These are the big boys. They're trying to hold on. Nice flick out of Kyojin. Tessez on the other end of that. But now they're both low, and the lineup is in for refresh.
Okay.
It's him who kickstarts that round with the flashbang that opens it all up for Heroic, and then he closes it with a double. In the series just yesterday, Hugo, Refresh was very much the guy we were keeping an eye on. Can we have him, you know, going back to that form, going nuclear towards the end of Inferno? It's what might be needed if Heroic wants to salvage this series.
Yeah, it's still winnable, right? Like, if Heroic pull out a massive T side, if Shush can lead them to victory, or if, you know, maybe Cadian's taking back the reins today, or, you know, we don't know. I guess maybe we'll find out after the matchup. Maybe not if they lose. But right now, Vitality making sure they can get everything they can out of this T side. Another attack pause. Shock still AWPing. Been fairly quiet on it, but not been needed to step up in many of these rounds. Not out of the woods yet are Vitality. Double orb to face up against them. Heroic still looking to win the half, and they will have smiles on their faces if that's the case. Cadian on A. Triple A as well. Not making the risky quad B setup that's been apparent so many times. Cadian should have this kill. Zywoo's hands showing, and Cadian grabs the head. Smoke down in the middle, and even yoinks the AWP out of there. Bye-bye. Not getting that one back. That Shock's rather dead, not Zywoo, I think I said, but regardless. Now back to a default for Vitality. In their body systems again, and caught in the corners down. He got stuck on the ledge, he could not escape, and he was flashed out as well. Worse for wear, 4-on-4, Zywoo has turned it on its head again.
Yeah, that just looked like it threw everything off, right? We've all been there where you unexpectedly get caught on a bit of the map, and it's like, oh, suddenly, like, you're freaking out.
Yeah.
Misses that shot. It looked like it should have really been a bit of a sitter, even with the flashbang going over. But Vitality are grouping back up into an A play. Still 3 strong here, and Cadian doubling up in the round. Shush is alone in the site. Refresh doesn't have flashes to help him, and he's smoked off, so he tries to run through. And in doing so, this A bomb site is broken apart. Tessez left in the clutch. This is one of the more doable rounds Heroic have had, so he might want to give this a look in.
Yeah, Apex is close, so you got to clear the deep corner, and he can't. Apex comes to him. No waiting around. This guy is muscling his way to round wins. That's the half in the pocket of Vitality at a worst-case scenario.
That was also the clash of the Titans, the 2 top performers in this server. And of course, the biggest Titan of them all is a guy like Apex, locking in the round for Vitality. As you say, at the bare minimum, they've won out this first half of play.
You know, and even with 3 players in A there for Heroic, yeah, okay, one was a little late back in off a library. He was just rotating as the smokes came in. I think it was Cadian who smoked the molly and hit that and got Masuta obsessed, but not enough to stop Vitality from winning all the fights, and they will do so again. Shocks, he was killed last time by Cadian, this time holds on to middle. The frag comes to him. They want to grab the AWP in the smoke. Shocks, if he sees it disappear, he's going to start spamming, but he can't find him. Tessez gets out with the loot. Now they're just firing through smokes. And Tessez is eventually going to give that up as Kyojin looks to move into middle. No one here to punish. Heroic just gambling B. It's an admirable call at this point in the round. They know Vitality have seen the AWP on A. All the more reason to rotate it out. Spam in the smoke, but down low. He still goes through, though.
Yeah, the re-aggression at least lets you know that Banana's looking good. However, it's also going to kind of set off some alarm bells here. You realize, well, if Banana's looking good, where the hell are Vitality? Oh, wait, they're probably hitting A. So Heroic start to pull everybody round. They've got all 4 players near this A-bomb site, but only 1 man is actually in it. Tessez spamming smokes, and that's a collateral through it. Masuta, is he dead as well? Ooh, Tessez, Masuta's sweating bullets. That much is for certain. He's going to look for the plant in the site.
Good luck.
Will look to get this bomb down from Pit. The kill is found, and Heroic, they do salvage a 7-8 half here to close the first half of Inferno. Third and final map in this series. The last half is coming up in just a moment. It's been a blast. It's been so damn good. You don't want to miss it.
Regarding playing better when losing or winning, I would say that it really depends on our mood, because sometimes we're just playing good at the beginning and then it will feel good the whole game, but sometimes we're just losing and just a key moment happens and we just like getting back to the performance we should have had before. So it just depends. I would say that in 2020, we always tell each other that we are a fighting team. We had some tough moments, some close games, but I felt like the close game made us better in a lot of terms. When it was really close, like we had some flashy moment from Zaiwu, for example, or from any other player, clutches or great plays or good moment of team play or whatever in tough moments. So that's what is really important for us, is that you just keep this mentality, and when it's the case, I know we're able to achieve anything.
We promised you a banger of a game, and boy, are both Vitality and Heroic delivering on that promise right now. Apex is the guy who's been building up throughout the course of this series, and the story of this series has very much been one that's in tandem with the IGL of Vitality, right? It was a slow start to the day for the Vitality squad. It was a dominant first half for Heroic there at 13-2, back on Vertigo. Well, then that margin shrinks a little on the second map, 9-6. This time, finally Vitality win out a half. Is that enough for them to take the series?
Yeah, fast up Banana, but Cadian's the first to receive bullets to the face, and Tesses does trade, keeping things intact. Talk about in-game leaders, and the big question mark for everyone here is, who is it for Heroic? Is it still Shush, claiming to be leading yesterday's game against Spirit? They took a win. If that is the case, he's going to have to bring his best to the server right here and right now. Fast up into this A site. Smoke over Moto. It's going to cut out Shox, leaving two inside of A on the cold zero box. Apex waiting for him, and he's dead. And so is Kyojin. Everyone falls as Shox goes through the smoke, and this round is all over. Zaiwu, a formality, just got to die. Now, there is a kit there, and this is Zaiwu alive.
Yeah, I don't want to have to call it on you again, Hugo.
But all the odds point against him. However, that's never stopped him in the past.
Damn, you really going to say that about my boy, ZywOo?
He's reading.
Take a look at this, Hugo. And he comes silent on the approach. There's one down. 1 out of 2. Come on, baby. Come on, ZywOo.
Just don't peek it.
Oh, yeah, the bomb's planted for Pit. He doesn't have the time. Kit's dropped. He's got it. Oh, last man left to find. Oh, ZywOo!
No time.
Oh, the kills. It's so damn close, but I don't know if he's got it. I don't know if he's got it. It looked really close.
He did.
He got the round. What? Vitality. ZywOo's done it. Oh, buddy. Me and him might have to build a partnership here.
What's he paying you, Harry?
ZywOo.
What's he paying you?
The Clutch King, baby. Remember the name.
It's impossible.
Look at that. Ooh.
Oh, my dear
I didn't want to have to do it to you again, Hugo.
I mean... It's the curse. It's the counter curse. Vitality have Harry on payroll. And he's worth every penny. ZywOo as well. Absolute animal. Whatever they're paying him, double it, triple it. Throw in a service fee.
What the hell is happening? How did he win that?
I don't know, Harry. I don't know. I just keep watching. Oh my goodness. Mindset in tatters, and not just mine. Heroic as well. How do you recover from giving away that to the king? The game. The 4-man mid-stack. Outmaneuvered for now. We'll see if that continues to be the case. Look, it's Apex on B. And he's had a ferocious game. But the smoke spam could have ended the entire round there and then. Almost did. Push down mid. Cadian doesn't know, but he's about to get a freebie, and Kyojin takes the headshot off as now the flank is in. And remember, that's the only info Cadian has.
Yeah.
They have no idea. They're being boxed in right now.
Yeah, still, it's only Apex actually in the B site, so he needs to stay alive. If he falls, B is open and a plant comes in, maybe there's a chance. Apex just conceding the site, gonna look to go through this smoke on the back of that flash. Apex is in the Lion's Den. He's wearing a lion outfit and he's cutting them down. Oh my God, he blends right in. He blends in with them. And now just Tess's wondering, where did this go so wrong?
I mean, I know we call him the main man, but that's something else, Harry. Team kill, take him down with you. Who gives a damn? 10-7 and another sitter of a round won by Vitality. I'm mad for Heroic, and I'm not even Danish. How the hell are they supposed to recover here? It doesn't matter.
Look at this. Look, this is him zipping up the lion onesie. There he is. Like, oh. Oh, it's brutal.
Absolute filth, Harry. Filth. And full eco now for Heroic. I've run out of words to describe this man, or these merry men of Team Vitality. They deserve all your credit and then some. How do you get 13-2 destroyed and then come back and look like this?
That's what I said earlier. They're coming into this fight. It's been a series of improvements for Vitality that have all culminated in them finally being in pole position, right? Even back on Nuke, the map they went on to win out to take us here, they got 9-6 in the half, right? It looked like it was going to be a heroic 2-0. Well, this time around, they were able to win it out, and now they're looking to do good on that little lead to close this series and really try to cement themselves as the top dogs of this group.
Man, the player break just brings so much more flair to Counter-Strike, and you just can't doubt it. Don't tell me the level of the teams we're getting here in the Pro League are not better than the level we were getting prior. Just a bit more practice, a bit more time off, and time well spent for all these rosters, but Vitality especially.
Yeah, you know, I mean, it's only when you're getting CS like injected into you all the time that eventually it's a bit like, all right, yeah, I could use a bit of a break, but it's like, mate, I don't know about anyone else, but I was like a week into the player break and I'm already going, yeah, I could do with some more.
We didn't have a player break.
No, I mean,
we casted the Academy League.
We didn't, that doesn't count, but you know, like, under normal circumstances, right, that's how we end
Tier
up
1
feeling.
player break, sure. Tier 1 player break. Vitality Tier 0 right now. Typically top of the food chain, and ZywOo chows down on another. He's got cover. Kyojin helps out, and it's going to be an 11th round for Vitality, as it should have been. That was a near full eco. A couple of upgraded pistols. Heroic now got to put their money where their mouth is and fight back into this T side. Do they have anything? Shush still pretty silent. And it makes me lean in towards the idea that maybe he is calling again. Maybe it is a map-dependent thing. Maybe he is struggling. A lot of mini-map staring to do, although it didn't stop Apex.
Yeah, bonus round attempt now for Vitality. I think if they win this, they're on their way to a dominant victory in this third map, right? This bonus round can decide so much. If you get like the free upgrades, you break Heroic, you're 12-7 up, and you're reaching, you know, the upper limits of your bank accounts. You're feeling so good at that point. So this is a very important round. The first rifle for Heroic, and up against a weaker buy on Vitality. They need to show they've got the metal here.
Oh, Apex. Oh, no, mate. This could go very badly, very quickly, and he's not ready for the contact play. Something that Heroic were masterfully doing yesterday against Spirit, walking into B without any warning. Refresh cutting off a rotate, catches ZywOo. Every second Refresh lives is a further problem for Vitality as they try and collapse on him. 2 from apps, 1 from middle. Refresh every second counts. The bomb's down and Refresh is dead, but it doesn't matter. He's done his job.
Yeah, it was just a save, I think, from the get-go there, the moment they lose the B bomb site. But at least taking these guns away means that, like, look at the save here, right? You came into this round with mostly SMGs and FAMASs, and you get out of it with 3 rifles in play. You force a bit of reinvestment out of Heroic. You definitely wouldn't have won this in the retake just because of how much time had ticked off the clock. And so you take a lot out of the round. You know, you're flush with cash. You're coming in with the AWP if you want it. All the little bells and whistles. Heroic, they needed that round, though. It was going to be one of the easier ones they're going to get here, and they managed to find it.
Yeah, but remember, solo B, right? Not the setup there for Vitality Core, but the contact play. It's not going to happen again. It's not going to be something that Heroic can repeat. That being said, one step still closer for the Danes, but a marathon to move through to reach that finish line. AWP for ZywOo. Wasn't running at T-side. Handed it off to Shox. Capable hands as well, but ZywOo now back in control. And no AWP to meet him there for Cadian either. ZywOo with a quad B setup. Something Heroic often did themselves. He's getting battered by the utility. Masuta eats a grenade, and there's mollies landing from both sides. That will keep back Vitality from taking this audacious play down B. Instead, ZywOo just safe rotates after dropping his molly, leaving those B players with belts of util. That's the aim, that's the game plan there. But Heroic now set their sights on A. But as is often the way on Inferno, you never know until the commit is in. He would have won if he didn't eat the nade earlier. 1 HP left on Stau. Masuta, that really should have been his kill, but low health from the get-go. And back to A, Heroic go.
Oh, but look at Vitality. Look at the call Apex has just made.
Okay.
They're both rotating. This is very much, you know, an attempt to gamble, an attempt to read the situation, and it's left Vitality in the right place. ZywOo's AWP going to take out the first. There's a wrap through CT. Heroic are trying to get past Vitality, and as they skirt past, they're going into an empty B bomb site.
Great call.
Okay, just cooking this one up in the kitchen. 9 now on the board, and this lead's starting to shrink down again. I'm at the point now where I have I don't even care who wins. This is an incredible series, and it's past the point of predictions, you know, like this is just 2 teams giving it all they've got.
Yeah, these are the reason that these 2 teams are typically top of the group right now, both 2-0. No one wants to field their first loss. Everyone would love that first seed. Little run boost for Cadian just to check out Spawn. No one here though. It's a full save for Vitality. They're going to get away with these guns, it seems. Heroic will only hunt so far before they decide to respect. A pause coming through for the next round. I imagine a bit of attack for Vitality. Probably a good time for it. And not out of the realms of control just yet. 2 rounds in a row for Heroic. Vitality still have another rebuy. Better make the most of it. Yeah, it definitely is Shush calling. Like, you can tell from how these rounds are constructed as well. Like, yesterday, those contact Bs, lots of odd traps into A plays, some mid to B similar to that, right? That's how Heroic won some of their force buy rounds, just grouping up on long, playing the trade game, and wrapping into B plays. We even had that round where Mir pushed back down Banana, and Heroic had the flank into B. So yeah, from you know what I can tell from what we saw yesterday, it does seem like that is the game plan. And hell, it's working. We had to wait for the rifle round for it to begin, but now the rifles are out and Heroic are putting them to good use.
What do you make of this, Hugo? Double AWP getting bought through now. Shox investing in one alongside ZywOo.
Shox is having a pretty poor game individually, but the few kills he has had on that T side were with AWPs. So, you know, sometimes you need that AWP to get your head back in it. And he almost catches a quick mid kill as well. The molly pushes him back. If he stayed on the angle, Refresh might have been dead, but the molly forces Shox respect. And Refresh hits a lovely little timing. Shox checks it though, doesn't matter. And this is what I talk about, right? Maybe you wouldn't win that fight with a rifle. With the AWP, one shot's all you need. And Shox now holds the advantage for Vitality.
Yeah, I get what you're trying to say. The AWP is the easy gun.
Yeah, one bullet. Anywhere, almost.
It's down already tagged up as well. You know, not only are you a man down, you're a little bit worried about the longevity of this guy. They're leaning towards A. They don't have real estate at Banana. This kind of impedes your ability to change your mind here. You are dedicated to the apps pop. You've got the flashes to try get you in. And this crossfire between Kyojin and Apex is looking to hold on. He's hoping to hold strong. Missed shot from Shoxy. He's going to get a second chance now, and he will land it. Oh, up close on the left. Shush is able to flush out that AWP. The Molotov denies the midpoint of rotation for the time being, and we enter this weird limbo. Cadian doesn't know it, but ZywOo is wrapping him. They're holding for this exact position, and Cadian shot in the back. Shush, 1v2, has now got to lead by example. He's hiding up close in the site. He's going to get checked by the first man, and he can't win it. Masuta there to close. Vitality up onto 12.
Feels like they can't do wrong right now, can they? Lovely regroup as well. It's not really necessary, but if Masuta loses that fight, ZywOo is right behind him to trade. Doesn't just wrap apps like it would have been easy to after taking out KD and knowing that spot's clear. And we're getting a hell of a game out of Vitality. Another quick AXQ for Heroic, but the AWPs hold strong, and Shox has a lovely round from him as well. 2 off the AWP. And sometimes that's just all you need. Heroic, they're buying. They've got a bit left for later. Maybe a faster approach with the MAC-10, sending someone up into Banana. They are finding a lot of gaps, right? They're finding a lot of space. Think about how Refresh gets deep on long. I think a second's difference is the difference between him getting into CT spawn and probably winning the round off that position alone. Yeah, Vitality would not have known. Flash down B, Masuta. Oh, is it coming? It needs to hurry up. He's got the kill. Flash over the top. Masuta peeks in, but it doesn't pop, and he won't take any more.
It was late. He was saying, like,
what happens? Yeah.
Please throw the flash.
I don't think it ever went out, really.
No, it looked like it hit the roof. I think it missed.
Dear.
That's a little bit awkward.
Uh-oh,
they're rotating away, so ZywOo, mate.
Good luck.
Come on, bud. It's all on you again, but I believe I've got faith. ZywOo over here at New Box. He's mollied out, and they're wrapping him as well. He might be dead to that wrap. 1 to his name, but burnt in the Molotov.
Got to give this a go for sure. 3 on 3. You got kits, you got nades. Can't stop the plant, though. Apex is still here, trying to keep up the pressure. The AWP is now in the hands of KD, but not for long. Apex trying to send it back to the grave. 20 health. Everyone in from CT, and Apex hits the headshot. Tessa's on top of the coffins, and he falls into the crosshairs of Apex, helped out by his teammate, leaving Shush again in the clutch, and it feels all too much. But Shush double spray, and out he goes back behind the smoke against Shox on the rifle. Reload needed. Shox with no kick, gonna go try and pick it up. Smoke on the bomb. Shush again.
My God, he's
hand forced, and Shox hits a shot through the smoke. He's got it.
Unreal, man. 13-9 now, Hugo, and you feel bad for Shush. That was almost, you know, the recovery story. He wasn't able to win the 1v2 last time. He gets that wonderful little transfer on the guys coming in through Coffin. But when it comes to the smoke spam, it is just a coin toss, right? You are praying that one of those stray bullets was able to find Shoxy, and instead it's the other way around.
Yeah, incredible spray here, getting both kills. Like, put him in the position to succeed. Shush, I was going to say he shows up. I mean, he's lost both clutches, but a damn nice attempt in that one. No doubt on his individuals, but right now, Heroic need a hero. Cadian might be that man. Quick pick up to take down ZywOo. What a scope to find. Spam for Apex does get a trade. Shox out in the open. They jump the corner. Shox will give it up. He'll respect them enough. Kyojin might not. Peeking out from Balkan. Shush just deletes him on the entry. That's more like it for Shush. Doubled up. That's the round. Vitality are running with their tails between their legs.
And Cadian even looks to trap them in the bottom of Banana. Just keep them stuck here. On the back of this victory, even with the 2 saved guns, Vitality don't have any money. And so, you know, you're really looking at these to try and do it all in this follow-up round. Heroic need to milk this situation for all it's worth, right? Having the CT money up against the wall like this can be the route to a comeback. This can be how you do it, right? 10-13 might feel like a scary scoreline. It might feel like you're still worlds apart, but in reality, you know, you're like 1 rifle round away from tying this game up at 13-13. Every round you're winning right now hits like a 2-for-1. And so this is how Heroic can look to grind back into this game.
It's just so tense, so unclear, so up in the air. Anyone's game. Score might be leading for Vitality, but that can mean nothing when the money gets broken, and it is right on the edge of that. Shox finally up with an SMG. We got 3. A couple of M4s, and again, another bit of utility down Banana. It's not a stack up for Vitality. They've been dealt successful, faster A rounds as well. Down somehow walks between the fire. 2 Molotovs on either side. He's gonna get flashed in. Apex blind. They both are, and Shush helps out. Lovely flash from Cadian. Everyone collapsed in B, and that's when you call the save. The saddest part about the save is it's a triple MP9.
Yeah. 2 rifles gone, mate.
All off the back of a flash alone. Put Shush back in those entry roles, right? Whether he's the one putting himself there, if it's Cadian. And he is having a lot more fun with it. Couldn't close clutches, but can open up.
Ironically, he's found himself in kind of the Apex role now of Heroic, right? He's like leading from the front. He's trying to be the guy, you know, in a lot of these early fights. It's only in that round there, but maybe we have him, you know, looking to lean into that a little bit more.
Hunt, I mean, it doesn't make a massive difference, right? Like, you know, you're not bringing much into the next round anyway. SMGs are nice, we have some nades. But ZywOo grabs 1. AK upgrades would be big if Vitality can figure that out. ZywOo's grabbed a single rifle, but his teammates are falling.
Now you do just have to take the eco, though, and this is what I mean about how there really wasn't, you know, much between this scoreline. It's not comfortable. What can this hero AK on ZywOo get away with? Cadian's also donning the T-side orb. And so likely, you know, a far slower round out of Heroic here, at least in the early stages, right? Give Cadian a little bit of time, see what he can get away with on the AWP. See if he's given any peeks. Try to get an understanding of, you know, what exactly is present in this round, where that 1 rifle is.
I like what they're doing with it as well in terms of boosting at the back of B. It's a good headshot angle, it's very hard to clear. But it does require you to commit if you're Heroic. This is one where, like, you know, deaths actually sell this hard. If Vitality lose players, it might convince Heroic to go into the gun. But this is not a commit. They still have 2 players lurking in middle, so you'll notice Heroic already walking back down Banana. Sold this one pretty well. I mean, you made the call if you're Vitality, you're not going to start peeling away. It is Inferno. It can always change. It can always go back. But it won't. Kyojin. They say don't shoot the messenger, but he's about to deliver some very bad news.
Oh. Well, that's the round. Heroic are
Was
up on a 12.
Any doubt?
Zawu gets to keep this AK in play, but now the rifles are coming through. Can even look to have that AWP as well.
Yeah, nothing wrong with keeping that AK. That's certainly a sigh of relief, especially with the game that Zawu's having.
And so this is it, you know, this next rifle round decides a hell of a lot, right? Like, the scariest thing is, even though we've been praising Vitality to no end, they're now the ones in the trickiest spot, right? As mentioned, when your money's back against the wall, it starts to feel very, very rough. And all these rounds are hitting like 2-for-1s. And then you try to look at that, you know, from Vitality's perspective, and you realize like this is going to be a real grind. You are up against rifles till the end of this one if you're Vitality. And so when they're winning rounds, they don't have that same, you know, they don't have that same breathing room. They don't ever get to go, oh, they're eco now. Like, you're always going to have to worry about what Heroic are bringing to the table. And so the script is very much flipped in these last few rounds.
Yeah, you know, talking about how, like you said, almost like commending Vitality for resilience. Well, now it's going back the other way. It's going for Heroic. I'm impressed they're still in this one. They lost the first half on the CT side. They even lost that pistol clutch to Zaiwu, the 3-on-1. I felt like that would break them mentally. Now they're going to explode into B. No waiting around. This is such a lovely call. And there's almost no utility to stop them. Certainly no Molotov. They're just going to fight their way through. Apex having a great game. As soon as he drops off the box, he does provide a kill. Apex, one more to do it, but he can't. Maybe giving it up would have kept Vitality up a man up and maybe set them up for a retake. Instead, it's in hot water. 3-on-3, and the leg shot finished off by Refresh. He can get out as well. Zaiwu, playing with fire, and you're going to get burned. Out he goes, giving up the round to Heroic. An instant B explosion, no hesitation, no warning. And it works wonders. Even Stevens.
Do you buy here? That's the question, right? Like, because look at it.
No, right? Surely not.
$2.5 grand
actually, yeah,
on
sorry,
Apex,
yeah,
and $3 grand on Shocks. I think you do.
It's going to be weird.
And it's going to come with some limitations, right? Because of Masuta being a little less well off than the rest of the squad. But you're going to have kits. You're going to have utility on the 4 guys that buy.
Shotgun and abs, SMG up close B, something like that has to happen for Masuta. I mean, you could even double AWP if you want to be crazy, but you can't. Shocks can't, you know, buy M4 and drop one over. So it's either double AWP or lots of grenades. I mean, it's not pretty anyway. Regardless, you've got to make do with what you've got. You've got to buy this. 13-all. And Heroic feeling more at home than ever, feeling more control than they have this entire map.
No, that is the real takeaway, right? Like they can feel how the momentum has switched, and they know they're the ones in the driver's seat now. They've got the most longevity going their way.
That's 2 rounds, like 2 very clean rounds in a row. 5 alive in the previous, and then they're coming out with 3. So Heroic are laughing all the way to the bank. And again, just another instant execute, these long takes the Shush has been calling.
Oh, but 4 players here, Hugo. The rotation's been called for. Zaiwu has just moved around. And so Heroic are going to seek to complicate matters a little bit. They don't just follow through with this immediate A play. They get mollied out in middle. Cadian throws a bit of utility over towards B. And that starts to make Vitality panic. They hear that flash go off at top banana, and they go, someone has just flashed the peak at top B. They're outside of B right now, guys. Oh, he figured it all out. They're 3 strong over towards the B site for Vitality, and Heroic are all grouped up outside of A. That one flashbang from Cadian might have just sealed the deal for Heroic in this round.
3 strong on B, but 2 weak on A. Someone's got to hold the line. Kyojin alongside Apex.
Oh, now Vitality know. They've just pushed Banana. They've got this info. It's a little bit devastating because the thing they find out is, oh no, we've read this wrong. They start to pull players back over now.
This is good. This is good for Vitality.
25 seconds, and the slow crawl from Heroic is giving them time to get set up. Shush and Refresh get a killer piece, but still sat in the site. Apex dead. ZywOo traded off the one, and it's Cadian versus Shoxy. 12 seconds as the bomb is tapped. Shox is in the site. Someone needs to win this, and Cadian's gonna get it over the line. The 1v1 goes his way, and look at that reaction. You madman, Cadian.
Oh my goodness.
He's gonna get sectioned after this game, bro.
Oh yeah, you can't help but be happy after that one, right? That was a massive round. The double fake back, the misread for Vitality, and even after that, they still trap Heroic in from all sides. ZywOo may get this massive kill on the cross, but then he crosses right back into an AWP against him. And Cadian, known for his clutching.
Look at this.
So
look at this.
laser
Watch
focus,
this.
yeah. Absolute madman. 14-13, the beginning of the end. Vitality, they've got by.
I mean, he knows the importance of the round he has just won, right? Like, the story of these last few rounds is how every time you're losing it, you're broke if you're Vitality. Even though they've still got an AWP in play, they can even have a double AWP in play if they wanted to. This buy is not that pretty, right? ZywOo's got the big green gun, but that's the big ticket item. I mean, you don't have a kit, you got a bit of utility on Kyojin.
You're even planning for failure. Shox has $700. He could have bought Molly, he could have bought Kit Nade, anything of the sort, and he's still not. Planning for the worst.
The fact that there's no kit there,
yeah.
I don't like that.
It might not matter how often the retakes
right,
even come through.
I guess
think about this game,
a lot.
right? But, yeah. I mean, of this 5-round streak in a row, 4 of them have been bomb explosions, and most of them have been called saves.
You would rather have a kit and not need it.
Oh, I agree,
than
Harry.
not have a kit and need it.
I'm just trying to justify it. At this point, Heroic, this is a perfect call. Look at the double short setup. It's a triple mid play. They have no idea. The AWP is out of position. It's going to get sidelined. We need a god flash for Cadian, but even then, no one's looking at the right position.
The best way to break apart this is with an apps drop. Out they come. They won't check short right away, so that's going to give these short players a bit of time. With a missed shot,
Lovely
this transfer for Refresh. It's cancelled out by Shox, trying to do what he can, trying to offer up some resistance in the apartments. This unwanted tenant trapped behind enemy lines, and Cadian's trying to flush him out. He beat him in the 1v1, but this time Shoxy gets his revenge. It's left to Refresh and Shush. They have that bomb down, but they're a man down in this post plant.
Yeah, Shush refreshes the Emoto smoke. He's got flashes from his teammate, but got to keep your gun out, head up right now. Molly pushes him wide, and he takes down Masuta on top of the barrel. Through the smoke, Apex is a dead man, and Shox, he would have loved that kit right about now, but he won't get to use it. Instant kill for Shush, and that's 15 found for the Danes. They've been through thick and thin in this series, but they might have just shown up right when it matters most, breaking the money, reaching match point, and the spirits of Vitality down the drain.
Yeah, I mean, throughout this whole series, the story has been, you know, Vitality getting pushed to their very limits, having to dig deep. Now, it fell to Heroic here on Inferno, with Vitality winning out the half, with Vitality streaking together rounds towards that match point. And Heroic, I mean, you've got to praise the resilience here. They've been through hell and high water, and they're still in high spirits. The buy is broken for Vitality. It's mainly Famus's. And it's this to try and keep Inferno going. Try to get us to an overtime.
Every day the Pro League continues. I feel like we get the match of the tournament, and this one's no exception. Flash back into B ready. Stound's playing so passive that even if he gets flashed, there's nothing they can do with it. Cadian's here. Missed shot. Doesn't matter. Masuta won't commit. You need those grenades, you need those smokes to stall out this play. There's a reflash ready. But Masuta eats a nade, and that won't be enough to call it. No one wants to be the guy going down first right now. More mollies, more smokes, more stalling. But is it Stound looking to open up this site? It won't be allowed for now. 50 seconds, and Vitality have done a good job of holding on to their very minimal utility in this round, but it might all be for nothing. It's coming back to an A play. There's only so many chokes you can smoke. And Heroic of 4-5 grouped back up, ready to send it home, ready to send Vitality packing and go 3-0 up in the group.
So here they come, out through long. It was silent on the approach until just moments ago. Canadian tapping down into the pick. Kyojin with the opener. They're hiding in pit and they don't know about Shoxy till it's too late. He doubles up before all is said and done. But Refresh, is he going to close the series again with 3? The multi-kill for Refresh, he's done it. Ending it much like he did just the other day versus Spirit. It's Refresh dropping the bomb to put Heroic 2-1 up over Vitality and cementing them up top of the group.
Built in 1923, this quaint town that's surrounded by rolling hills and stunning cypress trees is not to be missed. Head to the Corso Inferno, where you'll drink in the clear blue skies with 4 of your best buddies, or perhaps 4 randoms you met online just now. It's really up to you. Make sure you notice those stunning green shutters, the trademark of this pretty town. You won't want to miss a visit to one of the courtyards with their stunning floral displays and water fountains, perfect for a quick refresh after a hard morning. There's currently a bit of work taking place around Inferno, and you'll see a lot of scaffolding. Now, don't let this put you off visiting this picturesque town. The scaffolding will give you clear views and quite possibly a vantage point to take that perfect shot. You can head to the main courtyard surrounded by small traditional buildings and throw a penny to make a wish in the wishing well. Better be a good one. It could be your last. And then we recommend a stroll past Vino Orti or La Mia Orto. Be sure to take a picture, both infamous in this town. Also a perfect moment to take a quick breather, perhaps in the shadows. If you want some fresh air, why not head for the fields of vegetation? Just be careful who you might find there, because a careful traveller is an alive traveller. There's some pretty spectacular accommodation here in Inferno. Sprawling hotels with dark and not at all creepy lighting. Definitely not sinister fans, and plenty of dark corners for those friends who you've been avoiding to hide.
Our two Titan teams of Group A have gone head-to-head, and Heroic have come out the victors, ending things out at 3-0 so far in the group. However, it's not done and set in stone just yet. Vitality, even though they take the loss, they're still looking pretty formidable to get through into the playoffs, but that'll be coming up later on. But Heroic, that was not easy whatsoever for them on Inferno Moses. They struggled, trials and tribulations galore. It was a very tough match. And if you think back to the first half of Vertigo, the first map of the series, it was a 13-2 in favor of Heroic. Yeah. But they had to fight tooth and nail to close this out. Yeah, and it's an incredible victory, an incredible comeback here on Inferno. They were, what, 13-9 down at one point, and then rattled off the remaining rounds in the game to come back into that, storm back into that, and take control away. And yeah, those French faces, they say it all. Yeah. You can really, they don't hide emotion very well. Disappointment, anger, and frustration, and it makes sense. That's a brutal way to lose a third and deciding map. Well, I mean, I completely understand Apex there. I mean, he dropped 23 kills, Zywoo dropped 25, and they still ended up losing 16-13. They were the formidable force when it came to that T side for them, especially with how things started off. I believe Zywoo even pulling off a nice little ace in there off the beginning. Yeah, I mean, they came out to a flying start, and that was really good half. You're exactly right. Again, we'll say the name Apex because we mentioned it a couple times. He's putting together a very good ESL Pro League here. Zywoo obviously showing up. Not only this this 1v3, another one of those 1v3s that made it so special because it should have never happened. That's an easily winnable scenario for Heroic that they messed up, and yeah, lots of kisses for the boy. I mean, he's like, yeah, I got it. He was pretty confident in this one, and I mean, why wouldn't you when you're Zywoo? We talked about him in Cologne, you know, having some struggles. We see him now in the Pro League just pretty much rising up to that, you know, that former glory, I guess we should say, out of Zywoo. And also, I mean, Apex, if we kind of compare, you know, in-game leading, we were talking about, you know, yesterday Shush only having like 2 or 3 kills on Inferno when playing, I believe it was against Spirit. And then we see the likes of Apex putting up 23 kills while in-game leading, really showing he can do it all. Yeah, really good half. And still, I think the tough part is in that second half, obviously. You know, you pointed towards Shox, Kyojin, Masuta being 14, 13, 11 kills, while Zywoo and Apex are in the 20s. I think a lot of that comes down in the second half especially. Man, the calling from Heroic was so good at getting into bomb sites. I mean, first they do it on the pistol round, and then they lose that 3v1, which they never should have lost. Yeah. But in total, there was 9 of 13 rounds in the second half were bomb plants for Heroic. That's money in the bank at all times. That's keeping you flush with cash. That's allowing you to buy through any losing bonus that builds up. And it's putting a lot of pressure on the CT side economy because you constantly have utility. You constantly have nades, at least 1 or 2 rifles, upgraded pistols. You have all these weapons consistently to keep your opponent uncomfortable, and only, what, I think they only managed 3 of those to be retakes. And when you get the bomb planted 9 times and a half, like there's no way the CTs are going to be a retake all those. You're going to win some of them, and that's fantastic stuff, including, by the way, they rattled off the 7 final rounds of the second half. 4 of those are bomb plants as well. Well, you're talking about the in-game leading, getting the amount of bomb plants they were to get to on that T side for Heroic. Luckily for us, we have the in-game leader from Inferno, in particular out of Heroic. We have Shush on the line. And before I start telling Porcupines here, as we bring him in, I just want to confirm, Shush, are you still calling on Inferno at the moment? Say yes. After that game, say yes.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, there you go.
It was me calling. I called the 100%.
Now I'm a little bit worried here, man.
Hvis du kigger sådan historisk set på vores store pres mod dem, så har det været sådan meget even. Vi så dem sidste gang, men jeg tror, vi har tabt.
It's hard to tell him to be quiet. He's always talking, you know. He wants to be in the spotlight.
Is this what it's like in games? Is this what it's like when you're trying to clutch? You just have a voice in your ear at all times?
I mean, he likes to give his opinion, so let's just keep like that.
Perfect.
Så ja, det var sådan måske lidt en curveball.
Well, how's it feel, man? You're now in the driver's seat of your group. We'll just say you're in control. It feels of your destiny. That's got to be at least one step in the right direction when you guys came in and said, this is what we want to accomplish at Pro League.
I mean, yeah, it means a lot to us that we come off from good start. Especially after a long player break where most of us haven't played that much. Yeah. And we've been grinding ever since we started again, like 12 hours a day almost.
Yeah, how much of this your journey in ESL Pro League this time around is like a source of pride of defending the title that you won previously? Has that been a conversation of the team coming into the season where you're like, we're the reigning champs, like we're going to have to do this again. We got to defend this title.
I mean, obviously we want to defend the title, but I think we just want to show the best CS that we can, and we want to improve all the time, and we don't even feel like we're at our peak yet.
Okay, that's pretty cool. What was it like coming out of, you know, you guys had a pretty disappointing ending in Cologne, I would imagine, from your perspective and from what you guys wanted to get from it. So what's it like going into a long break with that disappointment on your mind and then finding a way to come back and being able to overcome that obstacle?
Yeah, I mean, we talked a lot about it before. We had 7 days in quarantine, 3 days more than everyone else. So there was a lot going on, and the same with the coach situation. So I think we did okay at Cologne with the situation that happened for us. But it sucks to lose.
Yeah.
But we needed the break as well.
Yeah, we're hearing that from a lot of teams as well.
You know, we interviewed Cadian yesterday, and we talked to him about, he was mentioning how your guys' break was a little bit shorter than some other teams from the other groups, because obviously you had to come in and play in Group A first. So I'm curious, if you guys do qualify, which you're looking pretty damn good to do so into playoffs, what's your guys' game plan then the next few weeks? Are you going to take a little bit of time off yet again just to recoup a little bit more, or are you going to continue to hit the stone and continue to grind away?
I mean, I think we're gonna have like a few days off, but not more than that, because we still need to. I mean, there's obviously a lot of things that we need to fix, and we still need to hit our shots and hit our smokes and strats and all that. And like that piss round we lost, where we should have won.
Yeah, that one hurt.
That's one of the things that it shouldn't happen.
We don't have to talk about it. We just let that one go. Like, we can let you go now and go celebrate with your team, and maybe go into Cadian's interview and go speak loudly into him as well to interrupt him in that one. But just congratulations on the victory. Congratulations to you guys for going 3-0 so far.
Thank you.
I'm a little bit worried now. Maybe my information is incorrect about him in-game leading on Inferno there.
No, don't admit that. He said yes. You're good.
He did say yes.
You're good.
We have it confirmed here. But yeah, again, like you can see, like the frustrations of the 7-day quarantine versus the others that they had to do in Cologne. They're looking to redeem themselves. I like how you asked about, are you looking to, you know, kind of carry that title over into Pro League here now and defend that title, which is very tough to do. Again, the competition only gets more difficult.
Yeah.
But I'd say overall, I mean, considering they didn't have that much time off, they're still looking damn good, but to be grinding 12 hours a day to get prepared for this, that definitely takes a toll on you.
Yeah, I mean, it does, which is also why you can always see the players just a face of relief when they talk about getting those player breaks or those winter breaks around Christmas and everything like that, because the lead up into it is, if you aren't playing 10 to 12 hours a day, you're probably going to have some troubles. There's a lot of hungry teams and a lot of hungry players out there. So especially coming out of the break, you want to make sure you're hitting it pretty hard and getting back into game shape and back into match shape. And at least for the moment, I mean, you could see Heroic is, you know, seemingly has gotten better throughout this event. ENCE has gotten better throughout this group stage as well, playing themselves back into shape. So it makes sense, and it's just cool to see Heroic returning to have some kind of form that brings them some victories.
Yeah, and with their victory today, I believe it means we still have a chance for every single team to qualify at the moment. If Vitality won, then Bad News Bears, sorry, it would have been Team Spirit who would have been out of the entire event. So there is a slim chance for every team out there to still qualify, and we'll, I guess, quickly take a look at the results from today as well. If you guys missed out on any of the matches, we did have Astralis pick up the 2-0 against Bad News Bears. We had Team Spirit, unfortunately, fall to ENCE, who are looking pretty damn good today. And as we just saw, Heroic did close things out in a 2-1 fashion up against Vitality. You know, but Moses, I know we say it is possible for any team to still qualify at the moment.
It's not.
But with the quality of play we've seen out of Bad News Bears and Team Spirit, we find it hard to believe that they will actually pull it off.
This would have to be one of the weirdest like group comebacks of all time to have either one of those teams go through the group. 0-3 for both of them. ENCE looking strong at 2-1. Astralis 2-1 as well, although they're looking like they're showing some of the weaknesses from some of the shuffling and some of the distractions they got going on. And obviously Heroic looking solid at the top of the group, now in control of the destiny.
Yeah, in control of it indeed, and we're actually going to see who they're going to play tomorrow to maybe pull off the 4-0, which I think would 100% put them through as first place.
You'd hope so, wouldn't you?
You know, again, don't trust me. I'm not sure on it. We have a lovely League Ops team to actually do that for us. We have Team Spirit taking on Bad News Bears to start the day off. We have Heroic taking on ENCE as our second game, and to close things out, Astralis versus Vitality. And I will say that third game here, Moses, very important for Astralis or Vitality to pick that up to try to maintain your position in top 3.
It'd be really interesting to see Astralis actually take that, because because Heroic owned the tiebreaker over Bad News Bears, over Spirit, and now over Vitality. If Astralis is able to gain that over them, that might be a little bit of leverage that could help them out in some tiebreakers down the way. But yeah, certainly would be a shock, I think, in my mind, just because of how well they played in Cologne, during Cologne with all the issues going on. Obviously now bringing in Lucky, they've added another wrinkle into that. So there's some realistic situation where they don't make it through, but still not seeing the Astralis brand and name in the playoffs would be a bit weird.
I mean, they have Vitality tomorrow. They have Heroic on the last day. It doesn't get easier for them. It really gets harder.
That would be, I mean, that is the downfall, right? And they have a pretty tough schedule at the end. So, I mean, we'll see how it goes.
All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that's going to round out our another day of play here at the ESL Pro League Season 14. But remember, we'll be back at the same time tomorrow to kick off some more action just before we get into the final day, where it will be only one match played on this stream, but we have 3 streams happening at the exact same time to cover all of the matches. So make sure you guys tune in for the rest of the days here of Group A, and of course, the rest of the days for Group B, C, and D. Hope you guys have a great night, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Broken bones and a bloodstained flag. Open road and nomadic plans. I'm coming to get ya. I'm coming to get
Yes, nice shot, my friend.
Cheaters ruining your plays?
I have eyes on the enemy.
Bad servers stopping your shots? What you need is ESEA. Advanced anti-cheat to stop cheaters. And the best servers around, all with 128 tick rate. ESEA, the best way to play CSGO.